Lianyu brought Sumu to the center of the Purgatory Demon Hall. A crisp, pleasing chime rang out, and before Sumu appeared a colossal painting. The painting was 1,000 meters tall and 300 meters wide. Within it nothing was depicted except a single enormous black flame burning silently. The moment Sumu looked at the burning black flame, he felt a terrifying surge of fire rushing toward him, reducing both his physical body and his soul to nothingness. Heaven and earth, the universe, time and space. All things were reduced to nothingness within the black flame, leaving not a single trace of existence. Sumu suddenly jolted awake. Lianyu said calmly, "The master left 3 paintings. This is the first. Comprehend the first painting thoroughly, and you may leave the purgatory abyss. Comprehend the second painting, and you will obtain the master's inheritance. Comprehend the third painting and you will obtain the master's ultimate secret. A secret coveted even by your human race's giant axe founder, yet one he could never obtain." Hearing Lianyu's words, Sumu's heart stirred. The giant axe founder and Chaos City Lord surely knew that such a purgatory demon hall, and the Lord of Purgatory's inheritance, existed within the purgatory abyss. Why hadn't they taken away the Lord of Purgatory's treasures and inheritance? Sumu did not believe they would leave those treasures behind. The only explanation was, they could not take them away. If that were truly the case, then Lianyu was probably not exaggerating. The Lord of Purgatory was the strongest universe master, and possessed means that left even the most powerful beings in the universe utterly helpless. Even though the Lord of Purgatory had fallen countless years ago, he still left the giant axe founder and Chaos City Lord completely helpless. Lianyu paid no attention to Sumu's thoughts and continued, "The time I give you is only 100 years. If within 100 years you cannot comprehend even the first painting, then you will be doomed to die here forever." "Fine." Sumu had no way to resist, so he directly sat down cross-legged and stared at the enormous black flame in the painting. His 3 avatars also looked at the black flame together. Lianyu stood to one side, his face expressionless, yet his heart was churning violently. The 3 avatars, the purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar is one thing, but how on earth did he manage to create the 5-colored Void Ancient Serpent avatar? Even more terrifying is the Time Beast God avatar. Given Lianyu's knowledge, he naturally recognized these 3 avatars. Precisely because he recognized them, he was so shaken. If he had not recognized them, he might have merely thought the 3 avatars were formidable and unusual. The more he recognized them, the greater his shock. Could a Time Beast God be nurtured into an avatar? Could it be? Lianyu's gaze fell upon Sumu. Has this little fellow also obtained an inheritance from an ancient civilization? In any case, within the original universe, there was absolutely no secret technique or treasure capable of nurturing a Time Beast God avatar. Only an ancient civilization could possibly do so. If Sumu knew what Lianyu was thinking, he too would be extremely shocked. What did "also obtained an inheritance from an ancient civilization" mean? Could it be that this Lord of Purgatory possessed an inheritance from an ancient civilization? Even Lianyu, or perhaps the Lord of Purgatory himself, probably had no idea what the ancient civilization truly was. They would never know of the origin continent unless one broke through reincarnation. The Master's inheritance, the Master's vengeance. Perhaps all of it is to fall upon this little fellow. Lianyu gazed darkly at Sumu, his thoughts drifting. "Little fellow, you must succeed. If even you cannot succeed, then, after the Master's countless eras of hatred, there will be no one left to avenge him." Sumu sat cross-legged staring at the black flame. The black flame reflected in his pupils, blazing fiercely, burning heaven and earth, and destroying all things both tangible and intangible. Everything, even thought itself, would be reduced to nothingness under the black flame. 3 years later, Sumu waved his hand and a mass of black flame erupted from his palm. Sumu had a feeling that this flame was incomparably dreadful. Even a Realm Lord level expert, upon being touched by a wisp of it, would be reduced to ashes. Success! Lianyu's eyes widened. Only 3 years. Lianyu could not help but say, "I remember that a little fellow named Kadi once came here. He spent nearly 100 years before finally comprehending this first painting at the last moment." "Kadi?" Sumu slowly nodded. That genius born once in 10 million epochs. A genius who at Realm Lord level had slain a Marquis Immortal. If he had not fallen, he would probably be at least a Universe Venerable by now, perhaps even a Universe Overlord. As for becoming a Universe Master, that was quite unlikely. Becoming a Universe Master was far too difficult. "You know Kadi?" Lianyu asked. "I know him." Sumu nodded. "He was a personal disciple of Chaos City Lord, and he has fallen." "He has fallen." Lianyu felt a sudden sense of loss. No wonder he never came here again. So he had fallen. The path of cultivation is filled with countless perils. Sumu said, "I have already comprehended the first painting. What about the second?" Lianyu did not produce the second painting. Instead he said, "You may leave the purgatory abyss now. If you choose to accept the inheritance of the second painting and fail, then you will die just the same. Do you choose to leave or continue the inheritance? Su Mu's gaze sharpened. So it was like this. If he could not comprehend the second painting's inheritance, he would die as well. Without thinking further, Su Mu smiled and said, "Continue." Lianyu waved his hand. The previous painting vanished, and a new painting appeared bearing no fewer than 7 enormous black flames. Each of the 7 black flames was identical to the previous one, yet when combined they became something utterly different. Even the combination of any 2 flames or any 3 flames produced completely different forms. The original single black flame had contained only 1 transformation. Now the 7 flames offered not 7 transformations but over 100, and the difficulty had increased by no mere factor of 2. But this did not stump Su Mu. He immediately immersed himself in it, his thoughts racing while all 3 avatars comprehended it in their own ways. Time flowed on. 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years later. Su Mu suddenly opened his eyes and 7 black flames drifted out from his gaze. The black flames blazed and rearranged themselves in countless combinations, scorching the surrounding void. However, because this was within the Purgatory Demon Hall, nothing particularly extraordinary could be seen. But if it were in the outside world, it could easily burn a star to nothing, gravely wound an ordinary immortal, or even kill one. 23 years, and he has comprehended the 2 paintings left by the master. Lianyu was deeply shaken. When the master was at universe level, he was far inferior to this little fellow. Su Mu, you still have 77 years. Do you wish to comprehend the 3rd painting? Lianyu's expression was grave. Seeing Su Mu about to speak, Lianyu raised a hand to stop him, continuing with what he wanted to say. My master wanted an heir who could avenge him, so the inheritance trial he left behind is one that even he himself could not complete. Su Mu was stunned. The inheritance trial left by the Lord of Lianyu was something even he, the being hailed as the strongest universe lord, could not complete. In other words, the Lord of Lianyu intended to find someone with greater talent than his own. Only then could that person surpass him and have a chance to avenge him. Su Mu could not help asking, who is the Lord of Lianyu's enemy? The strongest being in the universe from the Zeus Sacred Land. Lianyu shook his head. You definitely wouldn't know the Zeus Sacred Land. You only need to know that my master's enemy is a cosmic strongest, one far more powerful than an ordinary cosmic strongest. Su Mu laughed inwardly. As a matter of fact, he did know the Zeus Sacred Land. In fact, he had suspected earlier that the Lord of Lianyu, hailed as the strongest universe lord, could not have been killed by any ordinary person. It had to be a cosmic strongest, one from the cosmic sea. Now you understand. The trial set by my master is truly daunting. Lianyu sighed. Because my master wants someone to avenge him. That is to say, the inheritance trial, he set demands a talent that surpasses that of an ordinary cosmic strongest. To put it plainly, he must have the talent of your human race's origin ancestor. Of course, you may not know who the origin ancestor is. Let me tell you, your human origin ancestor is far stronger than the giant axe founder, and the Chaos City Lord is merely his disciple. Su Mu laughed inwardly again. As a matter of fact, he did know the origin ancestor. He was his disciple. So the inheritance trial was set according to the origin ancestor's standard. It seems this 3rd painting's trial is truly difficult. Su Mu sank into contemplation. He could leave right now if he wished, and he would still receive the Lord of Lianyu's inheritance. But to obtain the ancient civilization's inheritance, he had to pass the trial of the 3rd painting. One that required the origin ancestor's level of talent to succeed. This was by no means a simple task. Even though Su Mu was very confident in his own talent, he could not be certain he could surpass the origin ancestor in talent. In the original course of events, when it came to talent, the origin ancestor was probably the strongest, even stronger than Luo Feng, but the origin ancestor had walked the wrong path. If he had not defied the source will of the primordial universe and been suppressed because of it, Luo Feng would never have had his chance. His likelihood of seizing the source will of the primordial universe was far greater than Luo Feng's. Of course, in the later stage, Luo Feng had definitely surpassed the origin ancestor. After all, Luo Feng was the chosen one, and the more he cultivated, the more outstanding his talent became. Even Luo Feng could surpass the teacher. Why can't I? Su Mu's gaze gradually became utterly resolute. My advantage is far greater than Luo Feng's, and even greater than that of my teacher, the origin ancestor. I could even say it ranks first in the entire primordial universe. Do I not even have the courage to fight for it? Su Mu looked at Lianyu. Bring out the 3rd painting. Have you made up your mind? Yes. Good. Lianyu waved his hand and the 3rd scroll appeared. A painting covered by countless black flames. If the first painting was one transformation and the second contained hundreds of transformations, then the 3rd contained endless transformations. Its difficulty was unknowably greater. Babata, sever all my connections with the outside world. Su Mu said this to Babata in his heart, then immersed himself completely in comprehending the 3rd painting. At this moment, not the slightest accident could be allowed. He had to devote himself entirely to it, staking everything for the ancient civilization's inheritance. Of course, though it was a gamble, Sumu was still very confident in himself. No matter how hard the trial set by the Lord of Lianyu was, it could never imagine exactly how great his advantage was. If even he could not overcome the inheritance trial left by the Lord of Lianyu, then the Lord of Lianyu would probably be unable to find a qualified being for hundreds of reincarnation eras. That's right. Sumu was exactly this confident. He had the greatest talent of hundreds of reincarnation eras without exception. He cut off all contact with the outside world and sank entirely into contemplation. Of course, before that, Sumu had Babata send messages to his family and friends telling them that he was only entering a brief seclusion and nothing would happen to him. While he was in seclusion, the Virtual Universe Company's Genius Qualification Battle also began. Sumu naturally could not participate, but it did not matter. Even if he did not participate, his place in the Cosmic Primordial Secret Realm would not waver in the slightest. His strength was vastly greater than that of any other member of the Cosmic Primordial Secret Realm. Although Sumu occupied one spot, Luo Feng still successfully entered the Primordial Secret Realm, while Bolan was eliminated. Sumu naturally knew nothing of this. "Senior brother, I wonder how you are now." Luo Feng arrived at Wuchen continent in the Primordial Secret Realm, sighing inwardly. Everyone knew that Sumu had gone to the #1 desperate class mission Lianyu Abyss, and had lost contact since then. Some even guessed that he was dead. Of course, because not much time had passed, the Virtual Universe Company had not said that Sumu was dead. These were only outsiders' guesses. But everyone knew that even if Sumu was not dead, he had certainly run into some trouble. Otherwise, he would not have lost contact with the outside world. More than 10 years had passed since Luo Feng became a member of the Primordial Secret Realm, and there was still no news of Sumu. Luo Feng meanwhile chose to break through to Domain Lord level, leave the Virtual Universe Company, and become a regional governor in the Chenwu Universe Kingdom to help Hong settle a romantic entanglement. Sumu probably never imagined that Luo Feng would break through to Domain Lord level before him. Inside the Lianyu Demon Hall, 80 years have passed since this little one first received the inheritance, and he still needs 20. Lianyu watched Sumu, murmuring inwardly. Suddenly, endless black demonic flames blazed up around Sumu, completely wrapping around his entire body. He seemed to have transformed into burning black demonic fire. Utterly dreadful and terrifying. He succeeded. Lianyu was overjoyed. In fact, from Sumu's comprehension of the first two paintings, he had known that Sumu had a significant chance of success. Still, seeing Sumu truly succeed made him very happy. Because his master finally had a successor. Even if Sumu could not avenge the Lord of Lianyu, at least the Lord of Lianyu's inheritance would not be cut off. Sumu slowly opened his eyes, and both pupils were completely covered in black demonic flames. Wherever his gaze fell, black demonic flames burned and annihilated everything. No material thing could remain. "Congratulations." Lianyu spoke. "I will grant you both the master's inheritance and the inheritance of the ancient civilization. However, the inheritance of the ancient civilization requires you to reach the immortal realm before you can accept it. So for now, I can only bestow upon you the master's inheritance." Sumu nodded, a smile gracing his face. The inheritance of the Lord of Purgatory himself, though inferior to the ancient civilization's legacy, was undoubtedly extraordinary beyond measure. After all, he had obtained the legacy of the ancient civilization, and was hailed as the strongest universe lord before the Chaos City Lord. Thus, the inheritance he left behind was naturally immensely formidable. All the master's inheritances are consolidated within the Purgatory Demon Scripture. Lianyu said, "The 3 diagrams you previously comprehended are the foundation of the Purgatory Demon Scripture." Sumu listened attentively to Lianyu's introduction of the Lord of Purgatory's inheritance. The Lord of Purgatory's most formidable technique was the black flame, known as the Purgatory Demon Fire, which could incinerate and annihilate all things. With the Purgatory Demon Fire, the Lord of Purgatory had earned a tremendous reputation comparable to that of the current Chaos City Lord. Practice the secret arts left by the master at your own pace. The master also left behind a treasure. Lianyu pointed at the Purgatory Demon Palace and said, "Originally the master possessed many treasures, even a supreme ultimate treasure. However, on the verge of death, in order to survive, he had no choice but to abandon that supreme ultimate treasure and the others. Being hunted by the supreme powerhouse of the Zu Holy Land, it was only natural to abandon a supreme ultimate treasure to survive. Although this Purgatory Demon Palace is not a supreme ultimate treasure, it is still extraordinary. A top-tier palace-type treasure." Hearing Lianyu's words, Sumu's eyes lit up. A top-tier palace-type treasure. What an absolute treasure. Lianyu poured cold water on the excited Sumu. "Don't get too excited. Even if I were to give you the Purgatory Demon Palace now, you cannot take it out." Sumu was taken aback. "Why? Lianyu sneered, you a mere universe-level being wielding a top-tier treasure. Never mind the enemies of your human race. Even the high-ranking members of your own race would come to seize it." Sumu fell silent. The entire human race did not possess a single supreme ultimate treasure, so the most powerful they had was naturally a top-tier treasure. The human high-ranking members would not allow this top-tier treasure to remain in his hands. They would certainly find various pretexts to take it away, and give it to a suitable universe lord, at most offering Sumu some compensation. And such meager compensation was nothing more than a drop in the ocean compared to a top-tier treasure. A thought struck Sumu. By the way, the Purgatory Demon Palace is here, and the human high-ranking members must know about it. Why haven't they come to take it away? If the Lord of Purgatory were alive, it would be understandable that the humans couldn't take the Purgatory Demon Palace. But since the Lord of Purgatory was dead, it was indeed strange that the humans hadn't taken it. Because they cannot take it, Lianyu said indifferently. Before his death, the master left something within the Purgatory Demon Palace. A method from the ancient civilization. Your human race has no way to take it, so they had to leave it here. That is precisely why I cannot allow you to bring the Purgatory Demon Palace out. Once you take it out of this purgatory abyss, your human high-ranking members will be able to seize it from you. Sumu nodded slowly. Then, when can I come to retrieve the Purgatory Demon Palace? Lianyu replied with a smile, when you have the combat power of a universe lord. In truth, even with the combat power of a universe lord, Sumu could not guard the Purgatory Demon Palace. After all, not every universe lord possesses a treasure. A top-tier treasure is exceedingly precious. Typically, only 5th-stage universe lords, such as the Chaos City Lord, have top-tier treasures. However, once Sumu attained the combat power of a universe lord, and possessed the Purgatory Demon Palace, at least the human race would have no reason to snatch it away. As for the troubles from alien races, of course Sumu would have to deal with them himself. Surely they couldn't wait until Sumu had the combat power of a 5th-stage universe lord before handing over the Purgatory Demon Palace. That would render the Purgatory Demon Palace useless, making it nothing more than a superfluous ornament. When any of your 3 avatars or your main body reaches the immortal realm, you can come to me to receive the inheritance of the ancient civilization. As for the Purgatory Demon Palace, you can only take it when you have the combat power of a universe lord. Lianyu said the path of cultivation is fraught with dangers. Do not fall halfway. If Sumu were to fall halfway, Lianyu would never find another person as talented as Sumu. Also, after you leave the Purgatory Abyss, you must tell others only that you have comprehended the first diagram. Do not reveal more, or it will bring lethal disaster. The first diagram was simple, only concerning whether one could leave the Purgatory Abyss, and offered no benefits. The second diagram, however, involved the Lord of Purgatory's inheritance, which would inevitably tempt others. The third diagram was even more significant, involving the ancient civilization's inheritance and the Purgatory Demon Palace. Revealing it would mean immense trouble. I understand. Sumu nodded. Go now. The Lord of Purgatory waved his hand. I hope to see you again before long. Sumu bowed and then departed. At that moment, nothing impeded his departure. With a spatial shift from his 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar, he arrived at the edge of the Purgatory Abyss. Then his main body appeared, retracting the 3 avatars. Sumu walked out of the Purgatory Abyss, simultaneously instructing Babata to open the virtual universe for reception. Sumu stepped out of the Purgatory Abyss. Inside the spaceship outside the Purgatory Abyss. His Highness has been inside for 80 years. It is said that even the virtual universe has no news. Could it be that? It's very possible. The 2 domain lords were discussing when the immortal shouted coldly, all of you shut up. There are still 20 years. No matter what happens to His Highness now, we must wait the full 100 years. Not a second less. As his words fell, the 3 of them simultaneously saw a figure flying out from the dark Purgatory Abyss. He's out. His Highness is alive and out. Seeing Sumu emerge alive, the 3 hastily piloted the spaceship to meet him. Sumu flew into the cabin and said with a smile, take me back. Yes, Your Highness. The spaceship headed toward Wu Chun continent. Meanwhile, Sumu connected to the virtual universe and saw many calls and messages. Sumu smiled faintly and was about to respond when the primordial ancestor appeared. Master. Sumu quickly bowed, then said awkwardly, Master, I did not complete the task you assigned to me. The primordial ancestor had ordered him to complete the Purgatory Abyss mission within 100 years. But 100 years from the time the task was given, not 100 years spent inside the Purgatory Abyss. Now over 100 years had passed. Sumu had drawn the reward in advance, but failed to accomplish the task, which made him feel rather embarrassed. The primordial ancestor did not dwell on the matter, but instead asked, how many diagrams did you comprehend in the Purgatory Demon Palace? Hearing Yuanzu's question, Sumu fell silent for a moment. Yuanzu had been a good teacher to him, and he did not want to deceive him. But after all, this was the virtual universe. His words could be monitored, and if he told the truth, it might be known to the high-level executives of the virtual universe company. By then, the Netherworld Demon Palace would no longer belong to him. As if knowing what Sumu was thinking, Yuanzu said calmly, only I can know what you say. No one else will know what happened here. 3 paintings. Sumu ultimately did not conceal from Yuanzu. If the Netherworld Demon Palace were to be taken, so be it. he would consider it as repayment for Yuanzu's guidance. Does the Netherworld Lord truly possess the inheritance of an ancient civilization? Yuanzu asked again. Yes. Su Mu nodded. But I cannot obtain it yet. Indeed, there is an inheritance of an ancient civilization. It's a pity that the Netherworld Lord had just obtained it before being killed. Yuanzu shook his head. Su Mu also knew that the Netherworld Lord was unlucky. By luck, he had obtained the inheritance of an ancient civilization in the Cosmic Sea. He had intended to return to the primordial universe to cultivate with the inheritance, but before he could return he was killed by the strongest being of the Purple Moon Holy Land. The Netherworld Lord's own inheritance was also extraordinary. He had great potential to become the strongest being of the universe back then. What a pity. Yuanzu sighed and said, if the people from the Virtual Universe Company ask, just say you only comprehended the first painting. Su Mu nodded and gave a dry laugh. Master, I haven't completed my task. He had already taken the reward, but hadn't completed the task, so Su Mu felt a bit embarrassed. Yuanzu said, the task I gave you was to complete the Virtual Universe Company's mission within 100 years. Since you have discovered the secrets of the Netherworld Abyss, the time will certainly be extended, so the task is considered completed. Thank you, Master. Su Mu quickly bowed. Yuanzu nodded and disappeared again. After speaking with Yuanzu, Su Mu reported his safety to his family and friends. Senior brother, what is inside the Netherworld Abyss? Su Mu and Luo Feng sat together. Luo Feng said with emotion, I originally wanted to explore the Netherworld Abyss, but then that incident with Senior Brother Hong happened, and I also felt it was dangerous, so I left without exploring the Netherworld Abyss. Su Mu smiled. The Netherworld Abyss contains the inheritance of the Netherworld Lord. Netherworld Lord. Luo Feng was startled. An Universe Lord. He quickly asked again, Senior brother, did you obtain the Netherworld Lord's inheritance? No. Su Mu naturally could not tell the truth. He shook his head and sighed. It's too difficult. I could only comprehend the first painting left by the Netherworld Lord, and it took me 80 years. I didn't dare to comprehend the second painting. Even you couldn't do it, senior brother. I'm glad I didn't go to the Netherworld Abyss. Luo Feng felt a lingering fear. If he had gone, he might not even have been able to comprehend the first painting, and he would likely have been trapped in the Netherworld Abyss forever. As they were speaking, Babata suddenly said, Master Nine Swords Venerable sent an email saying he wants to see you. Su Mu was nominally under Nine Swords Venerable's branch, so naturally it was Nine Swords Venerable who would ask him about the Netherworld Abyss. Luo Feng, I'll be going then, Su Mu said. Luo Feng quickly replied, Nine Swords Venerable wants to see you. You must not keep him waiting. Go quickly. Thunderclap Island. Inside the palace of Nine Swords Venerable. Su Mu, what did you encounter in the Netherworld Abyss? Nine Swords Venerable stared at Su Mu and asked. The inheritance of the Netherworld Lord was of great significance. If someone could obtain the Netherworld Lord's inheritance, and acquire the Peak Supreme Treasure Netherworld Demon Palace, it would be a tremendous boon for the entire human race. Peak Supreme Treasures of the Palace category were rare among the entire human race. Most Universe Lords did not possess a Peak Supreme Treasure. In fact, even with Nine Swords Venerable status, he did not know much about the Netherworld Abyss. However, since the high-level executives of the Virtual Universe Company had asked him to inquire about this matter, it was obviously not a trivial matter, or otherwise they would not have had him and Universe Venerable personally intervene. Su Mu repeated what he had said to Luo Feng to Nine Swords Venerable. Nothing else. Nine Swords Venerable said. Nothing else. Su Mu replied. Nine Swords Venerable glanced at Su Mu and said nothing more, reporting Su Mu's answer upward. He is very likely lying. That's right. With his talent, even if he couldn't comprehend the third painting, he should have no problem comprehending the second. He might even have comprehended all three paintings. I think it's necessary to pressure him a bit to make him tell the truth. If he has truly comprehended the three paintings, even if the inheritance of the ancient civilization is false, he could at least obtain a Peak Supreme Treasure of the Palace category. I also agree to use some special means on him. Although his talent is unparalleled, a genius born once in a trillion epochs, how can he compare to the Netherworld Demon Palace, that Peak Supreme Treasure? The human high-level officials were clamoring about Su Mu, especially those Universe Lords who did not have Peak Supreme Treasures. They wished they could immediately capture Su Mu, force out the secrets on him, and take the Netherworld Demon Palace. To them, no matter how great Su Mu's talent was, it could not compare to a Peak Supreme Treasure, because talent was after all just talent. If he were to fall midway, everything would come to nothing. Even if Su Mu did not fall midway, it would take countless years for him to become a Universe Venerable. The possibility of becoming a Universe Lord was extremely slim, and the possibility of becoming the strongest being of the universe was zero. In comparison, the Netherworld Demon Palace was more important. With the Netherworld Demon Palace, whether exploring the Cosmic Sea, escaping, or killing enemies, it would be of immense use. Those high-level universe lords of the human race naturally did not take Sumu seriously, especially the universe lords from the other four major forces besides the Virtual Universe Company. The universe lords of the Giant Axe Arena, the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, the Cosmic Stellar Bank, and the First Cosmic Bank were arguing endlessly. For a peak supreme treasure, they had lost the dignity and demeanor of universe lords, no different from ordinary people fighting over a bit of money. In the past, they were very dignified, lofty, and seemed aloof, but it was only because the temptation was insufficient. A peak supreme treasure was clearly something enough to turn them into petty individuals. If it were a supreme ultimate treasure, even the Giant Axe founder would probably make a move. The four major forces wanted the Netherworld Demon Palace, and the high-level executives of the Virtual Universe Company naturally opposed it. Not to mention whether Sumu had obtained the Netherworld Demon Palace. Even if he had, if it were to be taken, it would be the universe lords of the Virtual Universe Company who would enjoy it first. How could other forces have a say? No matter what, it would not be distributed to the other four major forces. After a heated argument among the universe lords of the Virtual Universe Company would never agree to let them force Sumu's secrets out. Sumu was unaware of the disputes among the high-ranking universe lords of the human race, and even if he had known, he would have already had a response ready. If the high-ranking human race truly intended to coerce him, he would hand over the Netherworld Demon Palace and even the legacy of the ancient civilization. Of course, Sumu would naturally harbor resentment. Though he would not show it now, once he gained sufficient power, he would follow the example of Yen Emperor and break away from the human race. Sooner or later, he would slaughter every one of those universe lords who had forced him. But this was merely his own fantasy. After the heated debate, none of the human high-ups came to trouble him. It's time to break through to the Domain Lord level. Without hesitation, Sumu advanced his main body to the Domain Lord level, and then immersed himself in an energy pod to reach the 9th tier of the Domain Lord level. Subsequently, Sumu applied to the Virtual Universe Company to leave the primordial secret realm, and assume the position of a regional governor in a universe country. Luo Feng had already gone to the Qianwu universe country, so Sumu naturally could not go there. Of course he could force his way in, but since Sumu had decided not to compete with Luo Feng for opportunities, he would not do so. Otherwise, if he seized the Mechanical Clan spaceship, the Zerg Mother Nest, and the 9 Tribulation secret code, he would completely cut off Luo Feng's path. Given his current opportunities apart from the 9 Tribulation secret code, Sumu cared about nothing else. Even the 9 Tribulation secret code was not a big deal to Sumu because under the illumination of the Golden Light Sphere, his genes were constantly improving, no different from the 9 Tribulation secret code and perhaps even better. I need to find my 4th avatar. Upon breaking through to the Domain Lord level, Sumu could condense another avatar. His goal was naturally the 4th one. His first 3 avatars covered almost all fundamental laws including the soul. Sumu had not yet decided what the 4th avatar should be. If he could obtain a 9 Nether avatar, that would be ideal. However, with his current strength, Sumu could not even go to the Ancestral God Sect, let alone secure a 9 Nether avatar. Yet Sumu would not settle for a random avatar. If there was none suitable, he would keep the opportunity for later rather than using it on something mediocre. After Sumu submitted his report, the Virtual Universe Company immediately sent someone to verify that he had indeed reached the Domain Lord level and could be dispatched as a regional governor. May I ask which universe country your highness wishes to go to? The black-robed messenger said, the Qianwu universe country is your highness's homeland. Logically, you should go there, but Prince Luo Feng has already gone to Qianwu. It would be best for your highness to choose another universe country. I'll go to the Huangman universe country. Sumu smiled. He did not know which universe country held the most opportunities, so he simply picked one at random. He chose the Huangman universe country because the original novel mentioned that it was an extremely ancient universe country home to 2 planets, Huangshan Star and Manka Star. The powerhouses born on these 2 planets were comparable to an entire universe country. In terms of strength, the Huangman universe country ranked among the top 10 of the 1008 universe countries. Sumu wanted to visit these 2 planets and see what made them so special. Earth's uniqueness came from being created by the mountain guest. What made Huangshan Star and Manka Star special? However, Sumu knew that the chance of him discovering the true secrets of these 2 planets was almost zero. Even if he did uncover something, the planets would not allow him to take the secrets away. Sumu simply had no clear goal, so he chose a random universe country. If his 3 avatars had not yet reached the 9th tier of the World Lord level, his main body would have directly advanced to the World Lord level and gone to the domain battlefield. Sumu submitted his decision and Wu Ka came running over. Sumu, you're going to our Huangman universe country. Because of Luo Feng, Sumu had become fairly familiar with Rongjun and Wu Ka. Wu Ka was a prince of the Manka Star, holding an extremely high status there. His father was a powerful immortal king, and his ancestor was one of the 2 sovereigns of the Huangman universe country, said to be even stronger than ordinary universe venerables and at least more ancient and powerful than the 9-sword venerable. Whether he was a universe overlord was unknown. I want to see the legendary Manka Star and Huangshan Star. Sumu smiled, not hiding his intentions. Perhaps Wu Ka could offer some help. I don't know the secrets of Manka Star and Huangshan Star either. Wu Ka shook his head. But you probably don't know much about the Huangman Universe country. Ordinary people cannot enter Huangshan Star and Manka Star. Oh! Sumu looked at Wu Ka. Wu Ka explained, Huangshan Star is the dwelling of the Huangshan clan and Manka Star is the dwelling of our Manka clan. Although both planets are huge, they generally do not welcome outsiders. Of course, Sumu, since you are sent by the Virtual Universe Company, you are one of their people. The rulers of both clans will give you some face when you visit Huangshan Star and Manka Star. Sumu, hailed as a genius of a trillion epochs, was destined to become a high-ranking member of the Virtual Universe Company if he did not fall. The Huangshan Star and Manka Star would not cause trouble for him over trivial matters. However, even Sumu would not be allowed to access the true secrets of the two clans. You can go to Manka Star first. I'll have my father receive you. As for Huangshan Star, you'll have to rely on yourself. The Huangshan clan and the Manka clan were two different races. Although they had been on good terms for generations and jointly founded the Huangman Universe country, they would not reveal their core secrets to each other. Then I'll trouble you. Sumu did not refuse. It's nothing. My father is also eager to meet you. Wu Ka chuckled. One of my uncles even said he wanted you to leave your bloodline on Manka Star, ha 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 ha. Sumu was speechless. Your Manka clan is one of the most talented races among humans. Do you still need my bloodline? You are a genius of a trillion epochs. Your bloodline genes and soul must have something special. Naturally, some people want your bloodline hoping it might enhance the Manka clan's bloodline. If our Manka clan's bloodline could be elevated to the point where adults are born at the World Lord level. Sumu shook his head. That would not be a good thing. The universe has its rules. The stronger the talent, the smaller the population. If your Manka clan truly had a bloodline that made adults reach the World Lord level, your current population would be reduced by at least 10,000 times. That wouldn't be so bad. Strength is more important than numbers. After all, we are all human. As long as the overall human population is sufficient, it's fine. After chatting with Sumu for a while, Wu Ka left. 3 months later, the appointment for Sumu to go to the Huangman Universe country was finally issued. Sumu was a member of the Primordial Secret Realm, and thus was dispatched to various cosmic nations, serving as an inspector envoy. This position carried the authority of inspection equal to that of the 3 major ministers of the Virtual Universe Company branch in the Huangman Cosmic Nation. It was said to be equal, but because the inspector envoy had the power of oversight, Sumu was actually above those 3 ministers. If Sumu wanted to make trouble for them, he could make them suffer greatly. However, Sumu had no intention of bothering anyone. His goal was merely the Huangshan Star and Manka Star. As for what the 3 ministers of the Virtual Universe Company branch in the Huangman Cosmic Nation were doing, Sumu would not interfere. He would not waste his time on such matters. Of course, provided that those 3 ministers did not provoke him, or otherwise Sumu would certainly cause them some trouble. In terms of strength, being able to serve as the minister of a cosmic nation's branch meant they must be marquee-level immortals. Although their power was not weak, Sumu did not take them seriously at all. Even if all 3 attacked together, they might not be a match for Sumu. He hoped the 3 branch ministers of the Huangman Cosmic Nation would know their place. Of course, those 3 branch ministers were certainly not fools. Unless they lost their minds, they would not come to provoke Sumu for no reason. Babata, has the Yunmo Star been repaired? Sumu asked. It has been repaired long ago, Babata said with a smile. Master, with so much money, why worry about not being able to repair the Yunmo Star? Sumu only focused on his own cultivation. As for repairing the Yunmo Star and cultivating the Yun vine, he left all those matters to Babata, and he did not bother with them. Whatever amount of money was needed, Babata could withdraw it himself. However, before each expenditure, Babata would always explain it to Sumu. The Virtual Universe Company is quite far from the Huangman Cosmic Nation. Even if the Yunmo Star can accelerate to 60 times the speed of light in the Dark Universe, it would take 1 year and 7 months to reach the Huangman Cosmic Nation. After meticulous calculations, Babata gave Sumu the answer. By the way, are you really not planning to bring the guards along to the Huangman Cosmic Nation? Your guards include a marquee-level immortal. No need, I will go to the Huangman Cosmic Nation alone. Sumu shook his head. Bringing those guards would only be a burden. If he really encountered an ambush by alien races, he could rely on his 5-colored void ancient serpent incarnation to use teleportation and escape. If he brought the guards and encountered danger, would Sumu take care of them or not? If he took care of them, it might delay his own escape. If he didn't, after all, they were his own guards, and his conscience would not allow it. Therefore Sumu thought it over and decided not to bring them traveling alone. Being alone made everything convenient. More importantly, Sumu had immense confidence in his own strength. Even if a king-level immortal came to kill him, he could ensure his own survival, or otherwise Sumu would not dare to take such risks. A spaceship left the Primordial Secret Realm and entered the Dark Universe. No! One has left the primordial secret realm heading for the Huangman Cosmic Nation. Let the most talented human in history die in the Huangman Cosmic Nation. Leaving the primordial secret realm so soon is simply seeking death. The insect race, machine race, and demon race joined forces, setting up a massive killing formation in the Huangman Cosmic Nation, waiting for Sumu to walk into the trap. Inside the Yunmo Star. Haha. The fools of the alien races never imagined that you master did not go to the Huangman Cosmic Nation at all, but are heading to the Ayagusi Cosmic Nation. Babata roared with laughter. Let the fools of the alien races wait. Kuei could not help but say, Master has truly fooled everyone. That's right, Sumu did not go to the Huangman Cosmic Nation at all, but was heading to the Ayagusi Cosmic Nation. The Ayagusi Cosmic Nation was also one of the extremely ancient and powerful cosmic nations, even more ancient than the Huangman Cosmic Nation. Among them there was an Ayagusi star which, like the Huangshen star and Manka star, was a single planet comparable to an entire cosmic nation. In the Cosmic Genius battle there was a pair of siblings, Zhang and Qian Shui, who came from the Ayagusi star. Sumu's mind was not flawed, so he naturally would not foolishly run to the Huangman Cosmic Nation to die. Although he had many treasures and various life-saving measures, the probability of the alien races killing him was less than 1 in 10. But one must guard against the unexpected. If the insect race, machine race, and demon race were determined, and sent a king-level immortal carrying a heavy treasure to kill him, Sumu's chances of survival would be extremely low. Sumu had no need to take risks in the Huangman Cosmic Nation. After all, in the vast universe there were plenty of mysterious planets. He did not have to go to Huangshen star and Manka star, going to Ayagusi star was the same. As for whether the Virtual Universe Company would punish him for not going to the Huangman Cosmic Nation, Sumu did not care at all. The Virtual Universe Company could punish him however they wanted. It would just be not giving him missions or letting him earn points. What else could they do? Not going to the Huangman Cosmic Nation to serve as Inspector Envoy was a trivial matter for the Virtual Universe Company. Given Sumu's status in the Virtual Universe Company comparable to a king-level immortal, he had such a small privilege. The Ayagusi Cosmic Nation was not too far from the primordial secret realm. The Yunmo Star only needed to travel through the Dark Universe for 9 months to arrive. In the Virtual Universe, Sumu met the siblings Zhang and Qian Shui. Sumu, didn't you go to the Huangman Cosmic Nation? Zhang was astonished. You want to go to our Ayagusi star? Sumu nodded and did not hide it. In the Huangman Cosmic Nation, the alien races have surely set up an inescapable net to kill me. I am not going to die, so I deceived them. Actually, I am going to your Ayagusi star to have a look. Qian Shui could not help but say, Sumu, you are so cunning. Sumu rolled his eyes. This is called wisdom, not cunning. Qian Shui covered her mouth and laughed, then asked, Sumu, by telling us this, do you want us to help you with something? Zhang and Qian Shui were also smart people. Sumu telling them this secret clearly meant he had a request for them. Yes. Sumu stated his purpose directly. Your Ayagusi star is inaccessible to outsiders, so I want to ask for your help to let me enter quietly without attracting too much attention. With Sumu's identity, as long as he went to the Ayagusi star and revealed his background, it would naturally not be difficult to enter. But wouldn't that be a wasted trip to the Ayagusi star? Might as well go directly to the Huangman Cosmic Nation. His main goal was to act in secret. He did not want too many people to know his whereabouts. Therefore he had to seek help from Zhang and Qian Shui, whose status on the Ayagusi star was similar to that of Uka on Manka star, and they could assist him. Zhang and Qian Shui exchanged a glance. Qian Shui said, Sumu, aren't you afraid we'll reveal your whereabouts? Sumu replied, Since I came to you, I naturally trust you. In the original story, Sumu had never heard of these two having any issues with the Augustus planet. Well, I'll go find my mother regarding this matter. Qian Shui said, Brother, keep Sumu company for a while. I'll be back shortly. Qian Shui left the room and no one knew where she went. Sumu inquired, Zhang, may I ask who your mother is? Zhang replied unhurriedly, Kei Wang. Sumu had never heard of Kei Wang. He was about to ask Babata to look it up when Kuei exclaimed in shock, It's actually Kei Wang. Is Kei Wang very powerful? Babata asked hastily. Kuei said gravely, very powerful. When my master Yunmo Wang had just become a king, Kei Wang was already a renowned king-level powerhouse across the universe with a fearsome reputation on the outer battlefield. I never expected that after all these years, she still hasn't become a cosmic venerable. Kuei sighed with emotion, illustrating just how difficult it is to become a cosmic venerable. For instance, Luo Feng's master Hunyuan Wang, whose era predates even Kei Wang's, still hasn't become a cosmic venerable. Of course, this also highlights a point from another angle. The talents of Kei Wang and Hunyuan Wang fall short of those truly top-tier geniuses. That slight gap in the stage from peerless king to cosmic venerable is enough to keep someone stuck for tens of millions of epochs without breakthrough. Those with true talent would have broken through in just over 100,000 epochs. Beyond that time, the longer it drags, the weaker the talent and the smaller the chance of breakthrough. In the original story, that was exactly the case with Jinyan Wang. Had Luo Feng not obtained the Beast God inheritance token for him, and given him another few 100,000 epochs, he might never have become a cosmic venerable. This Kei Wang presumably is much like Jinyan Wang. Both are immensely famous peerless king-level immortals comparable to cosmic venerables, yet their actual chances of breaking through to cosmic venerable are negligible. All they can do is grind away over endless ages. So it's Kei Wang. I've long admired your name. Though Sumu had no idea who Kei Wang was, that didn't stop him from flattering her. After all, he needed a favor from her, so it was only right to say a few kind words. Jiang Imo looked at Sumu with suspicion. Had you really heard of my mother's name? Kei Wang, like Jinyan Wang, was an ancient figure who had not emerged for countless years. Very few among the new generation knew of them. I'm honored that the most talented person of our human race knows my name. A dignified voice came through as the door opened. A beautiful tall woman with slightly wavy green hair and green secret patterns on her face walked in with Chen Shui. The beautiful woman bore a strong resemblance to Chen Shui but was more mature and elegant. Kei Wang. Knowing this was undoubtedly Kei Wang, Sumu immediately stood up to pay his respects. A peerless king-level existence naturally deserved his respect. Even before her, Sumu's chances of survival were slim. Sit down. Kei Wang smiled slightly. Sumu, I've long wanted to meet you. Sumu replied with neither humility nor arrogance. I'm flattered by your attention, Kei Wang. Haha, Sumu, you don't need to be so formal. It's not just me, many cosmic venerables, and even cosmic overlords wish to meet you. Kei Wang said with a smile. What she meant by meet Sumu was of course in reality not in the virtual universe. They all wanted to see what kind of person Sumu was, and how he could possess such extraordinary talent. Deep down, Kei Wang was also immensely envious of Sumu's talent. If she had Sumu's talent, she would have become a cosmic venerable long ago, or even a cosmic overlord. I heard from Chen Shui that you want to go to the Augustus planet. Kei Wang asked. Yes. Sumu did not conceal his purpose. I've heard that amidst the vast universe there are many mysterious planets, and the Augustus planet is one of them. I wish to see it for myself. Kei Wang saw through him. You don't just want to see it. You want to know the secrets of the Augustus planet, don't you? Just to have a look. Sumu didn't deny it. If I can gain some benefit from it, so much the better. Kei Wang was taken aback, surprised that Sumu was so honest, speaking his mind outright. Sumu didn't see it as a big deal, so there was nothing to hide. If he claimed he didn't want the secret of the Augustus planet, no one would believe him. You are quite honest. Kei Wang said slowly. I can allow you to enter the Augustus planet. Given Kei Wang's status on the Augustus planet, though not the highest, she was definitely among the top 10 or even the top 5. A figure of such caliber could easily let Sumu enter the Augustus planet without anyone noticing. In fact, the Augustus planet is also a cosmic secret realm. Kei Wang said. A cosmic secret realm. Sumu looked at her with confusion. Kei Wang continued. All the mysterious planets in the vast universe are actually cosmic secret realms. How else could they be so miraculous? The Augustus planet naturally has its secrets, but as for the specific secrets and benefits, I only know a fraction. Kei Wang said. Only the cosmic venerables of our clan can know the true secrets. The Augustus planet undoubtedly had cosmic venerables, that was beyond doubt, and possibly even cosmic overlords. As for cosmic lords, it was safe to say there were none. Then I'll trouble you, Kei Wang. Sumu stood up to bow. Kei Wang waved her hand. Don't thank me yet. I'm not helping you for free. Name your terms. Sumu said. As long as Kei Wang's request was not excessive, he could agree. My request is very simple. A strange smile appeared on Kei Wang's face. If you agree, I can go to the sacred lord of my clan and beg for the greatest secret of our clan to be shown to you. A secret even I don't know. Sumu was stunned. What kind of request could it be that Kei Wang would go so far as to beg the sacred lord of the Augustus planet for him? Judging by her expression, the sacred lord would even agree. Kei Wang spoke slowly. I hope you will start a romantic relationship with Chen Shui. Ha! Sumu was dumbfounded, never expecting this request. Chen Shui blushed and glanced at Sumu. How about it? This request is very simple, isn't it? Kei Wang said calmly. I don't ask you to marry Chen Shui just to date. If you two are compatible in the future, you can stay together. If not, you can part ways. I will never hold a grudge against you. Sumu never anticipated that Kei King would make such a request. This request was in fact exceedingly simple. Sumu merely needed to feign agreement, first acquire the secrets of the Augustus planet, and then find a convenient excuse to break up with Chen Shui. Kei King had stated she would not trouble him, and it was unlikely she would lie. Of course, even if she did, Sumu was unconcerned. Would she dare to kill him openly? And even if Kei King were audacious enough to kill him, Sumu could simply flee far away, making it impossible for her to find him. Once he became strong enough to reappear, Kei King would be powerless against him. Well, have you made up your mind? Kei King gazed at Sumu. His potential was beyond doubt. Moreover, unlike Luo Feng, who was married with children, Sumu was single. Thus many factions were eager to send women to Sumu, but he had always remained in the primordial secret realm, never interacting with strangers, so most had no opportunity to offer him anything. Now that Sumu sought the Augustus planet's secrets, Kei King devised this plan. Before arriving, she had also consulted Chen Shui, ensuring her words were not frivolous. Chen Shui had no objection to this, or in fact, she was quite willing, otherwise Kei King would not have made such a request. Even so, Kei King did not demand that Sumu marry Chen Shui outright, but merely suggested a romantic relationship. Stay together if compatible, part ways if not. This was a gesture of utmost respect, containing no coercion whatsoever. If Sumu agreed, Kei King would help him obtain the secrets of the Augustus planet. If he refused, she would at most take him to see the planet. As for the Augustus planet's secrets, he could forget about them. Seeing Sumu still hesitant, Kei King pressed on. The secret of my Augustus planet is related to the Universe Master, and it is of the soul type. At this, Sumu's interest finally stirred. In truth, the Universe Master's secret did not concern him much, for he already possessed the legacy of the Infernal Lord and the ancient civilization's inheritance. The only issue was that both the Infernal Lord's legacy and the ancient civilization's inheritance followed the path of the martial artist. Yet Sumu had always been pursuing the path of soul cultivation. For Sumu deeply understood the importance of the soul. In the story of Snow Eagle, Lord Dongbua Shuiying became a Chaos Lord through his soul, the first and only one in the Chaos space. Thus Sumu steadfastly walked this path. Alright, I agree. Sumu nodded firmly. After all, it was just a romantic relationship. He would not lose anything, and in exchange he could gain the secrets of the Augustus planet. It was a tremendous bargain. Kei King's eyes turned solemn. Sumu, do not deceive me. If you and Chen Shui are truly incompatible, I will not force you to stay together. But if you resort to trickery, I will not let you off lightly. Sumu said calmly. Naturally, I will not. Though he chose to date Chen Shui for the sake of benefit, Sumu was not so despicable as to deceive her feelings. He would still treat the relationship sincerely. As for the outcome, that would depend on fate. I trust you will not do that. Kei King gave Sumu a deep look. I will go seek my clan's holy lord. If I fail, you need not hold yourself to the promise. In essence, this was a transaction. Sumu would date Chen Shui in exchange for the secrets of the Augustus planet. If Kei King failed to persuade the holy lord of her clan, and the lord was unwilling to share the secret with Sumu, the deal would naturally be void. After Kei King left, Chen Shui smiled bitterly, and said, Sumu, you don't have to take this to heart. She was also helpless, never expecting her mother to make such a request. Before coming, Kei King had indeed asked about Chen Shui's feelings towards Sumu, and Chen Shui honestly admitted that she had a favorable impression of him. Having a favorable impression was only natural. Sumu was so outstanding. Many of the female contestants in the Cosmic Genius battle held him in high regard, and some bold and passionate ones had even confessed to him, though he declined. Chen Shui never imagined her mother would propose this. Chen Shui, don't worry. Sumu will keep my word. Sumu smiled and comforted Chen Shui. In reality, Su Ming and Fu Wan had repeatedly hinted both explicitly and implicitly that Sumu should marry and have children. However, Sumu's status in the Su family was too lofty. Aside from Su Ming, no one dared to speak much in his presence, and even Fu Wan only hinted, never daring to say it outright, for she was not his biological mother. The Su family now had many members, but none were Sumu's descendants. All were the offspring of Su Ming and Fu Wan. Sumu had indeed considered this issue. He had taken over the original body's identity. It was only right to leave behind some descendants. If he were to fall halfway, would the original bloodline be severed? However, having cultivated to his current level, the original bloodline had long since transformed. The deepest layers of genes had changed countless times. Saying he was preserving the original bloodline was merely a form of self-comfort. His current physical bloodline and soul were vastly different from the originals, but in everyone's perception, he was still that Sumu from Earth. Leaving a bloodline for them was only natural. The reason Sumu pondered this was that the higher his cultivation level, the lower the chance of having children. While he was still only at the domain lord level, he could still do something. Once he became an immortal, even after a trillion eras, he might not be able to father a single child. Kei King, as a king-level immortal, had managed to have 2 children, a result of both hard work and a great deal of luck. In the virtual universe, within a magnificent colossal palace, Kei King stepped inside, and atop the palace sat 3 enormous figures. Flanking them were 9 more figures standing. The first seat on the left was empty. All of them had green hair and green mystic patterns on their faces. They were all Augustus clan members of the Augustus planet. The three at the top were the strongest of the Augustus planet, one universe overlord and two universe venerables. The 9 below along with Keiwe King were king-level immortals of the Augustus planet. The Augustus planet boasted formidable strength, as it belonged to one of humanity's oldest and most powerful cosmic nations with naturally profound foundations. Keiwe King, why have you summoned us? The Augustus Holy Lord at the top spoke. He was the founder of the Augustus cosmic nation and its strongest being. This was the grandest assembly on the Aegusi planet, convened only for matters of utmost importance. All eyes were fixed upon Keiwe Wang, wondering what critical affair she had to announce. Shengzhu and the two Zuns. Keiwe Wang first paid her respects, then spoke directly. I summoned you all because of one person. Who? Su Mu. Him. What does he have to do with this? The high-ranking powerhouses of Aegusi planet were perplexed. They had all heard of Su Mu's name, but what connection did he have with this matter? Moreover, even if it were Su Mu, did he truly warrant a full assembly of the planet's elite? It was true that Su Mu possessed exceptional talent and held a high position within the virtual universe company, but his personal strength was still far too weak to merit the attention of a universe venerable or a universe overlord. After allowing the crowd to express their confusion briefly, Keiwe Wang continued. I wish to petition for him to be granted access to the greatest secret of Aegusi, to have it open to him. What? Keiwe Wang, do you realize what you're saying? That's impossible. The moment she spoke, she was met with fierce opposition from the Feng Wang Buxiu. The greatest secret of Aegusi planet was known only to the Zuns and the Shangzhu. Even the Feng Wang Buxiu, who were themselves immensely powerful, had only a superficial understanding and minimal contact with it. Why should an outsider like Su Mu be worthy of such privilege? Even if Su Mu was a genius of a trillion eras, so what? He was not of their own blood. If Su Mu were a member of the Aegusi clan, they would still have to deliberate carefully, let alone the fact that he was an outsider. Keiwe Wang ignored the protests of the Feng Wang Buxiu and fixed her gaze upon the three true rulers of Aegusi planet. More precisely, she looked at the Shangzhu. Once the Shangzhu gave the word, no one else would dare oppose. Keiwe Wang, you should understand the importance of our clan's secret. The Aegusi Shangzhu spoke, clearly reluctant to agree, but he did not refuse outright. Give me a reason to convince me. Keiwe Wang had been waiting for this. She said, Su Mu and my daughter Qian Shui share deep feelings. It would not be an exaggeration to say he is half a member of the Aegusi planet. Keiwe Wang was blatantly lying. In truth, Su Mu and Qian Shui had no relationship yet. Is that so? Not bad, Qian Shui. To have snagged a genius like Su Mu. A chorus of laughter arose among the Feng Wang Buxiu, filling the air with a jovial atmosphere. The Aegusi Shengzhu said, that is not enough. Even if Su Mu were considered half a member of the Aegusi clan, or even a full member, the Shengzhu would still have to think carefully. After all, the secret of Aegusi planet was of immense significance. How could it be granted so easily? Only Su Mu has the chance to fully comprehend the secret of our Aegusi planet. Keiwe Wang said respectfully. If Su Mu comprehends it, it will bring tremendous benefits to our entire Aegusi planet. Keiwe Wang, what do you mean? One Feng Wang Buxiu roared. Are you questioning the Shangzhu? Keiwe Wang replied. I dare not question the Shangzhu. However, the Shangzhu had spent countless years trying to comprehend the secret of Aegusi planet without success. Clearly, it was no easy task. Even if he had another trillion years, he would not grasp it. It was like the beast god legacy of the ancestral god religion, which lay open for all to see. Countless highly talented beings from across the vast universe had attempted to comprehend it, yet how many had truly succeeded? The Shangzhu's talent had reached its limits. Perhaps after countless more years, he could take another step and reach the realm of a top-tier universe overlord. But before the primordial universe was destroyed, the hope of becoming a universe master remained exceedingly slim. Su Mu, though still weak in strength, possessed extraordinary talent. He might have the hope of penetrating the secret of Aegusi planet. Once Su Mu comprehended it, he could in turn help the Aegusi Shengzhu. A boon even for the Shengzhu. Keiwe Wang, you seem to have great confidence in Su Mu. The Aegusi Shengzhu's voice was devoid of emotion. Su Mu can be considered the most talented being of our human race, perhaps even of the entire vast universe. To lend him a helping hand, to offer coal in the snow. I believe it is necessary. Keiwe Wang said. Keiwe Wang, can you guarantee that Su Mu will not fall halfway? The Zuns on the right of the Shangzhu spoke. No matter how talented he is still too weak. If he could become a universe venerable, we would not mind lending him a hand. By then it would be too late. Keiwe Wang shook her head. With Su Mu's talent, not to mention becoming a universe venerable, if he merely becomes a Feng Wang Buxiu, he will definitely obtain a beast god legacy token. Then he would no longer need the help of our Aegusi planet. Of course, I do not deny the possibility that Su Mu may fall halfway, but this is akin to an investment. We must bear some risk. Risk and reward go hand in hand. In truth, we are not taking on much risk. If Sumu can comprehend the secret of our Ayagusi planet, it proves our choice was correct. He will remember our help, and as long as he does not fall he will repay us. If he cannot comprehend our secret, then we lose nothing at all. No matter how you calculate it, we will not be at a disadvantage. The assembled powerhouses fell into thought. What Kei Wang said was indeed true. If Sumu did not fall halfway, the Ayagusi planet would surely profit. If Sumu did fall halfway, the Ayagusi planet would lose nothing. The only consequence would be that Sumu had learned of their secret. So what? Everyone knew that the Ayagusi planet possessed a secret. Some universe venerables had even paid a great price for a single chance to study it. At worst, they would not earn Sumu's payment. It would be as if they had invested it in him. All eyes turned to the Ayagusi Shangju. The final decision rested with him. The others were merely listeners. They could decide minor matters, but major ones were never left to them. This matter concerned the ultimate secret of the Ayagusi planet. It was certainly not trivial. After a moment of silence, the Ayagusi Shangju said, "Let Sumu come. Kei Wang, you will be responsible for receiving him." "Thank you, Shangju." Kei Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had been confident in persuading the Shangju, she could not be certain until he had truly agreed. Now she had fulfilled her obligations to both Sumu and Chen Shui. The reason Kei Wang had done this was not only for her daughter's sake, but also because she had immense faith in Sumu. Many people were optimistic about Sumu, but not a few believed he was already being targeted by alien races and had a high chance of falling midway. Kei Wang, however, believed that someone like Sumu would never fall. Thus she invested heavily in him, encouraging her daughter to form a romantic relationship with him, to bind him to the Ayagusi clan. Sumu did not wait long before Kei King returned. Sumu looked at Kei King, who smiled and said, "The Sacred Lord has agreed." He actually agreed. Sumu was rather astonished. He had held little hope that the Augustus planet would consent to this matter, for it was the planet's greatest secret. Even though his talent and potential were immense, the Augustus planet might not regard him with such high importance. In truth, Sumu underestimated himself. Everyone believed that as long as Sumu did not fall, his ascension to Universe Venerable was a foregone conclusion. Those who doubted Sumu did so not because of his talent, but because they feared he might be slain by alien races. The Augustus Sacred Lord agreed because his thoughts were similar to Kei King's. He believed Sumu would not perish and would continue to grow, thus he was willing to invest in Sumu. Kei King's words merely guided the Augustus Sacred Lord. They could not alter his resolve. "Thank you, Kei King." Sumu bowed. "I hope one day you will call me mother-in-law," said Kei King. Her own hopes of becoming a Universe Venerable were slim, but she did not mind having a son-in-law of that level. Sumu smiled. If he got along well with Chen Shui, he would naturally not mind calling Kei King mother-in-law. "All right, take the spaceship to the Augustus planet. I shall take my leave." Kei King departed directly. "Sumu, little sister, I'll be going too." Jiang Imo chuckled and left the virtual universe. Sumu and Chen Shui remained where they were. The two, not yet familiar with each other, were about to start a romantic relationship, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Sumu's mind stirred, and he asked, "Chen Shui, how is your cultivation progressing?" "I am currently in the Tiandi secret realm." Chen Shui was not particularly shy. With Sumu's question, she began to speak slowly. Cultivation was the best entry point for the two. In the last qualification battle, Sumu remained in the original secret realm. Luo Feng ascended to the original secret realm. Bolin dropped to the Taichu secret realm. Rong Jun stayed in the Taichu secret realm, and the other newcomers from the Taichu secret realm were all eliminated to the Tiandi secret realm. Among them was Chen Shui. The two chatted casually in the virtual universe, while Sumu's Yunmo Star continued its journey toward the Augustus planet. 9 months later, the Yunmo Star exited the dark universe, and Sumu saw a massive celestial body. This celestial body was shrouded in a hazy radiance, appearing infinitely mysterious and wondrous, clearly bearing an extraordinary power. The moment the Yunmo Star appeared in the primordial universe, the surrounding void rippled slightly, and Kei King materialized beside the ship. With her strength, teleportation was naturally within her capabilities. Kei King. Sumu stepped out of the Yunmo Star. Kei King smiled. "Welcome to the Augustus planet." Kei King treated Sumu warmly because she had heard from Chen Shui that Sumu and Chen Shui were getting along well, and Sumu had taught Chen Shui many things. This showed that Sumu was earnest in his promises and not perfunctory. "Let's go." A layer of power enveloped Sumu, and Kei King teleported him into the Augustus planet. "Our Sacred Lord wishes to see you." Sumu's expression turned solemn. The Augustus Sacred Lord was a universe overlord, and he needed to treat him with due respect. Although Sumu was confident he would surpass a universe overlord in the future, at present he was no match for the Augustus Sacred Lord. A single glance from the latter could annihilate him, and his clones and treasures would be of no avail. The gap was far too vast. Kei King led Sumu into a grand palace where he saw a man with long green hair and green secret patterns on his face. The man clad in golden battle armor turned around and met Sumu's gaze. Boom! Sumu instantly felt as if a colossal sun trailing a long tail of flame had slammed violently into his soul. Sumu's soul remained immovable, unaffected. Not bad. The Augustus Sacred Lord spoke and all illusions vanished. It seems my decision was not wrong. Looking at Sumu, the Augustus Sacred Lord thought to himself. Though he had only glanced at Sumu, that single glance would have caused even a typical Marquis Immortal's soul to tremble, yet Sumu showed no sign of disturbance. This indicated that Sumu's soul essence was extraordinarily powerful, already comparable to a Marquis Immortal. And yet Sumu's cultivation realm was merely that of a domain lord. How strong would he become if he broke through to the realm lord level or even to immortality? Of course, given his talent, the difficulty of achieving immortality was immense, but once he did, he would likely become a king-level immortal directly. A formidable figure among immortals. Greetings, Augustus Sacred Lord. Sumu bowed respectfully. One must show sufficient respect to a universe overlord, especially one willing to bestow benefits. Follow me, said the Augustus Sacred Lord. The space shifted, and in the next instant Sumu appeared in a strange space. Here all was dark with faint green lights dotting the darkness. Sumu looked and saw that the green lights were actually suspended secret patterns. These patterns were not too large, each about the size of a table, floating in the darkness, exuding a mysterious and unfathomable might. More importantly, Sumu perceived something within these green patterns. They contained the green secret patterns on the faces of the Augustus clansmen. From them Sumu could see the patterns on the Augustus Sacred Lord's face, on Keiwe King's face, and on Chenshui's face. It seemed as if these green patterns were the mother of the Augustus clan, giving birth to them and bestowing upon each a unique talent. This is the greatest secret of our Augustus planet. I call it the Augustus secret pattern, containing infinite mystical power, yet none of the Augustus clan has ever been able to fully comprehend it. The Augustus Sacred Lord shook his head and sighed. Even Chaos City Lord and Giant Axe Founder came to observe it, but they could not fully comprehend it either. The secret of the Augustus planet naturally could not be hidden from Giant Axe Founder and the Human Universe Masters, but even they could not fully decipher the Augustus secret pattern. However, Giant Axe Founder said that the Augustus secret pattern greatly benefits the soul. The Augustus Sacred Lord continued. When I meditate on it, I also find that the pattern is highly beneficial to the soul, and our Augustus clan is more suited to the path of spiritual masters. Sumu did not reply to the Augustus Sacred Lord's words. The moment he saw the Augustus secret pattern, the green pattern imprinted itself into his soul, as if etching a luminous shimmering mark upon it. Observing that Sumu was captivated by the Ayagusi mystic patterns, the Ayagusi Holy Lord fell silent, merely watching him quietly. Sumu hadn't anticipated that upon glimpsing the Ayagusi mystic patterns, they would be directly absorbed by the golden light cluster within his mind. Instantly, he felt countless ineffable forces merging into his soul. These ineffable forces carried no words, yet the moment Sumu perceived them, he sensed his soul growing mightier. The longer he gazed at the Ayagusi mystic patterns, the more his soul continuously strengthened. Such miraculous patterns! Sumu marveled inwardly. The fact that the Ayagusi planet, a single celestial body, surpassed an entire cosmic nation was hardly an exaggeration. Thank you, Holy Lord! Sumu snapped out of his reverie and bowed to the Ayagusi Holy Lord. Any discoveries? The Holy Lord inquired. Quite extraordinary. Sumu hesitated for a moment, then said, It seems capable of enhancing the soul's essence. The Ayagusi Holy Lord was startled inwardly. Enhancing the soul's essence. How could he not know? Indeed, even the Ayagusi clan was unaware that the Ayagusi mystic patterns possessed the power to amplify the soul's essence. Even the Ayagusi Holy Lord, who had contemplated the patterns for countless years, only knew they aided in soul cultivation, not that they could strengthen the soul's essence itself. What the Ayagusi clan enhanced was merely their spiritual willpower. The soul's essence was fixed from birth and could not be augmented through cultivation. How does it enhance? The Ayagusi Holy Lord asked urgently. If his soul's essence could transform and grow stronger, he might have a chance to become a universe master. I don't know. Sumu shook his head. You don't know? The Holy Lord frowned, deeply staring at Sumu, suspecting he might be lying. Sumu met his gaze. He was not lying. He only knew that upon seeing the Ayagusi mystic patterns, his soul's essence steadily strengthened, but how it happened remained a mystery. Perhaps it was a matter of talent. I only took one look and I felt my soul growing stronger, but I don't understand the mechanism. Sumu gave a wry smile and explained. If he had known, he would have gladly shared it with the Ayagusi Holy Lord, for the Ayagusi mystic patterns were the sacred treasure of the Ayagusi planet, and allowing him to contemplate them was already a great kindness. Sumu had no intention of concealing anything. But since there was no fixed cultivation method, Sumu couldn't articulate it. Such profound mysteries could only be comprehended intuitively, not conveyed in words. The Aogusi Holy Lord studied Sumu for a few moments, sensing that he seemed to be telling the truth. Of course, even if he believed Sumu was lying, he could do nothing about it. After all, Sumu was the most brilliant prodigy of the Virtual Universe Company, the most gifted among all humanity, and the personal disciple of the Chaos City Lord. With such a confluence of identities, the Aogusi Holy Lord could not possibly kill Sumu over a mere suspicion. Of course, if Sumu truly possessed a method to alter the soul's essence capable of helping him break through to Universe Master, then he would be willing to betray humanity to extract that method. But for a mere unfounded possibility, the Aogusi Holy Lord dared not betray humanity. If he did and failed to gain sufficient benefits, humanity would surely kill him, an utterly worthless outcome. He was not a Universe Master. Facing the high-level powerhouses of humanity, he would only meet his death. Those who betrayed humanity and survived were only existences at the level of the Yen Emperor. Even the Yen Emperor dared not flee to the Cosmic Sea, for if he did, someone would surely slay him there. Alas, the Aogusi Holy Lord sighed, inwardly extinguishing the flicker of malice that had arisen. With insufficient temptation, he ultimately dared not make a move against Sumu. "Have you seen enough?" the Aogusi Holy Lord asked. "Enough," Sumu nodded. A single glance that imprinted the Aogusi mystic patterns into his soul was sufficient for him. With a thought, the Aogusi Holy Lord transported Sumu back to the Grand Hall. Keiwe King takes Sumu to tour the Aogusi planet. The Aogusi Holy Lord instructed Keiwe King. Naturally, he could not entertain Sumu indefinitely. Showing him the Aogusi mystic patterns was enough, and the rest of the reception duties could be left to Keiwe King. "As you command, Holy Lord," Keiwe King replied with utmost respect. After the Aogusi Holy Lord departed, Keiwe King smiled and said, "Sumu, if Chenshui were on the Aogusi planet, she would take you around for fun, but she'll probably be staying in the Virtual Universe Company for 1,000 years. Ordinary universe-level practitioners would spend hundreds to thousands of years in the Virtual Universe Company, leaving only after a millennium of training. After all, training missions within the Virtual Universe Company were extremely rare, and earning credits became difficult once one left. Not everyone like Sumu and Luo Feng dared to undertake desperate-level missions and reap enormous rewards. Sumu had no interest in wandering the Aogusi planet. "Keiwe King, please arrange a safe place for me." "All right." Keiwe King agreed. "I'll take you to my palace." In Keiwe King's palace, Sumu connected to the virtual universe. "Sumu, how was your visit to the Aogusi planet?" Chenshui asked with a smile. The two got along well. Sumu glanced at her and chuckled. "Chenshui, come sit across from me." Chenshui was puzzled, but she complied. Sumu reached out and touched the green mystic patterns on her face. Chenshui grew even more confused, unsure of what he intended. Since they were in a relationship, some intimate gestures were natural, so Chenshui didn't overthink it. She was merely curious about what Sumu meant by caressing her Aogusi mystic patterns after seeing the original ones. "The mystic patterns on you Aogusi clan members are all incomplete," Sumu said after careful observation. He had only seen the patterns on the Aogusi Holy Lord and Keiwe King before, but he couldn't scrutinize them freely, so he had to examine Chenshui up close. "If I could complete them," Sumu murmured to himself. A sudden idea struck him. What if he filled in the missing parts of Chenshui's Aogusi mystic patterns? Would something miraculous happen? The moment the thought occurred, he couldn't contain himself. "Chenshui, I'll come to the primordial secret realm to see you." "Ha!" Chenshui was dumbfounded. "Your mind leaps too quickly. I can't keep up. You've already broken through to Domain Lord level, and left the original secret realm, so you can't come back to the primordial secret realm, right?" Chenshui said, "The Virtual Universe Company won't allow you to return. If you want to see me, I'll break through to Domain Lord and come out to meet you." "No need. I can come." Sumu tapped his finger, simulating the Aogusi mystic patterns. "Take a look at this first." August secret marks. Yuanzu appeared behind Sumu, his gaze fixed on the August secret marks. The August planet was born only after Yuanzu was suppressed by the will of the primordial universe's source, so Yuanzu had never seen the August secret marks before, but that did not prevent the virtual universe from simulating them. With the might of the virtual universe, there were few things in the primordial universe that could not be simulated. Even the fundamental laws could be simulated. What could possibly defy the virtual universe? "No, there's a problem." Sumu looked at the simulated August secret marks, frowning. "What's the problem?" Chenshui couldn't tell. Yuanzu also looked at the August secret marks, not knowing what was wrong. "It's nothing." Sumu was surprised but didn't say much. How could he tell Chenshui that the virtual universe could not fully simulate the August secret marks? This would be a huge blow to the authority of the virtual universe. Moreover, Sumu needed to discuss this matter thoroughly with Yuanzu. "Wait for me to come to the heavenly mystery realm to find you," Sumu said to Chenshui, waving his hand to disperse the just simulated August secret marks. "Chenshui, forget this August secret marks. Since it was incomplete, it naturally had to be forgotten, or otherwise following an incomplete comprehension might lead one astray, possibly affecting one's entire life. Su Mu didn't want to cause any problems for Chen Shui because of his own reasons. Chen Shui listened obediently, still quite convinced by Su Mu's words. During their time together, Su Mu had taught her many things, greatly boosting her strength. After watching Chen Shui leave, Su Mu was about to contact Yuanzu when Yuanzu spoke. Su Mu, you said there's a problem. What is the problem? Master. Su Mu stood up and bowed before saying, Master, I discovered that the virtual universe cannot fully simulate the August secret marks. This was a challenge to Yuanzu's power, but Su Mu still said perhaps it could help Yuanzu break free from the suppression of the primordial universe's source will. Oh, can't fully simulate. Yuanzu was not angry about such a small matter, but was curious, what part cannot be simulated? The very core of the August secret marks. Su Mu said solemnly, it is the core of the secret marks that changes the essence of the soul. Su Mu didn't know what that power was, but it was indeed not simulated by the virtual universe. And precisely because it wasn't simulated, Su Mu also didn't know what exactly it was. With his current strength, he couldn't explain it clearly. The primordial universe has many secrets, so it's normal that they cannot be simulated by the virtual universe. Yuanzu couldn't possibly know all the secrets of the primordial universe, otherwise he wouldn't have been suppressed by the primordial universe's source will. Since he was suppressed, it meant he still had many shortcomings. Once I thoroughly comprehend the August secret marks, perhaps I will be able to simulate them in the virtual universe. Su Mu knew that the August secret marks were definitely not just a universe master-level secret. Even the giant axe founder couldn't see through them, and the primordial universe couldn't simulate them. It was absolutely a huge secret. Su Mu left the virtual universe and found Kei-Wei Wang. Kei-Wei Wang, I'm leaving. I'm going to the heavenly mystery realm. You're going to the heavenly mystery realm. Not staying to see more of the August planet. Kei-Wei Wang smiled. You came only for the August secret marks, right? Su Mu chuckled. He had indeed come only for the August secret marks. Otherwise, what was the point of just visiting the August planet? The primordial secret realm was far more mysterious and vast than the August planet. If he wanted to see scenery, he wouldn't come to the August planet. If you want to go to the heavenly mystery realm, it will probably take a long time. Even traveling at 50 times the speed of light in the dark universe, it will take nearly 3 years. Kei-Wei Wang said, I'll take you there. I have a divine kingdom coordinate there, and my spaceship should be faster than yours. It will only take 2 months to arrive. Then I'll trouble you, Kei-Wei Wang. Su Mu said, You're going to help my daughter, no need for such polite words. Kei-Wei Wang smiled. She roughly knew why Su Mu was going to the heavenly mystery realm. It should be related to her daughter Chen Shui, and the August secret marks. They smiled knowingly, understanding that there was no need to let others on the August planet know about these matters, as it might cause unnecessary trouble. 3 months later, Su Mu arrived at the heavenly mystery realm. Originally, Su Mu would have had to find a way to enter the heavenly mystery realm himself, but since Kei-Wei Wang was there, he didn't need to use his own connections. Kei-Wei Wang was also a powerhouse of the virtual universe company, so entering the heavenly mystery realm was no issue for her. Heavenly mystery realm. Within a vast manor, members of the heavenly mystery realm didn't have much space in the virtual universe, but they had plenty of space in reality. Su Mu, mother, Chen Shui and Zhang Yunmo welcomed them outside the manor and led them inside. The four sat and chatted for a while, then Zhang Yunmo and Kei-Wei Wang each found excuses to leave, leaving only Su Mu and Chen Shui. We haven't seen each other much in reality, have we? Su Mu smiled. He felt a kind of online romance, but it was different from the online romance of his past life, because here there was the virtual universe which made it closer than before, not to the point of being a catfish. In reality, this is our first time speaking. Chen Shui also smiled. Although they had both stayed in the Chaos City for 30 years, they had never communicated, so Chen Shui was not wrong to say that this was their first real conversation. After getting a little closer, Su Mu continued. Let me take a look at the secret marks on your face. Chen Shui sat beside Su Mu just like in the virtual universe without any awkwardness. Su Mu stared at the secret marks on Chen Shui's face for a while, pondering. I need to find a way to complete the secret marks on your face. Is that very difficult? Chen Shui frowned slightly. I've never heard that the secret marks on our August clan members' faces can change. Don't waste your time on me. Your cultivation is more important. She knew that with Su Mu's talent, it was better to cultivate as quickly as possible without wasting time. No need. Su Mu had 3 avatars, so he didn't mind spending a little cultivation time. Helping Chen Shui was also good, and besides he had other purposes. Helping you complete the August secret marks is also very beneficial to me. Great. So you're not entirely for me. Chen Shui pretended to pout. I thought you were doing it for me, but it turns out you're still doing it for yourself. Haha, it's mainly for you. I'm just incidental. Su Mu laughed and pulled Chen Shui into his arms. Kei-Wei Wang stayed at Chen Shui's home for a few days, and then left while Sumu remained here. However, Sumu could only stay within Chen manor, unable to roam freely, let alone undertake cultivation tasks. Won't there be any problems if you keep staying here, instead of going to the barbarian universe kingdom, to be a feudal lord? Chen asked with some concern. Won't the higher-ups of the virtual universe company be angry? Heh! Sumu chuckled lightly. Let them be angry if they want. What does it have to do with me? Although being a feudal lord would come with a series of tasks and reward points, Sumu didn't care at all. That meager amount of points didn't matter to him at all. As long as he cleared the domain lord level primordial Tongtian mountain, he would be able to obtain 3 billion points at the realm lord level. Why would he miss the paltry sum from tasks? Instead of spending time on tasks, he would rather study and perfect the August secret patterns on Chen face. While studying, Sumu found the August secret patterns increasingly miraculous. During the process of completing the patterns on Chen face, he gained a new understanding of them. Of course, Sumu was not the only one who benefited. Chen because of the completion of the August secret patterns, gained even greater advantages than Sumu. After all, she was a member of the August clan, a descendant of the August secret patterns, so she was naturally more attuned to them. Sumu, I've accepted a hazard level mission. I'm going to do it now. In the first year and 7 months after Sumu arrived at the Heaven and Earth secret realm, Chen said to him, be careful. Sumu said, be sure to stay safe. Hazard level missions were naturally not easy, but Sumu wouldn't stop Chen from advancing. He only warned her, you should know that hazard level missions contain secrets. Never explore them recklessly. Complete the mission and return. I understand. Chen smiled. The way you completed the August secret patterns on my face is the best method. I don't need to take risks. I just want to temper myself. In the 100 years at the Taichu secret realm, and the decades at the Heaven and Earth secret realm, Chen had already completed 2 hazard level missions. This was her third, and she had some experience, so she wouldn't act recklessly. However, Chen wouldn't dare to rashly venture into peril level missions. She had self-awareness. The death rate of peril level missions was too high. There was no need to put herself in such extreme danger, especially since she had no clones. If she died once, she would truly be dead. Only people like Sumu and Luo Feng, relying on their clones and not fearing death, dared to act recklessly. But even so, their clones had died before, indicating the dangers they encountered were significant. Of course, it was also because they had clones that they dared to explore dangerous places. Without clones, they would naturally be extremely cautious. Although they wouldn't gain such enormous benefits, ensuring they wouldn't die would still be fine. Another year passed. Master Chen did not send you a message within the agreed time. Babata alerted Sumu, who was in the midst of comprehending the August secret patterns. What? Sumu opened his eyes and frowned. He and Chen had agreed that she would send him a message reporting her safety every day at noon. Since venturing into hazard-level missions was dangerous, Sumu didn't let Chen meet him in the virtual universe to avoid distracting her. However, sending a single safety message was a very simple matter. Chen also had an intelligent life form. It could do it. The intelligent life form strictly followed its master's orders, and would never make a mistake with the time, unless something unexpected happened to the master, causing the intelligent life form to be unable to connect to the virtual universe, and thus unable to send Sumu a safety message. Just like when the master of Yunmo Star died, Babata couldn't connect to the virtual universe, and had to wait bitterly on Earth for 50,000 years, lonely and cold. Thinking of this, Sumu suddenly stood up. Could it be that something had happened to Chen After all, it was a hazard-level mission. Even Sumu couldn't guarantee he would survive it. Chen strength was much weaker than his, so the possibility of her dying in a hazard-level mission was very high. Contact Chen Sumu said in a deep voice. Babata quickly replied. I have already contacted her. There is no response. The possibility of Chen death is extremely high. Sumu's expression turned grim. He and Chen had gotten along very well, even to the point of having a physical relationship. After all, he wouldn't stay chaste while living with a woman for nearly 2 years. As for the depth of their feelings, it had not reached the point of dying for each other. However, their bond was still strong. Upon hearing the news of Chen accident, Sumu's first reaction was naturally grief. Could my love, which had just begun, be about to end? No, I haven't confirmed that Chen is truly dead. I must go and see. Sumu immediately made a decision, go to the 7 Flame Palace to check on Chen life or death. If Chen was still alive, he would bring her back. If Chen was dead, Sumu would have to wait until later to resurrect her. But for now, he had to go see. If he didn't, Sumu would not be reconciled. Go to the 7 Flame Palace immediately. Sumu did not hesitate. He piloted the Yunmo Star and set off. He was not a universe-level member of the Virtual Universe Company, so he couldn't accept cultivation tasks. However, exploring various secret realms was still fine, though he would not receive point rewards. Moreover, as a Domain Lord-level member, He should have been a feudal lord in the barbarian universe kingdom, but now he had run off to the heaven and earth secret realm, and was going to the Seven Flame Palace. These actions would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among certain high-level officials of the virtual universe company, who would think he was arrogant and conceited. Sumu didn't care about that. Whatever the high-level officials of the virtual universe company thought of him, he would do what he wanted. Once his strength became formidable, even those high-level officials who were dissatisfied with him would not dare to talk nonsense in front of him. The world of devouring the starry sky was inherently a world of strength. It was natural for Sumu not to indulge those people. However, before that, he still needed to do something to pave the way for his unimpeded entry into the Seven Flame Palace. Domain Lord Level Primordial Tongtian Mountain. Sumu arrived at its foot. The primordial Tongtian Mountain had 3 stages: the foot, the mountainside, and the summit. All 3 stages had 3 guardians: a minotaur warrior, an ape spiritual psionicist, and a snake woman illusionist. To clear the universe-level primordial Tongtian Mountain, one needed law comprehension of the Tongtian Bridge's 12th layer. To clear the domain lord-level primordial Tongtian Mountain, one needed law comprehension of the Tongtian Bridge's 16th layer. As for the realm lord-level primordial Tongtian Mountain, needless to say, one needed the comprehension of the 20th layer of the Tongtian Bridge to pass. Your Highness, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for so long. The serpent woman illusionist smiled seductively. Sumu said, "Your illusions are useless against me, so don't bother." The serpent woman illusionist's expression shifted, and the minotaur warrior charged forward, while the ape psychokineticist manipulated a curved blade of light hurtling toward Sumu. Sumu pointed his finger, and the derivative divine weapon flew out, piercing through all 3 of them. Swish! Sumu reached the mountainside, and the 3 guards there were utterly no match for him. Then Sumu arrived at the summit. The summit passed. The primordial Tongtian Mountain at the domain lord level passed. When he left the Chaos City, Sumu had already attained the law comprehension equivalent to the 14th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. Over 100 years had passed since then. Although he could no longer freely observe the manifested laws, as in the Chaos City, Sumu's 3 avatars had long broken through to the realm lord level. The comprehension speed of a realm lord was terrifyingly fast, no slower than cultivation in the Chaos City, and even surpassed it. His current law comprehension should be at the 18th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. Sumu had initially wished to conceal his strength, but to successfully enter the Seven Flame Hall, he had no choice but to reveal some of his power. Sumu has cleared the primordial Tongtian Mountain at the domain lord level. The news spread at lightning speed. The geniuses of the same generation as Sumu learned of it, as did the high-ranking experts of the Virtual Universe Company. I thought he had been dormant for over a century, but it turns out he was accumulating strength. Indeed, the further one progresses in law comprehension, the harder it becomes. Yet after leaving the Chaos City, he has continued to comprehend laws at such a rapid pace. He is a genius, but a bit unruly. When he was assigned as an inspector to the barbaric universe kingdom, he instead went to the mystic realm to pursue a romance. Head geniuses are always unbound by rules. I don't think it's a big deal. In the Razuo world, Luo Feng, who had been meditating before the giant beast god statue, was startled awake. Senior brother has cleared the domain lord level Tongtian Mountain. It seems I'm improving fast, but senior brother is improving even faster. I must keep striving. Luo Feng immersed himself once more in the contemplation of the giant beast god statue. In the barbaric universe kingdom, on a desolate, uninhabited planet, that damn Sumu played us all. He never came to the barbaric universe kingdom. All our arrangements have been wasted. Keep waiting. I refuse to believe he will never leave the virtual universe company. As soon as he steps out, he will die without a doubt. Ignoring the outside chatter, Sumu piloted the meteorite star toward a massive continent. Outside the continent hovered a colossal divine mountain, suspended in the void, monitoring the entire land. The meteorite star flew over. Without permission, Sumu could not directly enter the Seven Flame continent where the Seven Flame Hall was located. He first had to apply to the warden of the Seven Flame continent. Arriving at the foot of the divine mountain, Sumu stepped out of the cabin and stored the meteorite star. Your Highness! An envoy in purple robes flew over. An immortal being. The purple-robed envoy was extremely respectful, having just learned of Sumu's feat of clearing the primordial Tongtian Mountain at the domain lord level. In terms of law comprehension, Sumu had already far surpassed him. If the two were to fight, the envoy had no confidence in defeating Sumu. Of course, he believed that Sumu would also find it difficult to kill him. It would likely be a draw. What he did not know was that Sumu could kill him with ease, having countless methods to obliterate him without a trace. Where is this place? Sumu asked. This is Lisha Mountain, responsible for guarding the Seven Flame continent. The purple-robed envoy replied. Please announce my arrival. I wish to meet the higher-ups of Lisha Mountain. Sumu added. The purple-robed envoy smiled and said, Your Highness, please follow me. I am here under the orders of the Mountain Lord to invite you to the summit. Su Mu's mind stirred. The Seven Flame Continent was similar to the Blood Luo world. The Mountain Lord who guarded it should be on the same level as the Lord of the Sky Erosion Palace. Both were cosmic overlords. Of course, that was not necessarily certain. The difficulty of the task did not always determine the strength of the Guardian. Su Mu followed the purple-robed envoy along the mountain path, and before long they arrived outside a palace at the summit. Lisha Palace. An overwhelming aura of malevolent killing intent surged toward Su Mu. He felt as if he had instantly plunged into an endless sea of corpses and blood with nothing around him but boundless slaughter and crimson light threatening to assimilate him into the very essence of the killing intent. Su Mu gave a soft snort in his mind and immediately broke free from the illusion. Your Highness, please enter. The purple-robed envoy gestured and stepped aside, allowing Su Mu to walk into Lisha Palace alone. Su Mu saw a man dressed in green robes. He looked no different from an ordinary earthling except for his blood-red pupils. His face was plain, and he sat there holding a book and reading earnestly. Su Mu was startled. He had not expected the Lord of Lisha Mountain to resemble an ancient Chinese scholar from Earth. Greetings, Mountain Lord. Su Mu bowed. Seeing Su Mu enter, the Lisha Mountain Lord closed his book and smiled at him. Su Mu, you wish to enter the Seven Flame Continent? Yes. Su Mu's intention was obvious to anyone. Is it for your little girlfriend? The Lisha Mountain Lord chuckled. Risking a journey here for a woman. Truly a touching love story. Su Mu could not fathom the Lisha Mountain Lord's intentions, so he simply said, I'm sorry for the trouble, Mountain Lord. Of course, this is a trivial matter. The Lisha Mountain Lord still wore a radiant smile showing no trace of ferocity. The most enjoyable thing for me is to witness a moving love story. Su Mu thought to himself, Old man, I bet you actually enjoy creating tragic love stories. With all the lives you've taken, countless hearts must have been broken. Thank you, Mountain Lord. Su Mu cupped his hands, then hesitated for a moment before asking, May I ask if you know whether Chen Shui is still alive? Su Mu believed that with the power of a cosmic overlord, the Lisha Mountain Lord must be able to fully monitor the situation within the Seven Flame Continent. Perhaps there were some special places he could not see, but most regions should be within his awareness. I cannot answer that question. I only know that your little girlfriend has entered the White Flame Hall, the Lisha Mountain Lord said. Within the Seven Flame Continent, there were 7 palaces formed of flames, dividing the continent into 7 regions. Each region worshipped one flame palace akin to 7 nations perpetually at war for their beliefs. Thank you, Mountain Lord. Su Mu did not wish to waste more time. I'll take my leave now. Go ahead. The Lisha Mountain Lord picked up his book and resumed reading, as if it were a tome that could captivate him endlessly. Leaving Lisha Palace, Su Mu immediately descended toward a white region of the Seven Flame Continent. The creatures of the Qian continent were utterly unlike humanity. They were beings of flame akin to the fire spirits in Earth's fantasy novels, entirely composed of fire. Su Mu descended into the domain of the Baiyan Hall. His 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar emerged and activated the void concealment talent. I wonder why Chen Shui went to the Baiyan Hall. The 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar headed toward the Baiyan Hall, a deep puzzlement in his heart. The mission on the Qian continent could be completed without entering the 7 flame halls. Logically, Chen Shui should not have gone to the Baiyan Hall. There must be secrets within the 7 flame halls, but each hall was guarded by immortal deities. Chen Shui had no reason to take such a risk. She did not seem the type. As he pondered, Su Mu arrived outside the Baiyan Hall. The hall was a colossal structure built entirely of white flames, with 2 immortal deity-level white flames standing guard at the entrance. These 2 flames had no fixed form, constantly shifting into various shapes, and even sending out sparks when the wind blew. Su Mu merely glanced at them and then entered the Baiyan Hall. The vast hall offered no clue as to where Chen Shui might be, or if she had already perished. Su Mu could only search slowly on his own. He planned to scour the entire Baiyan Hall. If he found nothing, he would have to give up and wait until he reached the power of a universe master to reverse time and space and resurrect Chen Shui. The Baiyan Hall was enormous, as large as Earth. But to Su Mu it was not overly vast. Relying on his 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar's void concealment talent, he could go anywhere with no place able to bar his way. Unless a venerable level being resided in the Baiyan Hall, no one could detect him. Clearly the likelihood of a venerable being present was extremely low. Found it! Su Mu arrived outside a prison and saw within it a snake woman with a human upper body and a serpentine lower half, much like the snake woman illusionists in the primordial heavenly bridge. This was a snake woman of the serpent people race, likely at the realm lord level. Why is there a realm lord level snake woman here? Su Mu was extremely curious. Logically, aside from himself, the humans who entered the Qian continent and were below the immortal level should only be at the cosmic level. Domain lords were high-ranking officials and realm lords were required to go to the outer battlefield or various cosmic secret realms. None of them should have appeared here. Perhaps some immortals could enter, but below the immortal level only cosmic level beings could. Su-mu temporarily ignored the snake woman and drifted toward other cells where he saw many humans. Some at the realm lord level, some at the domain lord level, and some at the cosmic level. Isn't that Babata? Finally Su-mu spotted a familiar face. Babata was one of the final 1,000 participants in the Cosmic Genius battle in the same year as Su-mu, but his ranking was low, between 11th and 100th. So he had been placed in the heaven and earth secret realm from the start. He never expected Babata to be captured here as well. Su-mu made a full circuit of the prison but found no trace of Chen Shui and his heart sank. He had thought Chen Shui might be among this group. Since she was not here, where had she gone? Could she be imprisoned elsewhere? Babata. Su-mu's voice echoed in Babata's mind. Babata was startled, snapping his eyes open and looking around, then lowering his voice. Who is it? No one here knew his name. Besides, the voice calling him sounded somewhat familiar. Babata, don't speak. Just think in your mind and I can hear you. Su-mu explained. I am Su-mu. Su-mu? Babata was shocked inwardly, but his face remained well composed, betraying nothing. Su-mu, how did you get here? Were you captured too? I wasn't captured. I came to look for someone. I want to ask you, have you seen Chen Shui? Babata quickly replied. Chen Shui was captured earlier, but she was taken away again. She was probably taken to be used as nourishment for breeding the White Flame tribe. Ha! Su-mu was puzzled. Isn't the White Flame tribe sexless? The 7 flame tribes of the Qian continent had no male or female distinction. They had no physical bodies. How did they reproduce? Babata explained. I heard it from an old-timer imprisoned here. There is a treasure in the Baiyan Hall. When races other than the 7 flame tribes are placed inside, it can breed entirely new members of the 7 flame tribes. Su-mu suddenly understood. It was not the method of reproduction he had imagined, but rather using Chen Shui as fuel to cultivate a new White Flame tribe member. Where is it? Su-mu asked again. It should be at the center of the Baiyan Hall, Babata said. Alright, I'll go find Chen Shui first. Wait here. I'll come back to rescue you all. Su-mu left swiftly. Rescue me? Babata shook his head inwardly. He had no idea how Su-mu had infiltrated so stealthily, but rescuing him seemed an impossible task. There were so many immortals in the Baiyan Hall. Although no venerable was present, there were king-level immortals. What could Su-mu possibly use to save them? Su-mu's talent was remarkable, but in such a short time, he could not have cultivated to the venerable level, could he? And even if he were a venerable, it might not be enough to rescue them. Su-mu paid no attention to Babata's thoughts. He arrived at the center of the Baiyan Hall, where there was a massive pool with a circumference of 10081 li. Earlier he had been frantically searching for Chen Shui, and had not paid attention to this object. Now the 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar directly entered the pool, disregarding any danger. At worst he would lose this avatar. As soon as he entered the pool, Su-mu felt a strange force adhering to the 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar, constantly drawing away everything from it. Truly peculiar. Su-mu ignored this and continued searching for Chen Shui. At the bottom of the pool he finally found her. But by then Chen Shui was in a pitiful state. Her arms and legs were gone and half of her body had dissolved into nothing. There is still a trace of life. Su-mu hurried over, collected Chen Shui into the inner space of the 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar, and then used the teleportation talent to leave the Baiyan Hall. The moment Chen Shui was taken away, a white flame the size of a table appeared above the pool. The human woman's aura has vanished. Impossible. According to my calculations, she still had another day before being completely refined. Could I have misjudged her talent? The white flame flickered slightly, its tone filled with confusion. Su-mu was unaware of all this. He had already returned to his main body and handed Chen Shui over to it. The loss of vitality is extremely severe. Su-mu frowned as he meticulously examined Chen Shui's body. Fortunately, apart from the ebbing life force, the rest of her injuries were minor. I'll take Chen Shui outside for treatment first. Su-mu left the 7 flame continent. He carried no healing treasures on him, so he needed to purchase some from the Virtual Universe Company. Moreover, he had matters to attend to later, and it was inconvenient to have Chen Shui with him. As Su-mu flew out of the 7 flame continent, the guardians on Mount Lisha were astonished. Hadn't he just entered? Why was he already out? Su-mu didn't elaborate. The meteorite starship entered the dark universe heading toward Chen Shui's manor. The guardians on Mount Lisha surely knew that humans were imprisoned within the 7 flame continent, but they would not rescue them. This was after all a trial for the geniuses. Being captured and detained was their own problem. The Virtual Universe Company had warned them beforehand, so they would not intervene. The Virtual Universe Company wouldn't save them, but Su-mu would. He had promised to rescue Babata and he intended to keep that promise. Moreover, the White Flame Hall would have to pay a price. At Qian Shui's manor, Su Mu returned and the various treasures he had purchased from the Virtual Universe Company's treasury were delivered. Worth 100,000 points, Su Mu used them all on Qian Shui. Soon she was fully healed. Qian Shui let out a soft moan and awakened, immediately realizing she was in Su Mu's room with him sitting beside her. Is death the same as being alive? Qian Shui muttered. Su Mu chuckled. You're not dead. You're alive and well. How did I get back? Qian Shui was baffled. I remember being thrown into a large pool by an immortal of the White Flame Clan, and then I lost consciousness. Did you cultivate to the realm of Universe Lord and resurrect me? Qian Shui quickly examined Su Mu. Wow, you've already reached Universe Lord. How many years have passed? I can't believe you haven't forgotten me after all this time, sob. Qian Shui wept with emotion. Su Mu was speechless. You're thinking too far ahead. I haven't reached Universe Lord yet, Su Mu said. Then did you ask your teacher City Lord Hunyuan for help? Qian Shui asked nervously. According to my mother, when City Lord Hunyuan resurrects someone they have to repay a debt. How much would I owe? Su Mu decided to tease her. Nodding with a smile he said, yes, you have to repay. But since you're only at the universe level it's not too much. Just 100 billion points. Ah! Qian Shui gasped. 100 billion points. She only had a few tens of thousands. That was far, far beyond her reach. Most conferred king immortals couldn't earn 100 billion points in their entire lifetimes. It's okay, I'll pay it for you, Su Mu said earnestly. If I clear the sector Lord level primordial heavenly mountain I'll get 100 billion points. No, that's too much. Qian Shui shook her head then sighed. But it's good to be alive. I'll slowly earn that 100 billion. I wonder if I can make it within 1 trillion epochs. Su Mu chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Qian Shui was confused. Su Mu gently tapped her nose. You're overthinking. It wasn't City Lord Hunyuan who revived you. I went to the White Flame Hall and rescued you. Su Mu had no intention of hiding this or playing the noble role of doing good deeds in secret. Many men do countless things for women yet keep quiet, acting as if they're above it all. The result? The woman ends up in another's arms and the man wallows in self-pity, complaining that he misjudged her. She never knew what he did, so how could she feel grateful? Thus Su Mu always believed that one should speak of one's good deeds. Not only speak of them but when necessary exaggerate a little. You rescued me from the White Flame Hall. That must have been dangerous. Qian Shui frantically examined Su Mu. Are you hurt? It was very dangerous. I was gravely wounded but I've healed myself. Su Mu lied without blinking. Fortunately, I had a life-saving treasure. I used it and it was worth any cost to bring you out, he said. Qian Shui's heart tightened. Rescuing her from the White Flame Hall, a place teeming with immortals, must have cost Su Mu dearly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone to see the White Flame Hall, Qian Shui said, filled with guilt. She threw her arms around Su Mu, sobbing softly into his chest. It's all my fault. All my fault. Su Mu gently stroked her green hair, a sly smile in his eyes, but his voice was calm. It's fine. It's fine. Any sacrifice is worth it for you. Qian Shui was even more moved. Even Su Mu was almost convinced by his own acting. He gently lifted her chin and their lips drew closer. A day later, Su Mu held Qian Shui in his arms and asked, by the way, tell me what exactly happened to you on the Seven Flame Continent. Qian Shui gave him a light glare and said, after finishing the Virtual Universe Company's mission on the Seven Flame Continent, I thought since I was there, I might as well take a look at the White Flame Hall. Just a quick glance from afar. Tears welled in her eyes. But as soon as I looked, an immortal of the White Flame Clan spotted me and dragged me into the hall. They locked me up first. I asked the other prisoners nearby, and it turned out the White Flame Clan was using us as material to breed their kind. I couldn't escape and I didn't want to be used as breeding material. I thought the White Flame Clan, like humans, might do something dishonorable to me, so I considered suicide. When the White Flame Immortal saw I was about to kill myself, they grabbed me and threw me into that big pool. Qian Shui pouted. If I'd known they just tossed me into a pool to drain my vitality for breeding, I wouldn't have tried to kill myself. Su Mu smiled, gently understanding her meaning. She had feared being defiled by the White Flame Clan, so she thought of suicide. But she hadn't realized the White Flame Clan was a different species. Genderless, with a reproduction method entirely unlike humans. As long as you're safe, stay home for now. I need to go back to the Seven Flame Continent. Su Mu said. Why are you going back there? Qian Shui shook her head frantically. It's too dangerous. Don't go. Don't worry, I'll be careful. I have some unfinished business. There are still others imprisoned there. Su Mu said. I could ignore the rest, but it was Babata who told me where you were, so I must at least go and rescue Babata. That said, Su Mu had to go rescue Babata. He had made a promise and he intended to keep it. Hearing Sumu's words, Chen Shui wanted to dissuade him but found nothing to say, only silently blaming herself for causing him trouble. If she hadn't taken that glance at the White Flame Palace, she would have returned long ago, and Sumu wouldn't have lost a life-saving treasure or be forced to venture back into the White Flame Palace. "I'll go with you," Chen Shui blurted out, then gave a bitter smile. "I'm just dead weight. I'll only cause you trouble. You stay home and wait. Trust me, I'll be back soon, and there won't be any danger." Seeing Chen Shui still worried, Sumu continued with a smile. "Don't forget I made it out of the abyss of purgatory alive. Compared to that, what is the White Flame Palace?" Chen Shui nodded and could only say, "Be careful in everything. Don't be reckless. If you can't save Babata now with your talent, you'll soon reach a very high realm, and you can rescue him then. Unless someone reaches the 9th stage of Domain Lord, the White Flame Palace usually doesn't use them as nourishment. Only when someone reached the 9th stage of Domain Lord would the White Flame Palace throw them into the Great Pool to breed new White Flame beings. Thus, in the White Flame Palace prison, Sumu saw territory lords and domain lords among the humans, all imprisoned for countless years. Don't worry about me. I'll be perfectly safe." Sumu got out of bed dressed and said, "You stay home and wait for me." Sumu wasted no more time. He left the estate, boarded the Yunmo Star, and once again arrived outside the Seven Flame Continent. This time he merely cupped his hands in the direction of Lishishan Mountain, then entered the Seven Flame Continent. "Going to rescue people." The Lishishan Lord was still reading his book. He murmured softly, "I hope you succeed." The Lishishan Lord knew people were imprisoned in the Seven Flame Continent, but he would not rescue them. Such danger was inherent to the training mission. Since they chose this mission, they must bear the consequences. The Virtual Universe Company's tasks for geniuses offered both danger and opportunity. Everything depended on the individual, and the company would not intervene. The White Flame Palace. The 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar arrived once more. It's not easy to rescue them. Sumu gazed at the prison. First, the prison was made of a special material that could only be broken by a force at the level of an immortal. Sumu could manage that. However, once the prison was broken, the King Immortal of the White Flame Palace would immediately detect it. Sumu had to teleport away with the prisoners the instant he broke the cage. A single moment of delay would be fatal. Just like when he took Chen Shui away, he had to race against time without the slightest gap. These were no problem for Sumu. He could handle them. The biggest trouble was that rescuing these people might expose his possession of the 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar. Of course, the prisoners probably didn't know about the 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar, but they would likely learn that Sumu had a method of teleportation. Once this news leaked, any alien race targeting Sumu would surely seal the space, leaving him no chance to escape. In other words, Sumu might lose a vital life-saving trump card by rescuing them. Why am I overthinking this? Even if I don't reveal teleportation, aliens would probably seal the space when dealing with me. Sumu shook his head. If he were an alien, he would directly seal the space against himself regardless of whether he could teleport. Dealing with such a genius, one must consider all possibilities and aim for a one-hit kill. Sealing the space was a basic move. No need to think twice, it was a must. With that thought, Sumu hesitated no longer. He immediately sent a telepathic message to Babata and all the other prisoners. "Everyone, I am Sumu of the Virtual Universe Company. I will break the prison and rescue you all. Do not resist. Sumu. The Virtual Universe Company is here to save us." Apart from Babata, few had heard of Sumu's name, but a few did know, having learned from Babata. The genius said to appear once in a trillion epochs. "Can you save us? Sumu, don't be reckless. Don't sacrifice yourself for us." Some couldn't believe it, while others worried for Sumu and didn't want to see such a super genius perish because of them. "Say no more, everyone. Just don't resist when the time comes. I'll take you all away." Sumu gave them a mental preparation, so that when he pulled them into his inner space, they wouldn't resist forcing him to waste time forcibly taking them. In such a situation, every instant was crucial. A single moment's delay could cause the entire operation to fail, and even cost Sumu his avatar. Sumu had already warned them. If anyone resisted, he would not hesitate to let them go. He would never let one person ruin everyone's chance of survival. After giving them some time to prepare, the 5-colored void ancient serpent's tail lashed out fiercely, striking the prison. Though it appeared to be a simple tail strike, it contained boundless profundity. Sumu had fused his understanding of the 5 laws and the law of space into that single blow. With no artifacts to aid him, but the 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar itself was at the domain lord level, and the attack's power reached the level of an immortal. Boom! The entire prison exploded. Before the sound could even travel, a force swept out, pulling Babata and all the others into the inner space. The void rippled faintly, and the 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar vanished. Whoosh! The moment Sumu left, the White Flame King Immortal, who had appeared above the great pool, arrived. Endless flames erupted, and the entire White Flame Palace was engulfed in white fire. Damn it! The White Flame King Immortal was furious. He never imagined anyone would dare break into the White Flame Palace to free prisoners. Su Mu's action was a grave provocation to the White Flame Palace and the entire Seven Flame continent. But there was nothing he could do. Su Mu had already fled to who knows where. Is the human race meddling in the Seven Flame continent? The White Flame King Immortal's flames churned as unsettling thoughts crossed his mind. After the five-color void Ancient Serpent Avatar returned to the main body, Su Mu released the crowd and directly placed them into the meteorite star, heading out of the Seven Flames continent. Everyone. Su Mu's main body appeared before the crowd, smiling at them. Are we really rescued? He actually saved us. The crowd stared at Su Mu long, unable to believe it, stunned for a good while before they reacted and together bowed to thank him. They were all clever people and none asked Su Mu how he had rescued them. As long as they were alive, that was what mattered. As for the method Su Mu used, it was his secret. They could harbor their own speculations, but it would be inappropriate to inquire. No need for formalities. Su Mu smiled and motioned for them to stop bowing. We are all of the human race. It was only right for me to save you. That's not necessarily true. If you hadn't saved us, our ultimate fate would have been to become nourishment for the White Flame clan. Babata sighed. But when we set out for the Seven Flames continent, we knew there was danger. It's no one else's fault but our own incompetence. Yes, we must also thank Su Mu for saving us, but it's a pity for those human prodigies who died before. More will likely die in the future. These are all necessary steps on the path of cultivation. The crowd spoke one after another, all taking it rather philosophically. Everyone who set foot on this path had thought about death. Most people did not have Su Mu's ability to create avatars. Without further ado, Su Mu brought the crowd to Mount Lishan, where the Virtual Universe Company's spaceships would take them to their respective destinations. The Virtual Universe Company would not proactively rescue people, but since Su Mu had saved them, they naturally would not throw them back. Based on each person's strength, the company would arrange new assignments. I won't be going to the White Flame Hall. Su Mu had originally intended to seek revenge at the White Flame Hall, but after some thought he decided against it. Since he had already abducted a large number of people, the White Flame Hall would surely be on high alert. If he went there to cause trouble, unless he brought all his treasures, the chances of success were slim. And if he brought all his treasures and failed, the loss would be catastrophic. So after careful consideration, Su Mu decided to temporarily let the White Flame Hall be and seek revenge later. Su Mu took the meteorite star back to Chen Shui's estate. He had already informed Chen Shui through the virtual universe that he was safe, so she was not overly worried. Then Su Mu settled quietly in Chen Shui's estate, earnestly studying the various secret method inheritances he had obtained, including the Magic Sound Divine General Inheritance, the Ice Divine General Inheritance, the Lord of Purgatory Inheritance, and the Augustus Secret Script. These all contained countless mysteries. Su Mu also taught some of them to Chen Shui. In terms of talent, Chen Shui was not lacking, or after all, she was among the top 10 in the Universe Genius Battle. What she mainly lacked was opportunity. Opportunity was a very important thing. Just like Luo Feng, without numerous opportunities he would not have achieved what he did today. Of course, Su Mu himself was the same. Among the Universe Venerables and Universe Masters in the cosmos who lacked great opportunities, innate talent is one thing, but opportunity is even more important. Chen Shui had never obtained any major opportunities herself. She had completed many training missions, but apart from some mission points she had gained nothing else. This was the same for most people. But Su Mu was her opportunity. Su Mu completed the Augustus Secret Script on her face. During the process, the golden light orb also channeled a trace of its power into the script on her face. Moreover, Su Mu did not hesitate to share any inheritance secret methods he had obtained that were suitable for Chen Shui. Originally without any opportunities, Chen Shui now possessed immense fortune thanks to Su Mu's help. Thus, after 30 peaceful years before the supreme primordial heavenly mountain in the virtual universe, Su Mu and Chen Shui appeared gazing at the enormous mountain. Su Mu, I'm going now. Chen Shui said. Good luck. Su Mu nodded and smiled. Go and shock everyone. Members of the Doomsday Secret Realm aspired to enter the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm. Those of the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm aimed for the Primordial Secret Realm, and those of the Primordial Secret Realm sought the Original Secret Realm. There were two methods, the Qualification Battle and the Heavenly Mountain. The Virtual Universe Company had 3 Heavenly Mountains: the Original Heavenly Mountain, the Primordial Heavenly Mountain, and the Heaven and Earth Heavenly Mountain. If a member of the Doomsday Secret Realm could conquer all 3 Heavenly Mountains, they would directly enter the Original Secret Realm and become a member. Of course, this possibility was extremely low, as the objectives set for the 3 Heavenly Mountains were designed to be nearly impossible. The Cosmic Level Original Heavenly Mountain required a law comprehension equivalent to the 10th level of the Heavenly Bridge. The Cosmic Level Primordial Heavenly Mountain required the 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge, and the Cosmic Level Heaven and Earth Heavenly Mountain required the 8th level. What Chen Shui was about to challenge was the Cosmic Level Primordial Heavenly Mountain, meaning her law comprehension had reached the 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge. This level among the geniuses of their generation should be second only to Su Mu and Luo Feng. Su Mu was far ahead of the rest. Luo Feng was still in the Lasua world studying the giant beast god statue. His comprehension of the primal laws had likely surpassed the 10th level, though the exact figure was unknown. Su Mu only knew that after Luo Feng emerged from the Lasua world and studied the path of the beast god, he quickly conquered the 13th level of the Heavenly Bridge and was accepted as a disciple by the Chaos City Lord. Chen Shui still had some distance to catch up with Luo Feng, but her opportunities were not small. Luo Feng's opportunities were above average in the universe. With the Augustus secret script and Su Mu's extensive help, Chen Shui's opportunities might even be slightly better than Luo Feng's. Of course, only slightly better than Luo Feng's current state. Luo Feng would have even better opportunities later, but Chen Shui also had Su Mu's assistance. As long as Su Mu remained stronger than Luo Feng, Chen Shui's opportunities would never be less than his. About an hour later, an email appeared before Su Mu. Su Mu glanced at it casually and smiled. The email's content was simple. Chen Shui had conquered the primordial heavenly mountain and earned the right to enter the primordial secret realm. In fact, conquering the primordial heavenly mountain would qualify her for the original secret realm as well, but everything had to follow the rules. I succeeded. Chen Shui flew over from afar and embraced Su Mu, unable to contain her excitement. Although she had been confident, the actual success still overwhelmed her with joy. Hee. Su Mu chuckled. Let's leave the virtual universe first. In the primordial secret realm, Rongjun was practicing his blade, each slash seeming like a giant splitting the heavens and earth. Suddenly Rongjun's blade stopped and his eyes widened. Chen Shui, she conquered the primordial heavenly mountain. Law comprehension at the 9th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Rongjun was stunned, utterly disbelieving. Their generation of the genius battle had produced many prodigies. He, Bolin, Luo Feng, and Su Mu. Apart from Su Mu and Luo Feng, Rongjun had not considered anyone else as rivals. Even Bolin he felt he could easily surpass, though there was still a gap. As for the others like Zhang Mo and Chen Shui, Rongjun had not given them any thought, as they were completely inferior to him. Yet now an email told him Chen Shui had conquered the primordial heavenly mountain. Su Mu, it must be Su Mu. Rongjun knew that Su Mu and Chen Shui were in a relationship, and Chen Shui's current achievement must be inseparable from Su Mu. Can he teach someone and make them stronger than me? Rongjun smiled bitterly. It was one thing to be unable to compare with Su Mu, but now even someone taught by Su Mu was surpassing him. How discouraging. On the other side, Bolin, who had been relegated to the primordial secret realm, could only shake his head helplessly. He had been second in that genius battle, but now he was only fourth. Su Mu, Luo Feng, and Chen Shui had all surpassed him, and Rongjun would likely overtake him before long. I should take some risks. After a moment of silence, Bolin murmured. They must have gained immense benefits from dangerous training missions. If I keep going like this, the gap between us will only widen. In the Lasua world, Luo Feng woke from his meditation, saw the email, smiled slightly, and uttered only 2 words, senior brother. He didn't need to think to know that Chen Shui's achievement was tied to Su Mu. Senior brother teaches someone, and they're almost catching up to me. I must continue to work hard. Luo Feng immersed himself once again in the contemplation of the beast god statue, not daring to slack off. Many people learned of Chen Shui's conquest of the primordial heavenly mountain, and countless emails flooded Su Mu and Chen Shui, but they ignored them, instead enjoying a profound harmony. A day later, Chen Shui finally checked the emails and said, My brother and AI-chan want us to get together. Previously, the geniuses in the primordial secret realm had formed 3 small groups, one with Luo Feng, Rongjun, and Wuka the primordial 3 fools, another with Zhang Mo, Chen Shui, and AI-chan, and the remaining few formed another group. Then let's go meet them. The 2 entered the virtual universe, where the top 10 of the universe genius battle had all gathered, except for Luo Feng, who was still immersed in his insights. Hey Su Mu, didn't you say you were going to our barbarian universe kingdom? Wuka exclaimed. How did you end up on the Augustus planet and settle in the heaven and earth secret realm? I think the heaven and earth secret realm is quite nice, so I'm staying there for now. Su Mu smiled. Wuka scoffed, not believing Su Mu's nonsense. After chatting for a while, Rongjun and Bolin left, leaving only Chen Shui's 2 close friends, her brother Zhang Mo, and AI-chan, another female among the top 10, in the universe genius battle. Chen Shui, we sent you an email a day ago. Why did you only come now? What were you doing? AI-chan asked with a teasing smile. Blushing, Chen Shui shot a glance at Su Mu beside her without speaking. In truth, she had wanted to come, but Su Mu had said that the harmony of heaven and earth was more important, so the others had to wait. Su Mu remained silent. Teasing between close friends was nothing serious. Now Chen Shui and AI-chan had indeed undergone a great transformation. Both had been youthful girls before. Now AI-chan still looked like a stunning young lady, while Chen Shui had matured into a beautiful married woman. Their appearances hadn't changed much, but their auras were vastly different. You two chat here. As the two women talked, Sumu and Zhang Mo tactfully left. After they left, Ai Chun sighed. Chen, the gap between us is now immense. Tell me, how did Sumu teach you? Maybe you could lend him to me. Sure. Chen nodded with a smile. Ai Chen hadn't expected that answer and quickly said, I was joking. Sumu says many people say what they truly mean under the guise of a joke. Chen smile widened. Ai Chun was speechless. It wasn't that Ai Chen had no feelings for Sumu. After all, he was so talented and captivating. Not just her, but most female geniuses in the universe genius battle held strong admiration for him. Chen didn't dwell on the topic with Ai Chun, and they moved on to other things. Naturally, Chen had no intention of sharing Sumu even with her close friend. While Chen and Ai Chun chatted, Sumu met Chen mother, Queen Keiwe. Queen Keiwe looked at Sumu with utter satisfaction. She felt that the best decision she had ever made was to use the Augustus secret script as a lure to get her daughter to date Sumu. This investment had paid off handsomely so far. Sumu, when do you plan to marry Chen? Queen Keiwe said. I have prepared a splendid dowry for her. Without hesitation, Sumu replied. I'll ask Chen and discuss it with her. He had no intention of not marrying Chen, but it was up to her. Discuss it well. Queen Keiwe did not force the issue, only wanting to secure Sumu as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected complications. Although marriage could end in divorce, relationships among powerful beings in the universe were generally stable and divorces rarely occurred without major issues. After Queen Keiwe left, Chen finished chatting with Ai Chun and returned to Sumu. Sumu, should I move to the primordial secret realm now? There's no rush to move to the primordial secret realm. The qualification battle is coming soon. With your strength you can win and enter the original secret realm directly. Then you can move there. Sumu planned for her. Once you conquer the cosmic level original heavenly mountain, you can break through to domain lord. When you reach the world master level, you'll receive a reward of 100 million points. By the way, there's one more thing. Sumu looked at Chen What is it? Chen asked with curiosity. About the matter of marriage. Sumu spoke. Would you be willing to marry me? Chen chuckled. Sumu was speechless. What kind of words are those? I came to ask for your opinion. Then let's wait until I break through to the domain lord level, and leave the virtual universe company before we marry. Chen had obviously thought about this long ago. We can't very well get married in the heaven and earth secret realm, or the primordial secret realm, can we? Sumu nodded. Then it's settled. Inform your mother about this, so she won't worry. So it was my mother who brought this up. Chen pouted, feigning displeasure. I thought you had proposed it yourself. If my mother hadn't mentioned it, would you have pretended nothing happened? Sumu couldn't help but laugh. No matter how formidable she became in cultivation, Chen was still a woman with a hint of coyness. Of course not. I've actually been considering this for a long time. I plan to bring it up after you left the virtual universe company. Sumu quickly assured her. I don't believe you, Chen said with a smile. Sumu shook his head, and continued to caress Chen cheek, completing the Augustus secret script on her face. Another few years passed. Chen successfully passed the qualification battle, and became a member of the primordial secret realm. Just as Sumu was about to move to the primordial secret realm with Chen Yuanzu, who had finished teaching, Sumu said, Sumu, I have a task for you. Master, please speak. Sumu's expression turned solemn. When Yuanzu had a task, even the most important matters had to be set aside. The task assigned by Yuanzu must be completed first. Didn't you visit the Augustus planet before? Yuanzu said, I've recalled an even more ancient place. Do you dare to go and explore? Yuanzu looked at Sumu with a smile, as if he knew some of Sumu's secrets. That place is perilous, but given your survival abilities, you should be able to avoid death. Hearing Yuanzu's words, Sumu's heart stirred. Knowing Yuanzu's temperament, if he said there was danger, then there was indeed immense danger. Of course, there would certainly be extraordinary opportunities. Master, I will go. Regardless, since Yuanzu had brought it up, he must have wanted Sumu to go, otherwise Yuanzu wouldn't have mentioned it. That place is not within the territory of the human race. Go there discreetly, and let no one know lest your identity be exposed, and you be ambushed by alien races. Yuanzu waved his hand and gave Sumu a star map with a light spot in the middle. Pointing at the spot, he said, Here in the territory of the demon race. It is called the Mirror Secret Realm, where countless powerful beings have fallen, including top-tier universe overlords. Sigh. Sumu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. A place where even top-tier universe overlords could fall. Truly perilous beyond measure. However, there are also tremendous benefits. Yuanzu smiled mysteriously. You'll know once you go there. It will greatly aid your future. As for the reward, Yuanzu continued, after you train in the Mirror Secret Realm for 200 years, In return I will give you the complete set of cosmic scripture, saving you the need to spend contribution points to exchange for it. Thank you, Master, Sumu quickly replied. The complete set of cosmic scripture cost hundreds of billions of contribution points. Truly a generous reward. Remember, once you enter the mirror secret realm, you must never reveal your identity as a human. If you are exposed, commit suicide immediately, or else you will not even have the hope of resurrection. Yuanzu warned with utmost solemnity. Putting himself in the demon race's shoes, if a genius like Sumu from the demon race appeared in human territory, a universe master would likely strike and kill him with a single slap. Similarly, if Sumu's identity was exposed in demon territory, the demon race's universe masters would not let him go. Sumu's talent was worthy of a universe master, personally making a move against him. By the way, before you go to the mirror secret realm, visit Chaos City first. Yuanzu said. What am I going to do in Chaos City? Sumu had roughly guessed Yuanzu's intention, but pretended to be puzzled. Yuanzu chuckled and scolded. Don't play dumb with me. I don't believe you haven't speculated about my identity and origins. Given the many treasures I've given you, you can probably guess my background. Sumu let out a dry laugh. Master, I only speculated that you are extremely powerful, even more so than the Lord of Chaos. Beyond that, I know nothing. After all, given his current status, it wouldn't be proper for him to know about Yuanzu's existence. Guess as you like. Yuanzu didn't think Sumu knew his true identity. At most, as Sumu said, he simply knew that Yuanzu was very powerful. He assumed Sumu guessed he was a universe master, unaware that Sumu actually knew his immense power. After leaving the virtual universe, Sumu said to Chenshui, I can't accompany you to the primordial secret realm. I have some other matters to attend to. Chenshui asked in confusion, Are you going to become a regional governor of the barbaric universe kingdom? Ah! Sumu rubbed his nose, suddenly remembering that he still held a position, but that was unimportant. No, I'm going elsewhere. Alright, take care and stay safe. Chenshui didn't ask further. If Sumu wanted to tell her, he would have mentioned where he was going in the first sentence. Since he didn't, it meant the place was important and couldn't be disclosed to her. She assumed Sumu was going on a secret mission assigned by the Virtual Universe Company, which naturally couldn't be shared with her. I've completed the Augustus secret script on your face. Study it well. Sumu said. You will benefit even more from comprehending the Augustus secret script than I would. Chenshui nodded firmly. Sometimes I feel as if I've become one with the Augustus secret script. With the complete Augustus secret script, Chenshui's talent had far surpassed Bolan's. Moreover, thanks to the transformation by the Golden Light Orb and Sumu's assistance, her talent had reached the level of Kadi. Her future cultivation would be smooth. The next day, a spaceship from the Virtual Universe Company arrived to take Chenshui to the primordial secret realm, while another ship arrived to take Sumu to Chaos City. The two stood on their respective spaceships and waved goodbye. The next time they would meet in reality would be at least 200 years later. 5 months later, Sumu arrived at Chaos City once again. Seeing the law patterns in the sky, Sumu gained new insights, but unfortunately he couldn't stay in Chaos City for long this time. Sumu planned to retrieve an item from the Lord of Chaos, then meditate on the cosmic chaos steel a few times before leaving. Sumu arrived at the City Lord's mansion and proceeded to the inner courtyard. The City Lord's mansion was often visited, but few could reach the inner courtyard. Today, besides the immortal guards, there was a bald man in a fiery red battle robe. Why is Venerable Gi waiting at the entrance? It seems Venerable Gi is waiting for someone. The immortal guards were secretly astonished. For Venerable Gi to personally wait for someone meant that person was an extraordinary figure. Sumu approached and immediately saw the smiling Venerable Gi. He hurried forward to pay his respects. Venerable Gi. Venerable Gi stepped aside, declining Sumu's bow. What a joke. Although he was far stronger than Sumu, Sumu was nominally his junior uncle. Even if he was powerful, he couldn't let his junior uncle bow to him. What would the Lord of Chaos think? The immortal guards behind Venerable Gi were dumbfounded. That Venerable Gi had come to wait for Sumu was already shocking, but he even dared not accept Sumu's bow. What was Sumu's background? They all knew Sumu and they knew he was extraordinarily talented, but even so, did that warrant such careful treatment from Venerable Gi? A genius was after all just a genius. Only when he truly grew into a powerhouse would he command respect. Venerable Gi, on the other hand, had cultivated for countless years, and followed the Lord of Chaos for eons. Follow me. Master is waiting for you, Venerable Gi said with a smile. The guards were secretly startled. No wonder Venerable Gi personally welcomed him. The Lord of Chaos wanted to see Sumu. Venerable Gi led Sumu to a quiet courtyard, where a stone tablet bore 3 characters: Chaos Ruins. Master is inside. Venerable Gi stepped inside and Sumu followed. After a twist of space and time, Sumu found himself on a vast land, littered with countless corpses, each exuding a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. Venerable Gi led Sumu forward, and they saw a burly man about 3 meters tall clad in an incredibly complex and ancient dark red battle armor with war boots and a scaly tail. Seeing the Lord of Chaos, even Sumu formidable as he was, felt his soul quiver. Endless cosmic laws emanated from the Lord of Chaos, and a terrifying aura of slaughter was suffocating. This was one of the Lord of Chaos's 3 avatars, the Slaughter Avatar. He was the most powerful being Sumu had encountered so far. Although Yuanzu was stronger than the Lord of Chaos, Yuanzu was suppressed by the will of the original universe and showed little of his power. But the Lord of Chaos was different. In the original story, the Lord of Chaos was the universe master most likely to become the strongest being in the universe. His name was not only renowned in the original universe but also in the cosmic sea. Sumu, the Lord of Chaos, spoke. Sumu respectfully bowed. Greetings, Lord of Chaos. This is my token. A golden token appeared in the Lord of Chaos's hand with faint carvings of a city. If you encounter a great danger you cannot resolve, crush this token immediately. I will arrive as quickly as possible. Although Sumu was not a disciple of the Lord of Chaos, he was his junior brother. Coupled with Sumu's talent, it was only natural for the Lord of Chaos to give him a distress token. Sumu respectfully took the golden token. Thank you, Lord of Chaos. As for your master's identity, don't ask. Once your strength is sufficient you will know. The Lord of Chaos added. Yes. Sumu naturally wouldn't ask, for he already knew. The mirror secret realm is far too distant. Your own spaceship would take 100 years to get there. The Lord of Chaos said. Sumu was helpless. He had indeed been considering this problem. Could he really rely on the meteor starship to fly there? That would be too troublesome. Although he could still comprehend cosmic laws during the journey, Sumu was unwilling to waste time on travel. I have been to the mirror secret realm before. There is a coordinate of my divine kingdom nearby. I will send you there. The Lord of Chaos said. First go comprehend the cosmic chaos steel. When you are done, come see me and I will send you off. After 200 years, contact me through the virtual universe and I will bring you back. Don't die in the mirror secret realm. Thank you, Lord of Chaos. Sumu said gratefully. Although Yuanzu's involvement ensured the Lord of Chaos would help him, Sumu could still feel the Lord of Chaos's goodwill. Clearly, even if he wasn't the Lord of Chaos's disciple, the Lord of Chaos regarded him as a human genius to nurture. After all, Sumu's talent was worthy of the human high level. Go ahead. The Lord of Chaos said no more. Sumu bowed and left Chaos Ruins, arriving at the Chaos Steel. The guardian of the Chaos Steel was no longer the three-eyed Elder Kandri, but someone else. It was also a powerful universe venerable. Senior. Sumu bowed to the young man covered in scales before him. The cosmic Chaos Steel is unoccupied. Go in. The scale-covered young man said, casually opening the door to the chamber. Sumu meditated on the cosmic Chaos Steel for 49 days. Most of the doubts that had accumulated over the years were resolved during his meditation. After the 49 days, Sumu returned to the inner courtyard of the City Lord's mansion, and met the Lord of Chaos again. Standing before the Lord of Chaos, a beam of light enveloped Sumu. He had no idea what happened, but he had already left Chaos City, and traveled to the demon starfield countless light years away. Sumu suddenly appeared on a barren yellow planet, covered in sand devoid of any life. Is this the demon starfield? In the original story there was little description of the starfields of various races. Sumu opened the star map and found his location on an unnamed planet 10 days' journey from the mirror secret realm. Set off. Sumu took out the meteor starship, stored his main body, and let the purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar handle everything. The human main body could not appear, the Time Beast God avatar, and the five-colored Void Ancient Snake avatar were also too conspicuous. Only the purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar was the most convenient. Although the purple Extreme Soul Clan was rare, it was still a race. Even if the demons encountered it, they would not casually trouble him. 10 days later, Sumu arrived smoothly at a lifeless planet outside the mirror secret realm. On a lifeless planet less than an hour's journey from the mirror secret realm, the meteorite star spaceship descended. Sumu gazed into the distance at the mirror secret realm. The name was not misgiven. From afar it resembled a mirror placed in the starry sky. This mirror shimmered with an eerie radiance illuminating all directions and the boundless cosmos. Sumu's true body stepped out and sank into the core of this lifeless planet. His purple Extreme Soul Clan clone and Time Beast God clone were also retracted. Then the five-colored Void Ancient Serpent clone teleported to the front of the mirror secret realm. Unfamiliar with the realm, Sumu sent the clone with the strongest survival ability to investigate first. Concealed within the void, Sumu took a deep breath while observing the mirror secret realm. From a distance it looked like a mirror, but he was not greatly awed as it was too far away. However, upon approaching, Sumu deeply marveled at the universe's profound mystery and wonder. The mirror secret realm was roughly the size of the Milky Way. It was entirely a mirror devoid of any stars. a continent of mirrors. Imagine a mirror the size of the Milky Way. How breathtaking it must be. After a moment of awe, Sumu calmed down, as he was a man of vast experience and not easily shocked. The five-colored void ancient serpent clone flew into the mirror's secret realm, and Sumu discovered that within the realm, there were countless other mirrors. Besides the largest mirror the size of the Milky Way, there were innumerable smaller mirrors. Some the size of a palm, others as large as mountains, and still others the size of planets. Standing before a mirror 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, the five-colored void ancient serpent clone emerged from the void. Sumu wanted to see if anything unusual would happen. The mirror reflected the image of the five-colored void ancient serpent clone. A cute little five-colored snake. When Sumu moved his head, its head moved. When he moved his tail, its tail moved. It behaved just like an ordinary mirror, revealing no special traits. Nothing special. Sumu pondered. Or have I not discovered it yet? Since the ancestor had sent him here, Sumu believed the ancestor would not act without reason. There must be substantial benefits within the mirror secret realm. Master gave me 200 years. I will explore slowly. Sumu was not in a hurry. His current strength was formidable, and even spending 200 years exploring the mirror secret realm would be worthwhile. Moreover, only the five-colored void ancient serpent clone was exploring the realm. The other two clones, and the true body, were still comprehending the laws, not slacking off. Just as Sumu was about to leave, the mirror suddenly flickered. Its surface rippled like a still lake, disturbed by a pebble spreading concentric circles outward. From the center of the ripples, a five-colored void ancient serpent identical to the clone appeared. Ha! Sumu's eyes widened. The replicated five-colored void ancient serpent did not communicate with Sumu. It attacked him directly. Sumu did not move, letting the replicate strike him. The replicate's attack was very weak, unable to even damage the clone's scales. The five-colored void ancient serpent clone lightly exhaled, and the replicate dissipated. It can actually create a replica identical to me. This should be the benefit Master mentioned. But how can I use it? Sumu fell into thought. The ability to replicate oneself was likely the unique feature of the mirror secret realm. But what good would a replica of oneself do? What advantage could he gain from it? That was the most important question. If replicating oneself was the only benefit, the virtual universe could also do it, and it could replicate beings with the exact same strength. Wasn't that more miraculous than the mirror secret realm? If the mirror secret realm offered only this, the ancestor would not have sent him here. He could simply train in the virtual universe. I will explore on my own for a few years. If I still find nothing special, I will ask Master. Sumu thought to himself. He did not want to rely on the ancestor for everything. He had to explore first and only seek guidance if he truly found nothing. However, Sumu already had a clue. The secret of the mirror secret realm likely revolved around the replica of himself. After standing before the mirror for a while, with no new replica appearing, he left. Sumu went to another mirror slightly larger than the previous one, roughly twice the size. Standing before the new mirror for a moment, a new replica appeared and immediately attacked Sumu. Sumu remained motionless, letting the replica attack him, unlike before when he had blown it away with a single breath. The replica attacked him continuously using various methods. Sumu observed its attack patterns carefully. After a moment, Sumu squinted slightly. Self-created secret techniques. He finally noticed the difference. The replica's attacks employed self-created techniques completely different from the ones he had learned. Earlier, because the replica was too weak, Sumu had not noticed the peculiarity. But after careful observation, he immediately discovered it. Sumu had not yet considered creating his own secret techniques. He had planned to do so after reaching the Domain Lord level. First learn from predecessor's experience, strive to improve his law comprehension, and then upon reaching the Domain Lord level and completing the 20th level of the Cosmic Bridge, he would create his own secret techniques. Sumu roughly understood the ancestor's intention in sending him here to learn from these replicas and create his own secret techniques. In the ancestor's view, Sumu was now fully qualified to create his own secret techniques. Since Master thinks I can start, I will begin. Thus Sumu began learning in the mirror secret realm, observing the replica's self-created techniques and studying them. He tried every mirror, large or small, leaving none untested. Moreover, besides the true body, he sent the Time Beast God clone and the Purple Extreme Soul Clan clone into the mirror secret realm. Creating secret techniques was not only for the true body. Each of the three clones needed their own unique techniques. Fortunately, the mirror secret realm was vast, and Sumu encountered no trouble there. To be precise, he had not encountered any other life forms. Perhaps he was still at the periphery and had not yet reached the core of the realm. Sumu was not in a hurry. The creation of secret techniques would proceed slowly, starting from the basics. One cannot swallow a whole elephant in one bite. Thus 10 years passed. Sumu's three clones had witnessed countless replicas creating secret techniques. He himself had accumulated many ideas. Yet Sumu still refrained from creating his own techniques. After wandering the periphery of the Mirror Secret Realm for 10 years, he decided to venture deeper. At that moment Luo Feng contacted Sumu through the virtual universe. Oh, Luo Feng is looking for me. He says it's urgent. Sumu had some guesses. In the virtual universe Sumu, Luo Fenghong and Lei Shen sat together. Although Luo Feng was nominally the Lord of Earth, they all considered Sumu the true Lord. Luo Fenghong and Lei Shen deeply respected Sumu as he had greatly helped them. Senior brother, there is a very important matter, said Luo Feng solemnly. The Undying Venerable from the Giant Axe Arena came to me wanting to buy the Milky Way. No, to be precise, he wants to buy Earth. The Undying Venerable. Buy Earth. Lei Shen exclaimed. He knew what the title Venerable meant. Hearing this, Sumu understood that his guess was correct. Sumu glanced at Hong. What did you tell the Undying Venerable? Sumu asked. Of course I didn't agree. Luo Feng shook his head. Finally the Undying Venerable said, he wanted an island on Earth, but I still refused. Without your approval, senior brother, I wouldn't even sell a single stone from Earth. Sumu nodded. In the original story Luo Feng had given the Undying Venerable an island. But this time with Sumu present, Luo Feng would not hand over anything. In Luo Feng's view, Earth originally belonged to Sumu and he was merely managing it. Without Sumu's consent, even selling a stone would be a sign of disrespect. Did the Undying Venerable threaten you? Sumu asked. Luo Feng smiled bitterly. He did threaten me, but I am a member of the Virtual Universe Company's primordial secret realm. He probably wouldn't dare act recklessly. Luo Feng was not without fear. The Undying Venerable was no ordinary venerable. He was a top-tier cosmic overlord of the same rank as the Heavenly Abyss Palace Master, a mighty existence renowned throughout the universe. I just don't understand why the Undying Venerable cares so much about Earth, Luo Feng said gravely. Luo Feng, don't worry. I know why. First transfer Earth to me, Sumu said. Luo Feng agreed without hesitation. In his eyes Sumu was the original Lord of Earth. He was just managing it for him. As a high-ranking member of the Chenwu Universe country, Luo Feng could easily transfer Earth with a single command. The Lord of the Milky Way remained Luo Feng, but Earth's Lord became Sumu. Let those troublemakers come to me, Sumu smiled. Luo Feng announced that I am now the Lord of Earth. Luo Feng gave a wry smile. This will bring trouble to you, senior brother. Sumu shook his head. It's no trouble. Those who think you are weak and easy to bully want to take advantage. I'll teach them a lesson. Senior brother, can you tell us why Earth attracts such a great existence as the Undying Venerable? Lei Shen asked impatiently. That question is for Hong, Sumu said, looking at Hong. Luo Feng and Lei Shen also looked at Hong in confusion. Hong smiled. It seems senior brother already knew. Hong then explained Earth's secret. He had passed the 21st island of the Illusory Sea, attracting the attention of Giant Axe Founder, who discovered that Earth had been modified, and that its inhabitants possessed high mental fortitude. So that's it, Luo Feng and Lei Shen exclaimed. They had no idea Earth held such a secret. Earlier than in the original story, Sumu chuckled to himself. It seemed his help to Hong had caused Hong to be valued by Giant Axe Founder earlier, thus revealing Earth's secret sooner. In fact, Sumu himself had not challenged the Illusory Sea because he did not want Earth's secret to be discovered when his strength was insufficient. As for now, it was no longer a concern. In the original story, Luo Feng was forced to give up many things from Earth, and although he gained wealth, he felt deeply aggrieved. This time Sumu would not allow those arrogant beings to act insolently before him. After Hong finished, he looked at Sumu. Senior brother, there may be trouble ahead. What do you plan to do? Luo Feng and Lei Shen also looked at him. All three knew this was no small matter. Even the Undying Venerable did not hesitate to threaten Luo Feng. He would likely show no kindness to Sumu. Of course I will squeeze them dry, Sumu said with a cold smile. Earth has such a big secret. I'll have to share some with the human high level. But they won't get a single blade of grass from Earth without bleeding for it. Sumu had no thought of withholding everything from Earth. That was impossible. Even in the original story, Luo Feng only regained Earth when he had the combat power of a Universe Lord. Although Sumu was exceptionally talented, whether he could become a Universe Lord was still uncertain. The human high level valued him, but they would not treat him as the only one. Thus Sumu would have to sacrifice something from Earth. A necessity he could not avoid unless he asked the Ancestor to intervene. Sumu naturally would not trouble the Ancestor over this matter, but he would obtain far greater benefits than in the original story. It's best for senior brother to handle this. Luo Feng nodded, knowing that Sumu held a higher position and greater power in the Virtual Universe Company. Ordinary people dared not pressure him. Even the Undying Venerable could threaten Luo Feng, but did he dare threaten Sumu? I have already announced that you are the Lord of Earth, Luo Feng said. Good. Once this matter is resolved, I will return Earth to you, Sumu said. We will split the profits equally. By the way, Luo Feng, you can go to Earth any time now, right? Sumu asked. Yes, I can teleport back at any moment. Luo Feng nodded. Then be ready. If my negotiations with the Virtual Universe Company fail, you will load Earth into the Golden Horned Beast's inner world and take it away. Sumu said calmly, we Earthlings will never be bullied. Luo Feng nodded vigorously. Senior brother, rest assured I understand. Even if it came to a fight to the death, Luo Feng was fearless. His family and Sumu's family were all on Earth, so they could simply flee together. He would do exactly as Sumu instructed. Luo Feng transferred the ownership of Earth to Sumu. The undying venerable clad in bizarre battle armor laughed eerily. It seems he was right. He cannot decide Earth's fate. Everything depends on that Sumu. But that little fellow Sumu is far more troublesome than Luo Feng. There were words that could be said to Luo Feng but absolutely not to Sumu. One could use power to oppress Luo Feng but never Sumu. After all, Sumu was nominally the personal disciple of the Chaos City Lord, and even the undying venerable dared not touch a hair on his head. On the other side, Luo Feng's enemy, the Yanzhu King, frowned deeply. Sumu. Damn. He actually transferred Earth to Sumu. Humph, this Sumu might be even more timid than Luo Feng. He may not dare to offend me. Contact Sumu. When Luo Feng stated that Sumu was the Lord of Earth, he also provided Sumu's virtual universe ID. Sumu had instructed him to do so that others would come to him instead of bothering Luo Feng. Master, there's an unknown ID. Babata said. Connect. Sumu curled his lips into a cold smirk. He wanted to see who it was and how they would threaten him. A screen materialized in midair, revealing a man with mysterious runes on his forehead, peerlessly beautiful. Indeed, very beautiful. Sumu nodded to himself. According to the original story, the Yanzhu King was exceedingly beautiful, even more captivating than the inherently noble beauty of a Zerg queen. Of course, no matter how beautiful he was, it had no effect on Sumu. I am the Yanzhu King. I'm sure you've heard of me. The Yanzhu King smiled. Never heard of you. Sumu said flatly. What kind of trash was this? Why would I have heard of him? The Yanzhu King's eyelid twitched a murderous glint in his eyes. He despised geniuses like Sumu, which was why he had clashed with the Jinyan King. He said coldly, Sumu, I'm here to buy Earth. To be blunt, 100 million mixed units. 100 million? Sumu scoffed. Get lost. Sumu, even if you're a genius, you haven't grown yet. Don't be so full of yourself. The Yanzhu King was furious. Yanzhu King, don't bluster in front of me. I have never taken a piece of trash like you seriously. Sumu said coldly. If your father had come, I might have spoken a few words with him. A waste like you. I could kill you like a chicken even before becoming an undying. A word of advice, don't stir up trouble. A waste should just cultivate properly, understand? Snap. Sumu terminated the call directly. He didn't want to waste another word on the likes of the Yanzhu King. Damn it. On the other side, the Yanzhu King was so furious he could spit blood. If it were Luo Feng, how would he dare speak to him like that? But it was Sumu. In terms of status, Sumu held a much higher position in the Virtual Universe Company than the Yanzhu King did in the Axe Arena. The Yanzhu King had no way to deal with Sumu. Just as Sumu had said, if his father, the Shihua Venerable, had come, it would have been a different story. But the Yanzhu King himself, he wasn't even qualified to speak to Sumu on equal terms. A figure wreathed in black flames appeared behind the Yanzhu King. Cha Luo. Father. The Yanzhu King quickly turned and bowed respectfully. This figure was the Shihua Venerable whose talent rivaled that of Kadi. Sumu's words. What do you think? He deserves to die. The Yanzhu King was furious. He dared to insult me. He's only a domain lord. Yanzhu. The Shihua Venerable's voice turned cold. It seems Sumu is right. You should focus on your cultivation. Go to the 9th Starfield prison for 10 epochs. Father. The Yanzhu King's eyes widened, not understanding why his father was punishing him. In the original story, it was the Void Gold Lord who punished the Yanzhu King. But this time, since the Yanzhu King hadn't yet caused trouble on Earth, the Void Gold Lord hadn't spoken. Yet the Shihua Venerable still punished his own son. Although the Yanzhu King was his son, the Shihua Venerable inwardly agreed with Sumu. A waste should just cultivate and not seek trouble. A person like Sumu had limitless potential. The Shihua Venerable was acting for his son's own good. If the enmity continued, either he would have to kill Sumu preemptively, or Sumu would eventually grow strong enough to kill his son. He didn't want to become Sumu's enemy, either, so the best option was to punish and temper his son. It seems Sumu already knows the secret of Earth. I need not worry about this matter. The Shihua Venerable shook his head. His status was still inferior to the Undying Venerables. After the Yanzhu King, Babata said, Master, another unknown call is coming. Connect. A screen appeared again, showing a figure clad in strange armor that looked like tens of thousands of vines. Sumu met his eerie green eyes, and immediately felt a deluge of nightmare illusions. Countless demons howled, ready to devour him. Sumu blinked, effortlessly breaking free from the nightmare. Wah wah wah. A strange piercing laugh came from the undying venerable, as expected of a genius born once in a trillion epochs. Impressive. Sumu said calmly, "Thank you for the compliment, venerable." The undying venerable's voice suddenly rose. "I am the great undying venerable. You may address me as undying venerable, not just venerable. Remember that. What business does the undying venerable have with me?" Sumu gave a casual bow, unwilling to waste words. He would be respectful to some, but when someone came with ill intent he was naturally not courteous. What did it matter if the undying venerable was a top-tier cosmic overlord on par with the heavenly erosion palace lord? Sumu firmly believed that he would surpass the cosmic lords, and surpass everything in due time. The undying venerable glared. "Kid, sell me Earth. I'll give you 100 billion mixed units." He threw out the price, hoping to overwhelm Sumu's mind. Sumu smiled faintly, not answering. Instead he asked, "Undying venerable, do you think I can conquer the virtual universe company's primordial heavenly mountain? With your talent, naturally you can." The undying venerable didn't belittle Sumu. "To be honest, I don't see 100 billion mixed units as much." Sumu said unhurriedly, "I know exactly what secrets Earth holds. I will discuss this matter with the virtual universe company. I cannot sell it to your axe arena. Kid, you've got guts. How dare you defy me, the great undying venerable?" The undying venerable's eyes flashed with cold light, shooting towards Sumu like lightning. "I know your reputation echoes across the universe. Unrestrained, arrogant, noble, and capable of scolding even cosmic lords at will." Sumu remained calm. "And you're not afraid?" The undying venerable laughed eerily. "Why should I be afraid?" Sumu stood with his hands behind his back straight, his gaze like a sword, cold and fierce, staring directly into the undying venerable's eyes. "I, Sumu, do as I please. I wouldn't fear even the universe exploding, so why would I fear you, undying venerable? Throughout the heavens and earth, the endless cosmos, there are those I respect but none that I fear. Your realm, undying venerable, is merely a small hurdle on my path. I have no wish to offend you, but I will never be afraid of you." In terms of arrogance, audacity, and fearlessness, Sumu simply hadn't shown it before. "Ha ha 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 ha." The undying venerable laughed genuinely for once. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Sumu smiled. "You do have the power to kill me, but you can never find me." The undying venerable was stunned, not expecting such an answer. "Fine. I'll go discuss this with your virtual universe company." The undying venerable left. He truly had no way to deal with Sumu. As Sumu had said, you could kill him, but you couldn't find him. So how could you kill him? With Sumu's talent, once he grew, who would kill whom was uncertain. The undying venerable found Sumu a tough nut to crack. "Awesome, master." Babata's little face was pale, cursing out the Yenju king and confronting the undying venerable. "That's incredible." "And that was the undying venerable." Kuei also chimed in. "Even in my previous master's time, he was a great being who roamed countless dangerous secret realms without dying. Master, you are truly audacious." Sumu shook his head. "I'm not audacious. I'm confident I can retreat unscathed. Many times people hesitate because they lack certainty. If you were certain, which employee wouldn't curse out the boss and quit?" Sumu was confident, so no one could intimidate him. However, Sumu knew that the Yenju king and the undying venerable were just appetizers. The virtual universe company was the main course. The virtual universe company probably didn't yet know the specific secret of Earth. Once they learned, they would also make an offer to buy it. In the original story, the virtual universe company only offered Luo Feng tens of billions of mixed units. Sumu couldn't settle for that little. He wanted much more. If the virtual universe company refused, he would have Luo Feng take Earth and flee. No one would get it. Sumu didn't feel he owed the virtual universe company much. Although he had obtained opportunities to explore secret realms, he had earned them with his own life, not as charity. Of course, he would never forget the teachings of the origin ancestor, but that was a separate matter. Sure enough, a few hours later, the Nine Swords venerable and a woman in fiery red battle armor with a veiled face and only a pair of emerald eyes walked through the void. Sumu. The Nine Swords venerable approached with a smile. "Greetings, venerable." Sumu bowed. "This is the Green Flame venerable." The Nine Swords venerable introduced the emerald-eyed woman. Sumu sighed inwardly. In the original, Luo Feng never learned this woman's title clearly because they looked down on him. But facing him, even a venerable treated him as an equal. None put on airs before Sumu. Even the undying venerable, despite his bluster, inwardly treated Sumu with caution. Otherwise, he would have taken action long ago. "Greetings, Green Flame venerable." Sumu bowed slightly. "Let's talk inside." The Nine Swords venerable smiled. "Please." Sumu led the two venerables into the room and closed the door. "I am here on behalf of the Virtual Universe Company to discuss Earth with you." The Green Flame venerable said with a smile, the Qianwu Universe Kingdom, is under the control of our Virtual Universe Company. The entire Universe Kingdom belongs to the company. In theory, the company could issue an order to revoke your ownership of Earth. Su Mu's eyes darkened. He found these words very unpleasant. It was nothing but a high-handed posture to suppress him, implying that Earth was the company's property, and that they were gracious enough to negotiate. But Su Mu didn't see it that way. If it was anyone's property, Earth belonged to the anomalous great being. The Virtual Universe Company had no right to use that to pressure him. Su Mu raised his hand, interrupting the Green Flame Venerable before she could continue. The Nine Swords Venerable and the Green Flame Venerable were startled. You actually dared to interrupt? Su Mu knew he had to interrupt, or otherwise he would remain passive throughout the negotiation, constantly in a position of receiving charity. To gain more benefits, he couldn't let the Virtual Universe Company dominate the conversation. Earth is not my private property, nor is it the Virtual Universe Company's. It belongs to that anomalous great being. Su Mu said coldly, I was born on Earth. That great being created us Earthlings, and we are the inheritors of Earth. Please, Green Flame Venerable, get this clear. Su Mu wanted to first establish that his status as Earth's inheritor came from the anomalous great being, not from the Virtual Universe Company. The Green Flame Venerable was taken aback, never expecting Su Mu to be so assertive, and refute her immediately. This left her momentarily unsure how to continue, but she quickly recovered. Su Mu, that's not how it's said. Earth lies within the territory of our Virtual Universe Company, so naturally it is the company's property. I don't think so. If I make a mud pie in your house, does that mud pie become your property? That's not logical. Su Mu didn't mind bickering with the Green Flame Venerable. He could go on for 10 days and nights without getting tired, as long as he didn't let the Virtual Universe Company have the final say on this issue. Enough, let's set this aside for now. Su Mu, take a look at the terms the Virtual Universe Company has offered you. Nine Swords Venerable swiftly changed the subject. Such disputes could drag on for 10,000 years without resolution, unless the Virtual Universe Company forcibly pressured Su Mu, which they would never do. Green Flame Venerable, somewhat vexed, still produced a document. Here, take a look. This is the contract the Virtual Universe Company has drafted concerning Earth. There are two plans. Choose whichever you prefer. Su Mu took it and read it carefully. Inwardly, he sneered. The Virtual Universe Company had given him two options, which was nothing more than hegemony. A forced choice between two. Would Su Mu yield so easily? The two plans: first, Su Mu sells Earth directly to the Virtual Universe Company for 1 trillion Hunyuan units. Quite generous. 800 billion more than in the original story. In the original, the Virtual Universe Company had offered Luo Feng only 200 billion. Clearly they valued Su Mu more. But even 1 trillion Hunyuan units was merely a drop in the ocean compared to Earth's true worth. Second, the Virtual Universe Company would build a floating city above Earth's seas. But under this condition, they would only give Su Mu 250 billion Hunyuan units. Your choice. Green Flame Venerable's voice was cold. I choose neither. Su Mu placed the document on the table. Green Flame Venerable frowned. Su Mu, the Virtual Universe Company has already shown you great courtesy. Don't be ungrateful. Trying to strong-arm me. Su Mu scoffed. Green Flame Venerable's face darkened. If not for Su Mu's extraordinary talent, would she have been so patient? She was a Universe Venerable. Don't bother me with empty words. Su Mu waved his hand, cutting off what Green Flame Venerable was about to say. He spoke slowly, each word deliberate. We both know the value of Earth, and so does the Virtual Universe Company. Don't treat me like a fool to be bullied. I have my own terms. Go discuss them with the higher-ups of the Virtual Universe Company. Su Mu produced the plan he had prepared long ago. I will allow the Virtual Universe Company to build a floating city above Earth's seas, but it will cost 1 trillion Hunyuan units. Impossible. Green Flame Venerable flatly rejected. Don't be hasty. I haven't finished. Su Mu's conditions went far beyond this. He intended to secure benefits for himself, Luo Feng and Lei Shin. Furthermore, every child born on Earth must pay me a birth tax of 10,000 Hunyuan units. You're asking for the moon. Green Flame Venerable stood up in fury. 10,000 Hunyuan units per child. What kind of child was that? An entire star domain was worth only 1,000 Hunyuan units. A birth tax of 10,000 Hunyuan units per child. That was enough to buy 10 star domains. The Virtual Universe Company will never agree to these terms. Green Flame Venerable was incensed. She had never seen anyone negotiate with the Virtual Universe Company like this. She wanted to curse. Why didn't he just go rob someone? Whether you agree or not is your business. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Su Mu stood up, bowed. Farewell, two venerables. Su Mu left the Virtual Universe directly. This? Nine Swords Venerable and Green Flame Venerable stared in disbelief. How arrogant! Green Flame Venerable could only choke out those words. Indeed. Nine Swords Venerable smiled bitterly. But Sumu had the capital to be arrogant. He had trained for so short a time yet possessed such terrifying strength. As long as he didn't fall, becoming a universe venerable was a certainty. The terms Sumu had proposed were essentially on par with what a universe venerable would demand. It was his way of telling the virtual universe company, don't treat me like a fool. I want the same treatment as a universe venerable. Sumu had not gone as far as demanding universe sovereign treatment. Had he done so, no one would have been able to touch Earth. Nine Swords Venerable and Green Flame Venerable had no choice but to leave. This matter required discussion with higher-ups. It was no longer within their authority. Elsewhere, Sumu met Luo Feng and Lei Shen and told them about his negotiations with the virtual universe company. Brother, you're ruthless. Luo Feng was shocked. This is going against the virtual universe company. Sumu shook his head. Luo Feng, you're mistaken. This isn't going against them. It's demanding what I deserve. Then Sumu said solemnly, only by being strong-willed can we gain more benefits and live better lives. We all know the value of Earth, so does the virtual universe company. I'm just making a few trivial requests. The virtual universe company's offer had treated Sumu as a king-level immortal. Sumu's demand was to be treated as a universe venerable. It was up to the virtual universe company to decide. Brother, I've returned to Earth. Contact me immediately if anything happens. I'll take Earth and disappear. After Sumu's rebellious act, Luo Feng didn't hesitate. He teleported back to Earth waiting for Sumu's outcome. If the result was good, all would be well. If bad, they would flee together. Whatever Sumu said, he would follow. Brother is truly domineering. Lei Shen sighed. Only this way will we not be bullied. Sumu said calmly. Hong nodded. Brother is right. When it's time to be strong, we must be strong and fight for our interests. Otherwise others will only take advantage of us. When reading the original story, Sumu had always felt this part was somewhat frustrating. Earth was so precious, yet the virtual universe company had only offered a few 100 billion Hunyuan units. In essence, they looked down on Luo Feng due to his low status and bullied him. Sumu couldn't fight the virtual universe company directly, but he wouldn't let those contemptuous people in the company have their way. A few 100 billion Hunyuan units. They wanted to settle this like giving alms to a beggar. If they didn't agree to his terms, no one would have peace. In a resplendent space, at the center was a long table flanked by 10 massive thrones on each side. 20 figures appeared almost simultaneously on the thrones. One of them was Green Flame Venerable, who had previously negotiated with Sumu. Green Flame Venerable placed the document on the table. I've briefed you on the situation. Sumu rejected our terms and instead proposed his own. Humph. Arrogant little brat. Does he really think he's a venerable? Ridiculous. One venerable with 2 long horns on his head sneered. What's there to discuss? Since he won't agree, let's just reclaim Earth's ownership. No need for nonsense. Another massive venerable 20 meters tall spoke in a booming voice. Yes, reclaim Earth's ownership. After all, he's just a little brat. Offering him 1 trillion Hunyuan units was already out of respect for primordial Chaos City Lord. How dare he push further? We can't keep indulging him, he must be punished. Many venerables voiced their outrage, strongly condemning Sumu's actions. Not only that, but they also wanted to punish Sumu. This matter could not be left to his whims. But he is our race's most talented genius, and the personal disciple of primordial Chaos City Lord. Though Green Flame Venerable was also dissatisfied and wanted to punish Sumu, she voiced her concerns. Forcibly taking Earth and punishing Sumu might breed resentment. If he develops discontent toward our race, he might become a second Yen Emperor. Yen Emperor. At that name, many venerables fell silent. As universe venerables and high-ranking members of the virtual universe company, they knew something about the Yen Emperor. The Yen Emperor had once been human, but betrayed the race, depriving humanity of an additional universe sovereign-level combatant. He wouldn't dare. The 20-meter-tall venerable roared, causing the entire space to tremble. If he dares betray humanity, I will be the first to kill him. Enough! A dream snail wing clan member seated at the left head seat and bearing wings on his back spoke. By the time Sumu has the strength to betray humanity, it won't be you killing him. It will be him killing you. Many venerables fell silent. That was a blunt truth. When Sumu could indeed betray humanity, they as universe venerables would have to flee at the sight of him. Kill him? That was a pipe dream. Then what do you suggest? The venerables looked at the dream snail wing clan venerable. Report this to the higher-ups and let them decide. This matter is too significant. We are not qualified to make the call. Sumu's talent, identity, and the secrets of Earth. We need only follow orders. The dream snail wing clan venerable said. Very well. I agree to report it up. Let's do that. The venerables immediately escalated the situation. Before long, a serpent woman venerable entered the space. She casually glanced at the assembled venerables and said flatly, "The higher-ups have decided to grant all of Su Mu's demands." "Really?" Green Flame Venerable was surprised. She hadn't expected the Virtual Universe Company's upper echelons to actually agree to Su Mu's terms. The first demand, 1 trillion Hunyuan units, wasn't too excessive given Su Mu's talent and status as well as Earth's value. It was entirely feasible. But the second demand, a birth tax of 10,000 Hunyuan units per child, that was a perpetual stream of wealth. That revenue should have belonged to the Virtual Universe Company, but Su Mu had taken it. Of course the company could recoup it elsewhere. Green Flame Venerable, you will negotiate with Su Mu again and have him sign. The Serpent Woman Venerable looked at Green Flame Venerable. Green Flame Venerable nodded without refusal. Then the Serpent Woman Venerable swept her gaze over the 20 venerables. "I know some of you are dissatisfied. Let me give you a warning, don't provoke Su Mu. He may be arrogant and outrageous, but he has the capital. He has even confronted Undying Venerable and infuriated the son of Eroding Fire Venerable. Don't go looking for trouble. He won't show you any courtesy. Also, this matter has been approved by the Heaven Erosion Palace Lord, the Li Sha Mountain Lord, and several universe overlords. So leave it alone." Many venerables were startled, now aware of the major deeds Su Mu had accomplished, and how highly regarded he was by the Virtual Universe Company's upper echelons. Su Mu indeed deserved the treatment of a universe venerable, and as his strength grew he would enjoy even better treatment. The venerables dispersed. Green Flame Venerable sought out Su Mu once more. "Su Mu, sign here. The Virtual Universe Company has agreed to all your demands." Green Flame Venerable's face was expressionless. Thank you, Venerable." Su Mu smiled and bowed, infinitely more respectful than before. Green Flame Venerable thought to herself, could you switch moods any faster? If I had brought back a rejection, you certainly wouldn't be bowing to me. But Su Mu's improved attitude did dissipate some of her anger. She continued, "First, the 1 trillion Hunyuan units cannot be given to you all at once. At the Domain Lord level you will receive only 1 billion. When you reach the World Lord level you will receive another 100 billion. After becoming an immortal, the remaining amount will be given to you in one lump sum. As for the birth tax, the Virtual Universe Company will collect it on your behalf. At the Domain Lord level you get 1,000th, at the World Lord level 1/10th. And after becoming an immortal you'll receive the full amount. Don't worry about the company embezzling it." Su Mu smiled. "Of course I trust the Virtual Universe Company won't embezzle such a small sum from me." "Small sum?" Green Flame Venerable curled her lip inwardly. This was no small sum. 10,000 Hunyuan units per child. 100 million children would mean 1 trillion Hunyuan units. How could that be small? Green Flame Venerable was about to stand and leave, when Su Mu said with a smile, "Please pass a message to those who wish to have children on the floating island." "What do you want to say?" Green Flame Venerable looked askance. Su Mu stood up and spoke deliberately. "Tell them they may only stay on the floating island. No one is to set foot on Earth itself. Whoever disobeys will die without a burial place." Green Flame Venerable thought, "This guy is absolutely lawless. He might actually do it." But she said aloud, "Fine. I'll inform them." Green Flame Venerable left. Soon 1 billion Hunyuan units were deposited into Su Mu's account. Su Mu met Luo Feng and the others again. "It's settled." Su Mu nodded to the three. Luo Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As a last resort, he hadn't wanted to go down the path of mutual destruction. "I now have 1 billion Hunyuan units. Let's split it equally." Su Mu said, "Equally? I don't want any." Lei Shin shook his head repeatedly. Hong also shook his head gently. "Brother Lei Shin and I won't accept it. You and Luo Feng split it." Luo Feng also said, "I won't take it either." Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shin were all resolute in their stance. They felt that they had done nothing. Everything was achieved through Su Mu's negotiations. So naturally they would not accept this money. They would not take money without contributing. "How about this?" Su Mu pondered. "Hong, Lei Shin, I will give each of you 50 million Hunyuan units." Seeing that the two were about to speak, Su Mu interrupted. "You are both going to the Jufu arena where you will certainly need plenty of money. With wealth you can improve faster. Don't refuse. Consider it my sponsorship." The two exchanged glances and finally stood up together. "Thank you, senior brother. As for you, Luo Feng," Su Mu began, but Luo Feng quickly said, "I'll just take 50 million Hunyuan units too." Su Mu shook his head. "If you take too little, Hong and Lei Shin will feel uneasy." Hong and Lei Shin nodded. Indeed, they had done nothing and each received 50 million Hunyuan units. Although Luo Feng seemed to have done nothing, he had actually made all preparations, and was in a dangerous situation. Naturally, he should take more money. "I'll give you 300 million Hunyuan units. Don't refuse," Su Mu said. In the original story, Luo Feng at this time should have only received 20 million Hunyuan units, but Su Mu increased his gains 15-fold. "Alright, thank you, senior brother." Luo Feng had no choice but to agree. Su Mu continued. When I reach the Realm Lord level, and that 100 billion Hunyuan units are distributed, we'll still split them according to this ratio. I'll act as the temporary Earth Lord to prevent anyone from causing you trouble, Su Mu said. Naturally, Luo Feng had no objections. The four chatted a while longer and then dispersed. Su Mu left the virtual universe. His three avatars were still exploring within the mirror secret realm. Let me first send the five-colored Void Serpent avatar to explore deeper areas. The Time Beast God avatar and the purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar remained at the periphery, while the five-colored Void Serpent avatar advanced toward the center of the mirror secret realm. Continuously teleporting and constantly using mirrors to replicate himself, Su Mu could clearly sense that the closer he got to the center of the mirror secret realm, the stronger the mirror copies of himself became. If I could take a mirror out and use it to replicate enemies to attack them, that would be interesting, Su Mu mused to himself. However, he had already investigated the mirrors in the mirror secret realm only had the replication function within the realm. Once taken out, they would lose their power and become ordinary mirrors. It was not the mirrors in the mirror secret realm that were magical, but the entire cosmic secret realm itself. No one knew why it was like this. Many universe masters had come to explore the mirror secret realm, but they all found nothing valuable. Thus many years ago, almost no universe masters came here anymore because the mirror secret realm offered little help to them. Which universe master didn't have self-created secret arts? The mirror secret realm could no longer help them. However, universe overlords still came here and some even perished in this place. After teleporting for a while, Su Mu landed on a moon-sized planet. The mirror planet reflected the image of his five-colored Void Serpent avatar, and a copy of the five-colored Void Serpent appeared. Swoosh! The copy immediately attacked Su Mu, swinging its tail, opening its mouth, and using every part of its body as a weapon. Su Mu and the copy engaged in a fierce battle. Impressive! After a bout of combat, neither could gain the upper hand. Su Mu was secretly alarmed. It seemed this place was near his limit. Going further would only bring stronger opponents. Even universe overlords could fall in the mirror secret realm, so the place he was in was naturally not the core area. Seeing no danger around, Su Mu also sent in the purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar, and the Time Beast God avatar. Among the three avatars, the five-colored Void Serpent avatar was the strongest in terms of concealment and survival. However, in terms of frontal combat strength, the Time Beast God avatar was the strongest, so it was the one that ventured farthest into the mirror secret realm. Each of the three avatars stayed in their own area, seeking different mirrors, engaging in combat with their copies, and gaining insights for their self-created secret arts through battle. About 20-some days after the Earth incident, Su Mu was chatting with Suming Fuwan and the others in the virtual universe. Su Mu often appeared in the virtual universe to meet his father and chat with his half-siblings. Unless there were special reasons, such as when he was in the abyss of purgatory, he maintained at least one meeting per month with them. He must not forget his roots just because his strength had grown. Moreover, meeting in the virtual universe was convenient. He could easily spare a sliver of his mind to meet. Dad, what's wrong with you all? Su Mu looked at Su Ming and smiled. Why are you so distracted? He felt that Su Ming was acting strangely today, as if he had something to say but held back. Not only that, but Fu Wan and his half-siblings all wore expressions, as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. Although they had become a bit more reserved around him due to his increased power after so many years together, they had all gotten used to it, and such a situation had almost never occurred before. Big brother, let me speak. His younger sister glanced at the others and began, recently Luo Feng. Just as she said this, Babata spoke in Su Mu's mind. Master, Luo Feng is looking for you. Luo Feng is looking for me too. Su Mu furrowed his brow. His sister's matter also involved Luo Feng. What exactly was going on? Let Luo Feng come directly. Whatever the matter, it could be clarified face to face. Before long, Luo Feng entered the room and Su Mu asked him to sit down. Luo Feng, speak up. What's the matter? Seeing Su Ming and the others' troubled expressions, Su Mu directly asked Luo Feng. Luo Feng was not one to hide things, nor did he waste words. Senior brother, the Virtual Universe Company assigned me a task to deal with the guilty members of the Luo and Su families. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Mu understood what was happening. It was a task given to Luo Feng by the Virtual Universe Company. In the original story, Luo Feng had received low scores from certain people in the Virtual Universe Company because he did not deal with his own father. Everything has been investigated, right? Su Mu asked. He also understood the reason for Su Ming's hesitation. They undoubtedly wanted him to plead with Luo Feng to spare certain heinous criminals. The Virtual Universe Company has already thoroughly investigated. They just want me to carry out the judgment, Luo Feng said in a low voice, his expression grim, because among those to be judged was his own biological father. The Virtual Universe Company also wants me to arrest members of the Su family. Luo Feng's face grew even darker. When it came to arresting his own family, Luo Feng did it without hesitation, judging them according to the law. But when it involved the Su family, Luo Feng could not simply arrest them directly. How would Su Mu view that? However, although he hadn't made arrests, he had already sent people to detain the guilty members of the Su family. After all, Luo Feng was now the inspector of the Chenwu Universe Kingdom. In the eyes of ordinary people in the Chenwu Universe Kingdom, Luo Feng's status was higher than Su Mu's. Su Mu looked at his younger sister. She bit her lip and said, "Big brother, I want to plead for my grandson Su Ling." His sister was already married, but she had taken in a husband, so her descendants all bore the surname Su. What crime did Su Ling commit? Su Mu asked. Luo Feng touched his hand and a light screen appeared before everyone, displaying the crimes Su Ling had committed. As a grandson of Su Mu's generation and deeply favored by his sister, Su Ling held a very high status in the Su family and had committed many evil deeds. The number of people who died directly or indirectly because of him exceeded 50,000. Not only that, he often kidnapped beautiful women and even humiliated entire families to death. There were even members of the Su and Luo families who had died by Su Ling's hand. Su Mu leaned back on the sofa, gently tapping the armrest with his fingers. Luo Feng, do what you must do. Thank you, senior brother. Luo Feng stood up. Uncle Ming, Aunt Fu, I'm sorry. He strode out of the room to do what he had to do. Sister, this Su Ling deserves to die. Don't hold a grudge against Luo Feng. If you must hate someone, hate me, Su Mu said. I wouldn't dare, his sister quickly shook her head. Su Mu could tell that there was still some resentment in his sister's words, but he didn't take it to heart. The Su family also needs to be cleaned up. Su Mu said somberly. I'll have the Virtual Universe Company's intelligence department give you a list of the crimes committed by Su family members. You handle those who need to be dealt with accordingly. I'll have the military department of the Virtual Universe Company's Chenwu branch assist with this. Su Ming and the others couldn't help but shiver. Su Mu rarely spoke in such a tone, which meant he was truly angry. No one knew how much blood would be spilled next. In terms of ruthlessness, Su Mu was far more cold-blooded than Luo Feng. The descendants of the Luo family, no matter how many generations, carried Luo Feng's bloodline. But the descendants of the Su family did not carry Su Mu's bloodline. They were always one step removed from him. Su Mu provided them with a livelihood out of respect for Su Ming, but not so that they could bring infamy upon him. He had to use swift and severe measures to punish certain people, or they would never recognize their own place. Go tell those people in the Su family if they want to cultivate diligently, I can provide them with resources. If they want to idle away their lives, I can let them spend their whole lives in virtual games. With Su Mu's wealth, he could easily arrange all that. But if they step out of line, they will face nothing but death. Su Mu left the room. Sigh. Su Ming sighed. Go ahead and do it. Don't make your elder brother angry. Su Ming couldn't say anything else. In fact, Su Mu could have simply ignored everything and only looked after Su Ming since he was Su Ming's son. The rest were all spared only because of Su Ming's face. Aside from his own siblings, Su Mu had no feelings whatsoever for the others. After leaving, Su Mu sent a message to Luo Feng asking him to coordinate with the Chenwu branch to investigate the Su family. This was naturally a trivial matter for Luo Feng. He could handle it with a single word. After that, Su Mu stopped worrying about it and devoted himself entirely to training and comprehending in the Mirror Secret Realm. Another 10 years passed in the Mirror Secret Realm. During these 10 years, Su Mu's 3 avatars fought daily against copies of his self-created secret arts, gaining deeper insights into them. One day Su Mu saw a figure in the Mirror Secret Realm. It was a massive creature with 2 ferocious heads. One with golden pupils and the other with silver pupils. The time-space nightmare beast of the 18 royal clans of the demon race. This was the first demon race creature Su Mu encountered in the Mirror Secret Realm. The time-space nightmare beast, one of the 18 royal clans of the demon race. Upon reaching adulthood, it naturally attains the domain lord level. Its 2 heads have golden and silver pupils respectively. The golden pupil can affect space and the silver pupil can affect time. When both pupils are activated simultaneously, they exert strong control over the surrounding spacetime, and when combined with a law domain, they can multiply its power. I can't believe I encountered a time-space nightmare beast, and one that has just reached the immortal level. The 5-colored void serpent avatar's eyes flickered. Since you've been unlucky enough to run into me, I'll use you to test my self-created secret art. Su Mu had originally planned to find a copy to test his self-created secret art, but since there was a royal demon clan member that was even better, it would allow him to kill a demon and hone his self-created secret art at the same time. A perfect 2-for-1 deal. Listwar wandered through the Mirror Secret Realm, seeking various mirrors to temper himself. I will train in the Mirror Secret Realm for 10,000 years, and then head to the battlefield outside the territory. Having just been promoted to Immortal, Listwar did not plan to go directly to the battlefield. Instead, he would first sharpen his strength in the Mirror Secret Realm. When I go to the battlefield, I'll definitely kill many other races to earn battle merits. Sooner or later, I will become a venerable. Listwar's talent was not high, but his ambition was great. Just then he saw a small 5-colored snake suddenly appear before him. So tiny that it was smaller than one of his fingernails. What race is this? L'Histoire had never seen a special life form like the 5-colored void serpent. Sumu wasted no words. As soon as he appeared, he swung his tail at L'Histoire. The tail carried endless mysteries, and space itself seemed to freeze at that moment. In L'Histoire's eyes it appeared as a colossal tail hundreds of miles wide, sweeping toward him, destroying everything in its path. L'Histoire let out a furious roar, his golden and silver pupils glowing simultaneously. He spread his law domain, twisting space and disrupting time. Boom! The massive tail shadow slammed heavily into L'Histoire's law domain, which instantly exploded. The tail struck L'Histoire's body. With a tremendous boom, L'Histoire's divine body exploded. Endless divine power scattered, and in an instant, his divine power was completely depleted. He could not reform his body, and was utterly dead beyond any resurrection. With a single tail strike, he slew a newly ascended immortal of the demon race. He did not rely on any treasures but solely on his own power. Still not good enough. Although he had easily killed an immortal, Sumu himself was not quite satisfied. He could clearly feel that when executing this move there was still some awkwardness in between. Obviously his application of power and the rotation of laws had not reached the ideal state in his mind. Continue. Sumu was not in a hurry. He still had plenty of time to perfect his self-created secret art within the mirror realm. The secret art direction of the Wucai Shukong Gusha clone was to use tail attacks. With a sweep of the tail, heaven and earth would shatter. The direction of the Shiguang Shoshin clone was to use wing attacks, cutting through everything, even time would be severed. The Ziji Huanzu clone naturally specialized in soul attacks, directly destroying the enemy's soul. Although Sumu's true body did not enter the mirror realm, it was also in the process of creating a secret art by combining the insights of the 3 clones. Finally here. 3 years later, Sumu arrived before a massive mirror-like continent. With his authority in the virtual universe, he had naturally investigated a great deal of information about the mirror realm. The mirror realm was divided into 3 levels: the outer perimeter, the inner perimeter, and the core. The outer perimeter was generally where those who had just entered the mirror realm or those below immortal level stayed. The inner perimeter was where immortals honed their skills. The core naturally was the domain of universe venerables. The outer perimeter was the largest, the inner perimeter next, and the core the smallest. The 3 areas were like 2 rings for the outer 2 and a circle for the core. Sumu had entered the inner perimeter over 10 years ago, and had trained there for many years. However, the inner perimeter also had 3 great blessed lands. These so-called blessed lands were not treasures but rather places where the replicas created were most beneficial to cultivators. The continent before Sumu, like a mirror and as vast as 100,000 suns, was one of the 3 great blessed lands of the inner perimeter, the Jingluo continent. The replica of oneself created on the Jingluo continent was more suited to one's self-created secret art. Intelligence from the Virtual Universe Company also stated that if one could trigger the power of the Jingluo continent itself and have it replicate oneself, the benefits would be even greater. Don't forget, the Jingluo continent itself was also a giant mirror, naturally possessing the power of replication. However, triggering the replication effect of the Jingluo continent itself was extremely difficult. No one knew the triggering conditions, only that the higher one's talent, the greater the probability. In terms of talent, Sumu was not inferior to anyone, so he came here. He believed that he could definitely trigger the power of the Jingluo continent and have it replicate him. However, Sumu did not act recklessly. Instead of appearing openly, he used the Nikong talent to conceal himself first. After all, the fact that the Jingluo continent was a blessed land was known to many races, and there were also many powerful demon race experts here. If he casually exposed himself, some knowledgeable demon might recognize him as the Wucai Shukong Gusha. They would not associate him with the human race, but as a special life form he would certainly attract a lot of attention. Sumu still wanted to keep a low profile. Tisk tisk, it's hard to see even one demon outside, but here on the Jingluo continent I've already seen over a dozen demon immortals. Obviously the demons who could come to the mirror realm almost all knew about the 3 great blessed lands in the inner perimeter, so they came straight to the Jingluo continent. Although the Jingluo continent was as large as 100,000 suns, it was actually not that huge, so it was natural to encounter many demons here. Sumu did not dare to casually kill demons here to avoid trouble. After 2 teleportations with Nikong, Sumu appeared in a huge valley. This is the place. No demons. Sumu revealed the figure of his Wucai Shukong Gusha clone. Immediately the mirror surface of the Jingluo continent before him reflected the shadow of the clone, and a replica of himself seemed to be breaking free. As expected, Sumu smiled. He knew that with his talent he would definitely gain the recognition of the Jingluo continent and have it replicate him. The replica broke free from the mirror surface. Both small snakes floated in the void facing each other. Boom! Almost at the same instant both Sumu and the replica moved. A massive tail shadow spanned thousands of miles of void, fiercely striking at each other. Space trembled, the power of the five elements raged, and the strike carried the terrifying force to shred the void. With the collision, Sumu was directly blasted away. Equal power, equal laws, the same secret art methods, yet I lost. There was no disappointment in Sumu's eyes, but instead a hint of excitement, because he saw where his own shortcomings lay. Those places that had been unclear became fully understood in an instant when he fought against the replica. Suddenly his self-created secret art reached a brand new level. Finally, I can name you. Previously the self-created secret art was incomplete, so Sumu had never given it a name. He had always planned to name it after it was completed. I'll call you Myekong. Haha. Again. The secret art finally met his ideal requirements. Sumu executed the Myekong secret art to attack the replica. Another tail shadow crossed the sky, but its power was more than doubled. Boom! The replica was not to be outdone, attacking again with the same technique. Two massive snake tail shadows collided in the void, locked in a fierce struggle. Not far away, a huge spherical spaceship suddenly appeared. Inside the ship was a massive heavenly wolf along with a few bizarre-shaped demons, and a human immortal with curved horns on his head. Before the heavenly wolf, the battle scene ahead was simulated, and he could clearly see everything, including the Wucai Shukong Gusha. The special life form Wucai Shukong Gusha. This demon royal heavenly wolf, Shamunuo exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't it said that the only Wucai Shukong Gusha had long perished? Special life forms were unique in the universe, and the Wucai Shukong Gusha had long perished. This was what Shamunuo knew. Shamunuo was from the Heavenly Wolf clan, one of the 18 royal clans of the demon race, and was of the bloodline of the Heavenly Wolf Lord, making him an absolute genius within the clan. His status in the Heavenly Wolf clan was even higher than Bolan's status in the Virtual Universe Company, and his talent was also slightly superior. He was only at the World Lord level, yet the Heavenly Wolf clan had already assigned him a soul-controlled human Marquis level peak immortal as a bodyguard, which showed his high status. Hey, no matter why you're still alive, I'll capture you and seal this space. Shamunuo gave the order. The enslaved human Marquis immortal coldly took out a disc, and immediately an invisible force rippled out, causing the void within millions of miles to become stagnant. The change in space naturally did not escape Sumu, who was the Wucai Shukong Gusha, who sealed the space. Sumu's eyes darkened. Obviously this was aimed at him, and clearly the attacker knew his talent, otherwise who would seal the space against a world lord? It was clear that the one who acted knew that the Wucai Shukong Gusha had the teleportation talent, so they unhesitatingly used space-sealing measures. The moment space was sealed, the replica of the Wucai Shukong Gusha directly vanished. This was also one of the rules of the Mirror Realm. When external forces intervened, the replica would disappear. A huge spherical spaceship appeared, its hatch opened, and Sumu saw the massive heavenly wolf along with the other demons, and the enslaved human Marquis immortal. A cold glint flashed in Sumu's eyes. He thought to himself, being able to have an enslaved human Marquis immortal as a bodyguard, this heavenly wolf must have an extremely high status in the Heavenly Wolf clan. Since you want to target me, don't blame me for being unkind. Shamunuo looked over. Wucai Shukong Gusha, haha, can you tell me why you are still alive? I remember clearly that the only Wucai Shukong Gusha in the universe died countless years ago. What do you think you are to dare question me? Sumu said coldly. In terms of life level, the Wucai Shukong Gusha was a special life form with genes higher than those of star beasts. The mere Heavenly Wolf clan naturally counted for nothing. When a heavenly wolf became an immortal, it was merely 6 times the divine body of a human. But when the Wucai Shukong Gusha became an immortal, it would be 300 times the human divine body. If the Shurguang Shoshin clone became an immortal, it would be even more terrifying, with a divine body base of 500 times that of a human. It seems you are seeking death. Shamunuo growled. Wuka, capture him for me. I've sealed this space, his talent is useless. Let's see how he struggles. Sumu glanced at this human Marquis immortal Wuka and sighed inwardly. Wuka produced a black war blade in his hand, and slashed at Sumu, a black light spanning thousands of miles. Sumu said silently, Wuka, today let me help you find release. A Marquis immortal. Perfect. If it were a king immortal, Sumu would not even need to fight. He would simply annihilate this clone. Because this clone carried no treasures. Although his law insights were extremely high, relying only on world lord level power, he was absolutely no match for a king immortal. However, since the enemy was a Marquis immortal, he could fight. At least in terms of law insights and self-created secret arts, Sumu was definitely ahead of Wuka. Myekong. Sumu's tail swept, shattering the 1,000-mile-long blade light, and charged straight to Wuka, then struck down fiercely with another tail. Wuka opened his law domain and slashed out one blade after another. 2 slashes shattered the massive tail shadow. After all, Wuka was a Marquis immortal and close to the peak of Marquis, possessing 9,000 times the power of a human world lord. Although the Wucai Shukong Gusha clone was a special life form, since it had not become an immortal, it now only possessed 300 times the power of a human world lord. This 30-fold gap could not be easily bridged by laws alone. In the original story, Luo Feng had treasures like Bing Jia and Zhang Jia to level the power difference, or otherwise, how could he have earned the name Dao He Wang? Sumu also planned to acquire treasures like Bing Jia and Zhang Jia in the garbage star field before going to the battlefield, otherwise the power gap would be hard to bridge. Again, Sumu did not give up, sweeping his tail again. Slash! Wuka shattered the tail shadow with another blade strike. Sumu continuously attacked Wuka, honing his self-created secret art in real combat. Although Wuka's power was far greater, Sumu relied on his world projection and profound law insights, making it difficult for Wuka to kill him. Wuka, why haven't you killed him yet? Hunyuan roared in anger. Damn it, if I had just one treasure on me, you wouldn't be so arrogant. Sumu was very frustrated. For the safety of the treasures, none of his 3 clones carried any treasures. If he had known, he would have brought a Yenshin soldier for the Wucai Shukong Gusha clone, and he wouldn't have been suppressed like this. The difference between having treasures and not having them was huge. If he had carried a heavy treasure, Sumu would have already killed all these guys. Just wait. Sumu directly dispersed this clone. Ha! Where did he go? Hunyuan was startled. After a moment he realized, his eyes dark. It's a clone. He also understood that this Wucai Shukong Gusha was not the unique life born from the universe but the clone of some being. As for where the true body was, Hunyuan could not find it. Humph! Don't let me run into you again. Hunyuan was in a very bad mood. Even if he encountered the Wucai Shukong Gusha again, and killed it, it would only be killing someone's clone. Outside the mirror realm, Sumu recondensed the Wucai Shukong Gusha clone and chuckled. I care too much about treasures. Indeed, he cared too much about treasures. If the 3 heavy treasures, Qin Goyin Mao and Tunhuang Qijin Jia, were lost, Sumu would definitely be very distressed. But the other treasures, Yenshin Bing Guangxiao Jian, even Huangguang Yui and Yulong Jia, even if lost, what would it matter? The most expensive ones were only a few million Hunyuan units, which was nothing compared to Sumu's wealth. Take all the treasures and go fight. That damned heavenly wolf, I will make him pay. Sumu gave all the treasures except the 3 heavy treasures to the newly recondensed Wucai Shukong Gusha clone. The Wucai Shukong Gusha clone carrying the treasures first found the Ziji Huanzu clone and the Shiguang Shoshin clone, gave some of the treasures to them, then took the Yenshin Bing and went to the Jingluo continent again. That heavenly wolf will definitely stay on the Jingluo continent for a long time. I'll perfect my secret art while looking for him. Sumu sneered. When I find him, I'll show him what death means. Meanwhile, the Shiguang Shoshin clone also encountered some trouble. The 5-color void ancient serpent's avatar was in the Jingluo continent, one of the 3 treasured lands. The time beast god's avatar had gone to a treasured land called the Jingguang River. It was a river flowing through the void, reflecting a mirror-like light bearing a hint of the river of time. The time beast god's avatar came here precisely because the faint essence of the river of time within it offered the greatest benefit to his cultivation. Practitioners who came here were mostly those following the path of light and time. To avoid drawing attention, the time beast god's avatar deliberately compressed its size, otherwise it would have been far too conspicuous. Although few knew of the time beast god's existence, Sumu had to be cautious, for if even one person recognized it, the consequences would be disastrous. The 5-color void ancient serpent was merely a special life form, formidable, but unlikely to attract the attention of the higher echelons of the demon race. The time beast god was a different matter entirely. Once discovered, not only would the demon race's high command be alerted, but countless powerful beings across the universe would be shaken, and even the primordial divine sect would come to investigate. For this reason, Sumu had bestowed both the feather dragon armor and the illusory light wings upon the time beast god's avatar, using them to conceal its form. Unexpectedly, it was precisely these treasures that drew attention instead. Though not classified as supreme treasures, the 2 artifacts were worth millions of mixed yuan units. Millions of mixed yuan units were comparable to the wealth of most marquee-level immortals, enough to arouse greed in any being below the level of kingly immortals. 2 demon immortals surrounded the time beast god's avatar. Both were members of the demon royal clan. One of them resembled a massive meatball with only a single eerily bizarre eye at its center, devoid of nose, ears, or mouth. This was the Deceptive Eye clan, one of the 18 royal clans of the demon race. Its single eye was extraordinarily powerful, capable of bewildering enemies, making it a natural-born illusionist. The other demon immortal had 9 heads, each of them utterly peculiar. This was the Ninemeng Beast clan, another of the 18 royal clans. The 2 immortals gazed at Sumu. Under the concealment of the illusory light wings and the feather dragon armor, the time beast god's avatar looked remarkably like the heavenly rock wing clan, one of the 18 royal clans. Hey, a mere domain lord dares to flaunt 2 treasures out here. You deserve to die. The Deceptive Eye clan immortal's eye flickered, and an invisible force pierced into Sumu's mind through his gaze. Sumu was instantly plunged into a vast illusion, where an enormous blood-drenched maw opened wide to devour him. Perish! Sumu snorted coldly. his will unshakable and effortlessly shattered the illusion of the deceptive I clan immortal. Direct attacks might have harmed him, but mere illusions had no effect. Such an illusion held no sway over Sumu whatsoever. The moment the illusion shattered, the Nine-Meng Beast Clan immortal opened all 9 mouths, spewing 9 beams of light, as thick as a finger, each of a different color, hurtling towards Sumu with devastating force. Humph! The Time Beast God's avatar flapped its wings lightly. Time flows. In an instant everything came to a halt. The deceptive I clan immortal's blinking stopped. The 9 beams from the Nine-Meng Beast Clan's mouths froze in midair. Time seemed to cease flowing in that space, or perhaps it rushed forward by tens of thousands of eons in a single breath. The Time Beast God's avatar vanished from its spot, its wings, slicing through the bodies of the 2 demon royal clan immortals. Their divine bodies exploded instantly, their power drained away in a flash, leaving nothing behind. Thus the 2 demon royal clan immortals perished, their deaths utterly inexplicable. The Time Beast God's avatar's self-created technique, Time Flows, had harnessed the power of time and light to a terrifying and awe-inspiring degree. Yet Sumu was not entirely satisfied. He felt it had not reached his ideal state. He had come to the Jingguang River precisely to perfect his self-created secret technique to a flawless ideal. Time passed like a fleeting white colt, and 20 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. The 3 avatars' self-created secret techniques had all reached the ideal state Sumu had envisioned. Next he would merge the 3 techniques into a single formidable secret art suited for his true body. Although his true body could use all 3, they did not meet his requirements. After all, his true body was unique. It commanded all the fundamental laws. Naturally, it had to fully utilize every one of them. Sumu's idea was to create a secret art from his true body that fused the 2 high-level laws and the 8 low-level laws. 10 laws all converging into one technique. How terrifying would that be? The difficulty of achieving this was beyond doubt, but Sumu was not acting blindly. He already had some insights. The meteorite starship sped through the dark universe, entering the mirror secret realm. For the first time, Sumu's true body set foot in the mirror secret realm. The 3 avatars also returned. The 3 avatars had completed their task of creating secret techniques. Now their duty was to protect the true body while he created his own. Sumu's true body went directly to the Jingluo continent. As soon as he appeared, the mirror-like surface of the Jingluo continent reflected his image, and a duplicate identical to him materialized. The 3 avatars each guarded one direction, while Babata controlled the detection instruments on the meteorite starship, monitoring everything within a light-year radius. If any demon race beings approached, the 3 avatars would immediately engage and eliminate them. If the demon was too powerful, Sumu would flee directly. He absolutely could not allow anyone to discover his human identity. If it were revealed that a human domain lord had ventured into the mirror secret realm, Sumu's identity would be exposed instantly, and even Chaos City Lord might not be able to save him in time. Having made foolproof preparations, Sumu began battling his duplicate, deducing his own secret technique through combat. Beep! During the fight, Babata called out, detecting demon race presence. On the detection screen appeared a sky wolf demon, along with some other demons and a human marquee-level immortal. It's him! The 5-color void ancient serpent's avatar laughed. I've searched high and low, and now I've found him without any effort. He had been looking for this man for 20 years, and just when Sumu was about to give up, the man reappeared. Sumu's detection equipment was of high quality, so he spotted Hunyuan, but Hunyuan did not notice him. Perfect time to settle the old score. The 5-color void ancient serpent's avatar teleported, blocking Hunyuan's spacecraft. Hunyuan, who was enjoying himself, immediately spotted the 5-color void ancient serpent, his eyes wide. Well, you dare to come back. In truth, he had been searching for Sumu these past 20 years, though he assumed Sumu had long left the Jingluo continent for elsewhere. He never expected that Sumu was still on the Jingluo continent and that they would meet like this. Wuka, go, kill him. Hunyuan opened the hatch. Even knowing this was only an avatar, he still wanted it dead. Wuka flew out of the spacecraft and Sumu attacked without hesitation. Annihilation Void. A colossal tail phantom lashed toward Wuka, its power more than 10 times greater than 20 years ago. At the same time, the subduing artifact flew out, transforming into a dark golden, seemingly ordinary 3-meter 3-long sword that hovered in midair, flickering in and out of visibility, as if ready to vanish into the void. The 9th level of the subduing artifact, Immortal Proof. This technique allowed the sword to instantly traverse the void, disappearing from one spot and reappearing to strike the enemy, much like teleportation. With the 5-color void ancient serpent's avatar's comprehension of spatial laws combined with the power of Immortal Proof, the technique was 10,000 times more potent than when used by an ordinary peak domain lord. After all, most peak domain lords who could use this technique had only reached law comprehension equivalent to the 13th or 14th level of the Tongtian Bridge. How could they compare to him? The dark golden sword vanished, and the next instant it pierced straight through Hunyuan. He was merely a domain lord, even if a genius of the demon royal clan, still utterly insignificant before Sumu. Below the immortal level, how many beings could rival him? Shanua's body was shredded, and he died without any reaction, along with the other demons beside him, all perishing without a burial place. You! Damn you! Wuka's fury blazed. His mission was to protect Shanua, and with Shanua dead, only death awaited him. But from the moment he had been soul enslaved, he was already dead. Now he was merely a walking corpse. Annihilation void. Immortal proof. Both attacks struck Wuka simultaneously. Wuka had no intention of fleeing. He would kill Sumu here, or else he would die anyway upon returning. A fierce battle erupted. Though Sumu remained unharmed, he was constantly suppressed by Wuka. As expected of an immortal approaching the peak of marquee rank, truly difficult to deal with. Sumu mused inwardly. In terms of divine power, Wuka possessed 9,000 times the power of an ordinary human domain lord at the 9th level. In law comprehension, though inferior to Sumu, he had reached the 16th level of the Tongtian Bridge. Moreover, Wuka commanded the undying body. Only when 90% of his body was destroyed would he fall into slumber. Humph! With a cold snort, a pale green hook suddenly appeared, piercing through Wuka's law domain and his divine body. No! Wuka was horrified, sensing his divine power draining away frantically. That single strike had cost him at least 20% of his divine power. How terrifying was that? What is that thing? Wuka's heart trembled in fear. Once his divine body dropped below 90%, his strength began to decline. The green hook struck 3 more times, and Wuka's divine body plummeted to below 10%, causing him to fall into a deep slumber. Sumu immediately annihilated Wuka, leaving not a single divine cell behind. The green hook returned to Sumu's side. A supreme treasure truly makes a difference. Sumu mused quietly. Even if it's just an ordinary supreme treasure, the power of a supreme treasure was immense, worthy of the desire of even universe-level venerables. Without the supreme treasure, Sumu would never have been able to kill Wuka. His advantage over Wuka was not significant. After finishing the training in the Mirror Secret Realm, I'll go to the Junk Mountain to get a few sets of general armor. If I can join the Hong Alliance, I'd better buy that set of king armor from there. Sumu thought to himself. General armor could boost his strength to 10,000 times that of a peak domain lord. If he had worn general armor, Wuka would have died long ago, unable to withstand even a single blow. As for king armor, it was even more powerful, capable of increasing his strength by 100,000 times the power of a domain lord. Among the human race, the most powerful king-level immortals only reached 100,000 times the power of a domain lord. Only a few extraordinary king-level beings, or special life forms, could surpass that limit. In this regard, the human race's disadvantage was too great. As for the even more powerful Emperor armor and Tribulation armor, Sumu wouldn't even think about them. Unless the seated guest accepted him as a disciple, and he successfully claimed the Star Tower, those items would remain out of his reach. But Sumu had already decided. He could even forego the Lai Yuan technique, and disregard the Star Tower, so naturally he wouldn't vie with Luo Feng for the general armor. Moreover, by now Sumu had realized that his own fortune was no less than Luo Feng's. Therefore, there was no need to snatch Luo Feng's opportunities. After killing Shanua and Wuka, Sumu seized their wealth, but it amounted to only a little over 1 million mixed yuan units, which he dismissed as insignificant. The true body continued fighting the duplicate. The battle lasted 7 days and 7 nights before the duplicate dissipated. It dissipated not because Sumu had won, on the contrary, he had nearly lost several times, surviving on the brink of death. The duplicate vanished simply because its time was up. The duplicates in the Mirror Secret Realm lasted at most 7 days and 7 nights. After this battle, Sumu spent a full 10 years in contemplation. 10 years later, time to move to another place. Having used the mirror surface of the Jingluo continent, Sumu decided to head to the Jingguang River. Similarly, at the Jingguang River, he fought for 7 days and 7 nights, followed by another 10 years of contemplation. Then Sumu went to the third treasured land in the inner region of the Mirror Secret Realm, the Xianjing Gate. It was a colossal gate 1 light-year tall, and a third of a light-year wide, standing in the Mirror Secret Realm, magnificent and awe-inspiring. At the Xianjing Gate, Sumu also fought for 7 days and 7 nights, then contemplated for 10 years. After 3 battles and 30 years of contemplation, his understanding of the secret technique suited for his true body had grown immensely. However, Sumu still felt something was missing. It was unavoidable. The secret technique that utilized all 10 fundamental laws was something Sumu had never seen before. Even the Mirror Secret Realm could not simulate it. He could only rely on self-creation, and the difficulty was truly immense. Within the virtual universe, Master, Sumu contacted the Prime Ancestor, sharing his doubts and seeking guidance. It was time to turn to the Prime Ancestor for help. If anyone could assist him now, it would be the Prime Ancestor, who had comprehended all 10 fundamental laws. A being of unparalleled greatness. Since entering the Mirror Secret Realm, Sumu had not asked the Origin Ancestor any questions, and this was the first time in decades. Have you encountered any problems? The Origin Ancestor looked at Sumu with a smile. Without hesitation, Sumu said, Master, let me first demonstrate the 4 secret arts I have created. Created 4 secret arts. The Origin Ancestor was slightly stunned. In less than 100 years, Sumu had actually created 4 secret arts. Good. The Origin Ancestor nodded. Show me the demonstration. The first secret art, I name it Void Annihilation. Sumu kicked fiercely in the void with his thigh, just like his 5-colored void ancient serpent clone fiercely whipping its tail. This is clearly an attack method using the tail. The Origin Ancestor's eyes were exceptionally sharp. He saw at a glance that the move Void Annihilation was essentially a combination of the laws of space and the 5 elements using the tail to attack. This kid actually made the 5-colored void ancient serpent his own clone. How did he do it? The Origin Ancestor nodded. The power of your move Void Annihilation has reached the level of a pinnacle ultimate art. A pinnacle ultimate art referred to the level of the art that Luo Feng had learned created by Herod. Sumu, however, was merely at the Domain Lord level. Of course, his 3 clones were not at the Domain Lord level. They were all at the World Lord level. The Origin Ancestor was secretly astonished. In less than 100 years, Sumu had created a pinnacle ultimate art. He truly wondered how high Sumu's potential could be. Moreover, this was only one of the 4 secret arts Sumu had created. Next, Sumu demonstrated the second move. This move is called Leisurely Time. Sumu's arms seemed to transform into a pair of wings, slicing through the void. It is also a pinnacle-level ultimate art. The Origin Ancestor nodded. The third move, a dream of 10,000 years. A flash of purple light flickered in Sumu's eyes and landed on the Origin Ancestor. This was an illusionary art created by his purple Extreme Soul Clan clone. 3 pinnacle ultimate arts. The Origin Ancestor's face showed no expression, but he silently took a light breath in his heart. He had thought that arranging for Sumu to stay in the Mirror Secret Realm for 200 years, he would be satisfied if Sumu could create 1 pinnacle ultimate art, but unexpectedly Sumu had created 3. However, since Sumu had already created 3 pinnacle ultimate arts, why was there still no reaction from the Mirror Secret Realm? What about the 4th one? The Origin Ancestor asked. Sumu said, Master, this is precisely what I wanted to consult you about. I want to combine the first 3 secret arts, integrating the 10 fundamental laws to create a 4th secret art, but it is always imperfect. Let me demonstrate my 4th move. It is not perfected yet, but I have already named it Reincarnation. The reason for this name was that while creating this move, Sumu thought of the matter of breaking through reincarnation. His first goal was to pass through reincarnation. Starting with this move, Reincarnation, the Origin Ancestor gave Sumu a deep look. These 2 words also stirred certain memories within him. He did not know whether Sumu had chosen this name intentionally or unintentionally. If it was unintentional, it was fine. If it was intentional, then it meant Sumu knew many secrets. However, the Origin Ancestor would not ask. He had long known that this disciple of his harbored many secrets. Sumu threw a punch, and his fist seemed to contain a black hole which rotated and devoured everything. The origin of heaven and earth, the laws of the universe, all living beings. None existed under the black hole. This move is very powerful, but indeed too imperfect. The Origin Ancestor said, Let me demonstrate a move for you as well. Watch carefully, and whatever you can discern will depend entirely on yourself. The Origin Ancestor, clad in a white robe, stood still without any visible movement, yet an infinite radiance burst forth from his body, illuminating all realms and heavens. Within this light was contained the power of the 10 fundamental laws, endlessly generating and cycling without cease. Sumu watched and fell into deep contemplation. With a thought, the Origin Ancestor severed all of Sumu's connections. Unless the physical Sumu encountered danger, nothing in the virtual universe could disturb him. So that's it. The 10 fundamental laws can actually be utilized in this way. Although Master hasn't fully fused all 10 fundamental laws, his application is clearly far more profound than mine. From the power displayed by the Origin Ancestor, Sumu discovered many things he had not considered before. His comprehension was extremely high, and he understood almost everything with just one look. A brand new, Reincarnation, secret art, took shape in his mind. Sumu stood motionless, his mind spinning wildly, continuously deducing the secret art. 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 30 years, 100 years later. Ha 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 ha. The silent Sumu suddenly burst into laughter and punched the void before him. A black hole emerged, devouring everything while simultaneously bearing the power to birth all things. Reincarnation secret art, complete. The white-robed Origin Ancestor appeared, smiled at Sumu, and slowly nodded. Very good. Thank you, Master. Sumu quickly bowed. You can now break through to the World Lord level. The Origin Ancestor said. And you can also leave the mirror secret realm. Sumu nodded. This is your task reward. The Origin Ancestor handed the cosmic manual to Sumu and said, after you break through to the World Lord level, go to the outer domain battlefield. I will give you another task: kill 100 alien king level immortals on the outer domain battlefield. Yes, Master. Sumu solemnly agreed. Additionally, after you leave the virtual universe, also perform your self-created reincarnation secret art in the mirror secret realm. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains. The Origin Ancestor said meaningfully. Unexpected gains. Sumu was slightly stunned. Go ahead. The Origin Ancestor did not explain further, and Sumu bowed and left. Babata, how long has it been? Sumu contacted Babata, who quickly replied, Master, you've finally awakened. It's been 100 years. During this 100 years, Babata had also tried to contact Sumu, but due to the Origin Ancestor, he could not reach him. As for others, no one could contact Sumu. Fortunately, everyone knew that Sumu was in the virtual universe and was not in any danger. Over the years, your parents Luo Feng, Qianshui, and others have all sent you messages. Babata said, I'll go see them first. Sumu went to see Su Ming and Fu Wan, and the others, assuring them that he was not in any danger. Then he also sent messages to Luo Feng and the others. Luo Feng was currently in seclusion in the Chaos City. Finally, Sumu went to see Qianshui. Qianshui had not yet broken through to the Domain Lord level, and was still in the primordial secret realm, but she had not wasted these 100+ years. As early as 50 years ago, Qianshui had reached the law comprehension of the 13th level of the Tongtian Bridge, and had passed the universal level primordial Tongtian Mountain. Meeting Qianshui and talking with her for a while, Sumu could not help asking, you passed the universal level primordial Tongtian Mountain 50 years ago, why didn't you break through to the Domain Lord level? Staying at the universal level all the time was pointless. Qianshui hesitated and did not answer. Sumu said, break through quickly. I'll be back soon, and then we will hold our wedding. Qianshui's eyes brightened with joy, but she also said with a mix of happiness and disappointment, the higher the cultivation level, the lower the chance of pregnancy. I wanted to give you a child while at the universal level before breaking through. If I break through to the Domain Lord level, we would both be Domain Lords, and the probability of having a child would be even lower. Sumu suddenly understood. It was because of this. He hugged Qianshui tightly and laughed. Don't overthink the matter of children. If we can have one, we will. If not, don't worry too much. I am with you not for the sake of children. Actually, Sumu's initial intention was indeed to have a child to carry on his bloodline, but after spending a long time with Qianshui, and their feelings deepening, he no longer cared much about it. When the opportunity comes, we will naturally have a child. Sumu said calmly, just like your mother. She was a king-level invincible, yet she still gave birth to you. Qianshui nodded in Sumu's arms. Then I will break through. After breaking through, I'll go directly to your Earth. You told me the secret of Earth, and I haven't been to Earth yet. And bring your parents along. Sumu said. Why? Qianshui asked in confusion. We'll hold the wedding on Earth first, and then go to your Augustus planet. Naturally, we need your parents to attend. Actually, Sumu had another idea to have Keiwei Wang serve as Qianshui's bodyguard. Qianshui's talent must have attracted the attention of alien races, and Sumu was quite uneasy about her acting alone. But with Keiwei Wang it was completely different. Keiwei Wang was at least a king-level invincible, capable of surviving even under the hands of an ordinary venerable, more than enough to protect Qianshui. Of course, just let them know first. I will definitely go to invite them in person. This matter could not be left to Qianshui alone. Sumu would certainly handle it personally. I understand, Qianshui said. After chatting with Qianshui for a while longer, Sumu said, I'll leave the virtual universe now and prepare to return. Leaving the virtual universe, he returned to the mirror secret realm. Master told me to perform the reincarnation secret art once in the mirror secret realm. I wonder what his intention is. Sumu could not understand, but it was not difficult for him. He first went to the outskirts of the mirror secret realm, found a place with no living beings within a radius of 10 light years, and punched into the void. A massive black hole spanning tens of millions of miles appeared, slowly rotating and devouring everything. Even the planets in the mirror secret realm were swallowed up and vanished without a trace. The moment Sumu performed this move, a beam of mirror light suddenly shot from an unknown place, shone upon Sumu, and he vanished from the spot without any resistance. When he reappeared, Sumu found himself in a world filled with light. Everywhere was radiant with not a trace of darkness. Before him floated a palm-sized round mirror, exquisite and lovely. What is this? Sumu looked around in astonishment. No one could answer him. After a moment's hesitation, Sumu placed his hand on the round mirror before him. Instantly a stream of information poured into his mind. It turned out that this round mirror was called the Myriad Laws Divine Mirror. The very core of the entire mirror secret realm was this Myriad Laws Divine Mirror, a special type pinnacle treasure. A pinnacle treasure. Even with Sumu's composure, his hands could not help trembling slightly. The entire human race did not possess a single supreme treasure. A pinnacle treasure was the most powerful the humans had. Although Sumu possessed the Hellfire Palace, that thing could not be moved. Bringing it out would invite enormous trouble. But the Myriad Law's divine mirror was different. Only he knew about it. As long as he did not reveal it, no one would know he possessed a pinnacle treasure. The Myriad Law's divine mirror could not only be used to replicate oneself and create secret arts, but also to replicate enemies and attack them. Imagine taking out the Myriad Law's divine mirror, shining it on an enemy and replicating an enemy to kill the enemy. How incredibly satisfying. The condition to obtain the Myriad Law's divine mirror was to create a secret art recognized by it while being below the immortal level. Sumu's self-created reincarnation secret art naturally gained the recognition of the Myriad Law's divine mirror, and thus Sumu obtained the mirror. If I take away the Myriad Law's divine mirror, all the mirrors in the mirror secret realm will lose their power. Sumu thought to himself. The mirror secret realm, famous throughout the universe, will just disappear like this. But what does that have to do with me? Master must have known about the Myriad Law's divine mirror, otherwise he wouldn't have asked me to perform the reincarnation secret art. Sumu entered the virtual universe again, and the origin ancestor appeared. What did you discover in the mirror secret realm? Sumu said without hesitation. A pinnacle treasure, the Myriad Law's divine mirror. As expected. The origin ancestor smiled and nodded. I have always speculated that there is a treasure in the mirror secret realm, but no one could find it. Sending you there was apparently the most correct decision. The origin ancestor arranged for Sumu to go to the mirror secret realm precisely for the Myriad Law's divine mirror. Otherwise, with the capabilities of the virtual universe, Sumu could simply create secret arts directly within it. Why would he need to go to the mirror secret realm? Creating secret arts was not the fundamental goal. The Myriad Law's divine mirror was. This matter, only you and I know, and we can also let chaos know. There is no need for others to be aware. The origin ancestor said. Even if Sumu had obtained the Myriad Law's divine mirror through his own ability, once it was leaked, the human high level would surely take the mirror away. The origin ancestor highly valued Sumu's potential, believing that Sumu's future achievements would be limitless, even not inferior to his own, so he naturally did not want Sumu to become opposed to the human race. The origin ancestor had a long-term vision. In his view, not to mention a pinnacle treasure, even a supreme treasure was not as important as Sumu. Master, if I take the Myriad Law's divine mirror, the mirror secret realm will lose its function. Sumu said. I need Lord Chaos City to come and pick me up immediately. If all the mirrors in the mirror secret realm lost their function, it would certainly instantly alert the powerful beings of the demon race. Sumu had to return to human territory as quickly as possible, or death would be the only outcome. Well, rest assured, I will certainly not put you in danger. A peak supreme treasure falling into the hands of the Yao tribe would be yet another great trouble for the human race. To this end, the primordial ancestor personally went to see the Chaos City Lord once again. For Sumu Sake, he had stepped forward multiple times to meet the Chaos City Lord in person. Master! The Chaos City Lord bowed, knowing that the primordial ancestor must have come for Sumu's matter. Sumu has unraveled the secret of the mirror secret realm, and obtained the hidden peak supreme treasure, the Myriad Method's divine mirror. The primordial ancestor did not conceal this secret from the Chaos City Lord. Go outside the mirror secret realm and bring him back safely. Remember, do not attract any attention. Peak supreme treasure. The Myriad Method's divine mirror. The Chaos City Lord was stunned. His Thousand Treasures River was merely a top-tier supreme treasure. The entire human race possessed only a few peak supreme treasures. Master, I will go immediately. Upon hearing the words, Peak Supreme Treasure Myriad Method's divine mirror, the Chaos City Lord knew that this matter was extremely important. Sumu's ability to obtain the Myriad Method's divine mirror was sufficient proof of his talent and fortune. Both Sumu and the Myriad Method's divine mirror must return to the human race safe and sound. Also, aside from you and me, do not let anyone else know about this matter, the primordial ancestor cautioned. Disciple understands. The Chaos City Lord nodded. If news of the Myriad Method's divine mirror were to leak out, it would cause a huge uproar both within the human race and among alien races. Junior Brother's fortune is truly remarkable. The Chaos City Lord remarked with emotion. To obtain a peak supreme treasure at the Domain Lord level, such fortune could be called unparalleled in the universe. He himself had only obtained an ordinary supreme treasure when he was at the World Lord level, completely incomparable to Sumu. If Sumu had heard the Chaos City Lord's remark, he would have thought to himself that it was still incomparable to Luo Feng. Luo Feng at the World Lord level had obtained the Star Tower, a divine king weapon. That was truly a heaven-defying great fortune. It is not fortune but talent, the primordial ancestor said with a smile. If he had not created that move, reincarnation, he would never have gained the recognition of the Myriad Method's divine mirror. The Chaos City Lord said no more. I will go immediately. At the same time, the Chaos City Lord contacted Sumu through the virtual universe. Sumu, I have arrived outside the Mirror Secret Realm. Through Divine Kingdom teleportation, the Chaos City Lord instantly appeared outside the Mirror Secret Realm. Sumu replied, I am at the core of the Mirror Secret Realm, and will take the Myriad Methods Divine Mirror immediately. As he spoke, Sumu stored away the Myriad Methods Divine Mirror. The moment the mirror was taken, the entire Mirror Secret Realm began to undergo tremendous changes. Before Sumu could look at these changes, the Chaos City Lord appeared before him, teleported them to the planet that had the Divine Kingdom coordinate, and then left the Yao territory through Divine Kingdom teleportation. Chaotic Void. Thank you, City Lord. Sumu bowed respectfully to the Chaos City Lord. The Chaos City Lord smiled at Sumu. Hand the Myriad Methods Divine Mirror to me for a look. Sumu took out the small round mirror and handed it to the Chaos City Lord, unafraid that the City Lord would seize it. The Chaos City Lord received the Myriad Methods Divine Mirror, examined it for a moment, and said, Truly a miraculous treasure. Supreme treasures of the special category have always been relatively scarce, let alone something like the Myriad Methods Divine Mirror with its replication ability. If he were to use the Myriad Methods Divine Mirror, he could even replicate a Universe Master. Returning the Myriad Methods Divine Mirror to Sumu, Sumu left the Chaotic Void with the mirror. Mirror Secret Realm. With the departure of the Myriad Methods Divine Mirror, all the mirrors in the Mirror Secret Realm lost their former luster, becoming extremely dim. What's going on? Why can't it replicate me? How strange. What happened? All the mirrors have lost their replication ability. The Yao race and other racial beings training in the Mirror Secret Realm all noticed something wrong. If only one or two had issues, then it would not be the Mirror Secret Realm's problem. But when all beings could not replicate themselves, it was definitely not a problem with an individual being, but a problem with the Mirror Secret Realm itself. This matter also spread to the ears of the Yao high-ranking officials at the fastest speed. The Mirror Secret Realm was still a relatively important secret realm for the Yao race, as it could help them create secret techniques. An incident in the Mirror Secret Realm would naturally cause a great shock. A spatial ripple appeared, and a massive figure with 9 heads emerged within the Mirror Secret Realm. He was the supreme powerhouse of the Nine Meng Beast tribe, one of the 18 royal clans of the Yao race, renowned throughout the universe as the Nine Meng Lord. The Mirror Secret Realm has completely lost its function. The Nine Meng Lord glanced at the Mirror Secret Realm and immediately knew that something had happened to it. From then on, the Mirror Secret Realm would become a slightly special star region because everything in it was mirrors. However, it would no longer have any miraculous effects, being no different from an ordinary star region. What exactly happened? The Nine Meng Lord pondered, unable to discern what the problem was. Nine Meng. A silver-white giant serpent appeared beside the Nine Meng Lord, its body stretching into the distance, looming in and out of the clouds, enormous beyond measure. Demon Ancestor. The Nine Meng Lord hastily bowed. The visitor was none other than the Dream Demon Ancestor, one of the 2 great demon ancestors of the Yao race. It should be that some treasure within the Mirror Secret Realm has been taken away. The Dream Demon Ancestor looked at the Mirror Secret Realm, having discerned something. Treasure! The Nine Meng Lord exclaimed in surprise. Demon Ancestor Yu and the Earthquake Demon Ancestor have also explored the Mirror Secret Realm many times and never found any treasure. Such a miraculous place as the Mirror Secret Realm had been explored by almost all the Universe Masters and Universe Venerables of the Yao race, yet they had found nothing. If they had discovered it, they would not have left the Myriad Methods Divine Mirror behind. They would have taken it long ago. Faced with the Nine Meng Lord's doubt, the Dream Demon Ancestor could not provide any explanation. After all, the matter of the treasure was merely her speculation. She had never seen the treasure in the Mirror Secret Realm either. This matter could only be left at that. However, the news that the Mirror Secret Realm had been ruined still spread to all races and alliances in the universe. All races began to speculate about the reason for the Mirror Secret Realm's ruin, and some even suspected that the Yao race had done something in the Mirror Realm that caused its destruction. Regardless of what had happened from then on, there was no longer a Mirror Secret Realm in the universe. The Yao race also lost a good place for creating secret techniques. This matter was a cause for rejoicing for the Zerg, the mechanical race, and the human race. Except for the Yao race, all their enemies were delighted. At this moment, Sumu, the culprit who caused the destruction of the Mirror Secret Realm, was drinking with Luo Feng in the Chaotic City. I heard that, in the distant Yao territory, a place called the Mirror Secret Realm has been ruined. Tisk tisk, worth a drink. Luo Feng said with a smile. Sumu clinked glasses with him, laughing inwardly, thinking that the culprit who destroyed the Mirror Secret Realm was right before his eyes. After finishing the drink, Sumu said, Luo Feng, I'm going back to Earth to hold a wedding with Qian Shui. Luo Feng nodded. Senior brother, I can only congratulate you from here. He could not leave the Chaotic City, but that was not a problem. Sumu and Qian Shui could also hold another wedding in the virtual universe. But I really didn't expect Qian Shui's talent to be so formidable, Luo Feng said. He himself had not even passed the universe-level primordial heaven connecting mountain when he was at the universe level. Of course that was also because he had broken through too early. If not for that, Luo Feng would naturally have been able to pass the primordial heaven connecting mountain. Sumu smiled and stayed in the chaotic city for a while longer. It was not until a month later that he left the chaotic city. Virtual Universe Company Headquarters Continent. You little rascal, you need me to pick you up even for your wedding. Keiwe King stood before Sumu laughing and scolding. The chaotic city was too far from Earth, so after discussing with Chen Shui they arranged for Keiwe King to pick up Sumu. They couldn't let the Chaos City Lord send him off, could they? Keiwe King had just taken Chen Shui to Earth and left a Divine Kingdom coordinate there, and she also had a Divine Kingdom coordinate at the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, so it was fine for her to run this errand. Having his mother-in-law personally pick him up and drop him off for his wedding. Sumu was truly one of a kind. Arriving on Earth, Sumu and Chen Shui completed their wedding. Afterwards the couple went to the Augustus planet to hold another wedding. Finally, in the virtual universe they also held a wedding. The wedding on Earth was for Sumu's family. The one on the Augustus planet was for Chen Shui's family and friends. The one in the virtual universe was for those who could not attend the wedding, such as Luo Feng Thunder God, and some of Chen Shui's friends. After the wedding, Sumu was not in a hurry to break through, but instead accompanied Chen Shui on a tour of the universe. 10 years passed like this and the two still had not conceived a child. Chen Shui was helpless and had no choice. Sumu, you have accompanied me for 10 years. You can go and do your own things. She could see that Sumu still wanted to go out and explore. He had unfinished matters. Sumu did not say much. When you serve as an inspector in the Augustus Universe Kingdom, you must be careful of alien races. Sumu bought many treasures for Chen Shui. With her strength, even an ordinary immortal could not kill her. Don't worry, my mother will protect me. If something happened on the Augustus planet, the experts of the Augustus clan would not be able to live on. Because Chen Shui had displayed extraordinary talent, she now held an extremely high status on the Augustus planet, and her mother guarded her closely. After sending Chen Shui back to the Augustus planet, Sumu broke through to the World Lord level on the Augustus planet. The breakthrough process was very simple and easy for Sumu. After the breakthrough, the virtual universe detected his strength, and his authority in the Virtual Universe Company underwent considerable changes. He now officially became a primordial secret realm world lord of the Virtual Universe Company. Next, I'll go to the Trash Mountain to find the general armor. Sumu formulated his future plans. As for the soldier armor, he had not even thought about it. The soldier armor could only amplify the power of a peak human world lord by 1,000 times, which was not very helpful to him. However, the general armor could amplify the power of a peak world lord by 10,000 times, which was a huge help to him. Even the Time Beast God clone could use the general armor. There was also the King armor. Unfortunately, I don't have the achievement of killing a king-level being, so the Hong Alliance won't invite me to join. The Hong Alliance only invited beings with king-level combat power. Although Sumu was a genius, he had not killed a king-level immortal, so he naturally did not qualify for an invitation to the Hong Alliance. Right, I can't join the Hong Alliance, but Keiwe King is a member of the Hong Alliance. All king-level experts of the human race were members of the Hong Alliance. Since Sumu could not buy the king armor himself, he could ask Keiwe King to help him purchase it. Sumu had thought of asking Keiwe King for help before, but at that time, he simply could not afford 50 billion mixed yuan units. He could not let Keiwe King pay for it, could he? Now that he had broken through to the World Lord level and the Virtual Universe Company had sent the money for purchasing Earth, he naturally had the funds to buy the king armor. Mother! Sumu greeted Keiwe King. Keiwe King smiled and said, "Are you leaving the Augustus planet? Please take care of Chen Shui." Sumu said, "She is my daughter, of course I will take good care of her." Keiwe King said, "Mother, there is another matter I would like to ask for your help." Sumu did not beat around the bush and directly said, "I want to buy some things from within the Hong Alliance, but I am not yet qualified to join the Hong Alliance, so I would like to ask for your help." "No problem." This was nothing for Keiwe King. "What do you want to buy?" Keiwe King asked. "Please bring me the information on treasures from the shops in the Hong Alliance," Sumu said. He could not directly tell Keiwe King that he wanted to buy the king armor. He had never entered the Hong Alliance yet. He wanted to buy that set of king armor. That would inevitably arouse unnecessary suspicion. Moreover, Sumu also wanted to buy some other things to cultivate his 3 clones. Carrying a huge sum of over 100 billion mixed yuan units, he naturally wanted to spend it well. Keeping the money was useless. Converting it into combat power was the most important thing. Of course, Sumu could not spend all the money. Part of it would be given to Luo Feng and the others. All right. Keiwe King did not delay, and entered the Hong Alliance city in the virtual universe, bringing the information on countless treasures for Sumu to browse. Sumu's spiritual power was extremely powerful. With a casual scan, he discovered the king armor. There were 3 sets in total, each worth 50 billion mixed yuan units. He only bought one set after all. He had not cultivated the 9 Tribulations secret code. Only his main body could use the king armor while his 3 clones could not. Additionally, Su Mu bought treasures worth 15 billion mixed yuan units for each of his 3 clones. The total expenditure was 50 billion mixed yuan units. Buying so much. Even Keiwe King widened her eyes. You little rascal, you really have a lot of money. As a king-level invincible existence, it was not easy for Keiwe King to come up with 50 billion mixed yuan units. It was not that she did not have that much money, but she did not have that much liquid cash, or her wealth had also been converted into various treasures. Few people would be foolish enough to keep cash on hand. Converting it into treasures to boost combat power was more important. Thank you for your trouble, mother. Su Mu smiled and transferred the funds to Keiwe King. I'll go buy them for you. Keiwe King did not ask further and immediately went to handle the matter for Su Mu. Within less than a day, all the treasures worth 50 billion mixed units that Su Mu purchased were delivered to the Augustus planet. The moment Wang Jia arrived at the Augustus planet, Su Mu felt his entire body cells seething with excitement. Truly extraordinary. Su Mu murmured to himself. With the treasure secured, he entered his own realm as a world lord. A golden armor plunged into his body, transforming into countless golden threads that merged into every part of his form, and near his chest a peculiar mark began to coalesce. This peculiar mark was the king character of the Yen God clan. Wang Jia. It could unleash a peak world lord's power up to 100,000 times the limit. Unfortunately, Su Mu had not cultivated the 9 Tribulations secret codex, so his time beast god avatar could not use Wang Jia. It could only be used by his true body. However, the time beast god avatar possessed an extremely high genetic essence, so it did not necessarily require Wang Jia. Even without Wang Jia, the avatar could still unleash tens of thousands of times the peak world lord's power. The time beast god avatar was far more formidable than the golden horned beast. Chen Shui, I must leave now. Su Mu bid farewell to Chen Shui. Take care of yourself. Chen Shui knew what Su Mu was about to do, and did not try to stop him, though anxiety lingered in her heart, for the outer domain battlefield was perilous and many human geniuses had fallen there. Rest assured, I will be fine. Su Mu smiled, gently squeezed Chen Shui's hand, then produced a golden yellow armor and whispered. This is the treasure-devouring yellow crimson gold armor. Wear it, and even a marquee-level immortal will find it nearly impossible to kill you. A treasure, devouring yellow crimson gold armor. Chen Shui was startled and quickly declined. I don't need it. My mother protects me, so I won't be in danger. You're heading to the outer domain battlefield. You'd better keep it. Ha ha. Su Mu laughed. Rest assured, I have other treasures. The treasures I obtained are not just this one. Keep it. The safer you are, the more I can explore the outer domain battlefield with peace of mind. Without Wang Jia, Su Mu would not have handed the devouring yellow crimson gold armor to Chen Shui. Now that Wang Jia was in his possession, there was no longer any need to keep this treasure. Giving it to Chen Shui for her protection was the best choice. Chen Shui hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, I'll keep it. I will return within 1,000 years at most. Su Mu departed. Next, I can head to the outer domain battlefield and complete the task my master assigned me. Kill 100 king-level immortals of alien races. If it were merely killing primary king-level immortals, it would not be difficult for Su Mu, but he obviously would not limit his targets to primary king-level immortals. He held higher expectations for himself. After bidding farewell to Chen Shui and Keiwe King, he returned to the Chaos City and simultaneously applied to the Virtual Universe Company for an energy chamber. Upon arriving at the Chaos City, the energy chamber had already been delivered. Su Mu effortlessly elevated his true body to the 9th level of the World Lord stage. Although his true body's genes were far inferior to those of the Time Beast God Avatar and the 5-colored Void Ancient Serpent Avatar, they still reached 10 times that of an ordinary human. This was all due to the slow transformation by the golden light sphere within him. 10 times the gene strength was even greater than the Golden Horn Beast, which only had 6 times the genes. The genes of cosmic life below the Universe Master level were capped at 100 times. Only phenomenon-defying treasures like the 9 Tribulations secret codex could break the cosmic rules. Of course, the golden light sphere in Su Mu's mind also broke the cosmic rules, and it increased on its own without needing cultivation. Then Su Mu directly applied to the Chaos City Lord to go to the outer domain battlefield for training. Having become a world lord, he naturally had to undergo genuine life and death trials, and no one could change that. The reason he applied to the Chaos City Lord was to avoid being known by others, thus preventing unnecessary trouble. By applying directly to the Chaos City Lord, who had the authority to conceal many things, he could cover up much. The Chaos City Lord quickly approved Su Mu's application. After approval, Su Mu did not rush to the outer domain battlefield immediately, but instead made various preparations. First was the Meteor Star ship. He handed it over to the Virtual Universe Company for a new round of modifications. This modification alone cost him 10 billion mixed units. Babata's eyes widened. In the 60 million years I served my old master, He spent only a few million mixed units on the meteor starship in his entire life. You've spent 10 billion in one go. Previously mentioning 10 billion mixed units to Babata was a figure he dared not even imagine, and even the original master of the meteor starship could not have conceived of such a sum. For Sumu, 10 billion mixed units was not a big deal. First, upon breaking through to the World Lord level, he had received a vast fortune. Second, the birth tax from aliens on Earth provided him with a substantial amount each year, an endless and immense source of wealth. After distributing some of this money to Luo Feng and others, Sumu still had plenty left. Subsequently, he purchased two types of detectors. One was a large-scale detector capable of scanning a radius of 10 billion kilometers costing 9 billion mixed units. Another was a small-scale detector with a radius of 30 kilometers, but it was not cheap at 6 billion mixed units. Among immortals, only the invincible king-level existences and a very few peak king-level powerhouses could afford such a luxurious configuration. Even some invincible kings were unwilling to spend 15 billion mixed units just to purchase two detectors. Only someone like Sumu, who had an abundance of wealth, would squander money like this. After completing all preparations, Sumu quietly left the Chaos City, traveling through the dark universe toward the third star field battlefield. The third star field battlefield was the most dangerous among all star field battlefields, with the highest mortality rate and the most powerful warriors. Sumu did not intend to go to the Star Tower, so he chose the most perilous third star field battlefield. After flying in the dark universe for over 2 years, Sumu finally arrived at the nearest human territory's 8 logistics bases, one of which was Yunmo Star. We've arrived. The meteor starship emerged from the dark universe, and Sumu gazed at a massive artificial planet in the distance. Beep! Received a guidance signal from Yunmo Star. Babata shouted, "Signal connected. We'll follow its guidance and enter." The meteor starship entered the Yunmo Star's spacecraft receiving platform. Exiting the hatch, Sumu stowed away the meteor starship. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that the meteor starship was a spacecraft worth over 10 billion mixed units, so Sumu's arrival did not attract much attention. Although he bore the mark of recognition from the source laws on his brow, there were quite a few world lords who had received such recognition and came to the outer domain battlefield. Solo travelers follow this path to the assembly point. A man in standard battle armor pointed to a distant wide transparent glass channel. This channel is over 3,000 kilometers long. Walk to the end and you'll reach the assembly point. Sumu nodded and walked over, soon arriving at a massive plaza over 100 kilometers in diameter, where a considerable number of people had already gathered. There were world lords, domain lords, and cosmic-level warriors. Sumu casually glanced around, then found a spot in the plaza to rest, waiting for enough people to gather before they would be teleported together to the outer domain battlefield. After waiting 5 days, the quota of 100 world lords was finally filled. Cosmic level assemble here. Domain lords assemble here. World lord warriors all come here. Sumu followed the flow of world lords lining up, and an immortal declared loudly, "Before departure we must perform the traditional authority granting ceremony." The so-called authority granting was when the virtual universe evaluated the world lords. The evaluation had 3 levels. First, ordinary world lord warrior. Second, elite world lord warrior. Third, world lord general. Most world lords were ordinary world lord warriors. Those who had received recognition from the source laws barely qualified as elite world lord warriors. Among 100 elite world lord warriors, generally one could become a world lord general. The virtual universe's evaluation was absolutely infallible. One by one, the warriors approached the immortal, and a blue light shot out from the screen on his arm, enveloping the approaching world lord. Elite world lord warrior. Elite world lord warrior. Ordinary world lord warrior. Most of those who came to the outer domain battlefield were elite world lord warriors who had received recognition from the source laws. Sumu stepped forward and the blue light shone upon him. World lord general. This caused quite a stir among the crowd. Soon all 100 were tested, and only Sumu was a world lord general. Though his stature was not imposing, he stood out like a crane among chickens. No one dared to meet his gaze. About an hour later, everyone completed the authority-granting ceremony. The immortal spoke, "All follow me. Shortly you will be teleported collectively to the outer domain battlefield. In this racial war there are many warriors participating, so there are 11 battlefields all located outside our human territory, hence called the outer domain battlefields. You will be going to the third star field battlefield. The third star field battlefield has an average mortality rate of 98. 2, ranking first among the 11 outer domain battlefields as the most dangerous place. It's the third battlefield. I didn't expect it to be the most dangerous." The crowd felt a chill in their hearts, but no one spoke of backing out. Since they had come, they naturally had to be prepared to face danger, or otherwise why come at all? Moreover, even the least dangerous battlefield had an average mortality rate exceeding 90. So which battlefield they went to did not matter much. Following the immortal, tens of thousands of warriors entered a massive hall with a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers, where 11 enormous spacewater curtain-like passages stood. Leading them to the third spacewater curtain passage, the immortal said, "The third battlefield is a cosmic secret realm with a maximum diameter of about 1 million light-years. The secret realm itself poses no significant danger. The main threat comes from alien enemies. There are a total of 100 military base camps in the third battlefield. You will now be teleported to Base 039. One by one, the warriors entered the enormous spacewater curtain passage, using the Divine Kingdom teleportation as a relay station, and were teleported to the outer domain battlefield. Space and time shifted, and Sumu and the others arrived at the 039 base camp of the third battlefield. New recruits are here. Get up and work." A dozen soldiers in white armor ran over, including an immortal in a white robe, who smiled, "New recruits welcome to Base 039 of the third battlefield. All world lords follow this woman, domain lords follow this man. Cosmic levels go over there." Sumu and the others followed an 8-meter-tall woman to the world lord camp. In the vast camp, there were tens of millions of seats with hundreds of thousands of world lords seated. So many world lords. How can there be so many? Except for Sumu, everyone found it hard to believe. They had never seen so many world lords before. Sumu remained expressionless, knowing that the entire human race had tens of thousands of king-level immortals, let alone world lords. As one of the 6 peak races in the universe, the human race was naturally numerous and its peak combat power was not weak. New recruits have arrived. There is a world lord general among this batch. The 8-meter-tall female guide announced loudly, immediately drawing the attention of many world lords. World Lord General. Many world lords rushed over, crowding around Sumu. "Join us. Our squad has an immortal, join us." We each introduced their own squad, vying to recruit Sumu. A world lord general with a little training could become a formidable combat power, considered a treasure for ordinary squads. Sumu glanced at these people but did not make a decision. In truth, it did not matter which squad he chose. His only reason for joining a squad was to meet the military's requirements. Through the virtual universe system, the military required him to earn a merit point quota of 1 billion. Only after completing this 1 billion merit task could he achieve freedom and act independently. Otherwise, he would face severe punishment from the military system, and everyone had to abide by this system. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. Just then, a fox-eared and fox-tailed enchantress of the Foxman race with 3 fluffy tails and furry ears flew over. "Join our squad." As the fox-woman flew over, every smile and glance carried an irresistible charm that could make even stones swoon. An immortal. The many world lords made way. "Hello, I'm Suli and I invite you to join squad number 0393-511-4598. Suli had a smile on her face. "All right." Sumu, hearing that she also had the surname Su, agreed immediately. For Sumu, which squad he joined did not matter. Since an immortal invited him, he would join the immortal squad. He submitted the application to the military system and successfully joined this world lord squad. Suli was momentarily stunned. She had thought she would need to put in more effort to persuade Sumu, but he agreed so readily and decisively. "Joining our squad, you will not regret it. We will help you grow." Suli quickly added. Sumu nodded. "You can call me Reincarnation." Reincarnation. Suli also nodded, knowing it was certainly a pseudonym, and asked no further questions. Sumu's lack of trust in her at this point was normal. He would gradually integrate into the squad. "Come, I'll introduce you to the other teammates." Then Suli led Sumu to meet the rest of the squad. Including Suli, the squad had a total of 6 members. Apart from Suli, who was an immortal, the other 5 were all world lord generals. 2 were warriors named Wei and Butterfly. 2 were psionic controller masters, Jin Xian and Wu Ju. And 1 was an alchemist, Hunyuan. Suli was an immortal psionic illusionist. After everyone exchanged introductions and got to know each other, they waited together for 7 days. Then they all gathered in a massive hall over 30,000 kilometers in diameter. Countless spaceships of all shapes and sizes were queued in the hall, waiting to depart. Shortly after, Suli's spaceship carrying the team departed from Base 039. In the Starship Lounge, Sumu and the members of his team sat together, drinking wine and gazing at the void outside. "By the way, Luan Hui, I forgot to ask you. What is your military merit quota?" Hudy was a man, yet he looked very much like a woman. He smiled charmingly as he looked at Sumu and asked. The others all turned to look. They had never asked this question before, but they were all very concerned. The military merit quota set by the virtual universe system also represented from another perspective a person's strength. The stronger one's strength, the higher the quota naturally was. The military merit quota for a realm lord ranged from 1 million to 1 billion. 1 billion, Sumu said calmly. 1 billion? The others stared at Sumu in shock. Hudy asked incredulously, "Really 1 billion? Su Mu nodded. Sigh. They all took a deep breath. Su Li said joyfully, I never thought we would recruit a realm lord who is no weaker than an ordinary immortal. Su Mu smiled, casually showing no special expression. He had even killed a marquee immortal. Ordinary immortals were utterly beneath his notice. His goal was to first earn enough military merit, 1 billion, and then leave the team to venture into the domain battlefield alone. 1 billion military merit was not difficult to obtain. He only needed to kill a high-level immortal army commander to gain that amount. The prerequisite was a solo kill. If he killed it with a team, he would have to distribute some of the merit to his teammates. After flying at sublight speed through the shattered star belt for 7 days, the intelligent life form on the ship suddenly issued an alarm, detected an alien spacecraft. This was Su Li's intelligent life form. Her detector was also the highest grade aside from Su Mu's. Before Su Li's detector had picked up the alien spacecraft, Su Mu's detector had already discovered it, but he simply hadn't mentioned it. The alien spacecraft belonged to the Ice Armor clan of the Demon Race camp. It was merely an ordinary realm lord team, without even a single immortal, so it naturally wasn't worth Su Mu's attention. Made of E9 grade alloy with very low-grade surface solidified mystic patterns. Looks like a ship used by an ordinary realm lord team, Wu Ju said. Don't be careless. It could be an elite realm lord team in disguise, Su Li said. Everyone nodded in agreement. One could not judge the strength of the experts inside a spacecraft based solely on its appearance. Most elite realm lord teams would disguise themselves as ordinary ones. No one would be foolish enough to reveal all their strength, as that would only bring disaster upon themselves. Prepare for battle. Su Li gave the order, Luan Hui, this is your first battle. Prioritize staying alive and assist us in combat. Su Mu had no objections. The enemy didn't even have a single immortal. The strongest were just realm lord generals totaling only over 20 million points. Su Mu didn't care at all. It was fine even if he didn't fight. The hatch opened and everyone was about to fly out to attack the other alien spacecraft when Babata's voice entered Su Mu's mind. Master, there is a Fossil Pterosaur clan spacecraft heading towards us with 2 immortal army commanders aboard. The Fossil Pterosaur clan was one of the 18 royal clans of the demon race. Their appearance resembled that of pterosaurs on Earth, and their innate talent was petrification. Perfect timing. Su Mu smiled inwardly. 2 immortals. Even if they were just low-level immortal army commanders, each was worth 100 million military merit. Killing 10 low-level immortal army commanders solo would also earn him 1 billion points. Am I fated to be at odds with the demon race? Su Mu thought wryly. So far every alien he had encountered was related to the demon race. Boom! The Ice Armor Clan spacecraft exploded and 9 Ice Armor Clan realm lords flew out. All of them are realm lords. It's an ordinary realm lord team. Everyone was overjoyed. An ordinary alien realm lord team, though yielding little military merit, was safe. Almost like a pile of merit just waiting to be picked up. Since it's an ordinary realm lord team then. Su Li looked at Su Mu. Luan Hui, you should join the fight too. Don't hang back. With me here I can guarantee your absolute safety. If anything went wrong, Su Li as an illusionist immortal would be the fastest to rescue. Alright. Su Mu didn't refuse either. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. 100 million merit wasn't too much nor 10 million too little. Kill! The divine soldier flew out 108 golden small swords. These swords converged in the void and combined into a broad golden sword about 2.8 meters wide. The broad golden sword swept along the gaps in the void ripples, leaving a golden thread in the void, as it sliced toward the distant Ice Armor clan members. The 8th level of the divine soldier golden sword cuts void. Even the 9th level immortal can be fought. Su Mu could unleash with effortless ease. The golden sword cuts void technique was even simpler, as easy as eating and drinking. An elite Ice Armor clan realm lord had his ice armor broken and died on the spot. The golden sword shuttled back and forth in the void, instantly killing 3 Ice Armor clan realm lords. The other 6 were also taken down by the others. Luan Hui, impressive. That move is the 8th level of the divine soldier golden sword cuts void, right? Jin Xian said with a smile. I also used the divine soldier. Let's spar sometime. No problem. Su Mu replied with a smile. Here they come. As he spoke, a huge spacecraft broke through the void and appeared looming before them. Su Li's detector had no warning at all. Everyone be careful. Su Li quickly sent a telepathic message to the group. Everyone knew that this spacecraft was certainly hostile. The hatch opened and 2 enormous Fossil Pterosaur clan immortals appeared before them, accompanied by 6 Fossil Pterosaur clan realm lords. Fossil Pterosaur clan. 2 immortals. Su Li and the others' faces changed drastically. As one of the 18 royal clans of the demon race, the Fossil Pterosaur clan not only had innate talents, but their genetic starting point was also 6 times higher than that of humans. At the same immortal level, their divine bodies were also 6 times that of humans. There's no escape. Prepare for battle. Su Li coldly sent a telepathic message to everyone. I'll hold off the two immortals. You focus on eliminating those 6 realm lords, then come help me. The fossil pterosaur clan were also extremely fast. The group couldn't outrun them. Moreover, the area was filled with shattered stars, so they couldn't perform cosmic jumps into the dark universe. Captain, I'll join you in dealing with the 2 fossil pterosaur clan immortals, Su Mu said. Su Li paused for a moment, considering that Su Mu was a realm lord general with a 1 billion military merit quota, and had the power to fight an ordinary immortal. She slowly nodded. Be careful. Just hold off 1 fossil pterosaur clan immortal. Don't risk your life against him. Having the power to fight an ordinary immortal didn't mean one could kill an ordinary immortal. The possibility of being killed by the immortal in return was not negligible. After all, an immortal was an immortal. The weakest immortal still possessed 100 times the power of a peak realm lord. The weakest fossil pterosaur clan immortal certainly had 600 times a peak realm lord's power. These 2 fossil pterosaur clan immortals likely had over 1,000 times a peak realm lord's power. In Su Li's view, even a slight carelessness from Su Mu could lead to his death. Understood, Su Mu said. Kill. The 2 sides clashed. Immortal against immortal, realm lord against realm lord. Su Mu faced one of the fossil pterosaur clan immortals, whose name was Yuan. A mere human realm lord dares to fight me. It seems you must be a little genius among humans. Then I'll just snuff you out. You cannot kill me. You will die instead, Su Mu said in a very cold tone. A dark golden long sword hovered before Su Mu, flickering in and out of existence as if it was both there and not there. A marvel to behold. Whoosh! The dark golden long sword traversed the void, disappearing from its spot. The next instant, a flash of golden light, and the sword slammed heavily into Yuan. The scales on Yuan's body could not block the dark golden longsword's attack at all. The sword pierced through him instantly. Not good. Divine body damage 30%. Yuan was horrified. Just one attack and his divine body had suffered 30% damage. If divine body damage exceeded 10%, combat power would drop. If damage exceeded 50%, combat power would directly decrease by 90%. If body damage reached 90%, one would fall into a coma. Essentially no different from death. Su Mu paid no heed to Yuan's panic. The dark golden long sword flashed again, striking Yuan and reducing his body by another 30%. The third time Yuan immediately fell into a coma, his divine body completely destroyed by Su Mu. An immortal had died so simply at Su Mu's hands, and this was with Su Mu using less than 1,000th of his strength. Yuan's death immediately caused shock among both the demon race and the humans. Yuan, dead. The other fossil pterosaur clan immortal was terrified beyond words. In less than a second, Yuan was dead. Su Li was also shocked for a moment, but she quickly recovered and launched a spiritual attack at her opponent. Taking advantage of the enemy's panic and terror, she created an even more terrifying illusion for him. After killing Yuan, Su Mu did not intervene in the other battles. If he intervened, he would take most of the military merit. There was no need for that. He let them fight on their own while he watched over them. If any danger arose, Su Mu could step in to save them without being too late. With Su Mu guarding on the side, Su Li quickly finished off her opponent, as the enemy was already scared out of his wits, and had no resistance against Su Li's illusion. The battles among the other realm lords were still ongoing, but everyone knew that the human side was already in an absolutely dominant position. Luan Huiyu, you're amazing. Su Li flew over, looking at Su Mu with astonishment. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a peerless genius trained by the 5 major forces, right? Her face glowed with a faint blush, giving off an enthusiastic feeling like a fan meeting their idol. Su Mu smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Su Li became even more certain of her thoughts. Only a genius trained by the 5 major forces could be so formidable. I'm so lucky to have found a genius teammate. Su Li silently thought to herself, perfect. I can hand over the captain position to him. With him leading us, our team will definitely become stronger. Without hesitation, she thought of giving up the captain's position. To her, having a strong person like Su Mu as captain would bring greater benefits to them. After a while, the battles among the realm lords were also resolved. The human side achieved a complete victory, with all fossil pterosaur clan members annihilated. Everyone flew over to Su Mu. Hunyuan, a mysterious figure shrouded in a black robe, spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Luan Hui, thank you. We're all teammates, no need to be so polite. Su Mu said with a smile. Let's first enter the ship and distribute the spoils. Su Li took out the spacecraft and everyone entered. Sitting on the sofa, Su Li said, in this battle Luan Hui contributed the most. I suggest giving him 90% of the spoils, and the rest of us split the remaining 10%. I have no objection, Hudi said. Without Luan Hui we would surely have been wiped out. Giving him all the spoils would be fine. I agree. I agree too. Everyone expressed no objections. Sumu taking 90% of the spoils was like eating meat while they were content with 10% just drinking the soup. No need. Sumu shook his head. I don't want anything. These so-called spoils altogether were only worth a few 100,000 Hunyuan units. Sumu didn't care about them at all. He had already decided that when fighting with this team, he would take none of the spoils as a way of thanking them for helping him complete his military merit quota. Suli wanted to say something but Sumu interrupted. I don't need this little money. Just split it among yourselves. Suli smiled wryly and could only say, all right. Then she cleared her throat and continued. Everyone, I've decided to hand over the captain position to Luan Hui. Let him lead us. Do you have any objections? No objections. Fine. Okay. Naturally no one had any objections. Even Suli was eager to have a strong leader. Sumu was taken aback, never expecting Suli to give up the captain position. How could he accept it? Once he accumulated enough military merit, 1 billion, he would leave the team. He couldn't stay here forever. He couldn't possibly take these people to kill 100 king immortals, could he? No. Sumu shook his head decisively. Don't bring this up again. Sumu didn't want to explain any reasons either. He simply refused firmly. Everyone could only smile wryly. They certainly couldn't force Sumu to do something he didn't want to. But as long as Sumu remained in the team, whether he was captain or not didn't matter much. Next they continued fighting in the Shattered Star Belt. With Sumu guarding them, naturally no danger befell anyone. Although Suli was nominally the captain, in reality everyone followed Sumu's orders. Sumu was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. However, he wouldn't let this disrupt his own plans. It had been half a year since the last battle with 2 immortals from the fossil pterosaur clan. During these 6 months, the squad Sumu belonged to had also experienced several battles, slaying a total of 3 immortals. However, there was still a gap to Sumu's target of 1 billion military merits. This was because the immortals he had slain were all low-level immortals. Not even a high-level immortal commander, let alone a marquee immortal, had he encountered. Sumu was not in a hurry. He could take it slow. He would eventually encounter formidable alien races, and that would be the time for a big gain. Luan Hui, are you really not going to be the captain? Sumu and Suli were sitting on the sofa. Suli brought up the same old topic almost every month, earnestly recommending Sumu for the captain position. Sumu always ended with a refusal. But Suli never gave up. If he refused this month, she would ask again next month. If he refused next month, she would ask the month after that. Eventually she hoped to annoy Sumu into agreeing. Moreover, Sumu noticed that Suli's gaze toward him was gradually changing. That look was similar to the one Qian Shui gave him, full of affectionate tenderness. Although Suli was very beautiful with fluffy tail and ears that were extremely alluring, Sumu could only pretend not to understand, feigning confusion and innocence. Drink. Suli cast a slightly resentful glance at Sumu and began to drink. Master, there is an enemy. It is Ku Lin Ho of the Xiaofis tribe, from the insectoid camp. Sumu had just taken a sip of wine when Babata's voice sounded. Ku Lin Ho. Good. Sumu's eyes lit up with joy. Finally a big fish. In this asteroid belt, immortals were rare and marquee immortals were even rarer, only less than 10. One of them was this Ku Lin Ho, who was quite famous and belonged to the early stage of marquee immortal. Slaying an early stage marquee immortal alone would yield 10 billion military merits. Sumu had been searching nearby, and finally found one that met his requirements. Ku Lin Ho, you are just unlucky. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Sumu's mouth. None of the other marquee immortals had he encountered, only Ku Lin Ho. If that wasn't bad luck, what was? Watching the smirk on Sumu's face, Suli's eyes held a hint of infatuation. Sumu perfectly matched her aesthetic. He's so handsome. Prepare for battle. There are enemies. Sumu glanced at Suli and said helplessly, enemies. Hearing those 3 words, Suli's expression immediately turned solemn. They all knew that Sumu had a powerful detector that could detect things they were unaware of. Prepare for battle. Suli summoned the other squad members as well. A black triangular spaceship was heading toward the squad. Inside the spaceship sat a 10-meter-tall skeleton stick. The Xiaofis tribe all looked like this, like a part of a skeleton. They had no eyes, no ears, no nose. Completely different from humans. However, they were still flesh and blood lifeforms and possessed their own souls. Sumu had already detected Ku Lin Ho, but Ku Lin Ho had no idea about Sumu until the spaceship of Sumu and his team appeared on Ku Lin Ho's detector. Detected alien spaceship. The intelligent lifeform of Ku Lin Ho reported. This was also because Sumu did not activate stealth. Otherwise Ku Lin Ho's detector would never have been able to find them. Alien ship. Ku Lin Ho said coldly, charge straight over. In this asteroid belt, Ku Lin Ho feared no one and could swagger around. Boom! A terrifying black beam struck its powerful divine energy, instantly tearing apart the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. The vast divine power made everyone's face change. This is the attack of a marquee immortal. A marquee immortal. Su Li and the others turned pale instantly, while Su Mu's eyes held a cheerful and unrestrained sneer. Finally, he could accumulate enough military merit to leave the squad and truly begin his slaughter journey on the outer battlefield. That's right, Su Mu came to the outer battlefield to kill. He was not here for the Star Tower nor for any treasure. He came purely for slaughter, to improve his strength through killing. Staying with Su Li and the other Su Mu could not fully display his strength. If news leaked out that a domain lord had slain a marquee immortal, any fool would know he was the human race's genius, Su Mu, born once in a trillion epochs. Therefore Su Mu had to leave the squad and act alone, taking the mirror of myriad laws to conceal his aura, making others mistakenly believe he was an immortal, not a domain lord. Immortal killing immortal was much more normal. Attack! The combined strike of everyone finally blocked this terrifying beam. Ku Lin Ho's figure flew out of his spaceship and a mocking voice came. So it's humans. 1 immortal and 6 domain lords. Not bad. It's Ku Lin Ho. Seeing Ku Lin Ho's appearance, despair filled the eyes of Su Li and the others. A marquee immortal, how could they fight this? Luan Hui, I will use a secret technique to fight Ku Lin Ho to the death, and you quickly take out your treasures and flee. Su Li sent a telepathic message to Su Mu. I can only hold off Ku Lin Ho for at most 10 seconds. Run as far as you can. I hope you can survive. I know I'm not worthy of you and you don't care for me, but I still like you. Su Li felt that death was certain this time, so she said all the words she had been holding back. Su Mu hadn't expected Su Li to say that. He could only ignore her latter words and said, Don't panic. With me here none of us will die. Don't sacrifice yourself. As he spoke, a gigantic vine stretched across the sky, as if it would pierce a hole through the heavens. This vine had a diameter of 5,000 kilometers and a length exceeding 100,000 kilometers. Following the first vine, a second, third, fourth appeared. In total 300 vines spanned the sky and earth. Mo Yun Vine. 300 tendril Mo Yun Vine immortal. Ku Lin Ho was horrified. Mo Yun vines were extremely difficult to cultivate. The highest grade Mo Yun vine had 360 tendrils, and when it became an immortal it would be a king immortal. A 300 tendril immortal Mo Yun vine, though not a king immortal, still possessed strength at the peak of marquee immortal. Su Mu had possessed a Mo Yun vine from early on, so naturally, he had been cultivating it. He did not cultivate the highest grade 360 tendril version, but only 300 tendrils. However, the 300 tendril Mo Yun vine was sufficient for his needs. Although it was not as strong as his own power, he had never intended to use his own strength to kill Ku Lin Ho. Using the Mo Yun vine to kill Ku Lin Ho would make outsiders think he was just a wealthy domain lord, and they would not associate him with Su Mu. The 300 terrifying giant vines lashed through the void, striking Ku Lin Ho fiercely. Whether it was Ku Lin Ho's law domain or various attacks, they were utterly insignificant before the Mo Yun vine. His divine body was continuously being depleted. He wanted to flee, but the Mo Yun vine entangled him, making escape impossible. Am I Ku Lin Ho going to die here? Die under the Mo Yun vine of a domain lord? Ku Lin Ho's heart was filled with despair and unwillingness. He had imagined that one day, he would be unluckily killed by some king immortal, but he had never thought he would die at the hands of a domain lord. Su Mu did not care what he thought. He commanded the Mo Yun vine to attack Ku Lin Ho crazily. 90, 85, 78. Ku Lin Ho's divine body was continuously decreasing. No, I can't die like this. I'll fight back, I'll fight him to the death. Explode! Ku Lin Ho roared. A fire-red pyramid-shaped crystal appeared before him. Fire God Source Crystal. As a marquee immortal, it was no problem for Ku Lin Ho to obtain a Fire God Source Crystal that could rival the self-detonation of an ordinary immortal. This thing was only a little over 1,000,000 Hunyuan units. Not enough. Explode again. Ku Lin Ho grew ruthless. He combined 20 of his divine body with the Fire God Source Crystal and detonated them together. A marquee immortal's divine body, accumulated over billions of years, suddenly had 20 detonated, combined with the self-detonation of an ordinary immortal. How terrifying was this power? Boom! In an instant, countless spaces shattered and innumerable spatial fragments exploded, turning into the finest particles. An area tens of thousands of kilometers in radius became a void zone. Do you think self-detonation will work? Su Mu sneered. You overestimate yourself. Merge. The 300 tendrils of the Mo Yun vine instantly merged together, forming a massive sphere that enveloped all the explosion energy within the vine's body. Not a single bit leaked out. The Mo Yun vine's thick body, a dense spherical mass of tendrils, blocked layer after layer of explosive energy. Some tendrils were shattered, but the vine was not truly injured because it was a high-level marquee immortal with an undying body. The powerful self-detonation attack failed to destroy the Mo Yun vine, but instead left Ku Lin Ho in a miserable state. His divine body was now only a little over 50. Then die. The Mo Yun vine began to attack Ku Lin Ho crazily. Ku Lin Ho's divine body quickly dropped below 50, and his strength plummeted by 90. After his strength dropped, Ku Lin Ho was even less able to resist the Mo Yun vine, and his divine body was depleted even faster. 40, 30, 10. Ku Lin Ho fell into a deep slumber. Barring any accident, he would never wake up again. Su Li and the others stared in stunned disbelief. The powerful Ku Lin Ho who had made them unable to even think of resistance was just finished like that. That terrifying Mo Yun vine would be forever etched in their hearts. And the instigator of all this was the domain lord beside them. They couldn't help but feel greater awe towards Su Mu. They also fully understood that Su Mu was not one of them. After killing Ku Lin Ho, Su Mu retrieved the Mo Yun vine. The previous self-detonation had injured it a bit, but Su Mu had abundant resources, so he could quickly heal the vine. Take Ku Lin Ho's treasures and divide them among yourselves. Su Mu still refused any treasures. How can this be? Su Li, coming to her senses, shook her head repeatedly. What I say goes. Su Mu said. Su Li and the others were helpless. Su Mu had always been like this. He said what he said and didn't care about others' opinions. When he said he didn't want the treasures, he meant it. Opening his palm, the miniaturized Mo Yun vine appeared in Su Mu's hand. He said to Su Li, I'm leaving the squad. This is for you. Su Li was stunned. Give. To me. An immortal Mo Yun vine comparable to a peak marquee immortal given to her. Even though Su Li was an immortal who had cultivated for over 10 million years, she was dumbfounded. That's right for you. Su Mu said calmly. We were teammates. This Mo Yun vine will be left with you to serve as your protector. In fact, Su Mu had an unspoken thought, to keep the Mo Yun vine to monitor them. In case they guessed his identity and tried to expose him, he would not be merciful. Although this thought was somewhat petty, Su Mu had to be cautious, as he was not yet invincible. With the Mirror of Myriad Laws, he might be able to act with impunity on the outer battlefield, but the Mirror of Myriad Laws must never be exposed. Relying solely on those few precious treasures and his own strength, he was not yet invincible. Everyone farewell. May we meet again if fate allows. Without waiting for Su Li's agreement, Su Mu gave her the Mo Yun vine, then took out the meteorite starship and flew away. He didn't want to have a tearful farewell scene with Su Li, and the others especially since Su Li had confessed her love. Should he have a night of passion with her before leaving? If you don't love, don't hurt. He just left like that. Wu Ju said with a bitter smile. He came mysteriously and left mysteriously. We don't even know his real name. I believe one day we will know. Yuan's voice was still hoarse. That will be when his name shakes the universe. Su Li held the Mo Yun vine, looking in the direction Su Mu had left. She was silent, her eyes complex. Finally she sighed. If you want to leave, just leave. Why leave me such a powerful Mo Yun vine? How am I supposed to forget you? A peak marquee immortal bodyguard. Su Li felt she didn't deserve it. For the rest of her life, her whole being would probably be consumed by this guy, whose real name she didn't even know. Captain Luan Hui gave the Mo Yun vine to you, but it still belongs to him. When he comes to take it back one day, that will be when we meet him again. Jin Xian said with a smile. I think we will meet again someday. Yuan also chuckled. Maybe on that day Luan Hui will come in the most magnificent way to marry our captain. Su Li withdrew her gaze, rolled her eyes, and said, Let's divide the treasures. Warrior Su Mu, you have completed your military merit quota and left the team. You now have two options. 1. Continue fighting in the outer battlefield. 2. Retire and leave the outer battlefield. Su Mu gazed at the email from the military system, and without hesitation chose to continue fighting. The monitoring system received Su Mu's voice reply, and promptly sent another email. As a free agent, you have the authority to exchange for treasures, or you can directly convert them into wealth. Every 100,000 military merits equals 1 Hunyuan unit. Given that you are a member of the Virtual Universe Company, every 100,000 military merits can also be converted into 1 point. You can use military merits to exchange for treasures in the military system, or convert them into points to exchange for treasures in the Virtual Universe Treasury. Subsequently, the military system presented Su Mu with several options such as operating independently or leading an army in battle. Military merits for independent operations were calculated individually. If leading an army, an additional 50% of military merits would be granted. I choose to fight alone. Su Mu naturally would not opt to lead an army. He was not lacking in military merits. His primary purpose in the outer battlefield was not for merits either. Military merits were not even as lucrative as collecting birth taxes on Earth. Recorded. Warrior Su Mu, you may apply to lead an army at any time. Now sending the latest star map of the third battlefield in the outer domain. Please receive. The military control system through the virtual universe directly transmitted the star map and then severed the connection. This is exactly what I wanted. Sumu smiled as he looked at the densely packed points of light on the star map. I shall head to the nearest destination, the Swallowing Star River. Sumu locked onto a target on the star map. A vast starfield that when combined resembled a gray wolf and flowed like a mighty river, hence its name, Swallowing Star River. Swallowing Star River, the highest level combat zone, within the jurisdiction of the 3rd Battlefield's 039th camp base. Any human or numerous alien elites daring to enter Swallowing Star River. If an elite squad, it must contain an immortal. If an army, it must be led by an immortal. Within Swallowing Star River, there were numerous immortal army lords, and 1/3 of them were marquee immortals, though king immortals were exceedingly rare. Sumu chose this place primarily to familiarize himself with combat against marquee immortals, not because he dared not venture into more dangerous areas. After slaying 100 alien marquee immortals in Swallowing Star River, I will proceed to more perilous regions. Sumu set this goal for himself. Set off. Target. Swallowing Star River. Sumu gave the order. Yes. Babata grew excited. Slaying 100 marquee immortals. Something I never dared to imagine before. Kill. Ha ha ha. Tisich, look at your ignorant self. Kuei curled her lips in disdain. Having followed the silver-eyed king who had slain even peak-level king immortals, she naturally looked down upon Babata. And you think you're so knowledgeable? Babata retorted, bickering with Kuei. The Yunmo Star charged straight through the void regardless of enemies. All foes in Sumu's path were annihilated by him. 5 days later, Sumu, through the exterior simulation, beheld the immense star river resembling a gray wolf. Enter. The Yunmo Star sped toward the Swallowing Star River at sublight speed. Sumu had long since disabled the detection device's shielding function, making himself detectable even by the lowest level detectors. He was like the moon in the dark night, easily visible at a glance. Even without looking up, one could perceive the moonlight. Simultaneously, Sumu kept his detection device active, ensuring no alien could evade his detection. In this outer battlefield, the number of detectors superior to his was absolutely no more than 3, perhaps even none. Even those wealthy king immortals probably would not be willing to spend nearly 10 billion on a detector, would they? With that money, purchasing weapons, armor, or even fire god source crystals would be far better than a detector. After all, even king immortals found it hard to earn wealth, unlike him who could squander so freely. Babata, alert me when you detect an alien marquee immortal, or if any human sends a distress signal. Sumu was too lazy to kill ordinary immortals. Only marquee-level immortals were worthy of his intervention. As for human distress signals, if he received any, he would certainly lend a hand. Understood. Babata responded promptly. For now, disregard everything else, and focus on elevating law comprehension to the 20th level of Tongtian Bridge. After years of cultivation, Sumu's comprehension of various laws had reached the level of the 19th layer of Tongtian Bridge, though still a distance from the 20th. The further one progressed, the greater the difficulty. Even with his talent, considerable time was required to achieve improvement. Nevertheless, the law comprehension at the 19th layer of Tongtian Bridge already allowed his original body to perform teleportation. His 3 clones and original body were all fully engaged in comprehending various laws. Over a month later, Master, I have detected the alien Xiefeng Ho of the Luo Feng clan. Babata awakened Sumu, who was immersed in law comprehension. Sumu walked out of the cultivation chamber and entered the control room, where a large screen displayed a blue ethereal figure constantly shifting with no fixed form. This was the peculiar race of the universe. The Luo Feng clan, a subordinate of the mechanical race. Like the 5-colored void ancient serpent and the Mo clan, the Luo Feng clan were energy lifeforms without souls. However, the Luo Feng clan could not compare to the 5-colored void ancient serpent or the Mo clan. Even without souls, they could be annihilated by powerful soul attacks, though their innate energy nature allowed them to partially mitigate such attacks. Attack! Sumu ordered. Yes! Babata shouted, immediately redirecting the Yunmo Star towards Xiefeng Ho's spaceship. Xiefeng Ho's detection device could scan 100 million kilometers. When Sumu's Yunmo Star entered his detection range, he naturally discovered it. A human spaceship. Xiefeng Ho's form flickered. I wonder which human immortal this is. He did not recognize Sumu, and since Sumu used the Wanfa Divine Mirror to conceal his aura, and wore the king armor, Xiefeng Ho had no idea that Sumu was not an immortal but a mere realm lord. Change course, let's kill that human immortal. Xiefeng Ho made an immediate decision. A mere human immortal held no fear for him. Even if Sumu were a king immortal, he would not be bothered. Xiefeng Ho, a peak-level marquee immortal, could escape even if outmatched by a king immortal. Moreover, the Luo Feng clan's life gene level was 3 times that of humans, and Xiefeng Ho's divine body possessed over 20,000 times the power of a human peak realm lord. Even some weaker human king immortals did not have such high divine body power. The 2 spaceships inevitably met in the void. Xiafeng Ho floated out of the hatch, and with a flicker of his form, a boundless storm enveloped 100,000 kilometers, carrying a hint of flowing time within the tempest. Sumu also stepped out of the hatch, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A marquee immortal nearing the peak. Quite impressive. Sumu's genetic level had already reached 10 times that of an ordinary human, and with the amplification of the king armor, his power was 50,000 times that of a peak realm lord. How could he fear Xiafeng Ho? Samsara. Sumu struck with a single punch, directly unleashing his self-created Samsara killing move. He had resolved to establish the title of Samsara King in this third Starfield battlefield. A massive black hole appeared, engulfing and annihilating everything. All storms, including time itself, vanished into nothingness under the immense black hole, and countless fragments of space shattered. Xiafeng Ho's body was also enveloped by the Samsara black hole. His divine body continuously diminished, and no matter what method he tried, he could not save himself. I am trapped by an unknown human immortal. Save me! Save me! Xiafeng Ho was terrified, hastily sending a distress signal through the mechanical race's virtual universe set up in the outer battlefield, and simultaneously began burning his immortal divine power. Sumu's terrifying strength left him in despair. He did not hope to defeat Sumu, only to buy more time. Xiafeng Ho is asking for help. An unknown human immortal. Let's go. Check it out. All the mechanical race elites within 100 billion kilometers received the distress signal. Ordinary immortals naturally did not intend to go, as the one trapping Xiafeng Ho must be a peak-level marquee immortal, and they had no reason to die. Only peak-level marquee immortals of similar strength would come to the rescue. Xiafeng Ho must have sent for help, right? Good. Sumu was in no hurry to kill Xiafeng Ho. He was waiting for reinforcements. Otherwise, he could easily annihilate Xiafeng Ho with a mere heavy treasure. Even without using a heavy treasure, Sumu could slowly wear down Xiafeng Ho. He was merely using him as bait. After toying with Xiafeng Ho for a while, Babata reported, detected 3 marquee immortals coming to rescue Xiafeng Ho. Excellent. Sumu smiled. Before long, 3 marquee immortals from the mechanical race faction appeared. 2 from the mechanical race itself, and the 3rd from the subordinate Yankun clan. 3 have arrived. It seems no other marquee immortals are coming. Sumu smiled as he looked at the 4 marquee immortals. A silver light began to flicker in his left eye, illuminating 1,000,000 kilometers, turning everything into a dazzling silver. Remember this. This is the heavy treasure Silver Eye. Sumu voluntarily revealed the name of Silver Eye, emphasizing that it was a treasure that could even stir the hearts of universe venerables. Then he snapped his fingers lightly, and a green hook emerged, vanished before Sumu, and struck towards Xiafeng Ho, who was trapped by the Samsara secret art. This is the heavy treasure green hook. Heavy treasure. 2 heavy treasures. Run! The 3 marquee immortals who had come to rescue were horrified. Had they known Sumu possessed 2 heavy treasures, they would never have come. How could a marquee immortal intervene in such a situation? Die! Sumu sneered. Not one of you will escape. The silver space created by Silver Eye suppressed the 4 marquee immortals, preventing them from fleeing. The green hook shuttled through the void, each disappearance and appearance claiming a large portion of a marquee immortal's divine body. Human immortal, possessing 2 heavy treasures. One named Green Hook, the other Silver Eye. We must kill him. Xiafeng Ho and the other 3 marquee immortals on the brink of death desperately sent out messages. Not only to the mechanical race but also to other races. Their deaths were inevitable. They only wished for Sumu to die as well. 2 heavy treasures would certainly drive countless king immortals into a frenzy. Even a king immortal with several heavy treasures would not mind adding 2 more. Who would ever have too many such treasures? The more the better. You've all spread the news about my heavy treasures, haven't you? Sumu grinned. Xiafeng Ho and the others were stunned. Why did Sumu seem unconcerned, as if he was waiting for them to spread the word? Your usefulness is over. Time to die. Sumu chuckled. Xiafeng Ho and the other 3 marquee immortals felt a chill run down their spines, terrified. They realized they had fallen into Sumu's trap. Sumu's killing them was not the main point. He used them to spread the message, luring more alien elites to come after him. What was this? This was fishing. The Silver Eye and Green Hook were merely bait. Without further words, regardless of whether they understood, the Green Hook shattered their remaining divine bodies, plunging them into eternal slumber. This slumber would never be broken. For marquee immortals fell at Sumu's hands, netting him hundreds of billions in military merits. Meanwhile, the entire third outer battlefield was thrown into turmoil. Heavy treasures. 2 heavy treasures. This terrifying news spread like wildfire. From 1 to 10 to 100 to 1,000. Before long, all the elites of the third outer battlefield knew that a human immortal possessed 2 heavy treasures. This news made countless human faction elites green with envy. Were it not for the virtual universe system monitoring the area, they would have killed Sumu to seize the treasures. What a pity. Why is he human? It seems we have no hope of obtaining the heavy treasures. Another treasure being given to the aliens. What a scoundrel. Many in the human faction cursed Sumu inwardly. If only Sumu were an alien. In Swallowing Star River, a human immortal has 2 heavy treasures. I'm going there now. Haha, I have 1 heavy treasure, adding 2 more wouldn't be too many. Swallowing Star River, here I come. Countless alien elites swarmed toward Swallowing Star River, most of them king immortals along with a few marquee immortals, hoping to pick up scraps. For a time, Swallowing Star River became the focal point of the entire third outer battlefield. Ha! I, the Green Demon King, am here. A colossal voice resounded across heaven and earth, and a gigantic figure 10,000 meters tall resembling a centaur and entirely green appeared. He was one of the few king-level immortals roaming the Swallowing Star River region, an initial king-level immortal of the Taya clan under the Zerg camp known as the Green Demon King. He was not far from Sumu, only over 20 billion kilometers away, so upon receiving the news, the Green Demon King immediately rushed over at top speed. The reason the Green Demon King knew Sumu possessed 2 supreme treasures, and still rushed over so quickly without any fear of danger, was that when Snowwind Marquis and the others died, they had uploaded the battle footage. In the battle footage, Sumu's own strength was merely that of a peak Marquis level immortal, and it was only by relying on 2 supreme treasures that he was able to slay Snowwind Marquis and 3 other Marquis level immortals. The Green Demon King understood that this was his only chance. He had to slay Sumu at the fastest speed and seize the 2 supreme treasures. If he missed this opportunity with his initial king-level strength, he would never have another chance to obtain supreme treasures. This heaven-sent opportunity was worth the risk. Sumu did not move from his spot. Watching the Green Demon King's arrival, Sumu said calmly, "Green Demon King, you're so eager to die. Still becoming the first king-level immortal to fall by my hand is your honor. Human immortal hand over the supreme treasures. They are not something you are qualified to possess." The Green Demon King barked. Sumu, not flustered at all, sneered. "If I am not qualified to possess them, do you think you are? If I gave you the 2 supreme treasures, could you keep them? That is none of your concern." The Green Demon King sneered. If he obtained the supreme treasures, he would surely hide, immediately cut off all contact with the outside world, and even go into seclusion for billions of years. For 2 supreme treasures, he would sacrifice everything except his own life. Then we shall see if you have the strength for that. Sumu's left eye suddenly turned silver-white, and a silver light surged toward the Green Demon King, unleashing an invisible force that struck into the Green Demon King's soul. Crack! The Green Demon King's soul shattered like a glass cup dropped from a great height onto the ground. Initial king-level immortal Green Demon King. Dead. Under normal circumstances, only a peak king-level expert could easily kill an initial king-level. Although the Green Demon King was only initial king-level, it was not easy for Sumu to kill him either. However, Sumu also had his own trump card. The Supreme Treasure Silver Eye combined with his ZG Soul Clan clone. The ZG Soul Clan clone was inherently a natural soul-type lifeform, and coupled with Sumu's cultivation of the clone, the soul body of the ZG Soul Clan clone had reached an extremely terrifying level. Silver Eye was also a soul attack supreme treasure. Combining the two, the unleashed power had reached the peak king level, only slightly weaker than that of Kuei's Master Silver Eye King. After all, Silver Eye King was also a genius of Berlan's level, having immersed herself in the path of soul for countless years. Sumu could not easily catch up to or surpass her. But a mere initial king level like the Green Demon King was naturally nothing in front of Sumu. The advantage of destroying the soul was that one did not need to specially destroy the divine body. Once the soul was destroyed, no matter how strong the divine body, it was useless. Thus, a high-level king-level expert proficient in soul attacks could easily kill an initial king-level immortal. This was also a great advantage of the soul path. The disadvantage was that it was especially troublesome when facing energy lifeforms without souls. If the Green Demon King were an energy lifeform, Sumu would have to use other methods to kill him. The Green Demon King died too quickly, so he had no time to send out a message. No one knew that a king-level immortal had already died at Sumu's hands. A large number of alien experts all rushed toward the Swallowing Star River. Among them were also human king-level experts. With the military system monitoring, human king-level experts dared not snatch Sumu's treasures, but they could not allow the treasures to fall into alien hands. They came to protect Sumu. More precisely, they came to protect the supreme treasures. Supreme treasures must never fall into alien hands. After killing the Green Demon King, all of the Green Demon King's treasures naturally fell into Sumu's possession. So poor. Looking at the Green Demon King's treasures, Sumu shook his head. The total value of all the Green Demon King's treasures was no more than over 10 million Hunyuan units, just a bit more than Hunyuan, a marquee-level immortal. But this was also normal. The Green Demon King was too poor and had no powerful treasures, so he only dared to drift in the Swallowing Star River, and did not dare to go to the more dangerous high-level battlefields. If he had even a few valuable treasures on him, he wouldn't be here. It could be said that all king-level immortals roaming the Swallowing Star River were the weakest and poorest among king-level immortals. Tossing the treasures into his space ring, Sumu continued to wait patiently. Although the Green Demon King himself was poor, after all, he was an initial king level, and in the military system he was still worth 10 trillion military merits. 10 trillion military merits were equivalent to 100 million Hunyuan units. That was quite decent. About 3 hours later, Babata said, "Master, another initial king-level immortal has arrived. It is the 1000 Illusion King of the Serpentine race in your human camp." The 1000 Illusion King was also in the Swallowing Star River, so he rushed over immediately. The Serpentine race was one of the primary races of the human race. When Sumu challenged the Tongtian Mountain in the primordial secret realm, the Serpentine female illusionist guarding Tongtian Mountain was of the Serpentine race. The Serpentine race was also particularly suited for the illusionist path. After a moment, a beautiful woman with a human upper body and a serpent tail, her clothes slightly open, flew over. The most striking feature about her was her pair of eyes, each with a 7-petaled flower within. Seeing Sumu, the 1000 Illusion King said urgently, "Why are you still here? Don't you know that the Snow Wind Marquis and the others you killed have already spread the news about you possessing supreme treasures? Leave quickly. Return to the divine base." The 1000 Illusion King rushed to Sumu, extremely anxious. "If the supreme treasures are lost and taken by the aliens, you will be a sinner of the human race." In contrast to the 1000 Illusion King's urgency, Sumu smiled calmly. "Don't worry, it's fine." The 1000 Illusion King paused for a moment, then calmed down a bit and carefully examined Sumu. Sumu's appearance was naturally different from his true form, concealed by the myriad law divine mirror, so the 1000 Illusion King could not discern Sumu's true appearance or realm. "Let's return to the divine base quickly. This place is not far from divine base 039. The 1000 Illusion King said. "Once we are back at the divine base, even an invincible king level won't dare to trouble you." Sumu still shook his head. "You!" The 1000 Illusion King was so angry she wanted to slap Sumu to death. "If you die, I won't care. Hand over the supreme treasures to me, and I will take them back." Sumu laughed dryly. "Are you kidding me?" Seeing Sumu's mocking gaze, the 1000 Illusion King could only sigh helplessly. If Sumu wouldn't leave, what could she do? The 1000 Illusion King simply stood beside Sumu. "If any alien king-level immortal came, by the way, I haven't asked your name yet." The 1000 Illusion King introduced herself. "I am 1000 Illusion King. My name is Samsara," said Sumu. "Samsara." The 1000 Illusion King frowned. She had never heard this name before, but Sumu had clearly just appeared, and had been very low-key before, so it was normal that she didn't know him. As they spoke, the space ahead rippled slightly, and a gigantic peacock covered in golden flames but itself black appeared. "Dark Peacock!" The 1000 Illusion King exclaimed in shock. "The demon race! Burning Feather King!" The Dark Peacock was one of the 18 royal clans of the demon race. Burning Feather King was also a renowned genius among the Dark Peacock clan. When he was still a sector lord, he had killed an immortal close to Marquis level, and upon becoming an immortal he immediately reached peak Marquis level. After roaming for nearly 10,000 years, Burning Feather King became a king-level immortal. It had been less than 10,000 years since he became an immortal, yet he had already made a great name for himself in the outer battlefield. The golden flames burning on Burning Feather King's body were a supreme treasure he possessed called the Golden Flame Divine Feather. His ability to kill a Marquis-level immortal as a sector lord was also inseparable from this Golden Flame Divine Feather treasure. Burning Feather King had always wanted to obtain more supreme treasures, but had never found any. So when he learned that Sumu possessed supreme treasures, he immediately rushed over at top speed. Burning Feather King had originally been roaming in the Ninefold continent, one of the most dangerous places in the third outer battlefield. The Ninefold continent was a full 300,000 light-years away from the Swallowing Star River. Fortunately, Burning Feather King had left a Divine Kingdom coordinate near the Swallowing Star River. He teleported through the Divine Kingdom coordinate, and then frantically teleported, finally arriving at the Swallowing Star River. "Ha! You're still here." Seeing Sumu, Burning Feather King was overjoyed. He had originally thought Sumu would have long fled, and he had prepared to search here for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Spending thousands or tens of thousands of years for 2 supreme treasures was completely worth it. He had never imagined that Sumu would still be here, not having moved at all. "It seems the will of the universe's origin wants to give these 2 supreme treasures to me," Burning Feather King thought to himself. Wasn't this a sign of his affinity with those 2 supreme treasures? Sumu was merely a treasure-delivering child. He was the true owner of those 2 supreme treasures. One after another, golden flames emerged, each 100 kilometers in size. The void within a radius of 10 million kilometers was instantly suppressed. Even teleportation could not escape. one could only fly slowly. Burning Feather King was also afraid that Sumu might have a teleportation method to escape, so he directly sealed off this region of void, relying on the power of the Golden Flame Divine Feather. Thank you for coming to deliver treasures to me. While the Thousand Illusion King was shocked, Sumu looked at Burning Feather King with a smile. Deliver treasures to you. You go to hell. Burning Feather King laughed. Endless golden flames surged toward Sumu, and the Thousand Illusion King covering the sky and earth. The terrifying flames burned the void into nothingness, and a 1,000,000-kilometer radius was covered in golden flames. Burning Feather King was indeed a genius of the demon race. Having become an immortal for less than 10,000 years, and with a supreme treasure, he possessed strength close to peak king level. If he were given another supreme treasure, his strength would definitely reach peak king level. Unfortunately, his opponent was Sumu. I will use your life to make a name for myself. Sumu threw a punch and a massive black hole emerged. The black hole rolled and spun, sucking everything into it. Even the golden flames generated by the Golden Flame Divine Feather were sucked in and devoured by the black hole. The enormous black hole covering a radius of 300,000 kilometers swallowed even Burning Feather King. Golden flame scorches heaven. Burning Feather King roared. Infinite golden flames boiled and raged, and space violently rippled. This was a secret art he had created, combining the Golden Flame Divine Feather. Annihilate! The black hole rotated, pressing heavily onto Burning Feather King's law domain, crushing it, and began to grind and erode Burning Feather King's divine body. However, Burning Feather King was truly powerful. Even under the Samsara secret art, his divine body did not decrease quickly, and he had long possessed an undying body, recovering even faster. I underestimated you, Burning Feather King admitted. But it is impossible for you to kill me. Burning Feather King flapped his wings, and the golden flames protected his divine body, preventing Sumu from directly destroying it. After all, Sumu had not purchased anything specifically targeting divine bodies, such as the Femovenom, used by Luo Feng in the original story. Relying solely on absolute power, it was naturally not easy for Sumu to kill Burning Feather King. Only an invincible king level could do so. Impossible! Sumu sneered. You overestimate yourself. Within the black hole, a silver light suddenly burst forth, instantly traversing the void and blasting into Burning Feather King's soul. The Samsara secret art was originally created by combining the 10 fundamental laws and soul attacks, so it naturally carried soul attacks. The soul attack of the Samsara secret art would not be enough to kill Burning Feather King easily, but with the addition of the Supreme Treasure Silver, it was a completely different story. Within Burning Feather King's soul, a massive black hole vortex also formed, devouring and tearing at his soul. The excruciating pain in his soul made Burning Feather King cry out. Even though he wore armor that could slightly reduce soul attacks, how could it compare to the silver eye? As for the Golden Flame Divine Feather, this supreme treasure did not have the function of protecting the soul. A supreme treasure that protected the soul was extremely precious, with value not inferior to ordinary treasures of the highest order. Even universe venerables would frantically compete for it, so naturally Burning Feather King could not have one. My divine body lost 20%. Burning Feather King was horrified. He had an undying body with his soul and divine body fused. The loss of soul was the loss of divine body. He hadn't expected that in just one strike his divine body would lose 20%. Even as a king level, he couldn't withstand it. Help! Help! Save me! Burning Feather King hurriedly sent out a distress signal through the demon race's virtual network, and at the same time he crushed the life-saving item his master had given him. Burning Feather King is asking for help. Burning Feather King is in danger. Hurry and save him. The demon race was shocked, but they were too far away from Burning Feather King. Even if there were Demon King level experts who could teleport, they could not arrive in a short time. Within the demon race's territory, on a massive black continent, a dark peacock with closed eyes suddenly opened them and dark light shot from its eyes. Disciple! Hunyuan was a genius of the demon race. Naturally, he had a teacher. That teacher was a cosmic overlord among the Dark Peacock clan, known as Venerable Hai. Venerable Hai's eyes flickered with a cold light and he growled. My disciple, you are in the extraterritorial battlefield and I cannot come to save you. But I will go to the Peacock Lord and beg him to resurrect you. Whoever killed you, I will make sure they die without a place to be buried. The extraterritorial battlefield forbids any cosmic venerable from entering. Even though Venerable Hai is a cosmic overlord, he cannot enter the battlefield. Only a cosmic lord could break the rules and enter the extraterritorial battlefield. But to ask the Peacock Lord to break the rules for Hunyuan, he certainly did not qualify. However, Hunyuan was at least a genius among the demon race. Venerable Hai reported his name, and in the next resurrection list Hunyuan would be revived. Hunyuan could be resurrected, but his precious treasure, the Golden Flame Divine Feather, could not. He had sent a distress signal, but he knew the chance of being rescued was slim. Neither his teacher nor the other demons could arrive in time to save him. I will die, but I won't let you off easy. Hunyuan roared, and when his divine body dropped below 50%, he chose to burn all his divine body and self-destruct. Boom! A huge explosion resounded through the cosmos, unleashing terrifying energy. The reincarnation black hole was shattered and violent energy swept in all directions. It's over. Thousand Illusion King's face turned pale. She deeply regretted coming here, not only failing to persuade Sumu to leave, but also risking her own life. Sumu was not flustered at all. He pressed his hand on Thousand Illusion King's shoulder, and with a flicker he teleported away. Hunyuan's self-destruction naturally lifted the spatial lockdown, allowing Sumu to teleport. Even if he couldn't teleport, Sumu was not afraid. He still had the king armor on him, which could withstand the impact of Hunyuan's self-destruction. But Thousand Illusion King had no such protection. She would surely be killed by the blast energy. So Sumu took her with him and teleported to escape. Thousand Illusion King was at least a human king, and she had come specially to warn him. Even if she only did it for the precious treasure, Sumu could not let her die in the explosion. With a teleport, Sumu arrived 1 light-year away. However powerful Hunyuan's self-destruction was, it only affected a few tens of millions of kilometers around him. It could never reach 1 light-year. Not to mention him, even cosmic venerables in normal combat could not affect a 1 light-year range unless they burned divine power. 1 light-year is still a vast distance, nearly 10 trillion kilometers. I'm still alive. Thousand Illusion King stared blankly at Sumu. You can teleport. Shoo! Sumu put his finger to his lips and smiled. Don't tell anyone. After a while, Sumu took Thousand Illusion King back to the site of Hunyuan's self-destruction. The nearby void, spanning millions of kilometers, had been annihilated completely. Only at the spot where Hunyuan self-destructed, a feather burning with golden flames floated in the air. The golden flame divine feather. All of Hunyuan's treasures were destroyed in his self-destruction, except for the golden flame divine feather, which remained intact without a scratch. Sumu flew over and grabbed the golden flame divine feather. A surge of heat hit him. This was a rare treasure. Thousand Illusion King watched enviously. So far Sumu had acquired 3 precious treasures. Actually, that was not the case. Sumu owned 4 precious treasures and 2 peak supreme treasures. Although one of the peak supreme treasures was still inaccessible, it was unquestionably his. You killed Hunyuan, are you still going to wait here? Thousand Illusion King was not stupid. She roughly understood that Sumu must be using the precious treasure as bait. She admired Sumu's courage but was still worried. After all, Hunyuan was not the strongest in the extraterritorial battlefield. Soon, there would be peak kings, limit kings, and even invincible kings coming. Could Sumu deal with so many king-level powerhouses? Of course not. Sumu was not stupid. He currently did not have the means to slay many kings unless he used the 10,000 Laws Divine Mirror. But the 10,000 Laws Divine Mirror must never be exposed. Sumu planned to obtain a treasure that could quickly annihilate divine bodies and then come out to kill. He couldn't always use the Silver Eye for soul attacks, could he? It worked against 1 or 2 kings. But if 10 or 8 kings attacked together, the Silver Eye's attack would be dispersed, diminishing its killing effect. These battles, especially the one with Hunyuan, greatly benefited Sumu. He gained many useful insights. You should leave quickly, Sumu said to Thousand Illusion King. Then where are you going? Thousand Illusion King looked at Sumu. Aren't you going back to the divine base? It's the safest place. No, I have things to do. You'd better leave quickly, or else when a powerful alien king arrives you'll be dead. Sumu said that with a teasing smile, then teleported and disappeared from Thousand Illusion King's sight. This guy. He's not going to do something terrible again, is he? Thousand Illusion King felt a chill in her heart. She felt that Sumu was not simple. He must have his own agenda. Reincarnation. Reincarnation. Reincarnation King. She muttered Sumu's name a few times, then turned and flew away. When Hunyuan sent out a distress signal, he also transmitted the information of his battle with Sumu. Countless demon powerhouses saw the footage of this battle. That move is terrifying. The final move directly annihilated Hunyuan's soul, leaving him no choice but to self-destruct. He might have mastered teleportation. Hunyuan's self-destruction couldn't harm him. Many demon powerhouses fell silent after watching the battle video. They asked themselves if they could withstand Sumu's attacks. Gradually the battle footage spread to other races and factions, and more people learned of Sumu's strength. At some point the name Reincarnation King was bestowed upon Sumu. Alien powerhouses arrived at the Zonglong River Galaxy, but found no trace of Sumu. However, many remained to search within the galaxy. In other places treasures were only possible, one had to rely on luck and strength to obtain them. But here treasures were certain, no luck was needed, only strength. Naturally many powerhouses were willing to spend time searching for Sumu. Sumu, however, seemed to have vanished without a trace. 1 year later, on a desolate planet, Sumu stood and asked with a smile, Babata, has any king-level powerhouse passed through here this year? Yes, Babata said. The most recent one was 2.5 months ago. A king-level powerhouse from the mechanical race camp was probing nearby, but they couldn't detect us at all. If they can't detect us, then we'll go find them. As long as Sumu activated the probe stealth function, no one in the entire third extraterritorial battlefield could find him. And when he activated the probe, almost no one could hide from him. The meteorite star ship soared into the sky and flew casually through the Songlong River galaxy. Just 1 month and 7 days later, Babata woke Sumu. Master, I've detected Giant Wood King of the Zerg camp. On the giant screen in the control room, a figure appeared resembling a tree. Giant Wood King came from the cave tree tribe, which was not a plant lifeform but a flesh and blood lifeform. According to recent battle records, Giant Wood King is a high-level king. Babata had already gathered countless intelligence through the virtual universe system. Sumu had extremely high authority in the virtual universe system, so he naturally knew many alien powerhouses. Except for limited information on Cosmic Lords, Sumu knew quite a lot about the rest, including Cosmic Venerables and Cosmic Overlords. Attack! Sumu said coldly, a sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Searching for me, hunting me. Let me show you who is the hunter and who is the prey. The meteorite starship approached Giant Wood King's spaceship at sublight speed, completely unaware of it. Inside Giant Wood King's spaceship, those 2 precious treasures, I probably can't get them. Giant Wood King was self-aware. He knew that with his strength, even if he saw Sumu, he could only flee in disgrace, let alone fight him. But my target was never Reincarnation King. Giant Wood King's body split open a gap, as if laughing, yet extremely ferocious. Countless king-level powerhouses are gathering in the Songlong River galaxy, which will inevitably trigger many battles. I just need to pick up the scraps. Giant Wood King came to the Songlong River galaxy, not for Sumu but for the battles among other king-level powerhouses. As long as there were battles, there would be casualties, and he might profit from them, gaining the advantage. For Giant Wood King, who had been cultivating for over 1 billion years, spending a little time here was no bother. As long as he could gain some benefits, no amount of time was wasted. Time was worthless to him anyway. While he was leisurely thinking, a huge black hole suddenly engulfed his spaceship, unleashing terrifying power that battered his vessel. Even though his spaceship was made of F-grade materials, it could not withstand such a horrifying impact. Reincarnation King. Giant Wood King was horrified. Who didn't know Reincarnation King's attack methods? It was this most terrifying reincarnation black hole coupled with soul attacks. It was rumored that Reincarnation King also had a spiritual force precious treasure, Green Hook, which only the 4, including Snow Wind Marquis, whom he killed at the beginning, had seen. Giant Wood King flew out of his spaceship, expanding his law domain for defense, and shouted, Reincarnation King, I didn't come to kill you. Let me go. Sumu said nothing. Whether you came to kill me or not, I don't care. I'm here to kill you. Let you go. You are an alien. The power of the reincarnation black hole crushed down on Giant Wood King, and the terrifying force began to shatter his divine body. Help! Giant Wood King quickly sent out a distress signal, which was received by all Zerg camp powerhouses within a radius of 10 billion kilometers. The distress signal spread outward layer by layer, and soon countless powerhouses knew that Reincarnation King had appeared again. Finally appeared. I've been waiting for you. 1,000 billion kilometers away from the battle between Giant Wood King and Sumu, a king-level powerhouse covered in spikes like a round hedgehog sneered coldly and disappeared from the void. He was the famous Spike Thrust King of the Zerg camp, a peak-level king. More importantly, Spike Thrust King was an energy lifeform completely immune to Sumu's soul attacks. Otherwise, he would have to think twice before picking a fight with Sumu. As for the other immortal kings nearby, although they also received the distress signal, they could not teleport and would need some time to arrive. Boom! Just as Spike Thrust King arrived, he heard a cataclysmic explosion and terrifying energy waves swept in all directions. It was Giant Wood King self-destructing. He had no choice. If he didn't self-destruct, Sumu would kill him anyway. Self-destructing at least prevented Sumu from obtaining his treasures. Although he was poor, he still had a few 100 million Hunyuan units of wealth. Not letting Sumu have it was a way to spite him. It seems I need to get some treasures that can annihilate immortal divine bodies. Letting them keep self-destructing is not working. Sumu stood in the energy current of the self-destruction, completely unharmed, pondering buying some treasures to kill immortal divine bodies. Suddenly, he looked not far away where a spiky ball appeared. Ah! You're really unlucky. As soon as Spike Thrust King appeared, he was immediately hit hard by the energy from Giant Wood King's self-destruction. He had no soul and could avoid most soul attacks, but against this raw energy impact he was helpless. A high-level king's self-destruction dealt massive damage to Spike Thrust King. He had no king armor or swallow yellow red gold armor, those precious treasure armors. Just like that, Spike Thrust King's divine body lost 20%. Giant Wood King. Spike Thrust King hated Giant Wood King to death. You damn bastard, you screwed me over. Reincarnation. Green Hook. Sumu gave Spike Thrust King no time to react. He struck with a reincarnation punch, a black hole enveloping Spike Thrust King, while Green Hook vanished from his hand and teleported above Spike Thrust King, piercing deeply into his divine body. This time I won't let you self-destruct. 3 avatars appeared simultaneously, unleashing their most terrifying techniques. 10,000 years of a dream. Annihilate space. Time slow and long. Boom. Spike Thrust King didn't even have time to send a distress signal before he died miserably. A peak-level king died completely at Sumu's hands so fast that he himself didn't even realize it. To obtain Spike Thrust King's treasures, Sumu had to do this, or otherwise, if he self-destructed, Sumu would end up with nothing. The Spike King had fallen. Sumu, seizing all the treasures upon the Spike King, vanished from the battlefield with a single teleportation. After some time had passed, the reinforcements summoned by the Giant Wood King finally arrived, but they found nothing except a stretch of void space. The Giant Wood King is dead. Damn that reincarnation king. The king-level powerhouses cursed endlessly, yet they were utterly helpless. They could not find Sumu anywhere. What else could they do? They were still unaware that not only had the Giant Wood King perished, but the peak king-level Spike King had also fallen. Inside the meteorite star ship, this Spike King wasn't bad. His wealth amounts to 20 billion mixed element units. Adding to that, since the Spike King himself was a peak king level, the military merit for slaying him was 1 quadrillion, equivalent to 10 billion mixed element units. This time the harvest was quite satisfactory. No rush. I'll kill a few more, then go purchase the Femo Venom. A great calamity had befallen the alien kings of the Zonglong River Galaxy. Sumu was always appearing and disappearing without a trace. No one knew where he was, but every time he showed up he would inevitably claim the life of at least one alien king-level powerhouse. At his peak, Sumu slew 3 alien king-level powerhouses in one go. 3 years passed swiftly. In those 3 years, Sumu had killed a total of 11 alien king-level powerhouses. Let's go back to the divine base. Sumu said. Understood. Babata exclaimed loudly. Connecting to the virtual universe, Sumu purchased the Femo Venom. 1 kilogram of Femo Venom was worth 300 billion mixed element units, but Sumu could afford it, and he wouldn't be stingy with the purchase. A mere 300 billion mixed element units. If he could kill a limit king level, that sum would be recouped. Of course, limit king levels usually possessed heavy treasures and were not so easy to kill. Femo Venom was developed specifically to erode the divine body of immortals. 10 grams could kill a limit king level and 100 grams could kill an invincible king level. This was only theoretical. How could a genuine limit king level or invincible king level be so easily killed? They wore armor, even heavy treasure armor, and the Femo Venom could only take effect if it came into contact with the divine body. Even if the venom did touch the divine body, as long as the enemy reacted quickly enough, they could decisively abandon a portion of their divine body to expel the venom, greatly diminishing its effect. But that was in the hands of an ordinary person. In Sumu's hands, the effect would be absolutely outstanding. First, Sumu possessed 2 heavy treasures, the Silver Eye and the Azure Hook. He could apply the Femo Venom to the Azure Hook, which was a spiritual telekinetic weapon capable of killing enemies from extreme distances. The Silver Eye could even attack the soul of an enemy. If it could affect them for even an instant, allowing the Femo Venom to spread, even an invincible king level would die. The Silver Eye and the Azure Hook were a perfect match. Unless it was a limit king level or invincible king level who cultivated the soul or possessed a heavy treasure that guarded the soul, or defensive armor type heavy treasure, it would be difficult to withstand Sumu's attack. Having completed the purchase of the Femo Venom quickly, Sumu went to see Chen Shui. I heard from Mother that a reincarnation king has suddenly appeared in the 3rd outer domain battlefield, killing many alien king level powerhouses. Chen Shui looked at Sumu with a smile. Was it you? Though it was a question, Chen Shui was 100% certain that the reincarnation king was Sumu. During the Realm Lord stage, he had slain numerous alien king-level powerhouses and earned a great reputation. This man was her husband. Chen Shui felt immensely honored. It was me. Sumu did not deny it. After all, in the virtual universe there was no fear of being overheard. Reincarnation King. Chen Shui murmured, leaning against Sumu's shoulder. The 039 Divine Base. The meteorite star ship flew into it. The hatch opened and Sumu stepped out, storing the meteorite star ship away. It's the Reincarnation King. The Reincarnation King is back. Seeing Sumu, most of the powerhouses in the 039 base recognized him, though this was a disguised Sumu. The Reincarnation King has killed nearly 20 alien kings, hasn't he? That's more than the alien kings I've ever seen. The Reincarnation King's strength should be at the limit king level. He is qualified to carry 2 heavy treasures. He's back at the divine base, so it's safer now. The powerhouses of the human camp discussed among themselves, and quite a few king-level immortals flew over to greet Sumu and make his acquaintance. A powerhouse like Sumu. It was never a problem to befriend him. Even if they couldn't become friends, it was best not to become enemies. The first to fly over was the Thousand Illusion King, who said with a wry smile, "Reincarnation King, I previously thought your strength was not great. I offer you my apologies." "Thousand Illusion King, don't say that." Sumu shook his head. "You meant well for me. Haha, Reincarnation King." A wild and untamed giant of a man flew over his aura, very similar to Rong Jun's. Sumu's heart stirred. Could he also be a descendant of the giant axe founder like Rong Jun? Reincarnation King, this is Boom Hammer King. A very powerful limit king level with combat power close to an invincible king level. Thousand Illusion King quickly sent a telepathic message to introduce him. It is said his teacher is a cosmic overlord of the giant axe arena. Boom Hammer King. Sumu smiled at the Boom Hammer King. "Reincarnation King, you've done well. Those damned aliens should all be killed, every single one." Boom Hammer King laughed heartily, utterly barbaric. "Reincarnation King, come with me. I'll introduce you to a few friends." "All right." Sumu nodded with a smile, then glanced at the Thousand Illusion King. "Thousand Illusion King, come along too." Thousand Illusion King was startled, then quickly said, "Thank you, Reincarnation King." The friends that the Reincarnation King was about to introduce him to were at least peak king level, otherwise they wouldn't be in that circle. Without Sumu bringing her along, the Thousand Illusion King would never have met those people. Even among king-level immortals there were distinctions of status. For example, the Boom Hammer King could easily kill the Thousand Illusion King, so naturally he would not associate with her as an equal. Only those with strength equal to Sumu's were qualified to communicate with them on an equal footing. After 3 days of feasting and drinking with the Boom Hammer King and his friends, Femo Venom, Sumu opened the black suitcase before him, revealing 10 crystals inside. Within each crystal a mesmerizing purple liquid shimmered, flowing slowly like mercury. Azure Hook. Sumu summoned the Azure Hook and carefully applied the Femo Venom onto it. Time to go on a killing spree. Sumu grinned, knowing that countless alien powerhouses were destined to fall beneath the Azure Hook. "Let's go." Storing the Azure Hook, Sumu flew out of the 039 Divine Base without hesitation. The Reincarnation King has left. What is he going to do? Isn't he afraid of being surrounded? Even if he is powerful, facing dozens of alien kings in a siege, he could still fall. The powerhouses in the 039 Divine Base sent messages to Sumu one after another. Among them was the Boom Hammer King. Sumu merely smiled faintly and did not reply. Soon they would understand why. After leaving the Divine Base, Sumu immediately teleported, each jump covering a distance of 1 light-year. Then he took out the meteorite starship, entered the Dark Universe, and traveled to the Zonglong River Galaxy once more. This time Sumu made no attempt to conceal his movements. He deactivated the shielding function of his detector, deliberately letting the alien powerhouses discover him. As expected, news of Sumu's whereabouts spread wildly through the virtual spaces of the other 3 factions, and his location was exposed in real time. The powerhouses of the Zerg demon and mechanical races gathered together. "This time we must make the Reincarnation King pay. He killed my people. Does he think he can live? Humans? Humph. He must die." Regardless of their motives, whether to avenge their kin or to seize Sumu's treasures, the 3 factions surprisingly coordinated with one another. The human powerhouses also received the news, and a group joined forces to help Sumu. At worst it would be a great battle. No one would back down. However, the combined strength of the 3 alien races was clearly greater since they were acting together. Sumu paid no attention to what others thought. He had already arrived at the Zonglong River Galaxy, stored the meteorite starship, and stood quietly in the void. The Reincarnation King has stopped moving. The coordinates of the Reincarnation King are. The detector swept over Sumu's location, completely exposing his coordinates. Sumu had long known that he was being tracked by the aliens, but he couldn't be bothered with them. He wanted to lure in bigger and stronger fish. "Don't make a move. Hide and wait for us to arrive. Do not engage the Reincarnation King. You are no match for him. Wait for us." The powerhouses of the 3 factions did not underestimate Sumu's strength. They instructed their kin not to act rashly but to wait for the main army to come. Capturing Sumu would then be a simple matter. One by one figures with powerful auras gathered around Sumu. Their movements naturally could not escape his detector. Chain Dragon King, Limit King level of the Demon race. Cold Mulberry King, Limit King level of the Mechanical race. Sun Chaser King, Limit King level of the Zerg camp. Nether King. The information of one king-level powerhouse after another appeared in Sumu's mind. A total of 34 kings had gathered in his vicinity. Among them there were 6 Limit King levels, 26 Peak King levels, and 2 high-level King levels close to Peak King level. Not a single Invincible King level was present. Adding up all 11 outer domain battlefields, there were probably only a few invincible king levels. For such powerhouses, the outer domain battlefields had long lost their value as a training ground, so they naturally wouldn't come. The strongest in the outer domain battlefields were the limit king levels, who were close to invincible king level. Those few supremely powerful ones did not bother to come after Sumu because there was simply no need. Such powerhouses each possessed at least 3 heavy treasures. They had no interest in coming specifically to kill Sumu. "I know you can hear me." Sumu finally spoke. "You should make your move now. If you waste any more time, I won't play with you." Sumu knew that very few more alien powerhouses would arrive, so he grew tired of waiting. These 34 king-level powerhouses were enough to let his azure hook drink blood. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, the space in 3 directions rippled slightly, and all 34 king-level immortals appeared 100,000 kilometers away from Sumu. Hum! An invisible wave of power rippled out, and a vast expanse of black light emerged, enveloping the void within a radius of 30 million kilometers centered on Sumu. This region of space was sealed off, and Sumu could no longer teleport. Of course, the 34 alien king-level powerhouses could not teleport either. Reincarnation King Dai. No words were exchanged between the two sides. The battle erupted instantly. A terrifying energy blast came hurtling toward him. Sumu's figure moved, turning into a streak of light, dodging the dreadful energy beam. Even though the void was sealed and he could not teleport, he could still fly at speeds close to the speed of light. Go! A surge of spiritual telekinetic power rippled. The azure hook coated with Femo venom appeared, and disappeared abruptly, cleaving through the divine body of a peak king level. With the combined force of the Femo venom and the azure hook, this peak king level's divine body instantly disintegrated, and he fell dead on the spot. After slaying this peak king level, the azure hook vanished once more, slicing through the divine body of another peak king level, and leaving the Femo venom inside. Another peak king level fell. None of these peak king levels possessed defensive heavy treasure armor, so naturally they could not withstand the sharpness of the azure hook. Wherever the azure hook passed, it would invariably claim a life. There was no way to defend against it. Attack his main body! The Sun Chaser King shouted harshly, and at the same time a massive sun seemed to appear on his body, rolling towards Sumu with crushing force, the void itself shattering from the heat. The other powerhouses also used their own methods to attack Sumu. They refused to believe that Sumu could continue attacking other kings while enduring their assault. "Heh, if you can touch me, you win." Sumu vanished in a flash. In terms of speed, even without using any heavy treasure, he was the fastest. The Time Beast deity avatar had no fear of anyone in the study of speed. 3 more king-level powerhouses fell. For the time being, Sumu skirted around the 6 limit king levels and focused on killing the peak king levels. To kill a limit king level, 10 grams of Femovenom were needed, and the enemy might also have heavy treasures, making it hard to achieve an instant kill. But those peak king levels were utterly insignificant. Not to mention an instant kill, Sumu could kill several in 1 second. One after another king-level powerhouses fell. Finally, they were terrified to the point of numbness and began to flee in all directions in panic. "Not one of you is getting away." The azure hook was incredibly fast. Even though the void was sealed, the azure hook could cut through the void and teleport. None could escape its deadly reach. In the blink of an eye of the 34 king-level powerhouses, only the last 6 limit king levels remained. The other 28 king-level immortals had all fallen. "Now it's your turn." The azure hook appeared behind the Chain Dragon King, slicing through his scales, and the Femo venom entered his divine body. "My divine body!" The Chain Dragon King was greatly alarmed, for he could clearly sense his divine body rapidly collapsing at an astonishing speed. A poison specifically targeting divine bodies. He finally understood why those peak-level kings had died so swiftly and without any resistance. Explode! Reacting with extreme decisiveness, the Chain Dragon King immediately sacrificed part of his divine body. "No, my divine body has suffered over 70% damage." Despite his resolute action, the Femovenom still inflicted damage on his divine body, compounded by the power of Chingo, resulting in severe divine body impairment, leaving him with less than 10% of his original strength. Beware! He possesses a poison that targets divine bodies. The Chain Dragon King hastily warned the other 5 peak-level kings, but he was beyond saving as Chingo claimed his life. A poison specifically for divine bodies. Coupled with the sharpness of that spiritual mental treasure, lacking defensive armor treasures, how can we withstand it? We cannot. Flee! The remaining 5 peak-level kings, all pale with terror, inwardly cursed Sumu vehemently while swiftly attempting to escape. "I told you. All of you must die here, not a single one will survive." Chingo shattered another peak-level king's divine body. To kill a pinnacle king, Chingo needed but a single strike. Peak-level kings were stronger, yet they merely endured a little longer. Now the sealed space that trapped them turned against them, or otherwise they could have teleported away and avoided such dire straits. Whoosh! Whoosh! Qin Go continuously traversed the void, slaying 2 more peak-level kings. A pity. In the end, 2 peak-level kings managed to escape beyond even Su Mu's pursuit. You are lucky. Su Mu gathered all the treasures scattered across the void, and the seal binding a region of 30 million kilometers vanished. With a teleport, Su Mu disappeared. The news of this battle spread with lightning speed, shaking the entire outer battlefield. The human reincarnation king fought against 34 alien kings, and emerged victorious, annihilating 32 kings, including 4 peak-level kings. Is the reincarnation king perhaps an invincible king? Very likely. Another human has produced an invincible king. Why can't it be our demon race? Sigh. The 3 major factions, the demon race, the insect race, and the mechanical race, lamented deeply while their hatred for Su Mu grew. The human faction, on the other hand, rejoiced. The reincarnation king's reputation was now thoroughly established, and he was recognized as one of the strongest beings in the third outer battlefield. Not only in the outer battlefield, but Su Mu's slaying of so many kings also sparked discussions among the alien races. Within the demon race, could this suddenly appearing reincarnation king be the human prodigy Su Mu? Impossible, right? It hasn't been that many years. No matter how talented, he couldn't have gained such formidable power so soon, could he? The possibility is slim but not entirely impossible. Prodigies defy common sense, especially one like Su Mu. Within the insect race, regardless of whether he is that Su Mu, kill him at all costs. Yes, kill him. Send Xian and Shiren to slay him. Xian and Shiren were both powerful insect queen immortals. Within the insect race there was no concept of kings or marquises. Once an insect queen became immortal, she was directly considered invincible, below universe venerable. Moreover, Xian and Shiren were super strong among insect queen immortals, comparable to the invincible kings of other races. What is an invincible king? One who can rival an ordinary universe venerable is deemed an invincible king. Within the mechanical race, after analysis, the probability that reincarnation king is Su Mu is as high as 39.7. At all costs, kill him. Deploy Shifu and Lai Guan. At the far end of the universe, among the 6 peak races, the crystal race and the prison race also engaged in extensive speculation about whether the reincarnation king was Su Mu. However, they did not take action, leaving the demon race, mechanical race, and insect race to deal with the headache. Similarly, within the human race, many strong beings speculated about the reincarnation king's identity. Could this junior of mine at the domain lord level slay a universe venerable? Chaos City Lord certainly knew Su Mu's identity, and that the reincarnation king was undoubtedly Su Mu. He now only wished to see how far Su Mu could go. A domain lord killing a universe venerable is an immense challenge, something even the teacher never accomplished. Chaos City Lord murmured. Yet the teacher took him as a disciple. Surely he possesses extraordinary qualities. Perhaps he can achieve it. The 3 peak races alongside humanity all dispatched invincible kings to the third outer battlefield to kill Su Mu. Aware of this, Su Mu concealed himself early on. He deeply understood his own strength. His easy slaying of peak-level kings relied solely on his treasures and the potency of Femo venom. His own power had not yet reached the level of an invincible king. First, regarding cosmic fundamental laws, he had only reached the 19th floor of the heavenly bridge. Those called invincible kings all possessed enlightenment of the 20th floor. Though only 1 floor apart, the difference was vast. This was Su Mu's disadvantage. Self-created secret arts. Every invincible king had them. In this aspect, Su Mu had no advantage either. As for treasures, how could invincible kings lack them? Su Mu was likewise at a disadvantage. Femo venom had little effect on invincible kings. Divine body strength was far beyond Su Mu's. Even an ordinary human invincible king possessed 100,000 times the power of a peak domain lord. If it were a demon royal invincible king, the power would be 600,000 times that of a peak domain lord. Not to mention special lifeforms with higher life gene levels, thus even greater divine body strength, with some reaching tens of millions of times the peak domain lord's power. For example, Su Mu's time beast god avatar had a life gene level of a perfect 10081 times. However, the time beast god avatar was only at the domain lord level, so the power it could unleash was merely 10081 times that of a domain lord. Because the time beast god avatar had not cultivated the 9 calamities secret code, and could not wear the king armor. Su Mu's main body, though temporarily at a life gene level of only 10 times, could burst forth even greater power than the time beast god avatar when wearing the king armor. Given these circumstances, Su Mu was not yet a match for an invincible king. Knowing that the alien races would send invincible kings to kill him, Su Mu wisely chose to hide. While in hiding, Su Mu entered the virtual universe. Apply for Beast God Blood. Su Mu submitted a request to the human race. Beast God Blood could increase life gene levels, thereby enhancing combat power, and allowing him to fully unleash the king armor strength. I wonder how much beast god blood I can obtain. Sumu pondered. If he revealed himself as the reincarnation king, he would surely receive a large amount of beast god blood. But without exposing his identity, how would the human race treat him? Of course, even without revealing his identity, he was still the most prodigious existence of the human race. Shortly after, greetings Lord Sumu. On the screen appeared a fox girl with soft furry ears and a body of soft purple fur. A member of the Purple Fox clan within the fox race of the human race. Previously Sumu's Captain Suli was from the White Fox clan of the fox race. I need beast god blood. Sumu looked at the beautiful purple fox woman. According to your quota, you can receive 50 drops of beast god blood for free. The purple fox woman said. 50 drops. Not bad. Send them to base 039 of the third outer battlefield. Sumu did not fear exposing his identity. Whether exposed or not, the alien races would treat him as Sumu. Even if he declared he was not Sumu but merely the reincarnation king, they would deem it nonsense. In fact, in the minds of the alien races, they had already concluded that Sumu was the reincarnation king and vice versa, which was why they sent invincible kings to kill him. Likewise, in the minds of the human race, it was almost certain that Sumu was the reincarnation king. Yet everyone refrained from stating it openly, maintaining an unspoken understanding. If you claim the reincarnation king is not Sumu, then so be it. But we will still come to kill you. The human race, according to the reincarnation king's strength, would also provide Sumu with generous treatment to nurture him. At base 039, Shinming base. In his manner, Sumu brought out the Yunmo Star, entered it, and retrieved the 50 drops of beast god blood sent by the human high level. Sumu took out a crystal tube, gently pulled out the stopper, and poured the beast god blood into his palm. At first glance it appeared as golden light. Upon closer inspection one could faintly see a golden liquid within the light with countless law secret pattern threads flowing within. Beast god blood was the blood of a universe master, far more powerful than the blood of Sumu's time beast god avatar. The time beast god avatar was only at the domain lord level, possessing great potential, but not yet matured to truly rival a beast god. Once I complete the teacher's mission, I will apply to the human high level to go to the primordial god sect. With his talent, he was certain to obtain a beast god heritage token, and Sumu decided to accept the heritage of the time beast god. He still needed to kill over 50 more kings to complete the task of hunting 100 kings. Not a difficult feat for Sumu. By going to a place with many alien kings, he could easily finish the task. The golden drop fell onto his palm and instantly penetrated completely. Immediately Sumu's skin faintly shimmered with a layer of golden light. This single drop of beast god blood merged easily, causing only a minimal reaction. Though Sumu had not fused blood Luo crystals, his original gene level was no lower than those who had. After fully absorbing the 50 drops of beast god blood, his life gene level increased to 60 times. After fully merging with the beast god blood, Sumu could now unleash all the power of the king armor, bursting forth with a limit of 100,000 times the power of a peak domain lord. Time to hunt those alien kings. With a teleport, Sumu left base 039. No one knowing how he departed. Arriving in the starry sky, Sumu entered the Yunmo Star and began traversing the void. This time his destination was the deadly region of the third outer battlefield, the Jisua continent. The outer battlefield was originally a transformed cosmic secret realm, and the Jisua continent was a perilous area within that realm. After countless years of war, most dangers in this cosmic secret realm had vanished, but the Jisua continent remained fraught with peril. Within danger lay opportunities. Thus the Jisua continent harbored many king-level immortals, rivaling the 7th outer battlefield, where the Star Tower was located. Of course, the opportunities in the Jisua continent were far inferior to those of the Star Tower. In the eyes of cosmic powerhouses, the Star Tower was a supreme treasure. In reality, it was a divine king-level weapon. Even as a supreme treasure, it was far more formidable than the Jisua continent. 1 year later, the Yunmo Star emerged from the dark universe, and Sumu said, "Activate external scene simulation." A continent shrouded in dense baleful energy appeared on the screen. The Jisua continent had a maximum diameter of 35000 light-years, enveloped by 9 terrifying types of baleful energy, hence its name. These 9 types of baleful energy were extremely special cosmic energies, each capable of damaging an immortal's divine body. Immortal army lords and marquee-level immortals dared not come to the Jisua continent as their divine bodies were too weak to withstand the special baleful energies. Only immortals at the king level or above could endure the baleful energies of the Jisua continent, but even they could not stay for long. Ordinary king-level experts could stay for about 100,000 years before needing to leave and expel the baleful energy from their divine bodies before returning. Only peak kings and above could remain on the Jisua continent indefinitely without any adverse effects on their divine bodies. Therefore, there were no immortals below the king level on the Jisua continent, and even low-level kings were rare. The weakest were high-level kings, with many peak kings and peak-level kings. They stayed here either to temper their divine bodies with the baleful energy, or to seek treasures on the Josua continent. The Josua continent did not possess treasures like the Star Tower, but there were some secret realms hiding powerful treasures. Once a peak-level king from the mechanical faction even obtained an ordinary supreme treasure in a secret realm. Sumu had not come here for treasures or supreme treasures. Such things depended on fate, and without luck one could not obtain them. His purpose was to kill alien kings. After completing the task assigned by Origin Ancestor, he would apply to go to the Primordial God sect with no need to remain in the outer battlefield. Sumu silently entered the Nine Calamity continent. The moment he left the meteorite star, he sensed an intangible force attempting to infiltrate his body and corrode it. However clad in the king armor, he paid it no heed. Even if he remained in the Nine Calamity continent for eons, no trace of baleful energy could erode his body. As Sumu entered the Nine Calamity continent within the virtual universe at the primordial district of Yushan Mountain in his manner, "Your Highness, an envoy from the Hong Alliance has arrived." Sumu's steward reported to him. The Hong Alliance. Sumu's gaze flickered. He possessed the combat power of a king, known as the Reincarnation King. Though he had not publicly revealed his identity, both humans and alien races had identified him as such. Thus it was only natural for the Hong Alliance to invite him to join. Outside the manor, 9 immortal beings waited in silence. Sumu approached them. All 9 were king-level immortals. Reincarnation. "Oh no, Your Highness Sumu." The leader, an 8-meter-tall Minotaur king, smiled. "We are the special envoy of the Hong Alliance here to formally invite you to join us. Please come in." Sumu led the 9 kings into his manor. After they were seated, the Minotaur king said, "Your Highness, you must know the purpose of our visit. The Hong Alliance is a highly inclusive coalition formed by the human race and numerous other cosmic races. Membership is not forced, but once you join, betrayal is forbidden. Would you be willing to join Your Highness Sumu?" The Minotaur king knew Sumu would agree. He was merely following protocol. "Of course I am willing." As expected, Sumu gave an affirmative answer. Ding. The moment he spoke, a dazzling star condensed in the hall's air, shrinking into a streak of light that flew onto Sumu's armor bracer, manifesting as a small star. Simultaneously, a hazy humanoid light floated in midair. Under its invisible pressure, all present, including the 9 kings and Sumu, could barely glimpse the silhouette but could not raise their heads to look directly like ants before a deity utterly powerless. The humanoid light slightly lowered its head, gazing down at Sumu. "Human Sumu." The voice, neither male nor female, pierced the soul. "Welcome to the Hong Alliance. From this moment you are an official member. Crises lurk in the universe. For the survival of the race, strong warriors must fight for the Hong Alliance and for humanity. This is the mission of every human powerhouse, and it is your mission." With that, the light dissipated. After officially joining the Hong Alliance, Sumu hosted a banquet for the 9 kings, then began reviewing information about the alliance. Despite his previous high clearance, he had known very little about the Hong Alliance, only superficial details from the original texts. Only after truly joining and viewing various records did Sumu realize how vast and formidable the Hong Alliance was. Founded by one of the 6 peak cosmic races, the alliance was naturally immensely powerful, an apex force throughout the universe. The Hong Alliance's headquarters was in a special dimensional space within the virtual universe. That space contained countless stars, and at the center, surrounded by stars, floated a massive ancient city. The Hong Alliance City, home to countless powerful beings. Sumu's king armor had also been purchased by Keiwei Wang from a shop in Hong Alliance City. The city was peaceful but strictly hierarchical. Status in Hong Alliance City was determined by combat strength and contributions. Higher status granted more privileges. The strength of official members was assessed based on combat records. The stronger the record, the higher the rank, ranging from 1 star to 7 stars. All members bore a star mark on their armor bracers or sleeves. New members started at 1 star. The virtual universe's Hong Alliance City subsystem would automatically evaluate their combat records and strength, assigning subsequent levels. 1 star, the standard for new members, usually the ordinary level of a king. 2 stars, the strong among kings. 3 stars, the peak of kings. 4 stars, invincible kings, and the initial level of cosmic venerables, a category that included Jinyan Wang of Luo Feng's teacher. 5 stars, high-level cosmic venerables. 6 stars, cosmic overlords. 7 stars, the initial level of cosmic lords, or the most exceptional cosmic overlords, such as the master of Tiankei Palace. Above 7 stars were the hall masters, all of whom were cosmic lords and powerful ones at that. For instance, the Chaos City Lord was a hall master. "I should be 3 stars, Sumu chuckled. However, since his combat records were from before joining the alliance, he was still only 1 star. The entire Hong Alliance has 3 million kings. Reading the introduction, Sumu was inwardly awed. The human race has only 100,000 kings. Although human kings accounted for only 1/30, the Hong Alliance was undoubtedly dominated by humanity given the overwhelming number of top-tier human combatants. There were cosmic powerhouses like the Giant Axe Founder and peak cosmic lords like the Chaos City Lord. Let's go to Hong Alliance City and take a look. Su Mu's main body searched for alien kings on the Nine Calamity continent, while a thread of his consciousness entered Hong Alliance City. With a hum, Su Mu materialized in a room. Babata's voice rang out. I received the information. This is your residence. All official members in the outer city have identical dwellings, each covering 3200 square meters. Su Mu moved his body, which was currently at the apprentice level. Stepping out, he had no acquaintances and wandered aimlessly through the city, hoping to find something useful. He still had 2 opportunities to create avatars but had not used them. Not due to unwillingness but because he had not found a desired avatar. One avatar was definitely reserved for the 9 Nether Sea as its divine body was invincible. Creating a 9 Nether Sea avatar would render him inherently unbeatable. He had not yet decided what to cultivate for the other avatar. He had browsed the virtual universe company's treasury including special lifeforms, but none satisfied him. Su Mu did not want to create an avatar hastily. Keeping this opportunity for now was fine, there was no rush. After browsing the shops in Hong Alliance City, without finding anything captivating, he suddenly heard Babata's voice. Master, there's a situation. Su Mu immediately withdrew his consciousness and went to the control room of the meteorite star, observing the screen. The demon race's Miasma King is pursuing the immortal shaman king of the human race within the human faction. 2 figures appeared on the screen. One was shrouded in thick black mist within which a ferocious silhouette resembled a giant centipede magnified countless times. This was the Miasma King of the Poison Centipede clan, one of the 18 royal clans of the demon race. This clan excelled in poison which, like Fema venom, could damage divine bodies. Of course, the Miasma King's poison was not as potent as Fema venom. The other figure was a dwarf under a meter tall, wearing a large purple hat with a cute appearance, resembling a purple-skinned garlic. The human race of the human faction was known for such diminutive stature. Though human, they rarely interacted with the outside world, living in near isolation. The immortal shaman king was being driven back step by step, visibly having lost at least 20 of her divine body. Go save her. Seeing a fellow human being pursued, Su Mu naturally had to help. Moreover, since the pursuer was a demon, it was an opportunity to save a human while killing a demon. With a teleport, Su Mu arrived at the battlefield between the immortal shaman king and the Miasma King. Reincarnation King. Upon seeing Su Mu, the Miasma King gasped and fled without a word. Who, in the 3rd domain battlefield, didn't know of the human faction's ferocious figure. Though only a domain lord, he killed kings as easily as dogs, and even peak kings had fallen to him. All races had dispatched invincible kings to deal with him. While turning to flee, the Miasma King sent a message through the demon's virtual space. I have encountered the Reincarnation King. Coordinates are... The moment he finished sending, his consciousness faded, completely dead beyond death. Are you the Reincarnation King? The immortal shaman king looked at Su Mu with curiosity. Su Mu smiled. Let's leave first. We can talk later. With a spatial ripple, Su Mu and the immortal shaman king vanished. Moments later, a massive temporal nightmare beast appeared at the spot where the Miasma King died. He was the Doom King, an invincible king from the temporal nightmare beast clan of the demon race. Teleported away. The Doom King's eyes were cold and merciless. My detector can't find him either. It seems the Reincarnation King's detector is also of high grade. With a spatial ripple, the Doom King also departed. On a large mountain, Su Mu and the immortal shaman king appeared. The immortal shaman king studied Su Mu with curiosity. So you're the Reincarnation King. I've heard of your fame long ago. They say you're only a domain lord. How did you cultivate to such power? Su Mu replied calmly, don't spread rumors. I'm not a domain lord. I'm a genuine immortal. The immortal shaman king pouted. As if anyone doesn't know. Alright, if you're fine, you can leave. Su Mu had no desire to converse further. He had saved her only because she was human. Don't you want to know why I was being chased by the Miasma King? The immortal shaman king asked. Su Mu shook his head. No. You might not want to know, but I'm going to tell you anyway. The immortal shaman king giggled. The Miasma King and I discovered a treasure site simultaneously. He wanted to keep the secret to himself, so he tried to kill me. Since you saved me, I'll take you to that treasure site as thanks for your life-saving grace. Su Mu looked at her. All right. A treasure site. Why not check it out? Who knew what treasures might be found? Do you know the origin of the 9 Calamity continent? The immortal shaman king asked. Su Mu nodded. The 9 Calamity continent was named after 9 types of baleful energy which he knew. Moreover, he knew that the continent had indigenous inhabitants. When the 4 peak races opened the battlefield, the indigenous people of the 9 Calamity continent suffered disaster. Most were killed, and a few escaped. The 9 types of baleful energy not only represented the continent's name, but also symbolized 9 super-powerful beings among the indigenous population. These 9 super-powerful beings were all cosmic venerables naturally eliminated by the 4 peak races, and their treasures were seized. Yet some hidden treasures remained undetectable even by cosmic venerables or detectors. Finding them depended solely on luck. You haven't stumbled upon the treasure of one of the 9 calamity venerables, have you? Sumu asked. I don't know. The immortal shaman king shook her head. But I suspect it's likely the treasure left by the Tide Calamity Venerable, one of the 9 calamity venerables. The Tide Calamity Venerable. One of the top 3 among the 9 calamity venerables. Sumu's interest was piqued. Exactly. The immortal shaman king nodded. I'm only an ordinary peak king, not even a match for the miasma king. I want to explore the treasure with you. With your help and my support, we could even fight an invincible king. Oh, fight an invincible king. Aren't you overestimating me? Sumu chuckled wryly. Against an invincible king, unless he used the 10,000 methods mirror, he could only flee. The immortal shaman king would be instantly killed by an invincible king, and would only be a burden. How could she make such a bold claim? The immortal shaman king snorted cutely. Don't underestimate me. I admit my personal combat strength is weak, far inferior to yours. But that's because I follow a different path, the support path. My treasures, techniques, and cultivation are all focused on aiding combat. You are a peak king close to invincible. With my support you'll certainly be able to match an invincible king. The immortal shaman king produced a small wooden staff and lightly tapped Sumu with it. Instantly a mysterious power entered his body. My divine body's strength. Sumu was astonished. Wearing the king armor, his divine body strength had been 80000 times the peak domain lord's power. But under the influence of the immortal shaman king's mysterious force, it reached the king armor's limit 100000 times the peak domain lord's power. So do you believe me now? The immortal shaman king said triumphantly. Without me you're a peak king, with me you're an invincible king. Sumu nodded. I underestimated you. The immortal shaman king chuckled, finally revealing her purpose. If we obtain the Tide Calamity Venerable's treasure, I want 3/10. I accept. Sumu found the Shenwu Wang's request entirely reasonable. The mere fact that the Shenwu Wang could enhance his power alone entitled her to 30% of the treasure, let alone that she had provided the location. As for the life-saving grace, that was trivial. Sumu would not exploit it to coerce the Shenwu Wang. I trust in Prince Sumu's integrity. The Shenwu Wang smiled. I am the reincarnation king, not Sumu. Sumu retorted with a grin. The Shenwu Wang giggled, neither confirming nor denying. The treasure is at. The Shenwu Wang gave Sumu a set of coordinates. My junior brother is dead. On a colossal mountain spanning millions of li in the Josha continent, a monstrous centipede with countless razor-sharp legs coiled, its eyes gleaming with cold indifference. It was killed by the human reincarnation king. My junior brother once invited me to explore a treasure site, claiming it might be the legacy of the Shisha Zuns. The giant venomous centipede mused. The human Shenwu Wang also knows of this. The reincarnation king likely rescued her, and he may well venture to the Shisha Zun's treasure site. I am no match for the reincarnation king, but this is a perfect chance to slay him. Whether or not he is the human super prodigy Sumu, he deserves to die. The giant venomous centipede immediately contacted through the virtual realm of the demon race, the 2 invincible sealed kings of the demon race who had just been dispatched to the 3rd domain battlefield. The Chronos Nightmare Beast Ibeo King. The Dream Ancestor Clan Yuming King. A beast with 4 sturdy limbs, its body covered in scales bearing 2 ferocious heads. One with golden eyes, the other with silver eyes. Ibeo King teleported before the giant venomous centipede. Ibeo King. The centipede bowed respectfully. Do you have information on the human reincarnation king Dugu King? Ibeo King stared coldly at Dugu King. Please wait a moment, Ibeo King. I will speak once Yuming King arrives. As the words fell, the space rippled faintly, and a silver-white serpent appeared. Yuming King. Both Ibeo King and Dugu King spoke with reverence. Though both were invincible sealed kings, Ibeo King treated Yuming King with utmost deference, knowing they were far from equals. Yuming King and the demon race's Dream Demon Ancestor were of the same clan, both hailing from the Dream Ancestor clan. Moreover, Yuming King was a disciple of the Dream Demon Ancestor, while Ibeo King's master was merely a cosmic overlord. Ibeo King had cultivated for over 1 billion years, yet still struggled to take the step to become a cosmic sovereign. And Yuming King, she was less than 100,000 years old. Yuming King's chance of breaking through to cosmic sovereign far surpassed Ibeo King's by countless times. Yuming King's silver-white serpent head nodded lightly, exuding elegance. Dugu King, share the coordinates. For the Shisha Zun's treasure, I will take only the supreme treasures or top-tier domain treasures. The rest you and Ibeo King can divide. Understood. Dugu King immediately shared the coordinates. Yumeng King glanced at Ibeo King. Let's go. Our primary mission here is not the Shisha Zun's treasure, but to kill the human reincarnation king. Su Mu's value surpassed even that of a supreme treasure. If sacrificing one supreme treasure could kill Su Mu, the demon race's high command would not hesitate. Space rippled and Yumeng King, Ibeo King, and Dugu King vanished simultaneously. Elsewhere, a region shrouded in endless blue baleful energy, the roiling blue mist surged like a tsunami, crashing and billowing wildly. This is the treasure site Zhangwu King and I discovered. The Shenwu Wang said. The blue baleful energy is linked to the Shisha Zuns, so we suspect it's his legacy, though we cannot be certain. Let's go in and see. Su Mu said. Su Mu and the Shenwu Wang entered the ocean of blue baleful energy, where the terrifying mist surged against them like a lone boat in a vast sea. Yet that lone boat was remarkably stable. No matter how fierce the baleful energy, it could not overwhelm them. After all, both Su Mu and the Shenwu Wang possessed at least pinnacle sealed king combat power, far from easy to defeat. As they delved deeper into the blue baleful ocean, nothing but blue filled their sight. Even Su Mu's detector found nothing. Either there were no treasures here or the treasure's power shielded them, making them undetectable even by Su Mu's detector. While Su Mu and the Shenwu Wang explored the blue baleful ocean, the demon races Yumeng King, Ibeo King, and Dugu King also arrived at its edge. Ibeo King, has your detector found anything? Yumeng King asked. No, Ibeo King replied. I suspect the Reincarnation King possesses a detector of extremely high level that can block our scans. This Reincarnation King is indeed wealthy. It's not unreasonable to suspect he is the human Su Mu. Yumeng King's silver pupils were filled with frost. She had cultivated for nearly 100,000 years to reach her current level, making her a peerless prodigy among the demon race. And Su Mu, he had cultivated for only a few hundred years, and could already massacre sealed kings with ease. If Su Mu were allowed to grow further, she could not imagine what heights he would reach. Such a genius was best nipped in the bud. That was why the demon race had sent her. The best way to kill Su Mu was to enslave his soul first, then slay him, so that even the giant axe founder could not resurrect him. Among the demon race's invincible sealed kings, Yumeng King was the most adept at soul control. To ensure success, the demon race's high command had bestowed upon her a soul-targeting treasure, promising it as a reward upon Su Mu's death. Thus, unless the Shisha Zun's treasure contained a supreme treasure or a remarkably special top-tier treasure, she would not be tempted by anything else. Killing Su Mu was paramount. Let's go in and have a look. If we don't find the Reincarnation King this time, I'll request a higher level detector from the demon race. Yumeng King was the first to fly into the blue baleful ocean. If she couldn't find Su Mu, it wouldn't be her fault. As long as she requested a higher level detector, the demon race would grant it to kill Su Mu. After all, a more precious detector cost only a few hundred billion mixed yuan units, a mere drop in the ocean for the demon race. At the deepest part of the blue baleful ocean, a monster tens of thousands of meters tall, covered in scales with 12 clawed limbs, suddenly opened its eyes. It had 6 eyes, all vertical, shooting cold beams. Humans and demons have come, the 6-eyed monster sneered. Seeking treasure. Ha, this place will be your grave. Every one of its eyes burned with intense hatred. The 4 peak races opened the domain battlefield, slaughtered my kin, and annihilated my family. One day I will wipe all 4 peak races from the universe. Go! Kill them! The 6-eyed monster issued a cold command, and 6 strange stone statues beside him came to life, flying out. 2 headed toward Su Mu and the Shenwu Wang, while the other 4 flew toward Yumeng King and her group. Something is coming. Su Mu, who was flying, suddenly halted. The Shenwu Wang looked at him in confusion. My detector shows nothing. Not only the Shenwu Wang's detector but Su Mu's also showed nothing. He had sensed the approaching entities only through his soul power from the Ziji Soul clan. Before the words faded, 2 stone statues appeared before Su Mu and the Shenwu Wang. One was an 18-meter-tall ape-man wielding a massive pole. The other was also humanoid, covered in dense scales, each bearing esoteric runes. Suishing King and Jusha King. The Shenwu Wang exclaimed in shock. I had heard they died long ago, but I never imagined they would become stone statues. The Shenwu Wang quickly sent Su Mu a telepathic message. Suishing King and Jusha King were both pinnacle sealed kings. They vanished eons ago, and now they're dead, turned to stone. There must be something extremely dangerous here. Su Mu didn't need the Shenwu Wang to tell him that. It was obvious that something within the blue baleful ocean could turn 2 pinnacle sealed kings into stone. Whatever danger, we'll destroy them first. Su Mu said coldly. I'll help you. The Shenwu Wang turned her palm, and the small wooden staff reappeared in her hand. Her clothes changed to a blue set. After changing, she pointed the small wooden staff at Su Mu, and a mysterious force entered his body, further amplifying his power. Go! The green hook materialized, flickered, and struck the back of the Suishing King statue. Simultaneously, Su Mu's right fist shot out, forming a massive reincarnation black hole, that engulfed the Jusha King statue. The green hook sliced through the Suation King statue, causing blood to flow. The Jusha King was crushed into powder by the reincarnation black hole. Impressive reincarnation king. Even with her own power amplifying Sumu, the Shenwu Wang was inwardly astonished. Sumu's strength far exceeded her expectations. On Sumu's side, they had easily destroyed Suation King and Jusha King. On Yuming King's side, they had also effortlessly annihilated the 4 stone statues. It seems I underestimated you. The 6-eyed monster's gaze remained cold without any special fluctuation. The demon side 2 invincible sealed kings and 1 pinnacle sealed king. The human side, that human male with the dwarf's amplification, has invincible sealed king combat power. In that case, let them fight to the death first. Whoever survives will be worthy of becoming my slave. The 6-eyed monster sneered, and without any visible movement, the blue baleful energy rippled slightly. Neither Yuming King nor Sumu noticed this ripple, as the blue baleful energy was constantly and chaotically fluctuating, and they took it for normal activity. But they did not know that their trajectories were subtly altered imperceptibly. Originally Sumu and Yuming King's group were both heading toward the center of the blue baleful ocean, where they might have met. Now they would encounter each other halfway. After flying for a while longer, Yuming King suddenly laughed. What a narrow path for enemies. Yuming King, what's wrong? Ibeo King asked in confusion. Yuming King, who specialized in soul cultivation, possessed a spiritual soul, even stronger than Sumu's Ziji Soul Clan clone, allowing her to detect Sumu before he detected her. It's the human reincarnation king and the Shenwu Wang. Yuming King's voice carried a hint of eeriness. I thought we might meet at the center of the baleful energy, but we've encountered them early. Ibeo King's golden and silver eyes narrowed simultaneously. Yuming King, I suspect someone is manipulating everything. Those stone statues we encountered were also suspicious. Yuming King said indifferently, that's inevitable. But we came to kill the reincarnation king anyway. Since we've met early, let's kill him first, then explore this area. It's just remnants of the Josha continent causing trouble. Even if their venerable is still alive, they can't do anything to us. Ibeo King laughed. Of course. Every invincible sealed king could fight an ordinary venerable, and even if they encountered a powerful cosmic sovereign, they could still hope to escape. Invincible sealed kings were extremely rare in every race, even rarer than cosmic sovereigns. If an invincible sealed king could break through to become a cosmic sovereign, they would be far more powerful than an ordinary cosmic sovereign, rivaling a mid-level cosmic sovereign. They refused to believe that in this domain battlefield anything could cause the fall of an invincible sealed king, except for the extremely dangerous and peculiar Starfall Tower. As Sumu and the Shenwu Wang were flying, the space to their left suddenly rippled and 3 massive, imposing figures appeared. Yuming King. Ibeo King. Dugu King. The Shenwu Wang was terrified, her purple face turning dark. The moment the 3 demons appeared, Sumu tried to teleport away with the Shenwu Wang, but found the surrounding space sealed, making teleportation impossible. Clearly the 3 demons had detected them long before, while Sumu had not detected them in advance. I've long heard that the demon race has a prodigy, Yuming King, who specializes in the soul path, extremely powerful even among invincible sealed kings. Sumu spoke calmly, his expression composed. It seems you discovered us long ago. Sumu, reincarnation king, whoever you are, Yuming King said coldly. You should feel honored that the demon race sent 2 invincible sealed kings to kill you. Just the 3 of you? Sumu coldly stared at Yuming King and the other 2. You should first worry about whether you yourselves can survive. Enough idle talk. Kill. The hot-tempered Ibeo King with his 2 heads shot forth beams of light from his golden-silver pupils. Where the light covered everything in heaven and earth froze, time ceased to flow, space solidified completely. Sumu and Shenwu King were like tiny insects sealed in amber. Ibeo King, a temporal nightmare beast with the innate talent of spacetime power, had already reached the 20th level of the Sky Bridge in his law insights, and his divine power was 600,000 times the peak domain lord's power. His strength was unimaginably vast. Even without any treasures, relying solely on the power of laws, he could easily annihilate a king-level immortal. This technique was Ibeo King's self-created secret art, space-time suppression. Once unleashed, he believed Sumu could not possibly resist. Bound by space-time suppression, Sumu indeed felt extremely uncomfortable. It was like an ordinary person trapped in a swamp. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, and the harder it became to move. In terms of law comprehension, Sumu was indeed slightly inferior to Ibeo King. But he had his own trump card, the myriad methods divine mirror, within his body stirred slightly, emitting a faint invisible light, and instantly Sumu returned to normal. Compared to Sumu, Shenwu King fared worse. Her facial expression was frozen completely, and even her thoughts could not move. After all, she was only a peak king and not one specialized in combat. Her strength was naturally far inferior to Ibeo King's. Reincarnation. Sumu threw a punch, unleashing all the power of his divine body. The fist shook the void and the sealed spacetime trembled violently. Xianwu King regained a sliver of normalcy. She quickly took out her small wooden staff, changed clothes, and pointed at Sumu, shouting, "Giant appear! Grow fast! Run fast! Treasure appear!" A series of secret arts struck Sumu. He couldn't help but feel speechless. What kind of ridiculous names were these secret arts? Nevertheless, he had to admit that, in that instant, his strength had grown tremendously. Speed, power, divine body, and even law comprehension. All aspects received a massive boost. "Break for me!" With a furious roar, the reincarnation black hole surged, shattering the suppressed spacetime, and everything returned to normal. You broke my spacetime suppression." Ibeo King's eyes widened. "Not bad. Now you have a hint of an invincible king's style." Yumeng King remained as calm as ever, casually glancing at Xianwu King beside Sumu. "Without this little one you would have been suppressed long ago." "Not good." Sumu was startled to find that the auxiliary power on him was dissipating. It turned out that Yumeng King had only glanced at Xianwu King, and she had fallen into an endless illusion of desire, completely unable to break free. Yumeng King was truly clever. She didn't attack Sumu directly but used illusion magic on Xianwu King, who was beside him. Without Xianwu King's assistance, even without Yumeng King's intervention, Ibeo King could kill Sumu. A silver light flashed in Sumu's left eye, illuminating Xianwu King. She shuddered and returned to normal. She looked at Yumeng King in horror and instinctively shrank behind Sumu. This Yumeng King was terrifying. Her mastery over illusions had reached an extremely dreadful level. With a single casual glance, she could easily confuse a king-level powerhouse. If she exerted her full strength, even an ordinary universe lord would briefly fall into an illusion. "Let's go!" Without another word, Sumu grabbed Xianwu King and flew away. He knew that this battle was absolutely unwinnable. Unless he used the myriad methods, divine mirror, or the token given to him by the Lord of Chaos, both he and Xianwu King would be finished here. In a real fight, Yumeng King could easily confuse Xianwu King, even making her commit suicide. Without Xianwu King, Sumu would be like a fish on a chopping block. The invincible kings were indeed formidable. Each one was extremely powerful. Now escape was the only option. Fortunately, when it came to fleeing, Sumu feared no one. His time beast god clone was his greatest asset for escape. In a space-sealed area, the speed of light was the fastest, and he happened to have a very high understanding of the light origin law. Trying to flee. "Time, stop!" Ibeo King coldly shouted, and the flow of time around Sumu ceased, freezing his escape. "Break!" Sumu shouted coldly. "Time flows endlessly." Time resumed its normal course, and with a few flickers Sumu had escaped millions of kilometers away. Ibeo King and Yumeng King were almost as fast as light, but no matter how they chased, they could never catch up. Always falling just short. With his king armor and myriad methods, divine mirror, Sumu was not afraid of attacks from Ibeo King and Yumeng King. In particular, Yumeng King's illusions could only affect Xianwu King. For Sumu, Ibeo King posed a greater threat. Mere illusions were nothing in Sumu's eyes. When Yumeng King cast illusions to affect Xianwu King, Sumu used his silver eyes to help her, rendering her immune to Yumeng King's illusions. In a fight, he admitted defeat. He simply couldn't win. But when it came to escape, Yumeng King and her group could do nothing to stop Sumu. Before long, Sumu had fled the sealed space. Then, with a teleportation, he and Xianwu King vanished without a trace. "Damn it! He got away!" Ibeo King was furious. "His speed is astonishing, and he can remain completely unaffected by my illusions." Yumeng King's eyes gleamed coldly. More than his speed, what terrified her was Sumu's formidable soul will. She had attacked Sumu with illusions multiple times, but he showed no reaction at all, as if her illusions didn't exist. That was truly terrifying. If not for saving Xianwu King, Sumu wouldn't even have needed to use his silver eyes. "I will request a higher grade detector from our clan. We must find him," Yumeng King said coldly. "Next time he will surely die." This time they had underestimated Sumu's speed, his soul will, and the fact that he had an assistant. Those were the fundamental reasons for their failure. Now that they knew Sumu's trump cards, the next time they came they would be fully prepared and would not let him escape. This information can also be shared with the mechanical and insect races. Yumeng King sneered. When they encounter Sumu, they won't let him get away either. Regarding the elimination of Sumu, the three races had reached an unspoken agreement. Sharing such minor information was nothing if it meant killing Sumu. None of the three races wanted to see Sumu grow. Although the high-level members of the three races believed it was impossible for Sumu to become the strongest in the universe or even become a universe lord. Even if Sumu only became a universe overlord, it would be something they did not wish to see. Moreover, given his talent, it was not impossible for him to become a universe lord. If the human race gained another universe lord, that would be something no one wanted, even if the probability was only 1 in 100 million. As long as the chance existed, it must be nipped in the bud. News of Sumu's strength also spread rapidly. Everyone learned that Sumu was not a true invincible king, but with an assistant he possessed the combat power of one. Moreover, his escape speed was extremely fast and he was immune to illusion attacks. All of Sumu's abilities were exposed by Yunmo King and Ibao King. Even the human race learned of this news. In the virtual universe, the white-robed primal ancestor smiled and said, "Do you need me to send someone to help you? You now have 6 invincible king enemies." Yes, Sumu nodded honestly without any pretense. If he were truly besieged by 6 invincible kings from the 3 races unless he used the myriad method's divine mirror, he didn't know how else he could survive. Nor was Sumu arrogant enough to think he was invincible. There were countless beings in this world capable of killing him. It was only because he hadn't yet completed the primal ancestor's task that he remained in the outer domain battlefield, otherwise, he would have left long ago. "Shenwu King, you should leave the outer domain battlefield now," Sumu said, returning his consciousness to reality. "If I leave, what about you?" Shenwu King looked at Sumu. "Without my assistance you can't even defeat a single alien invincible king." "I'll go into seclusion for a while," Sumu replied. "I'll come out once my law comprehension reaches the 20th level of the Sky Bridge." Sumu smiled. "I won't seek death. Forget it, I'll stick with you. You saved my life. I must repay you." Shenwu King shook her head and said, "When you leave the outer domain battlefield, I'll leave with you. With me, at least you can escape. Aren't you afraid of death?" Sumu laughed. "Of course I am, but I find it thrilling. 6 invincible kings." Shenwu King confessed honestly. "Moreover, I believe you can survive. You've been calm all along, not panicking at all. I think you still have a powerful trump card you haven't used. When the situation becomes truly life-threatening, you'll use that trump card to save both yourself and me." Sumu blinked. Shenwu King had indeed guessed part of the truth, but she didn't know that his trump card was a peak-grade treasure. If he told her, it would probably scare her to death. "All right, stick with me. I promise you won't come to harm," Sumu said seriously. "Even if you really die, I vow that when I reach the realm of Universe Lord, I will resurrect you." "Are you so confident that you can reach the realm of Universe Lord?" Shenwu King was astonished. "Of course." Sumu nodded calmly. "Even the strongest in the universe is just a pebble before me. One day I will surpass them." Shenwu King felt immense confidence from Sumu's words. It wasn't boastfulness or empty talk. He truly had great faith in himself. "Very well, I'll wait for the day you become a Universe Lord. Then I can brag to others that I fought alongside a Universe Lord." Shenwu King laughed heartily. Sumu and Shenwu King left the Jusa continent and found a random place in the endless starry sky to begin their seclusion. In the third dimension battlefield spanning millions of light years, even if the 3 races brought in higher grade detectors, finding Sumu was no easy task. Sumu began the longest period of seclusion and meditation in his life. 500 years later, in the virtual universe, law comprehension reached the 20th level of the Sky Bridge. The primal ancestor smiled at Sumu. Sumu nodded. "What do you intend to do?" the primal ancestor asked. "Let the 6 invincible kings of the alien races all remain on the battlefield." Sumu sneered. "Especially Yunmo King of the demon race, Shi Ren of the insect race, and Lai Guanwang of the mechanical race." The 3 races had sent a total of 6 invincible kings to kill Sumu. From the demon race, Yunmo King and Ibao King. From the insect race, Shi Ren and Xian. From the mechanical race, Lai Guanwang and Shi Fu Wang. Among these 6 invincible kings, Yunmo King, Shi Ren, and Lai Guanwang were all super prodigies who had reached the invincible king level within 100,000 years. Killing them would cause the 3 races great pain. Even if they were resurrected, only their bodies would return and their opportunities and treasures could not be restored. Moreover, Sumu wanted to make it so they couldn't be resurrected at all. Since the 3 races were targeting humanity, the human race would naturally retaliate, seeking to eliminate the geniuses of the 3 races beyond resurrection. If you have your own plan, you can discuss it with the Lord of Chaos. Although Yunmo King and the others were only invincible kings, and not in the Lord of Chaos's eyes, in reality, when such geniuses were to be killed, universe lords like the Lord of Chaos would certainly pay attention. Just as the alien races wanted to kill Sumu, the demon race's dream demon ancestor had sent her own precious disciple, showing how much the 3 races valued Sumu. Similarly, the human race valued the geniuses of the 3 races and wished to kill them. At the highest point of Thunder Island, Sumu met the Lord of Chaos. "Lord of Chaos, I want to use myself as bait to lure the 6 invincible kings of the 3 races and make them die without a burial place." Sumu stated his intention directly, his killing intent surging. The Lord of Chaos looked at Sumu. To be honest, he had been watching Sumu from the start. If the primal ancestor hadn't taken Sumu as a disciple, he would certainly have taken him as one. "Are you sure?" the Lord of Chaos asked. "I'm sure." Sumu nodded. "Please help me invite a few human invincible kings to secretly enter the third dimension battlefield." This time we must inflict heavy losses on the three races. Your plan is indeed feasible. It's rare to gather so many invincible kings together at ordinary times. The Lord of Chaos said coldly. Moreover, since they attacked our human geniuses first, we can naturally counterattack and ensure they never return. The three races' pursuit of Sumu showed no signs of slackening. For them, a few centuries were merely the blink of an eye. They believed that Sumu must still be in the third outer domain battlefield and that he would surely appear again. Sumu did indeed reappear, but this time who would live and who would die remained uncertain. 3 days after Sumu reported to the Lord of Chaos. Within a dimensional space of the virtual universe, countless palaces floated in the air, towering majestically. Sumu was teleported into one of the Cyan palaces. King of Reincarnation, an immortal at the palace gate, looked respectful. He knew that the person before him was merely a domain lord, yet his strength surpassed many king-ranked immortals, so he naturally showed utmost respect. I'm here to see Venerable Tsangxing, Sumu said. The Venerable said that since King of Reincarnation has arrived, please enter. The immortal guard replied, leading Sumu into the palace. Venerable Tsangxing was a cosmic overlord of the human race. Though not as formidable as top-tier cosmic overlords like the Lord of Tianxi Palace or Lord of Lisha Mountain, his strength was by no means to be underestimated. The plan targeting the 6 invincible kings of the alien races was entirely orchestrated by him. Following the immortal guard into the palace, Sumu saw a woman dressed in a cyan robe. Her gaze was calm, as if the birth and death of the universe could not stir even a ripple in her. But Sumu knew this was merely an illusion. How could anyone who had cultivated to such a realm be truly peaceful? Every one of them had climbed up by stepping over countless corpses. Venerable Tsangxing had once been a genius of the same level as King Yuming, and had slain countless aliens in the outer domain battlefield. However, after becoming a cosmic venerable, she had grown much more low-key, and her demeanor had become far more serene. Greetings, Venerable Tsangxing. Sumu bowed. Venerable Tsangxing smiled. King of Reincarnation, no need for formalities. As Sumu studied Venerable Tsangxing, she was also studying him. She had indeed been a super genius in her day, but as a domain lord, she had only managed to kill a few marquee-ranked immortals. How could she compare to a terrifying fellow like Sumu, who slaughtered ordinary king-ranked immortals as easily as killing chickens? She could hardly imagine how powerful Sumu would become once he ascended to immortality. Even ordinary cosmic venerables might not be his match. To have earned the reputation of a king, while still at the domain lord level, was rare in the entire universe, and almost only special lifeforms could achieve such a feat. Even those special lifeforms could not compare to Sumu. Before long, the immortal guard led in a burly ape-man with a robust build clad in golden battle armor, and his face covered in golden fur. King Xinyan. Due to his connection with Luo Feng, Sumu was not particularly close to King Xinyan, but they had met a few times and were not strangers. Sumu had not expected the Virtual Universe Company to dispatch King Xinyan. Venerable Tsangxing. King Xinyan first bowed to Venerable Tsangxing, and only after she nodded in acknowledgement did he turn to Sumu, winking. King of Reincarnation. Sumu laughed heartily. Senior King Xinyan, do you also want to come out and stretch your muscles? He asked with a smile. Indeed. King Xinyan nodded. I haven't moved in ages. It's time to get some exercise, lest some people think I'm dead. King Xinyan's appearance this time, besides targeting the 3 races' experts, was also to intimidate certain members of the 8-man race who had grown too disrespectful toward him. This battle was destined to shake the entire universe. Next, another figure entered, also an acquaintance of Sumu's, a very familiar one. His mother-in-law, Queen Tsue. The human race had very few invincible kings, far rarer than cosmic venerables, so it was only natural that Sumu knew some of them. Then one by one more people entered: King Tianyu, King Longyan, King Shuowan, King Xiaoji. Together with Sumu there were a full 12 invincible kings. Looking at this formidable lineup, Sumu was secretly astounded. This was likely all the invincible kings within the human race. Due to the human race's relatively low life gene level, achieving the status of an invincible king was inherently more difficult than for other races. Among the 100,000 king-ranked immortals of the human race, only a handful could reach the invincible king level, with the total number definitely not exceeding 30. Everyone is here. Venerable Tsangxing spoke. Proceed according to plan. King of Reincarnation will lure the alien invincible kings while you lie in ambush. 2 of you will handle 1 alien invincible king. Kill if possible. If not, at least severely wound them. Inflict as much damage as you can on the alien invincible kings. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Primary targets: King Yuming of the demon race, King Liaguan of the mechanical race, and Shuren of the insect race. Venerable Tsangxing stated. These 3 were geniuses of their respective races. Killing any one of them would be a gain. After speaking, Sumu pondered and said, Venerable, the alien geniuses likely possess life-saving tokens given by their masters. Not to mention the rest. King Yuming's master was the dream ancestor of the demon race. The dream ancestor would certainly give his disciple a life-saving token. You don't need to worry about that, Venerable Tsongqing said expressionlessly. Just focus on your own tasks. We will handle the rest. Su Mu nodded. Understood. The human race was clearly not foolish. They would not allow the high-level members of the three races to come to the rescue. Since they wanted to kill Su Mu, it was only natural for them to pay a price. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The operation is set for 3 months from now, Venerable Tsongqing said. Yes. After discussing some details, everyone left Venerable Tsongqing's palace. After leaving Venerable Tsongqing's palace, Queen Sue brought Su Mu to her own palace and said, "You lad are the weakest. During the battle, stick close to me." Everyone knew that Su Mu himself did not possess the combat power of an invincible king. It was only through various treasures and the assistance of the immortal sorcerer king that he had attained such strength. Among the invincible kings, Su Mu was undoubtedly the weakest. Queen Sue did not want her daughter to become a widow. Mother, rest assured, not just one invincible king. Even if all 6 of them attack me together, they won't be able to kill me. Su Mu was extremely confident in his ability to survive. You, this boy, Queen Sue said helplessly. After advising Su Mu to stay safe, Su Mu left the virtual universe. The Yunmo Star flew toward Divine Base 039. During the journey, Babata suddenly said, "Master, I've detected that your former teammates are in danger." On the giant screen in the control room, an image appeared. It was Su Mu's former teammates from when he first entered the 3rd outer domain battlefield. They were being attacked by a demon king-ranked immortal, and the Mo Vine was desperately holding on, but it was clear it wouldn't last much longer. Go! Without hesitation, Su Mu teleported over. "Captain, it seems we're done for this time," Yuan said to Su Li with a bitter smile. "We shouldn't have relied on the Mo Vine to come to such a dangerous place." Su Li gritted her teeth. "Even if we die, we won't let him have it easy." The other team members smiled bitterly. Without the Mo Vine, even if the Demon King stood still and let them attack, they couldn't break his defense. They simply didn't have the ability to make the Demon King suffer. The gap between the two sides was simply too vast. Mainly the Mo Vine that Su Mu had left behind gave them too much confidence. Ordinarily, they would never have come to this place. "It's a pity we didn't get to see reincarnation one more time," Butterfly sighed. "If I could see him again, I must ask whether the king of reincarnation who kills alien kings like flies on the battlefield is really him." It's said that the king of reincarnation is our human race's #1 genius, Su Mu. I wonder if it's true. I think reincarnation Su Mu and the king of reincarnation are actually the same person. Facing danger, they still had the heart to chat. After all, death was already a foregone conclusion, so there was nothing left to care about. Su Mu, king of reincarnation. Su Li smiled bitterly to herself. She also believed the 3 were the same person. "I'm really a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. He simply doesn't fancy me. But whether you fancy me or not, I'm going to die. I don't care about anything anymore." Over these centuries, though Su Li had Su Mu's virtual universe contact number, she had never contacted him even once. Now at the brink of death, she sent Su Mu a message confessing her love. Death didn't matter. Coming to the outer domain battlefield, she had already prepared to die. Before dying, she had to say what she needed to say, leaving no regrets. Whether Su Mu liked her or not was his business. Her liking Su Mu was her own affair. Just as he teleported over, Su Mu received Su Li's message. He hadn't expected that this woman, after hundreds of years, still hadn't forgotten him. Su Mu shook his head, pretending not to have seen the message. He abruptly appeared above the Demon King and killed him with a single punch. Seeing the overwhelmingly powerful Demon King suddenly slain, Su Li and her teammates were stunned. Then they saw Su Mu. "Long time no see." Su Mu greeted them with a smile. "It's reincarnation. Killing a king-ranked immortal with one move. It must be the king of reincarnation. My guess was right. They are the same person." Yuan and the others were overjoyed. Su Mu opened the hatch of the Yunmo Star and let them all in. "Wow, what kind of spaceship is this? The materials are all completely unfamiliar to me. How much did it cost?" Jin Xian couldn't help asking. Su Mu smiled. "Just about 10 billion mixed yuan units." Hiss. A spaceship worth 10 billion mixed yuan units. They dared not even imagine such a thing. "I'm going back to Divine Base 039. Will you come with me or continue training out here?" Su Mu asked. "We'll go back together," Su Li quickly said. Su Mu nodded. Hee. The other teammates chuckled and briefly left, leaving only Su Mu and Su Li. Su Li hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help asking, "Did you see the message I sent you?" When she saw Su Mu, she had silently withdrawn the message. "What message?" Su Mu pretended to realize, puzzled. "Why did you withdraw it?" "Nothing." Su Li smiled, unsure whether it was joy or disappointment. "It was a message begging for your help. Since you came I withdrew it. I see. Sumu also pretended not to know anything. Divine Base 039. Sumu teleported back. He did not hide himself. The traitors among the human race quickly spread the news of Sumu's return. The King of Reincarnation has returned to Divine Base 039. I knew it. He must still be in the outer domain battlefield. Humph this time will monitor outside Divine Base 039. As soon as he comes out, we'll make sure he dies without a burial place. Will he leave the outer domain battlefield? I think it's possible. The three races discussed heatedly. But since they knew Sumu was still in the outer domain battlefield and had appeared again, that was even better. As long as they locked onto the target, they had no fear of Sumu escaping. They had plenty of ways to deal with him. Little did they know Sumu had deliberately appeared only so that he could lure all 6 alien invincible kings together and catch them all in one net. Incidentally, he came here to discuss with the upcoming human invincible kings the best location to deal with the alien invincible kings. This plan had been long in the making. Even if they couldn't kill all 6 alien invincible kings, they aimed to kill at least 3, making the 3 races taste a bit of pain. Of course, it was only a little pain. The 3 races had many experts. Even if all 6 invincible kings fell, it would be no more than losing a single hair for them. But even so, the human race would still do it. After all, they were enemies, and scheming against each other was only natural. Even if they could only make the enemy lose a single hair over time, it would be enough to make them bald. The 3 races' joint hunt for Sumu was with the same intention. Geniuses must be nipped in the bud as early as possible without giving them any chance to grow. Sumu had already displayed an invincible posture. It would be strange if the 3 races made no move. In the following days, King Xinyan, Queen Tu, King Tianyu, and others arrived one by one. They all disguised themselves as ordinary domain lords and entered the 3rd outer domain battlefield without attracting any attention. It wasn't until over 2 months later that all 11 human invincible kings had assembled. Even the last great battle in the outer domain battlefield didn't see so many invincible kings participating, King Xinyan said, drinking and laughing heartily. Every 1,000 epochs, the outer domain battlefield would have a great battle with a mortality rate as high as 99%. Even during the great battle, invincible kings generally wouldn't enter the outer domain battlefield because its benefit to them was truly minimal. The main purpose of the outer domain battlefield was to screen and temper ordinary domain lords and immortals. For invincible kings who already possessed combat power comparable to Venerables, battles could hardly provide much tempering. Samsara King. King Tianyu put down his wine glass, looked at Sumu and said, Samsara King, have you made up your mind? You can act as bait to lure the alien powerhouses, but there is also a certain probability of an accident. What King Tianyu said is correct. King Keiwe added. Once you appear, the 6 alien invincible kings will likely kill you with lightning speed without wasting any time. This moment is the most critical. If our rescue is too late, you might die directly. Even if Sumu were an invincible king facing the full force strike of 6 invincible kings, he would likely be annihilated in an instant. Not to mention that Sumu is not an invincible king at all, he is merely a realm lord. Everyone knows that Sumu is just a realm lord. His opponents, however, are invincible kings comparable to ordinary cosmic venerables. Compared to killing alien powerhouses, I still think your safety, Samsara King, is more important. King Hunyuan was a seductive woman in a blood-red robe with blood-red eyes. She giggled. I don't want to see the number 1 genius of humanity die. King Longyan, King Xiaoji, and the other invincible kings did not speak, but they looked at Sumu with concerned eyes. As fellow humans, they did not want to see Sumu fall. Sumu's value was far greater than that of several alien invincible kings. Even the alien geniuses like King Yuming were completely incomparable to Sumu. Looking at the concerned expressions of everyone, Sumu smiled calmly and said, Everyone rest assured, I am not the kind of person who seeks death. I know what to do. Those 6 cannot kill me. So confident. King Hunyuan raised an eyebrow and looked at Sumu in surprise. Even they, in a one-on-one fight, would not dare to claim they could survive against 6 alien invincible kings. These 6 alien powerhouses had diverse methods, formidable strength, and numerous treasures. Together they were absolutely a force not to be underestimated. Sumu actually dared to say outright that the 6 of them could not kill him. Was it confidence, or was he boasting? In their hearts they felt that Sumu was not boasting but truly had confidence, and was not talking nonsense or shooting without a target. Alright then, take care of yourself, King Xinyan said. Sumu nodded. Time passed. That day, Sumu flew out of Divine Base 039 and headed toward the Yunmo Star River, where he had first killed an invincible king. Samsara King has left the human Divine Base. He finally came out. Hehe, I thought he would be a turtle hiding forever. Coming out is seeking death. Immediately inform our King Yuming. In an instant, countless alien powerhouses all knew Sumu's whereabouts. Sumu was like the moon in the night sky. Wherever he went he could be seen. Samsara King appearing so ostentatiously. Could there be a conspiracy? The aliens were not fools. Sumu's actions inevitably aroused their suspicion, especially King Yuming's. King Yuming was proficient in illusion arts, studied the psychology of all things, and was naturally very suspicious. What conspiracy could there be? King Ibeo laughed disdainfully. No matter what conspiracy he has, he can't do anything to us. It's not like a cosmic overlord will come to kill us, right? That's impossible. No cosmic venerable could enter the outer realm battlefield. Only the cosmic lords of each race could break the rules and enter, but they would not do that. Moreover, even if there is a conspiracy, King Yuming, you can call for help from the Dream Demon Ancestor, right? Although King Ibeo was also an invincible king, he certainly could not contact the Dream Demon Ancestor. But he knew that King Yuming must have a life-saving item given by the Dream Demon Ancestor. As soon as she crushed it, the Dream Demon Ancestor would appear to save King Yuming. King Ibeo was very envious and desperately wanted such a treasure. King Yuming glanced at King Ibeo without saying anything, which was taken as tacit confirmation. Remembering the treasure given by her teacher, King Yuming's worries subsided. Even if Sumu had tricks, it didn't matter. She had the protection of the Dream Demon Ancestor in the primordial universe who could kill her. Even if she were killed, the Dream Demon Ancestor could resurrect her. Let's go. Don't waste time. Today let's make Samsara King disappear completely. King Yuming said coldly. From now on there will be no more Samsara King, no more Sumu. Even the human giant axe founder cannot resurrect him. King Yuming thought of the treasure given to her by the Dream Demon Ancestor, which was specifically designed to deal with Sumu. To make Sumu die completely, a death from which resurrection was impossible. Swallowing Star River. Sumu teleported here. Shenwu King also appeared. She took out her small staff and cast all the enhancement spells on Sumu. Samsara King, take care of yourself. I'll leave first. Shenwu King knew that she could not intervene in the upcoming battle. All she could do was give Sumu some positive buffs to make his combat power stronger. You should go quickly. Sumu gestured for Shenwu King to leave quickly. If she stayed, he would have to divert his attention to protect her, which would be a burden. Only after she left could Sumu fight with peace of mind. Shenwu King took out her small spaceship and quickly sped away. Not long after Shenwu King left, space trembled and rippled and 6 terrifying figures appeared at the same time. The moment they teleported into existence, the space within 100 million kilometers around Sumu was completely sealed, making teleportation impossible. The 6 alien powerhouses appeared without uttering a word and simultaneously launched an attack on Sumu. 6 terrifying beams of light pierced through enough to make even an ordinary cosmic venerable panic if they were in Sumu's position. The simultaneous attack of 6 invincible kings was equivalent to the simultaneous attack of 6 ordinary cosmic venerables. Before the light even arrived, terrifying soul power ferociously invaded Sumu's mind, constructing countless illusions within his sea of consciousness. In the illusions Sumu seemed to return to before his transmigration back to the world of his past life. Mere illusions. Sumu sneered his eyes without a trace of ripple. No matter how powerful the illusions, they could not cause him any harm. Trying to confuse and control him this way was nothing but a daydream. Break! Sumu shouted coldly, throwing a sphere from his hand. The sphere suddenly exploded and 11 figures flew out from it. According to the prearranged plan, including Sumu, there were 12 people in total. 2 of them dealt with each beam of light, easily annihilating them. King Jinyan, King Tianyu, King Keiyue. Human invincible kings. They really have a conspiracy. The 6 alien invincible kings were shocked but not panicked. They had anticipated such a situation. Sumu's intention to act as bait was too obvious. If anyone said there was no conspiracy behind it, no one would believe it. What shocked them was that the human race had actually sent 11 invincible kings. The human race's purpose was self-evident: to wipe them all out. Kill. The human powerhouses on the already sealed space laid another layer of spatial sealing to prevent teleportation, covering a radius of 300 million kilometers. Next, according to the prearranged plan, 2 human invincible kings would deal with 1 alien invincible king. Sumu's partner was his mother-in-law King Chueyue, and their target was the demon race's King Yuming. The reason they chose King Yuming was that she was proficient in illusion attacks, and Sumu feared illusions the least. Relatively speaking, among the 6 opponents, King Yuming was definitely the weakest for Sumu. King Yuming, you are the super genius of the demon race. Today you will obediently fall here. As he spoke, Sumu struck with a move of Samsara, and the Qing hook spun toward King Yuming's silver-white body. At the same time, above King Chueyue's head, a crescent moon appeared, casting faint moonlight, each ray carrying endless killing intent. This was King Chueyue's self-created secret technique, also a peak-level secret technique. Those who could become invincible kings all possessed their own self-created peak-level secret techniques. Samsara King, you are the one who will die. King Yuming's body shone with a silver-white luster and layers of armor covered her body. This was a defensive armor treasure she possessed. At the same time, a scale above King Yuming's head lit up and a beam of light rushed into Su Mu's soul sea. Samsara King. Su Mu, become my slave. King Yuming shouted fiercely. This was the treasure given by the Dream Demon Ancestor, a top-tier soul treasure comparable to an ordinary supreme treasure. It could break through soul defense, strike Su Mu's soul, and directly plant a slavery mark in his soul. However, when the soul enslavement light rushed into Su Mu's mind and struck his soul, King Yuming realized something was wrong. Her proud illusions and her prized top-tier soul treasure could not affect Su Mu. How can this be? King Yuming could not believe it. She did not know that Su Mu's mental state was extremely high, allowing him to ignore illusions. She did not know that Su Mu possessed the king armor, which could resist 90% of soul attacks. Su Mu also had a conspiracy and a Ziji Soul Clan avatar. With all these powers combined, King Yuming's attack was like a clown's, completely ineffective against Su Mu. Even the treasure given by the Dream Demon Ancestor was not of much use to Su Mu. King Yuming's attack was ineffective, but the attacks of Su Mu and King Keiwe were very effective against her. King Keiwe also used her own treasure, a crescent moon the size of a palm, a psychic weapon, which slammed fiercely into King Yuming's body. Not good. My divine body has lost 1%. Even with the protection of a treasure armor, King Yuming's divine body began to suffer losses. This was because the attacks of Su Mu and King Keiwe were too fierce. Both were psychic controllers with extremely strong attack power. This won't work. While enduring the attack, King Yuming glanced at King Ibeo and the other alien invincible kings. All 6 of them were being suppressed by the human powerhouses. 2 against 1. Of course they were being suppressed. Sure, and King Liaguan, I know you both have treasures for help. Use them now, don't wait until you're dead. King Yuming transmitted a voice, and at the same time crushed the life-saving item given by the Dream Demon Ancestor. The Zerg Shi-Rin and the mechanic King Liaguan also crushed their life-saving items almost simultaneously. Although their backers were not cosmic supreme beings, they were still cosmic lord-level existences with extraordinary power. The demon race sacred land. In a vast expanse of mist, majestic white palace complexes stretched endlessly. In the mist, a huge silver-white snake coiled its body, stretching far into the distance, appearing and disappearing in the mist, immense and boundless. She was one of the 2 cosmic supreme beings of the demon race, the Dream Demon Ancestor. Yuming is in trouble. The silver-white snake opened its eyes, within which were the birth and death of countless universes. Her will crossed endless time and space to the depths of the demon race's territory. In the endless starry sky, a palace floated surrounded by flames of all colors. Black, white, purple, red, green, blue. Each flame as large as a star circling the palace. Tianlang. The voice of the Dream Demon Ancestor sounded. A Saiyan heavenly wolf about 10 kilometers long appeared and bowed respectfully. Ancestor. Tianlang Yuming is under attack by humans in the 3rd Outer Realm battlefield. Go to the 3rd Outer Realm battlefield and rescue her. Such a matter naturally would not require the personal involvement of the Dream Demon Ancestor, a cosmic supreme being. Sending her subordinate Lord Tianlang was enough. Yes. Facing the command of the Dream Demon Ancestor, Lord Tianlang dared not be negligent. His true body and the entire space disappeared. The Zerg. In a starry sky filled with endless emerald green, a voice suddenly came. My disciple is in danger in the 3rd Outer Realm battlefield. Could a human cosmic lord be intervening? The endless emerald green dots instantly disappeared. The mechanics. Countless mechanical beasts flew in the air. A huge planet extended countless tentacles, and waves of thoughts were vast and endless. Humans. The huge planet sounded a cold voice, and then the entire planet disappeared. Outside the space of the 3rd Outer Realm battlefield, the first to arrive was the Zerg's Lord Bailong. She was crystal clear emerald green, incomparably enchanting, with a pair of emerald green wings gently fluttering behind her. Lord Bailong, long time no see. In front of Lord Bailong a figure abruptly appeared. He had a mountain-like sturdy body, a long dragon tail, and eyes that seemed to contain the entire universe. Just standing there, his invisible domineering aura made space tremble and distort. Lord Longxing. Lord Bailong spoke, her voice filled with endless allure. You humans indeed have a conspiracy. Ha ha. Lord Longxing laughed loudly. You are allowed to target our human geniuses, but we are not allowed to retaliate. That makes no sense. The next moment Lord Tianlang arrived with a huge palace. Tianlang, your opponent is me. A figure appeared, tall and thin, with 2 curved horns on each ear pointing upward like a pair of sickles, and a 3rd eye on his forehead. He wore a set of scale-like dark cyan armor and carried a pair of Yuho spikes on his back. Lord Yuho. Lord Tianlang's gaze carried a trace of apprehension. Lord Yuho was an extremely arrogant and bloodthirsty universe lord, and Lord Tianlang had no desire to provoke him. E.g., you've come as well. A colossal planet covered in countless tentacles appeared. It was Lord Eg of the Mechanical Clan. A mere few invincible kings have actually summoned so many of us universe lords. This is their honor. Lord Eg's voice was utterly devoid of emotion. Humans, you've waited here for so long. It must have been taxing for you universe lords. Lord Tianlong's tone was laced with sarcasm. Who told you to scheme against our human genius? Lord Yuho said calmly. The two sides faced off but neither made a move. A battle between universe lords was not so easily triggered. Their gazes pierced through time and space looking toward the battle in the outer domain battlefield. The three clans were already at a complete disadvantage. Among them the most miserable was King Yuming. King Yuming's strength was actually quite formidable, but she was unfortunate enough to encounter Sumu, who could completely disregard her attacks. All of King Yuming's methods were useless, leaving her only to suffer passively. Thus she was the most miserable. Divine body loss 1%. Divine body loss 1%. Divine body loss 1%. King Yuming's divine body lost 1% with each attack. This loss seemed trivial, but it happened extremely quickly because Su Mu and King Shui's attack frequency was very high. Soon King Yuming's divine body dropped below 80%. Longxing released King Yuming. Lord Tianlang looked at Lord Longxing. King Yuming is the personal disciple of the Dream Demon Ancestor. If you don't want to provoke the Dream Demon Ancestor, you'd better not let your human genius do something wrong. Tianlong, don't waste your breath. They will all die here today. Lord Longxing did not speak, but Lord Yuho sneered repeatedly. Release King Yuming. Will the demon clan then stop targeting our human genius? No matter what, Sumu was number 1 on the three clans hit list. So why should they release the genius of the three clans? They had to kill him ruthlessly. The human clan stood at the pinnacle of the universe, one of the 6 peak races. That was not won by begging for mercy but forged through slaughter. Aren't you afraid of triggering a full-scale war? Lord Tianlang growled. My 3 clans united can annihilate your human clan. Is that so? Lord Longxing gave a casual smile. The 3 clans united? Nonsense. Without extremely significant matters, how could the 3 clans possibly unite against the human clan? In the original story, the 3 clans united against the human clan only because Luo Feng obtained the inheritance of the Duandonghe. Su Mu's talent would incite the 3 clans to harbor assassination intent, and even the universe strongest might make a move against him, but it would never drive the 3 clans to unite against the human clan. Lord Longxing ignored Lord Tianlong, his gaze still fixed on the battle in the outer domain battlefield. By now King Yuming had reached an extremely weakened state with over 50% body damage and a 90% drop in strength. King Yuming, you wanted to enslave me. Now I will enslave you. Su Mu's left eye gleamed with silver light, and the silver radiance plunged into King Yuming's soul. Don't you dare think of enslaving me. King Yuming screamed, her divine power surging as her entire divine body swelled and exploded with a thunderous roar. She had self-destructed. King Yuming understood perfectly well that she could die but must never be enslaved. She could be resurrected after death, though she would lose all her treasures. But once enslaved, she would truly die with no possibility of resurrection. The violent self-destruction energy surged in all directions, but Sumu and King Keiwe were unconcerned. It could not harm them. King Yuming really had a lot of treasures. Sumu waved his hand and gathered all the treasures left behind after her self-destruction. According to the prearranged plan, he and King Keiwe had killed King Yuming, so her treasures belonged to the 2 of them to distribute freely. Sumu temporarily put them away to distribute with King Keiwe later. As for the other invincible kings, the treasures they obtained were theirs, and neither Sumu nor King Keiwe would interfere. Moreover, the human clan high level would not claim these treasures either. They served as the warrior's remuneration. With King Yuming's death, the other 5 alien invincible kings began to self-destruct one after another. None of them were willing to be enslaved and controlled. As invincible kings, they could still be resurrected after self-destruction, but being enslaved meant losing everything. Outside the outer domain battlefield, Lord Bilong snorted coldly. Humans, just wait. She vanished from sight. Lord Tianlang and Lord Eg also disappeared. Lord Longxing laughed heartily and said, Sumu now has the achievement of killing an invincible king. But from now on the 3 clans will do everything in their power to kill him. Fortunately, he is human. If he weren't, even I would want to kill him, said Lord Yuho. We must protect him well, and not let him die at the hands of the 3 clans. Lord Longxing and Lord Yuho also left. Sumu and the others did not know that beyond the outer domain battlefield, super powerful experts of the 4 clans had confronted each other, nearly breaking out into a major battle. However, since King Yuming and the other invincible kings were not rescued, they had some vague guesses. But that was a level they could not access, so they naturally did not ask. Haha, how exhilarating. This battle was truly exhilarating. After the battle ended, King Xinyan laughed heartily. I haven't had such a satisfying workout in a long time. Everyone laughed. Having killed the alien kings and obtained treasures, it was indeed a very joyful thing. Let's go. We'll head back, Sumu said. They all returned to God Base 039. Sumu and King Kwe sat facing each other with 5 treasures laid out before them. A common heavy treasure armor. A common heavy treasure sword. A ring-shaped common heavy treasure. These 3 were all heavy treasures personally owned by King Yuming. In addition, there was a scroll. A top-tier soul-type heavy treasure bestowed upon King Yuming by the high level of the demon clan, specifically used to deal with Sumu, but it had never played a role. The last treasure was a stone tablet engraved with a strange beast roaring with its head raised. That strange beast was exactly the same as Sumu's Time Beast God clone. This was the Beast God inheritance token of the Time Beast God. Mother, these treasures are all yours. I only want the Beast God inheritance token, Sumu said. To him, treasures were not the most important. The Beast God inheritance token was, if he obtained the inheritance of the Time Beast God, he would be like a fish in water, a tiger with wings. You only want the Beast God inheritance token. King Kwe was stunned, then shook her head. That won't do. 1 Beast God inheritance token is not enough. Sumu smiled and said, Mother, after this battle ends, I plan to leave the outer domain battlefield and cultivate peacefully in Chaos City. I won't come out until I break through to immortality. Treasures are of little use to me. You want to go into seclusion in Chaos City? King Kwe looked at Sumu. Sumu nodded. I dare not leave Chaos City now. I fear that a universe lord might come to kill me. King Kwe said, You're right. If I were an alien universe lord, I would want to kill you. Even the universe strongest would probably want to kill you. Sumu was precisely worried about this, so he made the decision to go into seclusion in Chaos City. Any other place was unsafe, including the ancestral god temple. In the original story, to kill Luo Feng, the 3 clans even invited the universe strongest to attack the ancestral god temple, and the ancestral god temple almost failed to protect Luo Feng. But Sumu's potential was far greater than Luo Feng's. Sumu did not believe the 3 clans would remain indifferent. If he went to the ancestral god temple, he would inevitably face a great crisis. Only in Chaos City, constantly protected by the Chaos City Lord, was the safest. Then what do you need the Beast God inheritance token for? King Kwe was baffled. You're not leaving Chaos City, so the Beast God inheritance token is useless to you. Sumu smiled faintly and did not answer. King Kwe pouted, too lazy to ask more. That was Sumu's secret. In that case, I'll give you another treasure. This is a treasure I have never used before. King Kwe took out a fiery red large bow blazing with intense flames. This is the Sunfall Bow. Take it with you. No one knows about this treasure, so you can use it freely. King Kwe had roughly guessed what Sumu intended to do, so she gave him the Sunfall Bow. Then I won't be polite. Sumu accepted it directly. He indeed needed this treasure. Sumu had a good plan for what he would do next, but there were also problems. The biggest problem was that he could not use any of his treasures, otherwise the aliens would know about him. The Sunfall Bow was the best option. No one knew about this treasure, so he could use it freely. King Kwe had also guessed Sumu's thoughts, so she gave him the Sunfall Bow. They both chuckled knowingly. Inside the virtual universe, Sumu stood before Yuanzu. Master, I haven't killed 100 alien kings yet. Did I complete the task? Sumu said. I know all your achievements. You have already fully completed my task. Although Yuanzu never left the virtual universe, he naturally knew everything that happened within it. Now everyone was talking about the killing of 6 alien invincible kings. It was impossible for Yuanzu not to know. Sumu participated in that and was able to kill an invincible king. That was far more difficult than killing 100 ordinary kings. Thank you for your praise, Master. Sumu chuckled. Making Yuanzu say he had fully completed the task was not an easy feat. This is the reward for your task. Yuanzu waved his hand and the environment around Sumu changed. He arrived at a place filled with endless universal origin laws. This is the origin land of the virtual universe, Yuanzu said calmly. Comprehending laws here is no less than directly comprehending laws in the origin land of the original universe. The virtual universe could simulate all universal origin laws. It was the most miraculous thing in the universe. Thank you, Master. Sumu quickly said. He exactly needed such a place. From now on I cannot give you any other things, Yuanzu said. He had already opened up the best things in the virtual universe to Sumu. For the next tasks he could not give any better rewards. After all, his true body was still suppressed by the original will of the original universe, so he could not take out treasures to give to Sumu. Master has already given me a lot, Sumu said. Yuanzu devoted himself to teaching him. That was the greatest benefit. No one else's master was as powerful as his master. Yuanzu smiled casually and asked, What do you plan to do next? Sumu did not hide it and honestly said, I plan to leave my true body in Chaos City, and send my ZG Soul Clan clone to the Ancestral God Temple to receive the Beast God's inheritance. From now on my true body will remain low-key until I cultivate to the point where I can protect myself in the universe. After all, he was still too weak. There were many powerful beings who could kill him. Sumu had been too high profile for too long. He needed to lay low for a while, otherwise he might encounter great danger. But using the ZG Soul Clan clone to move about outside would not cause so many troubles. The ZG Soul Clan was small, very few in number, and would not compete for territory with anyone, so naturally they would not make enemies with the peak races. Without grudges they would not target the ZG Soul Clan clone, and the clone could cultivate peacefully. Moreover, he could rely on the ZG Soul Clan clone to join some major power in the universe and thus gain enormous benefits. For example, he could join the Demon Clan alliance, deceive the Demon Clan into giving him treasures and training him, and then turn against the Demon Clan at a critical moment. Just thinking about it was thrilling. As for the specific steps, Sumu would have to think it over slowly. Your idea is correct. You really should lay low for a while. Yuanzu also smiled and said, if you weren't human, even the human clan would want to kill you. But if you were a ZG Soul Clan member, no matter how high your talent, no one would want to assassinate you. They would only seek to recruit you. That's exactly what I think, Sumu said. Yuanzu nodded. I'll give you another task. This task has no reward, no time limit, and you don't need to try your best to complete it. Please speak, Master. When you are at the World Lord level, kill a Universe Venerable. Yuanzu said word by word. Okay. Sumu nodded solemnly. Even without Yuanzu saying it, Sumu would do it. He wanted to see what kind of power he could achieve at the World Lord level. Although the stronger one's combat power, the harder it is to break through, Sumu was not worried about that. He believed he would surely be able to break through. Using the ZG Soul Clan clone to kill a Universe Venerable at the World Lord stage. Imagine how powerful his true body would be. If he accomplished that, it would surely be a universe-shaking event. Sumu also wanted to achieve it. Leaving the virtual universe, Sumu released his ZG Soul Clan clone. His true body, along with his other two clones, returned to the Chaos City in the Primal Universe. From now on, his true body would stay in Chaos City for many years. Like a colossal python, the gale swept across the cosmos, one black wind after another howling and enshrouding billions of kilometers, as if countless serpents were frolicking with each other, traversing the starry sky. This was the Zhu Xin secret realm. A purple shadow arrived here. As the highest and most dangerous secret realm, even ordinary perils in the Zhu Xin secret realm could cause a Universe Venerable to fall, and some extremely dangerous places would make even a Universe Master hold their breath. The maximum diameter of the Zhu Xin secret realm was 160 million light-years. Flying at sublight speed, it would take 200 million years just to traverse it once. To explore every inch of the entire Zhu Xin secret realm. Even if one had been flying back and forth since the birth of the universe, it would be impossible to explore it all. According to the information Sumu had gathered about the Zhu Xin secret realm, mystery and danger were its synonyms. The massive black cyclone before him was called the Heichong cyclone. A small whirlwind of black wind could severely injure a Universe Venerable, while a large one could even annihilate them. Sumu cautiously entered the Zhu Xin secret realm and quietly waited in the vast void. Suddenly the surrounding calm void began to twist, directly swallowing Sumu. The next moment Sumu arrived at an incredibly beautiful place. Before him lay a colossal rainbow river filled with miraculous power that irresistibly drew one's gaze. Sumu knew that this was the supreme treasure, the sect-protecting artifact of the Zhu God sect. The five-colored Aurora Lake. ZG Soul Clan produced the Beast God Inheritance Token. If you do not have it and trespass on the sacred grounds of the Zhu God sect, you shall die. In the void stood a rock spirit about 8 meters tall, clad in purple armor, with flames dancing on its surface. His entire body was dark green, appearing at first glance like a piece of jadeite. He was a member of the Faitsong clan, a rock life form in the universe. Sumu produced the inheritance token of the Time Beast God. The Faitsong clan guide's face showed a slight smile. You have obtained a Beast God inheritance token. This is a great opportunity for you. Among the countless races and infinite beings in the universe, the ZG Soul Clan was extremely rare. It was indeed a great fortune that the precious Beast God inheritance token had been obtained by the ZG Soul Clan. Then the guide brought Sumu to Zijing Island, located on the outskirts of the five-colored Aurora Lake. Zijing Island was dotted with countless palaces, and rings of light enveloped the island. Each ring of light contained countless laws. Follow me. The first thing is to build a residence on Zijing Island. The guide brought Sumu to a valley. Build your palace here. Remember, each palace can occupy at most 1 kilometer in length and width. After speaking, the guide led Sumu to the highest mountain range on Zijing Island, where a massive palace stretching over 1,000 kilometers stood. This is the palace of the Zijing Island Lord, the guide introduced. The guide meticulously introduced everything including the Zoo God Palace of the Zoo God Sect, the 8 Directions Beast God Hall, the Guardian Beast God Hall, the 72 Divine Generals Continents, and the 3,000 Divine Envoy Stars. Leading Sumu to the front of the Island Lord's palace, the guide said calmly, "Go in. My task ends here. I hope you can live a little longer, and not waste the Beast God inheritance token." "Thank you." Sumu bowed to express his gratitude. This guide was also a universe venerable. After the guide left, Sumu entered the massive palace. Outside the main hall stood a human clad in black robes. He was a servant of the guardian beast god. Smiling at Sumu, he said, "Please wait. I have already sent the message to the guardian beast god. According to the rules of the Zoo God Sect, the Zoo God will appear within 10 years at most. If the guardian beast god feels he cannot arrive within 10 years, he will ask another guardian beast god to take charge." Sumu sat down quietly to wait. Only half a day later, an overwhelmingly domineering and heart-stopping aura instantly enveloped the entire palace. "Come in." A voice sounded. Sumu entered the main hall and saw the Fire Sky Guardian Beast God. First, he was granted the authority to enter the Glory World. The Glory World was equivalent to the human race's virtual universe. Then the Guardian Beast God also granted Sumu the authority to enter the Inheritance Land, Treasure Land, and Secret Land. The Inheritance Land was where one received the Beast God inheritance and tested their comprehension of the laws. The Treasure Land was where the treasures left by successive Beast Gods, Guardian Beast Gods, and other super-powerful beings who had cultivated the Beast God path were hidden. It contained a vast amount of treasure. Many powerful beings had left behind various obstacles, restrictions, and requirements. Only those who met the demands of the predecessors could retrieve the treasures within. The Secret Land allowed one to enter the depths of the Zushin Secret Realm, the most mysterious secret realm in the universe where one could go exploring. First go build your residence, then head to the Inheritance Land. The Guardian Beast God looked down at Sumu from his throne. "Go." Sumu bowed and said, "Yes." After leaving the Guardian Beast God's palace, Sumu went to the place the guide had allocated for him, and casually built a common palace scene in the universe. After the palace was built, Sumu came again to the square in front of the Zijing Island Lord's palace. There were 3 fountains in the square, and Sumu entered the left fountain. The scene before him changed. Before he could make out the surroundings, a terrifying pressure enveloped him. Then Sumu saw that everything around was thick black fog. After a brief pause, Sumu flew into the black fog. The moment he entered the black fog, an incredible force acted upon his entire body. His right index finger slowly extended. Strands of law patterns emerged, and the fused laws of time and light uncontrollably began to demonstrate themselves, progressing step by step from the basics, revealing every insight. As it continued, more and more law patterns emerged, and threads of law patterns coiled around, forming a beautiful world of laws. After a long time, the demonstration stopped, and the mysterious force left Sumu's body. 4th level. A mysterious voice echoed in Sumu's mind. His comprehension of the Beast God inheritance had already fully grasped the first 3 levels, and he was now receiving the inheritance of the 4th level. The entire Beast God inheritance was divided into 7 levels. After obtaining the 4th level Beast God inheritance, Sumu left the Inheritance Land and returned to his palace to cultivate diligently. In truth, it was not the Ziji Soul Clan clone cultivating, but the Time Beast God clone. With the inheritance, the cultivation of the Time Beast God clone advanced by leaps and bounds. This was the inheritance most suited to him, even without knowing it before he had already completed the 3rd level. Now that he knew the cultivation method for the 4th level, his progress was frighteningly fast. After 3 years, the cultivation speed of the Time Beast God clone finally returned to normal. Enter the Glory World. Sumu's consciousness connected to the Glory World. In the Glory World, a figure appeared out of thin air, at the edge of an open-air plaza, holding a black book in his hands. He opened the black book. The first page had the words "name" on it, and the rest was blank. "Please fill in your name in the Glory World." As Sumu opened the first page, a voice sounded in his mind. "Let's call it Origin." Sumu grinned oddly and chose a name. His main body's title was the Reincarnation King, so using his clone to create a reputation as the Origin King would certainly be interesting. The second page was a map of the Glory World, and a voice sounded in Sumu's mind. The Glory World is divided into 2 spaces. One is the Glory Open Air Plaza, and the other is the Battle World. As long as you are within the Zushin Secret Realm, you can connect to the Glory World. Additionally, there was the Glory World ranking glory points, and the ability to exchange glory points for additional inheritance opportunities. To obtain extra chances at inheritance, one had to come to the Glory World. The Glory World ranking was divided into 7 lists. They corresponded to the 1st level ranking, 2nd level ranking, 7th level ranking. Inheritors of different levels were naturally categorized into different rankings. Sumu's current record was 0 wins and 0 losses. "I need to find a way to earn glory points," Sumu thought to himself. In the original story, because Luo Feng was known as the Blade River King, A large number of people challenged him, allowing him to earn massive amounts of glory points. But Sumu could not reveal that he was the Reincarnation King. Moreover, as a member of the Ziji Soul Clan, he had few enemies, so naturally few people came to challenge him. If he wanted to earn a large amount of glory points, he had to make the beings in the glory world challenge him. Got it. After thinking for a moment, Sumu's eyes lit up. He immediately sent a message to all beast god inheritors through the glory world. The content of the message was very simple. Just one sentence. I'm not targeting any one of you. You're all trash. Origin. This was a famous phrase from his past life. Everyone present was trash. Ha! Who is this Origin? He must have just entered Zijing Island. What an arrogant fellow. I challenge him. With that one sentence, he instantly infuriated countless inheritors. Those who came here to receive the inheritance were all proud and arrogant individuals. Which one of them wasn't exceptionally talented? Being provoked like this by Sumu, if they didn't slap his face hard, how could they continue to cultivate with any dignity? Immediately the black book in Sumu's hand trembled slightly. He turned to a page that was filled with countless challenge letters, and they were still increasing. On Zijing Island, the inheritors of the 3rd and 4th levels were the most numerous. Sumu was a 4th level inheritor, so those who dared to challenge him were also 4th level inheritors. You are Origin. A massive demon race member strode over, glaring coldly at Sumu. I, the demon race's Tongbing King, challenge you. Let's bet 3 glory points. Tongbing King, step aside. I'll challenge him, also betting 3 glory points. Origin. Humph. A piece of trash that came out of nowhere, daring to provoke us. You're asking for death. One after another powerful beings appeared, including even Universe Venerables. Being provoked by an immortal, the Universe Venerables naturally could not sit idly by, and would certainly come out to teach Sumu a lesson. If not for the fact that Sumu's body was on Zijing Island where all combat was forbidden, he would have been killed long ago for provoking the Universe Venerables. In fact, Sumu's words had even provoked the 7th level inheritors, but they simply couldn't be bothered to deal with him. The inheritors of the 3rd level and below, though angry, dared not challenge Sumu because he was a 4th level inheritor. The inheritors of the 5th level and above simply ignored him. Only the 4th level inheritors, all those who received Sumu's message, including the Hong Alliance races, sent a large number of powerful beings to challenge him. Haha, you're all worked up. Sumu's figure drifted lightly. Already broken. Your mental state is not good enough. Cultivators in the universe did not emphasize mental state. Damn it. The group of powerful beings wished they could immediately smash Sumu's head. Since you want to challenge me, I accept. Sumu looked at the demon race's Tongbing King. You came first, so you'll go first. We'll bet 3 glory points. Sumu only had 3 glory points, so he could only bet 3 at most. As for the demon race's Tongbing King, Sumu had also seen his ranking on the Black Book's leaderboard. He was ranked in the middle of the 4th level ranking. In the battle world, Sumu still drifted in the void, without a physical form, like a cloud changing with the wind. In the distance, another figure appeared. A massive green wolf. He was Tongbing King, a powerful member of the Heavenly Wolf Clan, one of the 18 imperial clans of the demon race. Origin, you. Tongbing King wanted to say some harsh words, but Sumu couldn't be bothered to exchange a single word with him. His aura surged violently. He directly burned his immortal divine body, and a fiery red longbow appeared in his hand. He drew the longbow, and infinite power converged upon it, forming an energy arrow. Swish! The arrow shot through the void. Wherever it passed, time stopped flowing and light was completely distorted. The arrow struck Tongbing King's divine body, and then exploded with a bang. Tongbing King, annihilated. In battles within the battle world, all beings had identical physical constitutions, and used the most ordinary weapons. The contest was purely about one's comprehension of the beast god inheritance. In terms of the beast god inheritance, Sumu was undoubtedly the strongest among the 4th level inheritors. Who could match the time beast god's comprehension and application of the beast god inheritance? Tongbing King failed. The second challenger stepped up and was also eliminated by Sumu with a single arrow. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. One challenger after another appeared and then failed. They all failed very quickly, completely powerless against Sumu. If it were outside using various treasures, relying on being a special life form or practicing special techniques, Sumu would not have had such an easy time defeating them. But when it came to competing solely in the beast god inheritance, these fellows were all just delivering glory points to him. As his victories piled up, the name Origin spread rapidly throughout Zijing Island. The 6 Peak Race Alliances, the Northern Frontier Alliance, the 9 Domains Alliance, the Thorn Ring Alliance, and other alliances all learned of Origin's reputation. For a time, Origin's fame soared. Fighting continuously for a day and a night, Sumu experienced 4,800 battles. His record: 4,800 wins, 0 losses. This terrifying record shocked all the powerful beings, including many Universe Venerables. Sumu's name, Origin, spread throughout the entire universe in a single day. This origin is from the Ziji Soul clan, which has not joined any alliance. We can recruit him. Recruit him. The high-level members of the Demon Clan immediately reached a consensus to recruit Origin. At the same time, the other 5 major clan alliances, the Beijiang Alliance, the Jiyu Alliance, the Xihuan Alliance, and the Human Clan's Hong Alliance, all reached a consensus to recruit Origin. Such a super genius must be brought under one's command. Once Sumu becomes a cosmic venerable, he will definitely be an extremely powerful one, and it is not impossible for him to become a cosmic overlord like the Lord of the Heavenly Eclipse Palace in the future. The core region of the ancestral god sect. The Thunder Beast Temple, among the 8-direction beast temples. The entire beast temple from the outside appears as a majestic and brilliant palace over 100 million kilometers tall, but in reality, the palace contains a separate spacetime. Within this spacetime, rivers, mountains, ice, snow, and deserts are everywhere. Deep within the endless rolling mountain ranges, a tremendous voice resounded. Have you discovered a cosmic genius worthy of cultivation by our ancestral god sect? You disturb me over such a trivial matter. The voice was filled with immense fury. Bloodfire Divine General hastily said, Beast God, it's about 2 super geniuses. One is from the Human Clan's Hong Alliance, who at the Realm Lord level killed an invincible king. What? A Realm Lord killing an invincible king? And he is only a human. A colossal beast god with 3 hooves, wings, and a body covered in sai and fur stretching over 100,000 kilometers in length, stood up, causing the entire spacetime to tremble. That's right, a human. His name is Sumu, known as the Samsara King. On the 4-clan Outlands battlefield, cooperating with the Human Clan's Keiwe King, he killed the Demon Clan genius Yuman King, who possessed 3 treasures and 1 top-tier treasure. Moreover, up to now, he has been cultivating for only about 1,000 years, Bloodfire Divine General replied respectfully. 1,000 years of cultivation. Killing an invincible king. Just a human. Are you lying to me? The Thunder Beast God growled, his enormous eyes filled with disbelief. As one of the pinnacle existences of the primordial universe, the Thunder Beast God possessed unparalleled insight. He had never heard of a genius as formidable as Sumu. How would I dare deceive the Beast God? Bloodfire Divine General said with a bitter smile. However, he has not come to our ancestral god sect. The Thunder Beast God's eyes widened. Then why are you talking nonsense? Do you expect our ancestral god sect to take the initiative to invite him? Actually, that is not impossible. In history, the special lifeforms that joined the ancestral god sect did not all come on their own. Many were invited by the sect. The ancestral god sect does not care about territory. Any genius recognized by them can join the sect and strengthen its power. This entity, known as the number 1 power of the universe, has been able to remain aloof and detached, free from conflict, precisely because of its countless powerful experts. Since he can kill an invincible king, give him a beast god token, and let him come to the ancestral god sect. A stone tablet engraved with the image of the Thunder Beast God floated before Bloodfire Divine General. Bloodfire Divine General respectfully put it away, muttering inwardly that the treatment of geniuses was indeed extraordinary. The reason the Thunder Beast God valued Sumu so highly was primarily because Sumu was a human. The human race's genes are inherently inferior, not as good as those of many alien races, let alone special lifeforms. Yet Sumu accomplished what countless special lifeforms could not. In other words, Sumu's potential and fortune are unparalleled in the universe. Such a genius naturally must be recruited as soon as possible. What about the other genius? Asked the Thunder Beast God. The other one is on Purple Thorn Island. He is of the Purple Extreme Soul clan, named Origin, and is only a world lord. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the Bloodfire Divine General said, He is even more formidable than that Sumu. He is a quadruple beast god inheritor. In one day, he fought 4,800 consecutive battles without a single defeat. What is happening? How can there be another such formidable world lord? The Thunder Beast God could hardly believe it. A world lord, a quadruple beast god inheritor. He fought 4,800 battles without defeat. It sounds like he is even more powerful than that human Sumu. Keep an eye on him, keep a close eye on him. The Thunder Beast God laughed heartily. The Purple Extreme Soul clan is good. They have no faction, unlike that Sumu who has the Hong Alliance behind him. Sumu would need careful consideration, but Origin could be recruited as an outer member of the primordial god sect. Sumu did not know that the various forces of the universe were paying attention to him. He only knew to keep accepting challenges and keep fighting. At an average rate of 4,000 battles per day, he fought continuously for over 20 days and finished all the challenges. The geniuses who challenged him totaled only 100,000, so he earned only 100,000 glory points. However, for Sumu, 100,000 glory points were more than enough. Going to the inheritance place to receive a single inheritance cost only 100 glory points. With 100,000, he could accept it 1,000 times. After obtaining the glory points, Sumu immediately rushed to the inheritance place without stopping, accepted another inheritance, and let his time beast god avatar comprehend it. As for Sumu himself, he arrived at the treasure land of the primordial god sect. The treasure land contained countless treasures left behind by the super experts of the primordial god sect. As long as one met the requirements of the legacy, they could obtain the treasures within. After teleportation, Sumu appeared atop a mountain peak. Looking into the distance, he saw countless peaks, some steep and perilous, some bizarre and extraordinary. Thousands upon thousands of peaks stretched endlessly beyond the horizon. Between some peaks there were lakes, some large and some small, the largest spanning over 1,000,000 kilometers. These lakes were also very beautiful, some emerald green like giant jade, others pitch black like ink. Sumu looked up into the high sky and saw streaks of continuously flying auroras. Clearly this treasure land was also within the range of the five-colored Aurora Lake. Origin. As soon as Sumu appeared, an incredibly beautiful figure appeared before him. She had a pair of light green wings on her back, exuding immense charm. You are. Sumu recognized her as the Zerg Queen. I am Zhu Mei of the insect race. Zhu Mei introduced herself with a smile. Sumu nodded and was about to say something when a nine-headed royal clan member of the demon race, the Nine Meng Beast clan, flew over. Origin, let me introduce you to the treasure land. Humph. Jingu, do you know what first come first served means? Said Zhu Mei discontentedly. I don't know, said Jingu, completely indifferent. He was here to recruit Sumu. Why would he care about first come first served? Hearing Jingu's words, Zhu Mei was so angry that the corner of her mouth twitched. If fighting were not forbidden here, she would have already been unable to hold back from attacking. What first come first served? We all came together, said another mechanical race expert as he flew over laughing. More and more experts flew over, gathering around Sumu like stars surrounding the moon, flattering him. They were all geniuses from various alliances. Everyone's intentions were clear. They all wanted to recruit Sumu. Sumu looked at one of the representatives of the Human Hong Alliance, Three Hearts King. Are you human? Sumu spoke, initiating a question about humans. Is he going to join the Hong Alliance? What's so good about the Hong Alliance humans? Zhu Mei, Jingu, and the other experts were displeased but said nothing. I am Three Hearts King of the human race, Three Hearts King quickly said. Could it be that Sumu would really join the Human Hong Alliance? That would make him overjoyed. Do you know Reincarnation King? Asked Sumu. Reincarnation King. Three Hearts King was stunned. I have heard of him, but I have never met him. Do you want to see him, Origin King? Our human race can arrange for you to meet him. No need. Sumu suddenly sneered. Sooner or later I will slaughter him, and make him know who is the #1 genius in the universe. Since he doesn't come to the primordial god sect, I can't be bothered to find him. You all say he killed an undefeatable king. That's just boasting, right? Three Hearts King's expression changed drastically. Origin King, what do you mean? Can't you tell? Sumu said calmly. I will definitely kill Reincarnation King. Humph. Three Hearts King snorted heavily and flew away. Since Sumu had said such things, he naturally had no reason to stay and warm a cold cheek. Haha, the Human Hong Alliance deserves to be dealt with like this, laughed Jingu. That's right. If it weren't for the virtual universe, how could the human race have achieved what they have today? Zhu Mei said disdainfully. Alright, enough about the human race. I will make Reincarnation King know what cruelty means. Sumu feigned disdain. Everyone introduce me to this treasure land. I also want to try my luck for a treasure. Haha, Origin King, with your talent, you can definitely obtain a good treasure. Zhu Mei smiled seductively. In this treasure land there are treasures everywhere. Every mountain peak, every lake holds a treasure. Yes, there are plenty of treasures, Jingu quickly added. Look over there, the highest 108 peaks. Jingu pointed to the distant high peaks. Almost all inheritors know that those 108 peaks contain the most precious 108 kinds of treasures that the primordial god sect has stored since the birth of the universe. Of these 108 treasures, since the birth of the universe 42, have been taken away by some lucky fellows. The most recent one was 120 million epochs ago, when a universe venerable of our demon race obtained a supreme treasure. There are even supreme treasures. Sumu pretended to be surprised. That's right, there are supreme treasures, said Jingu proudly. After all, the one who took that treasure was a strong expert of his demon race, so he also felt honored. Then let's go take a look at the highest peak, Sumu said with a smile. Go directly to the highest peak? Asked Cold Spirit King of the Northern Frontier Alliance in surprise. Let's try our luck. If I can't get the treasure of the highest peak, then I don't believe anyone else can, Sumu said with great arrogance. Then let's go take a look at the highest peak, said Zhu Mei. It is said that the treasure on the highest peak was personally placed there by a primordial god of the primordial god sect countless epochs ago. Sumu said. A primordial god personally placed it. Could it be a top-tier supreme treasure? No one knows what it is. Jingu said. But since it was placed by a primordial god, it definitely won't be an ordinary supreme treasure. It's most likely a high-grade supreme treasure, and a top-tier one is also possible. After all, a primordial god would at least place a treasure befitting their status. A supreme ultimate treasure and a peak supreme treasure are impossible, a top-tier supreme treasure is possible, and a high-grade supreme treasure is most likely. Sumu landed on the highest peak, but the peak showed no reaction. Tisk coveting the treasure of the highest peak. Dream on. On a nearby peak, a figure with golden mane and golden eyes, its back hunched like a beast ready to pounce at any moment, spoke. He is Fei Jingwang, a special life form whose strength is comparable to an ordinary universe venerable, said Jingu. He is from the Northern Frontier Alliance. Sumu looked at Fei Jingwang. He knew Fei Jingwang. In the original novel, he was killed by Luo Feng, and then resurrected by the Universe Master of the Northern Frontier Alliance. Fei Jingwang. Sumu sneered lightly. Glory World Combat Space 1000 glory points. Do you dare? Sumu directly challenged Fei Jingwang. Fei Jingwang's expression changed slightly. He was also a quadruple inheritor, but among quadruple inheritors he was only average. Compared to Sumu, a terrifying guy who had won 100,000 consecutive battles, he was far inferior. Afraid? Sumu's tone was mocking. Humph. The combat space limits my strength. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Fei Jingwang said stubbornly. Sumu's ethereal figure wavered. Fine, since you say that, I'll give you another choice. Let's go to the secret realm, a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept? A life and death battle in the secret realm. The surrounding experts were shocked. You are a special life form, while I am just an ordinary purple extreme soul clan member. You're not too scared to accept, are you? Sumu sneered. Besides, I am just a world lord while you are an immortal. Provoked by Sumu, Fei Jingwang roared ferociously. To the secret realm. I'm going to kill you. Good. Without another word, Sumu directly left the treasure land. He was going to kill this Fei Jingwang today. Sumu immediately sent a challenge email to Fei Jingwang, selecting the time and place. Fei Jingwang agreed. The entire Purple Thorn Island instantly erupted in excitement. This world lord Sumu dared to challenge Fei Jingwang, a special life form with a life gene level 2,000 times higher. Between them there was not only a huge realm gap but also a massive difference in life level. This could not be compensated by merely relying on beast god inheritance and ordinary treasures. What an arrogant guy. This origin is he so confident. Damn. He's even fiercer than that human reincarnation king, who only dares to hide low-key in the Chaos City. Origin King is naturally not afraid. It is said that the primordial god sect values him highly, and won't let him die in a challenge. Indeed, this battle attracted the attention of countless powerful beings, including the Thunder Beast god of the primordial god sect. He had heard about Sumu challenging Fei Jingwang, and was greatly interested. Naturally, he would watch the battle. He had never seen such an interesting fight. Within the primordial god's secret realm, on a rolling river, strange leaves floated on the water, each leaf as large as a small island. Whoosh! A figure appeared and landed on one of the leaves. It was Sumu. Moments later, a hunched figure appeared on another leaf. Origin King, how dare you provoke me? You are courting death. Fei Jingwang laughed sinisterly. You, a mere ordinary life form, actually think you're something. Today I'll show you what a special life form is. Sumu said calmly. Are you done talking? If you're done, then die quickly. At the Glory World, Sumu appeared in the open plaza, and a huge virtual projection appeared before him. He was going to livestream the battle in the primordial god's secret realm. This Fei Jingwang was the stepping stone for his rise. He did not know that even the Thunder Beast god was watching here, or otherwise Sumu would not have needed to make such a big fuss with the livestream. His main purpose in livestreaming was to attract the attention of the powerful experts in the primordial god sect. Joining those alliances might allow him to cheat them out of some treasures, but in any case it was not as good as joining the primordial god sect. Once he was favored by the primordial god sect and joined it, the benefits he would receive would be much greater. Not to mention others. As far as Sumu knew, the special life form Zhu Chongwang, who joined the primordial god sect, received 2 supreme treasures bestowed by the high-level members of the primordial god sect. That was 2 supreme treasures. Which other alliance could offer 2 supreme treasures to an immortal? Only the primordial god sect could do that. Only the primordial god sect was so wealthy and generous. If Sumu could kill Fei Jingwang, a special life form immortal comparable to an ordinary universe venerable with his world lord level strength, then the primordial god sect would definitely recruit him vigorously. The treatment Sumu would receive might even be better than Zhu Chongwang's. This was a treatment that his human race main body could not obtain. Only by using this avatar to fool the primordial god sect could he get it. Moreover, joining other alliances might provoke hostility from other alliances. For example, joining the Demon Alliance, the Insect Alliance, the Mechanical Alliance, or the Human Hong Alliance would definitely make them want to kill him, which would be extremely unsafe. Only by joining the Primordial God Sect could he not only obtain the most and best treasures but also gain the greatest safety. The Primordial God Sect was the #1 force in the primordial universe. It did not compete for territory, did not interfere in the conflicts among races, and all races and alliances held great reverence for the Primordial God Sect. As long as he joined the Primordial God Sect, no alliance would dare to target him, or otherwise they would be opposing the Primordial God Sect and courting death. You're even live streaming. Fei Jingwang also learned of the events in the glory world and said with a ferocious face, I think you're live streaming your own death. Having a strand of consciousness connected to the glory world would definitely have some impact on one's strength. Su Mu's action conveyed a single meaning. I look down on you. I'll divide my mind, multitask, livestream, and fight at the same time and still be able to destroy you. Who lives and who dies will soon be decided. In Su Mu's hand, the sun-falling bow appeared. He drew the bow and shot an arrow of infinite energy. The powerful energy directly tore the void, shaking a radius of millions of kilometers. You die? Roared Fei Jingwang. His divine power instantly burned and his aura surged violently. The powerful energy directly twisted and tore the surrounding void. Boom! A layer of blood-red cold claw cover instantly appeared on the surface of Fei Jingwang's right claw as he struck down fiercely. Countless energy arrows were shattered by the barking Mirror King's claws, as his terrifying claws struck toward Su Mu. Origin King, you die. An ordinary life possessing the potential to surpass himself, had long ignited the barking Mirror King's killing intent. A dream of 10,000 years. Su Mu spoke softly, and an invisible force spread out, plunging the barking Mirror King into an endless labyrinth of dreams. Shock flashed in the Thunder Beast God's eyes. An ultimate secret art. He, a realm lord, has created an ultimate secret art. Indeed, the technique, a dream of 10,000 years, had been deduced by Su Mu to the level of an ultimate secret art. Without any supreme treasure, without a king's armor, without a formidable divine body, Su Mu dared to challenge the barking Mirror King. He was certainly not bluffing. His greatest reliance was this self-created ultimate secret art. The barking Mirror King was trapped in an illusion, bombarded by countless energy arrows, yet he still did not awaken. Divine Body Annihilation 3. Divine Body Annihilation 6. Divine Body Annihilation 10. The barking Mirror King's divine body was continuously being annihilated. Within the glory world, countless inheritors stared in astonishment at the scene on the virtual projection. The barking Mirror King was like a corpse, completely motionless while being struck. What a terrifying illusion! The Purple Extreme Soul Clan excels in soul attacks and creating illusions, indeed stronger than ordinary life forms, but not to this extent, right? That's an ultimate secret art, a self-created ultimate secret art. He, a mere realm lord, has created an ultimate secret art. Am I mad, or is this world mad? Countless inheritors fell silent. They were all cosmic geniuses, yet compared to Su Mu there was still a chasm-like gap. They could hardly imagine how terrifying this ferocious Su Mu would become if he broke through from realm lord to immortal. Would he instantly become an existence at the universe overlord level upon breakthrough? This possibility was extremely high. Boom, boom, boom. The barking Mirror King's divine body exploded repeatedly until it was completely annihilated. The entire process lasted only a short time. A special life form comparable to a universe venerable had fallen at Su Mu's hands. Countless inheritors in the glory world watched in stunned disbelief. They imagined themselves in his place and realized they could not have done better. Indeed, they would have died even faster than the barking Mirror King. I, a dignified universe venerable, do not even have the courage to fight him. An ordinary universe venerable smiled bitterly. He never imagined that he would one day fear a realm lord. If this were told, it would be the greatest joke under heaven. The barking Mirror King was slain and his treasures scattered. Su Mu gathered all the treasures that fell after his death. Here they come. As soon as he grasped the treasures, he saw a colossal figure appear out of thin air. Origin King, the barking Mirror King died at your hands because he was inferior in skill. His treasures belong to my Northern Xinjiang Alliance. Please return them to us. The newcomer was Venerable Peifeng, a super powerhouse of the Northern Xinjiang Alliance, and one of the candidate divine generals. Although weaker than a true divine general, he was still considered a universe overlord. Venerable Peifeng, you jest. Su Mu smiled. I killed the barking Mirror King, so his treasures naturally belong to me. Do not try to take them with such a flimsy excuse. The broadcast is still live, so please save face for your Northern Xinjiang Alliance. Venerable Peifeng's face darkened. Just return the barking Mirror King's treasures to me, and I will spare your life. You are still being stubborn. Su Mu sneered. Do you think you can kill me? Venerable Peifeng laughed coldly. You have joined no alliance, you are alone. If I kill you, no one will come to save you. If Sumu had joined an alliance, Venerable Peifeng would have hesitated to kill him, as the strong behind Sumu would surely come to his rescue. But Sumu was still alone, and the Purple Extreme Soul Clan had only him in the Ancestral God Sect. No one would come to save him. Venerable Peifeng, you overestimate yourself. Sumu remained extremely calm. Naturally, he was no match for Venerable Peifeng, nor did he have a 9-nether divine body to self-destruct. But Sumu did not care. Even if Venerable Peifeng killed this avatar, what then? At worst, he would lose some treasures and recondense an avatar. Venerable Peifeng was about to say more, when another figure suddenly appeared. Venerable Peifeng, enough. Blood Fire Divine General. Venerable Peifeng saw the newcomer and quickly bowed. He was merely a candidate divine general, while the other was a true divine general far more powerful. Blood Fire Divine General. Sumu also bowed. The Origin King and the Barking Mirror King fought a fair duel. Since the Origin King won, the treasures naturally belonged to him. Blood Fire Divine General said, "Venerable Peifeng, stop making a scene." Venerable Peifeng showed reluctance but dared not say more. Yes. He knew that the appearance of Bloodfire Divine General meant his plan had failed. He could no longer attack Sumu, not only now but also in the future. Because Sumu would inevitably be recruited into the Ancestral God Sect. Moreover, Sumu would receive exceptionally favorable treatment within the sect. Origin King, come with me. The Thunder Beast God wishes to see you. Bloodfire Divine General looked at Sumu and smiled. The Thunder Beast God. Sumu was startled. Venerable Peifeng was also startled. The Thunder Beast God wanted to see Sumu. He was highly regarded indeed. Even a genius like the Worm Devourer King would not receive a personal audience with the Thunder Beast God, at most being received by a Guardian Beast God. This showed how much the Ancestral God Sect valued Sumu. I should not have offended him. Venerable Peifeng felt a trace of regret. Without a doubt, Sumu would join the Ancestral God Sect after seeing the Thunder Beast God and receive gifts from him. Even as a universe overlord, he possessed only 2 supreme treasures. Sumu would receive at least 2 supreme treasures as a gift. A mere realm lord with 2 supreme treasures and no one daring to touch him. This was terrifying. He could only envy with no other recourse. Bloodfire Divine General took Sumu and teleported away, arriving at the Thunder Beast God Palace. Bloodfire Divine General pays respects to the Thunder Beast God. Bloodfire Divine General bowed to the Thunder Beast God, who was larger than a mountain range. Sumu also bowed. Origin pays respects to the Beast God. Origin, you are very impressive. Endless thunder surged, and the Thunder Beast God's voice made the entire world submit. Are you willing to join my Ancestral God Sect? If Sumu were a human, the Thunder Beast God would not let him join, because once the Ancestral God Sect and the Human Hong Alliance clash, Sumu would definitely choose the Human Hong Alliance. But now Sumu was of the Purple Extreme Soul Clan, which had few members and would never conflict with the Ancestral God Sect. Thus Sumu could join the Ancestral God Sect. I am willing. Sumu quickly replied. He had done all this precisely to join the Ancestral God Sect, so there was no hesitation. He had long awaited this day. Good. The Thunder Beast God laughed heartily. Origin, you have satisfied me greatly. I have 2 treasures to gift you. Before Sumu appeared 2 enormous light spheres. After the light spheres dissipated, 2 treasures emerged. One was a giant sword 10 kilometers long, engraved with intricate patterns. Massive stars that contained the power of the primal origin laws of heaven and earth. This is the spiritual power supreme treasure Star Scar Sword. The other treasure was an ancient bell 100 kilometers in size. This is the soul-protecting supreme treasure Luo Wang Meng Shun Bell. At the same time, this Luo Wang Meng Shun Bell can also amplify your spiritual illusions. These 2 supreme treasures were the most suitable for Sumu's avatar. Go! After bestowing the treasures, the Thunder Beast God vanished. Sumu and Bloodfire Divine General bowed respectfully and left. Thank you, Bloodfire Divine General. After leaving the Thunder Beast God Palace, Sumu said to Bloodfire Divine General. Although he had only come to save him on the Thunder Beast God's orders, gratitude was still necessary. No need to thank me. Bloodfire Divine General waved his hand. Origin King, this time I will leave the Ancestral God Sect and bring an enemy for you. Do not hold a grudge against me. Sumu was taken aback. What do you mean, Bloodfire Divine General? Haha. Bloodfire Divine General laughed. The Thunder Beast God ordered me to take his inheritance token to the Human Hong Alliance and bring the Human Reincarnation King here. Sumu was stunned. Bloodfire Divine General, you jest. Why would I hate you? As for the Human Reincarnation King, I will compete with him fairly. Sumu laughed heartily in his heart. He never expected that his human true body would receive such a fine treatment, with the Thunder Beast God personally seeking him out. But this was fine. His true body would come to the Ancestral God Sect, but he must keep a low profile and not provoke the 3 races to send a Universe Supreme to kill him. Alright, I must go execute the Thunder Beast God's command. Go on your own. Bloodfire Divine General said. Sumu left, not returning to his palace, but heading once again to the treasure land. Seeing Sumu coming, countless inheritors looked at him with envy. They all knew that Sumu had been summoned by the Thunder Beast God, and had undoubtedly been granted treasures. As for what treasures, it was obvious. To receive a personal audience with the Thunder Beast God, the gifts must be at least supreme treasures worthy of his status. Entering the treasure land, Sumu headed straight for the second highest peak. Since the first highest peak had no reaction, he would try the second. If the second peak also had no reaction, he would go down one by one. Sumu refused to believe that, with his talent, there would not be a single peak that matched him. The moment he stepped onto the second peak, the entire mountain trembled violently. It's the treasure's commotion. Another treasure is about to emerge. Who is it? Countless inheritors flew up looking at the second highest peak. Currently only one life was on that peak. That was Sumu. Heavens! It's the Origin King. He has triggered the second highest peak. What treasure will he obtain? He just received gifts from the Thunder Beast God, and now he triggers the treasure of the second peak. How lucky is he? His talent is too high. We cannot compare. Countless inheritors were filled with envy and jealousy. That was the second highest peak, which surely contained an extremely precious supreme treasure. In other words, Sumu would soon possess 3 supreme treasures. Coupled with his own strength, even a universe overlord would find it difficult to kill him. The 5-colored Aurora Lake above the treasure land, directly above this peak, suddenly had thousands of aurora beams begin to rotate like a whirlpool. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Abruptly, thousands of aurora beams fell from the sky, each tens of thousands of kilometers long, in 5 colors, like countless colorful meteors plummeting downward. In an instant, the thousands of aurora beams completely enveloped the peak like a beaded curtain surrounding the mountain. The inheritors outside could not see what was happening inside the peak. Sumu stood calmly. After a moment, a purple ring appeared before him. It was a spatial ring. Accepting the ring, Sumu infused his spiritual imprint into it. Inside the spatial ring was a rolling purple river spanning 30 light-years in length and 3 light-years in width. A purple river. Sumu's mind stirred, and his spiritual consciousness entered the purple river, immediately receiving much information. Zisa River, a domain-type ordinary supreme treasure. A domain-type supreme treasure. Sumu's eyes revealed delight. Domain-type treasures were extremely precious. Even a high-level attack supreme treasure could not be exchanged for an ordinary domain-type supreme treasure. Such an item would attract even a universe master's desire. With a thought, Sumu shrunk the Zisa River into a purple soft ribbon like silk resting on his palm. At the same time, the 5-colored Aurora Lake transmitted a message to Sumu. It turned out that this treasure was left by one of the 3 ancestral gods of the ancestral god sect. The condition set for this treasure was that a realm lord must kill an invincible king comparable to a universe venerable. Sumu alone had met this condition, so the treasure was his. Sumu chuckled softly. Fortunately, the Barking Mirror King had challenged him, and was slain, or otherwise he would not have obtained this precious treasure. Barking Mirror King, you have truly contributed greatly to me. Sumu laughed heartily. This Barking Mirror King was a true benefactor, perfectly delivering a fortune to him. Once he was resurrected, Sumu would surely thank him properly. However, the Barking Mirror King would probably not appreciate Sumu's gratitude. The power of the 5-colored Aurora Lake dissipated, and Sumu's figure reappeared before everyone. I wonder what treasure the Origin King obtained. At least a supreme treasure. I think it might be a high-level supreme treasure. The treasure of the second highest peak should be left by an ancestral god, right? It would be unconvincing if it were not a high-level supreme treasure. Countless inheritors discussed, but none knew what treasure Sumu had actually obtained. Sumu did not want to engage with them. He left the treasure land, returned to his palace, and began a new round of cultivation. The Ziji Soul Clan's clone fell silent, entering a prolonged period of cultivation, unmoved by the clamor of the outside world. Virtual Universe Company Headquarters Continent. A figure with a formidable aura arrived here. It was the Bloodfire God General. Bloodfire God General. A human with 100-meter-tall stature and 4 arms appeared before the Bloodfire God General. May I ask what important matter brings the Bloodfire God General to our Virtual Universe Company? Rift Ruins Venerable, it's been 10,000 epochs since we last met, hasn't it? The Bloodfire God General laughed heartily. The person before him was named Rift Ruins Venerable, also a powerful universe overlord-level existence stationed at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. Indeed, it's been 10,000 epochs. Rift Ruins Venerable said with a leisurely smile. I have come here on the orders of the Thunder Beast God. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Bloodfire God General's expression turned solemn. On the orders of the Thunder Beast God? Rift Ruins Venerable asked in shock. Is it to see the Chaos City Lord? In Rift Ruins Venerable's view, since the order came from the Thunder Beast God, it must be related to the Chaos City Lord. Who else could attract the attention of the Thunder Beast God? It's not to see the Chaos City Lord. There's no need to disturb him. The Bloodfire God General quickly said. He also didn't want to see the Chaos City Lord, because the Chaos City Lord was too powerful. Facing him would bring immense pressure. It was better not to meet him, and besides his mission was not to see the Chaos City Lord in the first place. Oh, then who is it? Rift Ruins Venerable laughed. It's not to see me, is it? Haha. The Bloodfire God General shook his head. I am here for your human race's Reincarnation King. Reincarnation King. Rift Ruins Venerable's expression became serious. He had naturally heard of the Reincarnation King's reputation. A world lord level who killed an unrivaled king. Such a genius had long been the pride of the human race. This is the Thunder Beast God's inheritance token. The Bloodfire God General took out the Beast God inheritance token. The Thunder Beast God sent me to invite the Reincarnation King to the Ancestral God Sect. Your Ancestral God Sect actually took the initiative to invite the Reincarnation King. Rift Ruins Venerable was extremely surprised. Why not? The Reincarnation King is worthy. The Bloodfire God General smiled. He is indeed worthy. Rift Ruins Venerable nodded slowly. Haha, rest here first. I will deliver the message for you. Rift Ruins Venerable said. Then I'll trouble you. The Bloodfire God General said. Even though the Bloodfire God General was from the Ancestral God Sect, he could not enter the Chaos City and could only stay outside. In the Chaos City, Senior Brother, I'm going to the outer battlefield. Luo Feng and Sumu sat facing each other and Luo Feng spoke. Go ahead and be careful. Sumu said. Luo Feng nodded vigorously, full of admiration. He naturally knew that the Senior Brother before him had made a name that shook the universe in the outer battlefield. At the World Lord level he killed an unrivaled king. Even with the help of another unrivaled king, Sumu succeeded, but that alone was enough to show that Sumu's strength was absolutely formidable. His goal was to make a name for himself in the outer battlefield just like Sumu. As fellow Earthlings he couldn't fall too far behind. Since you're going to the outer battlefield, I'll give you a treasure. Sumu took out a golden battle armor and handed it to Luo Feng. What is this? Luo Feng was startled. It is called King Armor. Sumu smiled. King Armor? Luo Feng's body trembled. He knew of soldier armor and general armor. There was actually a king armor. Senior Brother, this is too precious. Luo Feng hurriedly declined. Sumu shook his head. It's not precious. It's only 5 billion mixed yuan units, basically worthless. There were only 3 king armors in the shops of the Hong Alliance City. Sumu bought one and gave it to Luo Feng. 5 billion mixed yuan units each was truly worthless to Sumu. Relying on the taxes from Earth and the many powerful beings he had killed, his current wealth surpassed that of an ordinary universe venerable and was comparable to a universe overlord. In terms of treasures, even an ordinary universe overlord could not match him. Luo Feng smiled wryly. Only Sumu could say that. 5 billion mixed yuan units. Not worth much, but he knew that Sumu had a lot of money. This amount really didn't matter to him. As they spoke, Rift Ruins Venerable flew over. Sumu and Luo Feng quickly stood up and bowed. Rift Ruins Venerable. Reincarnation King. Rift Ruins Venerable looked at Sumu and smiled. Reincarnation King, the Bloodfire God General of the Ancestral God Sect, wants to see you to give you a Beast God inheritance token and take you to the Ancestral God Sect. Are you willing? Ancestral God Sect. Beast God inheritance token. Luo Feng was confused by Rift Ruins Venerable's words. He didn't understand these two things. Giving me a Beast God inheritance token. Sumu had known about this already, but he still pretended to be surprised. Is the Ancestral God Sect so generous? It's not that the Ancestral God Sect is generous, but that your potential is too high. Rift Ruins Venerable said. Since the Ancestral God Sect is giving me a Beast God inheritance token, I will go to the Ancestral God Sect and experience the grandeur of the number 1 force in the universe. Sumu said. The number 1 force in the universe. Luo Feng took a deep breath. So this Ancestral God Sect had such a great background. Luo Feng, I'll be going now. Sumu said to Luo Feng. I hope that in a few hundred years I will hear news of you killing a king-level immortal in the outer battlefield. Senior Brother, rest assured. Luo Feng nodded. Rift Ruins Venerable glanced at Luo Feng. Although Luo Feng was not as good as Sumu, he was definitely a super genius in the human race. If it weren't for Sumu, Luo Feng would be the current number 1 genius of the human race. On the assassination list of foreign races, Luo Feng was second only to Sumu, ranking second. Leaving the Chaos City, he arrived at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company and met the Bloodfire God General. Bloodfire God General. Sumu gave a slight bow. Reincarnation King. The Bloodfire God General took out the Thunder Beast God Inheritance Token. If you are willing to go to the Ancestral God Sect, take this Beast God Inheritance Token. If you are not willing, don't take it. Sumu directly took it. Of course I am willing. The Bloodfire God General nodded in satisfaction. I will give you 3 days. After 3 days you will go with me to the Ancestral God Sect. Thank you, Bloodfire God General. Sumu left temporarily. Returning to the Chaos City, Sumu went to find Chen Shui. Chen Shui had also broken through to World Lord a few years ago and came to the Chaos City. Sumu naturally had to explain this matter to her. Ancestral God Sect. Beast God Inheritance Token. Chen Shui was as confused as Luo Feng, having no idea what these two things were. Sumu explained it to her properly. There is actually such a powerful force. Chen Shui had thought that the 6 peak races were the pinnacle of the universe, but unexpectedly, there was an Ancestral God Sect which was the true number 1 force in the universe. Then you should go quickly, Chen Shui said hurriedly. Although she was very reluctant, she didn't want to hinder Sumu's cultivation. The Ancestral God Sect and the Beast God Inheritance Token were clearly excellent things that would greatly help Sumu. You've suffered. Sumu gently stroked Chen Shui's hair. Don't say that. Chen Shui rolled her eyes at Sumu. If it weren't for you, I would probably still be at the universe level like those ordinary members of the primordial secret realm. Then how will you thank me? Sumu grinned. For these last 3 days, just thank me properly. Ancestral God Sect. Sumu's true body, under the guidance of the Bloodfire God General, arrived at the Ancestral God Sect. The news of Sumu's arrival spread throughout the entire Violet Thorn Island. The Reincarnation King is here. The super genius of the human race is here. I heard that the Origin King really dislikes him. I'm curious to see who is stronger between him and the Origin King. Is there even a question? Of course it's the Origin King. You don't really think the Reincarnation King can compare to the Origin King, do you? The Origin King killed the Barking Mirror King. That's true, the Reincarnation King can't match the Origin King. It's a pity that the Origin King is in seclusion, or otherwise there would be a good show. Countless inheritors discussed, but Sumu didn't care about these. This is the Golden Void Beast God Inheritance Token you asked for. The Bloodfire God General handed Sumu the Golden Void Beast God's Inheritance Token, and took back the Thunder Beast God's Token. Sumu had already accepted the Time Beast God's Inheritance. If he also accepted the Thunder Beast God's Inheritance, there would be overlaps. Both the Thunder Beast God and the Time Beast God were related to the Time Origin Law, so Sumu needed to change. Exchanging one was not a big deal, so the Bloodfire God General swapped it for Sumu. Thank you, Bloodfire God General. Sumu said. Cultivate well. The Bloodfire God General said. I'm leaving. He disappeared from before Sumu. Sumu arrived at the inheritance site and accepted the Golden Void Beast God's inheritance. His Golden Void Beast God path was only at the 3rd level, not as high as his Time Beast God path. I wonder if any foreign races will come to challenge me. After comprehending the inheritance, Sumu entered the Glory World. His reputation as the Reincarnation King was too great, and with the precedent of the Origin King, foreign races might not challenge him. Even if they wanted to, they would observe first before acting. Reincarnation King. In the Glory World, a king-level powerhouse from the Human Hong Alliance took the initiative to greet Sumu. I am Silkworm Spirit King. Sumu smiled and nodded, blending in with the kings of the Human Hong Alliance. Silkworm Spirit King said, Reincarnation King, you should be careful. The Origin King of the Ziji Soul Clan has a lot of hostility toward you for some reason. His talent is not inferior to yours. I've heard. Sumu nodded and smiled. Don't worry. If he comes to provoke me, I'll deal with him. Silkworm Spirit King smiled wryly. Both the Reincarnation King and the Origin King were extremely confident. The human Reincarnation King has entered the Glory World. Should we challenge him? He's only at the 3rd level. He shouldn't be as strong as the Origin King, right? It's better to be careful. Don't fall into the same trap as the Origin King. I'll challenge him first and test his strength. A challenge email was sent to Sumu's mailbox from a Transverse Forging King under the Mechanical Race Camp. Sumu looked at it. This Transverse Forging King's ranking was 7 million among over 90 million 3rd-level inheritors, which was at the lower end. Accept. Sumu accepted the challenge without hesitation and came to the challenge space. Reincarnation King, in the challenge space you have no treasures. Relying only on the Beast God inheritance, it's absolutely impossible for you to defeat me. The Transverse Forging King's appearance was like a knife, and he came from a very strange race. Is that so? Sumu looked at him coldly. Stop talking nonsense. Try it and you'll know. Sumu threw a punch at the Transverse Forging King, who flew up and sliced towards Sumu. A great battle erupted. Half an hour later, Sumu, covered in blood, blasted the Transverse Forging King to pieces. What was the result? Who won? How strong is the Reincarnation King? After the Transverse Forging King left the challenge space, countless inheritors eagerly asked. They wanted to judge Suumu's strength based on the battle between the Transverse Forging King and Suumu and decide whether to challenge Suumu. I lost, the Transverse Forging King said. But the Reincarnation King didn't have it easy either. His divine body lost at least 80% and he was just short of falling into slumber. Is that so? That means the Reincarnation King is stronger than the Transverse Forging King, but only by a limited margin. Haha, I've been saying this is the normal level. Not everyone is as freakish as the Origin King. I want to challenge him. I want to challenge him too. We must teach this human a lesson. He killed our race's Desire Dream King. Damn him. One after another challenge emails were sent to Suumu's mailbox. Seeing the growing number of challenge emails, a smile involuntarily appeared on Suumu's lips. His fishing plan had succeeded. With his strength, the mere Transverse Forging King was nothing. He could kill him with a single punch. The reason he didn't kill him directly but had a fierce battle with him, and Suumu even had a narrow victory, was precisely for this moment. If he won too quickly, who would challenge him? He had to make those guys think they could defeat him, so they would issue challenges. That way Suumu could gain a large amount of glory points and squeeze them thoroughly. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Suumu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Reincarnation King, what's wrong? Silkworm Spirit King and other inheritors were puzzled. Now there are 300,000 inheritors challenging me. Suumu laughed. So what? Silkworm Spirit King was speechless. Didn't you just barely defeat the Transverse Forging King? Who said I barely won? Suumu looked at him. Silkworm Spirit King was speechless. The fact was that he had barely won, and who said otherwise? Was he trying to be stubborn? You'll know in a moment. Suumu smiled and didn't explain further. They would find out whether he had barely won or not. Suumu was not in a hurry. He watched as the challenge emails increased, quickly breaking through 400,000 and heading toward 500,000. After waiting a bit more until the challenge emails reached 500,000, Suumu began accepting challenges. Inside the challenge space, Suumu's opponent was the Ice Eagle King from the demon race. Reincarnation King, you actually dare to accept a challenge? You trash, who is even worse than the Transverse Forging King. The Ice Eagle King immediately insulted Suumu because Suumu had killed the Desire Dream King, causing the entire demon race to lose face, and they detested Suumu immensely. Don't worry, your turn is coming soon. A green hook appeared and sliced through the Ice Eagle King's body. You! How is this possible? The Ice Eagle King's consciousness dissipated, utterly terrified. How could Suumu be so strong? Ice Eagle King met defeat with astonishing swiftness, so swift that none of the inheritors could react. Ice Eagle King failed. According to Ice Eagle King, that Reincarnation King is formidable. Humph. I think it's that Ice Eagle King who is too much of a failure, not that Reincarnation King is too powerful. The clamor of countless inheritors could not stem Suumu's resolve to continue accepting challenges. Every subsequent challenger met the same fate as Ice Eagle King, failing in the blink of an eye. After Suumu fought 100 battles in a row and achieved 100 consecutive victories, all the inheritors finally understood that Suumu was truly formidable. Then how did he become locked in such a fierce stalemate with Cross Forging King? I understand now. He did it on purpose. He was pretending. Exactly, he was definitely pretending. He had the strength to defeat Cross Forging King in a single blow, yet he feigned a narrow victory, using this trick to deceive us all. Vile, shameless, utterly disgraceful. The human race is too treacherous. Countless inheritors cursed aloud, knowing they had been duped. Not only had they lost face, but they would also forfeit their points. In stark contrast, the human Hongming, which had first worried about Suumu, now erupted in jubilation. When one's own is cunning and deceitful, it is no longer called cunning and deceitful, but rather wisdom and intelligence. It seems Reincarnation King is indeed extremely powerful. Of course, being able to defeat Desire Dream King is no empty boast. I wonder what it would be like if Reincarnation King and Origin King were to clash. Origin King has gone into seclusion. Who knows when he will emerge? Many inheritors sent emails to Suumu's ZG Soul Clan clone, sowing discord, and urging the clone to emerge and deal with Suumu. Suumu naturally saw these emails, but he showed no reaction and continued his cultivation in seclusion. Would his clone and his true self really have to battle? It was all just a deception for the other inheritors. With Origin King in seclusion, Reincarnation King won victory after victory in the outside world, achieving over 500,000 consecutive wins and amassing over 500,000 glory points. Carrying this immense glory, Reincarnation King also entered seclusion. Zijing Island finally settled into a semblance of peace. 100 years passed unhurriedly. Suumu's true body arrived at the treasure land. Reincarnation King has gone to the treasure land. What treasure can he obtain? Surely it can't be better than Origin King's. I don't think Reincarnation King can match Origin King. That's certain. Origin King obtained the treasure of the second highest peak. For Reincarnation King to surpass Origin King, he could only obtain the treasure of the highest peak. That's naturally impossible. The news of Su Mu's appearance at the treasure land stirred countless inheritors, all eager to see what treasure Su Mu would obtain, especially the alien races who gnashed their teeth in hatred, desperately hoping Su Mu would gain nothing good. He'd better get nothing at all. The demon race hated Su Mu the most. Upon arriving at the treasure land, Su Mu's first target was the highest peak. What a pipe dream! Countless inheritors watched from the sidelines, sneers frozen on their faces. They refused to believe that Su Mu could obtain the treasure of the highest peak. Just as they thought this, the highest peak suddenly trembled, and a 5-colored aurora enveloped the entire mountain, expelling every inheritor except Su Mu. Impossible! How could he possibly trigger the treasure of the highest peak? I refuse to believe this is real. Countless alien races went mad. This was worse than death itself. Although Origin King had obtained the treasure of the second highest peak, Origin King was from the Ziji Soul Clan and belonged to no faction, so no one took it seriously. They merely envied Origin King. Su Mu was different. Su Mu was a genius of the human Hongmeng, and any treasure he obtained would strengthen the human Hongmeng. Reincarnation King actually triggered the treasure of the highest peak. Truly worthy of being the #1 genius of our human race. Haha, I think even Origin King is far inferior to Reincarnation King. Origin King only managed the second peak. The human Hongmeng felt both envy and joy. After all, Su Mu was a human genius. The stronger he became, the greater the benefits for them. Enveloped in the 5-colored aurora, Su Mu received a spatial ring. Inside the ring lay a slender long sword, its blade adorned with strange beast patterns. The top-grade close combat treasure Taishao sword. At the same time, a vast amount of information flooded into Su Mu's consciousness. Ancestral God heritage. Su Mu's eyes widened. He had only known about the beast god heritage, never imagining there was also an ancestral god heritage. Yet since the beast god heritage existed, it was not unreasonable for the ancestral god heritage to exist as well. Su Mu received the heritage of the double-faced ancestral god. Thank you, ancestral god. Su Mu bowed toward the void, unconcerned whether the ancestral god could see him. A voice sounded in Su Mu's ears. He had actually received a response from the double-faced ancestral god. The 5-colored aurora dissipated, and Su Mu once again appeared before the crowd. What treasure did Reincarnation King obtain? Countless inheritors were curious, but since Su Mu refused to speak, they had no way to find out. Even the human Hongmeng could not force Su Mu to reveal what he had obtained. Carrying the Taishao sword and the ancestral god heritage, Su Mu left the treasure land and returned to his palace to meditate on the ancestral god heritage. Another 100 years passed. Su Mu left his palace and headed for the ancestral god's secret realm. He needed to go to the GOC to create a GOC clone. He still had 2 clone slots, and the GOC clone was absolutely essential. It was an extremely important clone, and once obtained he would truly be invincible. In the future, traversing the cosmic sea would also rely on the GOC clone. A day later, Su Mu teleported and arrived at the Geo spacetime. Gazing into the distance, he saw an endless ocean stretching beyond the horizon. At first glance it appeared azure, then instantly turned purple, then blood red, then transparent as crystal, then golden silver white, deep gray azure again. The colors shifted ceaselessly, marvelously unique. The Joyo Sea is truly wondrous. Su Mu sighed softly. Since I've come to the Joyo Sea, I won't use Luo Feng's method. Su Mu knew the method Luo Feng used, but it was too troublesome and had a very high failure rate. Su Mu was not going to use that method. He had his own ideas. Su Mu of the human race requests an audience with the Lord of Nine Nether. Su Mu spoke, his voice spreading far and wide with tremendous force. Human. Seeking death. Coming to the geospacetime and daring to disturb the Lord of Nine Nether. Are you tired of living? The powerful experts training in the geospacetime and the natives of the GOC were shocked. Could anyone be so audacious as to alarm the Lord of Nine Nether? If one wanted to die, this was not the way. Su Mu hovered in the void, his face expressionless, and simply bowed slightly toward the GOC. He believed the Lord of Nine Nether could hear his voice. Boom! A great, unimaginable aura descended directly. The world power of the Joyo within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers instantly formed a vacuum, converging completely in the air before Luo Feng, directly forming a colossal face-shaped outline. Heaven and earth changed color entirely, turning a deep blood red. In the blood-red sky, the enormous head gazed coldly down at Su Mu. The Lord of Nine Nether had descended. Human. The Lord of Nine Nether spoke coldly. Greetings, Lord of Nine Nether. Su Mu bowed with utmost respect. You seek me. What is the matter? The Lord of Nine Nether asked indifferently. Su Mu smiled inwardly. As long as the Lord of Nine Nether was willing to appear before him, his plan was already half successful. Lord of Nine Nether, I wish to obtain a drop of seawater from the Blood Sea to condense a clone. Sumu stated his purpose directly without any deceptive tricks. I hope the Lord of Nine Nether will grant it to me, and I am willing to exchange a heavy treasure for it. The Lord of Nine Nether said coldly, do you know what the seawater of the Blood Sea represents? The seawater is part of my child's divine body. That is why I offer a heavy treasure in exchange, Sumu said. Interesting. The Lord of Nine Nether chuckled lightly. You want seawater from the Blood Sea to condense a clone? I can give you some. Thank you, Lord of Nine Nether. Sumu quickly expressed his gratitude. Don't thank me yet. Agree to my condition first and then I will give it to you. Please state your condition, Lord of Nine Nether. I want you to join the outer organization of the Ancestral God Sect. The outer organization has always been very free with no regular duties. Occasionally the Ancestral God Sect has some matters that need resolving and we will issue orders. If you are unwilling to carry them out, you can even state your reasons and the sect will not force you. Join or not. Sumu did not hesitate. Greetings, Protector God Lord. Sumu knew the Lord of Nine Nether would make this request. The potential he had displayed was even greater than Luo Feng's in the original story, so naturally the Lord of Nine Nether would want to recruit him. This was precisely why Sumu dared to directly propose conditions to the Lord of Nine Nether. Even if the Lord of Nine Nether refused, Sumu would not care. He would not kill Sumu because Sumu had not touched the Blood Sea. And as long as the Lord of Nine Nether appeared, it meant the likelihood of his agreement was extremely high. Sumu's plan succeeded perfectly. Here is the seawater you requested. A mass of blood-red seawater materialized before Sumu. This is my divine body's seawater. The Lord of Nine Nether did not give the seawater of his child, but directly gave his own. His life gene level was extremely high. He wanted to see if Sumu dared to accept it. If Sumu dared to accept, it would mean Sumu could nurture a clone from him, which would be truly extraordinary. Sumu reached out, took it, and placed it into his spatial ring. Then he produced the heavy treasure Golden Flame Divine Feather, obtained from the outer domain battlefield. Lord, this is my heavy treasure. Ha, you actually brought out a heavy treasure in exchange. The Lord of Nine Nether laughed. I always keep my word. Sumu's face was calm. Very well, I'll accept it. The Lord of Nine Nether took the Golden Flame Divine Feather and the enormous head vanished. At the same time, an invisible force enveloped Sumu, teleporting him out of the Joyo spacetime. Success! Sumu smiled and teleported back to Zijing Island. Let the nurturing begin. Sumu used a strand of golden light to penetrate the seawater. The Lord of Nine Nether's own body seawater. This is something even Luo Feng never obtained. Of course, even if Luo Feng had obtained it, he could not have nurtured it. His golden horned beast talent was not up to the task. Only Sumu, relying on the golden light cluster in his mind, could accomplish what Luo Feng could not. Nurturing successful. Sumu thought to himself. As expected of the Lord of Nine Nether's own body, it requires a full 1,000 years to complete the nurturing. 1,000 years was nothing. Sumu could afford to wait. While Sumu was nurturing the clone within his inner world, the time beast god clone roared toward the sky, its body continuously growing, its life gene level steadily rising. When the time beast god clone reached a state of ultimate perfection, its life gene level reached 10081 times. It's coming. Sumu murmured to himself. Boom! The entire inner world instantly froze. Everything ceased to function. A most mysterious force invaded Sumu's mind, yet his thoughts could still turn. I wonder what innate secret method I will obtain. Sumu pondered. He knew that when one's life gene level reached the perfect 10081 times, one would receive a gift from the will of the original universe. Sumu's consciousness arrived at the most mysterious place in the original universe. Around him specks of light drifted. Whoosh! One of the specks of light suddenly transformed into a streak of radiance, hurtling into Sumu's consciousness at a speed far exceeding light. Sumu did not even think of fleeing, or he knew this was the innate secret method bestowed by the original universe. Pictures rapidly transmitted into Sumu's consciousness. His consciousness seemed to witness the birth of the universe, the birth of countless lives, and then the destruction of the universe. A scene of world-ending apocalypse, myriad images. Sumu was about to forget these images after seeing them, but the golden light cluster suddenly trembled, and these images, which should have been forgotten, were etched into his mind with crystal clarity. Then came an endless stream of information merging into his consciousness. Subsequently, Sumu's consciousness was expelled from this mysterious place. Those images, they are the scenes of the original universe's destruction and birth, aren't they? Sumu immersed himself in them. Witnessing the destruction and birth of the original universe was no ordinary fortune. It was only because of the mysterious golden light cluster that he could memorize these images. Otherwise the will of the original universe would erase these images, making him forget them completely. Law Ocean. Natural wormhole. Universe secret realm. The beginning of one cycle, the 10,000 realms transformed into boundless space. Destruction. And rebirth. The path of destruction. The path of life. Observing the birth and destruction of all universes, Sumu gained endless insights, but he could not yet apply them, and the insights were vague because he was still too weak. It was like a student who had just learned addition and subtraction being shown calculus. Even if he were very clever and understood the mysteries of calculus, it would be of no use. However, as Sumu's strength increased, these insights would eventually transform into his power. Sumu awoke from his insights. 100 years have already passed. Let me see what kind of innate secret method I have obtained. An exceedingly intricate innate secret art was engraved within Sumu's consciousness. He did not know how this secret art was created, nor did he fully comprehend its mysteries, yet he was able to execute it. Just as an ordinary person does not understand how a washing machine is created or the principles of its operation, yet can still use it without issue. The name of this innate secret art was Wheel of Time. This Wheel of Time was an innate secret art, perfectly suited for the time beast god avatar. By executing the Wheel of Time, one could summon a massive temporal wheel, and Sumu could travel to any mark on that wheel. In other words, within a certain area he could return to the past or advance into the future. As his power grew, the scope of this area and the length of past and future he could traverse would also expand. Return to the past. Advance into the future. Sumu drew a deep breath. Even if a universe lord executed the move reverse time and space, they could only see scenes of the past or retrieve something from that past time. They could not personally travel to the past. The future was even less accessible. Yet the Wheel of Time allowed Sumu to travel between past and future. A truly terrifying secret art. Although this move lacked the explosive power of Luo Feng's I am the universe, its profundity actually surpassed that technique. If I could fully comprehend the mysteries of this move, could I myself travel through past and future? Sumu considered another possibility, traveling through past and future. Just thinking about it was thrilling, but the mysteries of this move are still too obscure for me now. The intricate profundities of the innate secret art seemed like a celestial scripture to Sumu. He could only set it aside for now and continue to comprehend the beast god inheritance and the ancestral god inheritance. The beast god inheritance and the ancestral god inheritance were both graded, making them easier to grasp. From then on, Sumu kept a low profile, cultivating alone in his palace and never emerging. The alien races that wanted to deal with him gnashed their teeth in frustration but could do nothing. The Origin King, who was an avatar of the Violet Extreme Soul clan, also remained in seclusion, showing no intention of coming out. The two super geniuses of the ancestral god sect were eager to battle, but the many inheritors ultimately missed the chance to witness it. Another 100 years passed. The light origin law, I have fully comprehended it. As I guessed, I cannot break through. The law Sumu had the deepest mastery over was the light origin law. Earlier he had been just a thread away from fully comprehending it, but had deliberately held back to avoid breaking through. Over the past century he had already fully comprehended the light origin law, yet he still had not broken through to immortality. This was within Sumu's expectations. His foundation was so profound that it was unimaginable. Absolutely the deepest in the primordial universe. No, not just this cycle era. Throughout the endless cycles of time, no domain lord could match his depth of foundation. Naturally, his difficulty in breaking through was also the greatest in the endless cycle eras. Merely comprehending the light origin law was insufficient for him to break through. Luo Feng wandered the universe for 50,000 years before breaking through. I'll learn from him. Sumu quietly left the ancestral god sect and returned to the headquarters continent of the Virtual Universe Company. Qian Shui was also there. Let's go. I've never properly seen this vast universe. Sumu took Qian Shui's hand and they left together. Through the mysterious and boundless universe, Sumu traveled with Qian Shui, visiting various places. Meanwhile, his other 7 basic laws began to be comprehended one after another. Time passed. Several hundred years later, Sumu's 9 Nether Sea avatar was also nurtured. The 9 Nether Sea avatar also reached the perfect gene level of 10081 times, and received an innate secret art bestowed by the primordial universe. It was precisely the same as Luo Feng's I am the universe. This innate secret art possessed extreme power. Once executed, divine power would burn and the divine body would instantly transform into a miniature universe, trapping the enemy within. It could bind the enemy, weakening their strength, while greatly enhancing the user's own power within the miniature universe. If self-destructed, it was like a universe explosion capable of directly annihilating the enemy. In terms of profundity, I am the universe was inferior to the Wheel of Time, but in terms of offensive power it was overwhelming. However, even Sumu would have to wait until his 9 Nether Sea avatar became an immortal before he could execute this move. Another few hundred years passed. Inside the virtual universe, Senior brother. Su Xian Luo Feng's family Lei Shenhong and others approached Su Mu together. Su Xian said urgently, Senior brother Luo Feng has lost contact. He said he had to do something very important and we can't reach him even through the virtual universe. Do you know where he is? Don't worry. Su Mu smiled. Luo Feng is undergoing a trial now. It's a great thing for him. A great thing. Everyone was delighted. Since Su Mu said it was a great thing, it must be so. They all trusted his words completely. However, Su Mu spoke. Su Xian's heart tightened. Su Mu said cheerfully, Don't worry, there's no danger. But you'll need to wait for a very, very long time. As long as there was no danger, Su Xian relaxed and asked, How long? Over 6,000 years. Su Mu replied. That long? Everyone's expression changed. The history of China was only 5,000 years up and down. Haha, you are all destined to be immortals. What is 6,000 years? Su Mu chuckled. There are still long years ahead. Since senior brother says Luo Feng is fine, we'll just wait for him peacefully. Everyone felt relieved. 6,000 years was indeed long, but when one thought of having millions of years of lifespan or even immortality, 6,000 years didn't seem like much. As for the Luo family, there was no need to worry. Even if Luo Feng truly died, as long as Su Mu was alive, the Luo family would not be bullied. Su Mu's reputation now resounded throughout the entire human race. Although he kept a low profile and had no recent achievements, no one dared to underestimate him. After comforting Luo Feng's family, Su Mu continued to tour the universe with Qian Shui. They visited billions of races, endless secret realms, dangerous places, and beautiful places. 5,000 years later, on that day, Su Mu felt a resonance within. I can break through. He sensed the barrier to immortality and knew he could shatter it, if he wished. At the same time, Qian Shui came to Su Mu's side overjoyed. Su Mu, I'm pregnant. Su Mu scanned her belly and immediately sensed 2 life auras within. Haha, it seems we have double happiness. Double happiness. Qian Shui was momentarily bewildered, then laughed. You mean I'm carrying twins, a boy and a girl? That's only one happiness. What's the other? I'm about to break through. Really? Qian Shui was immensely delighted. She knew that the thing that had long troubled Su Mu was the barrier to immortality, and now he could finally shatter it. And she was also pregnant. Good things come in pairs. Where do you plan to break through? Qian Shui said. They say the deeper the foundation during the Domain Lord stage, the greater the commotion when breaking through. Your breakthrough might be as spectacular as breaking through to Universe Venerable. You need to find a good place. Of course. Su Mu smiled. I've already found the place. Where? Chaos City. Only Chaos City was the safest place. Breaking through elsewhere would cause a huge commotion and be detected by certain powerful beings. Moreover, given Su Mu's strength, the commotion of his breakthrough would far exceed that of an ordinary person breaking through to Universe Venerable. He didn't want to be too high profile and attract alien races to send a supreme being to kill him. Then let's go back. It's time to return. Qian Shui said. The two returned to Chaos City together. Su Mu met the Chaos City Lord. City Lord. Su Mu bowed. What is it? The Chaos City Lord smiled at Su Mu, knowing that if Su Mu sought him out, it must be for something important. I want to break through. I hope the City Lord can find me a very quiet place where no one can detect the commotion. Su Mu said. Your foundation is deep, so the commotion will certainly be significant. It is suitable to find a quiet place. The Chaos City Lord replied. Su Mu continued. City Lord, my breakthrough might be comparable to a Universe Venerable breaking through to Universe Lord. That much commotion. The Chaos City Lord looked astonished. He believed Su Mu would not lie to him. That would be meaningless. But this only highlighted how terrifying Su Mu was. The commotion of breaking through to immortality being comparable to breaking through to Universe Lord. What kind of power was that? But considering that Su Mu had killed a Universe Venerable level existence while still a Domain Lord, it was not hard to understand. He also knew that the Origin King was Su Mu's avatar. In that case, you can break through in my Chaos Ruins here. It's the quietest place apart from me. No one can know what happens inside. The Chaos City Lord said. Thank you, City Lord. Su Mu sat cross-legged and his Indestructible will began to strike the barrier of immortality. In terms of will, Su Mu already possessed the will of a Universe Lord, which was why he said the commotion of his breakthrough would be comparable to a super powerhouse breaking through to Universe Lord. The 8 basic origin laws surged and endless law power poured in. The golden origin law, the wood origin law, the water origin law, the light origin law. The oceans of 8 origin laws descend together. Even the Chaos City Lord with all his experience gasped in utter shock. He had never seen such a terrifying sight. The endless ocean of laws seemed as if the entire origin law ocean of the universe had descended here, pouring all its power into Su Mu's body. Truly comparable to a universe overlord crossing into the realm of Universe Lord. The Chaos City Lord murmured. When I broke through to Universe Lord back then, it was probably no more than this. Then a smile spread across his face. As expected of the disciple favored by the teacher, our human race has gained another supreme powerhouse. Now that he has just become immortal, he can probably easily slay ordinary universe venerables. Even universe overlords, unless they are top-tier ones like the Heavenly Erosion Palace Lord. Ordinary universe overlords might only be able to fight him to a draw. No, I'm wrong. I forgot that this junior brother of mine has even more treasures than I do. Our human race now has another top-tier universe overlord. Haha. Judging from the commotion of Sumu's breakthrough, his past achievements, and his understanding of Sumu, he was certain that once Sumu successfully broke through, he would possess the strength of a top-tier universe overlord. Sumu's main body and 4 avatars were all madly absorbing the power of the Law Ocean. At the same time, in the ancestral god sect Purple Thorn Island, above the palace of the Origin King, a terrifyingly vast Law Ocean descended. Countless inheritors gazed in horror at the immense Law Ocean, the terrifyingly intense commotion, shaking the entire ancestral god sect. The 3 ancestral god palaces, the 8 beast god halls, more than a dozen guardian beast god halls. The eyes of countless powerhouses all fell upon the palace where the Violet Extreme Soul Clan avatar resided. Is this the commotion of a domain lord breaking through to immortality? The Thunder Beast God couldn't help but say, when I became a universe lord back then, I didn't have such a big commotion. Neither did I. Nor I. Only the 9 Nether Lord, when breaking through to Universe Lord, might have had a commotion of this magnitude. With this breakthrough, he probably now has strength comparable to an ordinary universe overlord. Even the 3 ancestral gods were shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying genius. The powerhouses of various races and alliances on Purple Thorn Island also discussed animatedly. What a pity that this Origin King isn't of our demon race. The Origin King is so formidable. What about the human race's Samsara King? You don't think the Samsara King can compare to the Origin King, do you? No way, right? No way. Even if the Samsara King is inferior to the Origin King, if he even has 1/10 of the Origin King's power, he would be terrifying enough. That's right. The Samsara King is definitely inferior to the Origin King, but 1/10 should be no problem. Damn the Samsara King. The commotion of the Origin King's breakthrough aroused envy and jealousy among many powerhouses, but no killing intent because the Origin King had no grievances with them. However, when they thought of the Samsara King through the Origin King, the races and alliances involuntarily generated murderous intent. The Samsara King must die. Haha, my main body and 4 avatars all possess terrifyingly powerful divine bodies. Sumu laughed joyfully in his heart. His main body had a full 5 billion times the power of a domain lord. An ordinary universe venerable only had 100 million times the power of a domain lord. And Sumu's Violet Extreme Soul Clan avatar had 6 billion times. The 5-colored Void Ancient Serpent avatar had 10 billion times. The Time Beast God avatar had 15 billion times. The 9 Nether Sea avatar also had 10 billion times, but its divine body was enormous. 9 Nether Sea avatar's divine body was equivalent to hundreds of billions of ordinary human universe venerables. Hey, with the 9 Nether Sea avatar, unless a supreme being makes a move against me, no one can kill me. Sumu smiled, then frowned slightly. If the 3 races really wanted to kill him, they would certainly send a supreme being. What he feared was precisely the supreme beings. But even a supreme being might not be able to kill me. A glint of cold light flashed in Sumu's eyes. The commotion caused by Origin King's breakthrough shook the entire universe and billions of races. Everyone knew that another super powerhouse had been born in the cosmos. One with limitless potential. In contrast, Sumu's true self and his other avatars remained unknown to the world. Only Chaos City Lord and his teacher Original Ancestor knew the strength of his true body. His other 3 avatars were unknown even to Chaos City Lord and Original Ancestor. He chose to remain low-key and dormant. It was enough to let the ZG Soul Clan avatar act arrogantly in the outside world. There was no need for his true self to cause too much stir, nor even to let people know that he had already broken through. Thank you, City Lord. After breaking through, Sumu stood up to thank Chaos City Lord. No need to thank me. These are all my duties. Chaos City Lord chuckled, then said solemnly. There is another thing I must tell you, that Origin King in the Ancestral God Temple who dislikes you has also broken through. The upheaval of his breakthrough is no less than yours. Moreover, unlike you, he has no clan or alliance behind him, so no clan or alliance will target him. But for you it is different. Once the news of your breakthrough leaks out, even the universe's ultimate beings from other races will come to kill you. Chaos City Lord put himself in Sumu's shoes. If Sumu were not human but a member of the demon race, he would also be unable to resist the urge to eliminate Sumu. Even the ultimate axe would personally set out to kill him. A super genius not belonging to one's own race must be destroyed. Sumu laughed inwardly. Chaos City Lord did not know that Origin King was actually one of his avatars. City Lord, rest assured. I know what to do. I will stay very low-key. Sumu said. Chaos City Lord nodded. You already possess many treasures, so I will not give you additional ones. No need, Sumu said. Then Sumu left Chaos Void. He arrived at the primordial secret realm, the Abyss of Purgatory, silently. Within the Abyss of Purgatory, 2 of his treasures awaited him. One was the peak-grade palace treasure, the Purgatory Demon Palace. The other was the inheritance of an ancient civilization. Having reached the immortal level, he could now obtain the ancient civilization inheritance. As for the Purgatory Demon Palace, Purgatory had said he would need the combat power of a Universe Lord to take it away. Sumu did not yet possess the combat power of a Universe Lord. He only had the combat power of a top-tier Universe Overlord, and even that he could not reveal. Entering the Abyss of Purgatory, Sumu arrived at the Purgatory Demon Palace. You're here. Purgatory appeared, looking at Sumu in surprise. You have broken through quite quickly. I never expected that in just a few thousand years, you would have reached the immortal level and become eligible for my master's ancient civilization inheritance. Sumu smiled. Purgatory continued. What is your combat power now? With your high talent, upon becoming an immortal, you should have the combat power of a king-level immortal, right? Yes. Sumu nodded, saying no more. There was no need to boast about having the combat power of a top-tier universe overlord. The combat power of a king-level immortal is still far from being enough to avenge my master. Purgatory sighed. Do not become complacent with trivial achievements. The universe is far vaster than you imagine, and there are far more powerhouses than you think. I understand. Sumu certainly knew. Even the entire universe was nothing much. The cosmic sea was the grand stage, and the origin continent was the ultimate arena. Come receive the ancient civilization inheritance. Purgatory walked into the Purgatory Demon Palace. Sumu followed closely. Purgatory led Sumu before a huge black disk. The black disk was as enormous as Earth, inscribed with countless strange patterns that had never appeared in the original universe. All these patterns were formed of black flames. This is the ancient civilization inheritance my master obtained, called the True Luo Yen Inheritance. Purgatory said. True Luo Yen Inheritance. Sumu indicated he had never heard of it. He only knew of the Duandong He Inheritance. This True Luo Yen Inheritance is only a part of the vast inheritance my master obtained. My master once said that with his talent he could only acquire this much. Purgatory glanced at Sumu. As for the greater inheritance, you will have to rely on yourself. Me. Sumu was startled, then said joyfully, do you happen to know where that vast inheritance is? Yes, I do. Purgatory nodded. Sumu was overjoyed. Didn't that mean he had a chance to obtain an even greater ancient civilization inheritance? He wondered what level that ancient civilization inheritance was. Was it on par with the Duandong He Inheritance? Or higher? Or perhaps lower? Do not think about that for now. The greatest inheritance is not in the original universe. You do not even have the strength to leave the original universe. Focus on what is in front of you first. Purgatory poured cold water on Sumu. Sumu smiled unconcerned. He believed that it would not be long before he had the strength to leave the original universe. Sit cross-legged at the center of this huge stone disk, and you will receive the True Luo Yen Inheritance. Purgatory said. This is the ultimate flame inheritance and also my master's Tao. The Tao of the Purgatory Master was the Tao of Flame. Sumu had once asked Original Ancestor about the Purgatory Master. Original Ancestor frankly said that even he was inferior to the Purgatory Master in the Path of Flame. Of course, in a real battle, Original Ancestor could easily kill the Purgatory Master. Sumu flew to the center of the huge stone disk and sat down cross-legged. After sitting down, infinite streams of information entered Sumu's consciousness, all concerning the manipulation of flame power. Even with Sumu's consciousness, receiving the True Luo Yen Inheritance took a full half-month. Besides countless techniques for using the Tao of Flame, the core of the inheritance was a single ultimate art. True Luo Yen. It was an extremely terrifying offensive art. When executed, it could unleash endless flames, burning the heavens and earth, incinerating the universe. Using True Luo Yen to burn the divine body could amplify the divine body's power tenfold. Burning the divine body already greatly increased strength, and with the tenfold amplification of True Luo Yen, the terror was unimaginable. Sumu left the huge stone disk and looked at Purgatory. Can I pass on the True Luo Yen Inheritance to others? Yes. Purgatory said. This inheritance is only an introductory part of the vast inheritance my master encountered. It can be passed on. Purgatory's words made Sumu yearn even more for that vast inheritance. If the True Luo Yen Inheritance was only introductory, it was hard to imagine how formidable the greater inheritance must be. Alright, you have received the True Luo Yen Inheritance. You may leave now. Purgatory said. I await the day you have the combat power of a Universe Lord and come to take me away. It won't be long. Sumu smiled. I hope so. Purgatory did not grasp the deeper meaning in Sumu's words. He only knew that Sumu's combat power was at the king-level immortal stage, still an unfathomable distance from a universe lord. Perhaps even by the time the original universe was destroyed, Sumu might not reach the level of a universe lord. In the vast original universe with countless living beings, how many could become universe lords? After leaving the abyss of purgatory, Sumu sent a thread of his consciousness to the virtual universe. Teacher. Sumu contacted Original Ancestor. The white-robed Original Ancestor appeared before Sumu. During Sumu's 5,000 years of cultivation, Original Ancestor had not appeared and Sumu had not disturbed him. What is it, my boy? Original Ancestor asked with a smile. Teacher, I have just obtained the ancient civilization inheritance, left by the Purgatory Master, called the true Luo Yen inheritance. Sumu said honestly, the reason I sought you, teacher, is to pass on the true Luo Yen inheritance to you, hoping it might be of help. An ancient civilization inheritance would be a tremendous help to Original Ancestor. With his wisdom and insight, he would surely be able to comprehend some things from it. Original Ancestor had helped him greatly, now it was Sumu's turn to repay him. After speaking, Sumu transferred all the information of the true Luo Yen inheritance to Original Ancestor without leaving out a single detail. Original Ancestor was stunned. He had not expected Sumu to call him for this reason. He thought Sumu might have needed his help with something. I have not accepted this disciple in vain. An ancient civilization inheritance, something I have never encountered, has been obtained by him. Original Ancestor murmured to himself. Could the opportunity for my escape lie with this disciple of mine? He received all the information of the true Luo Yen inheritance. Truly an ancient civilization inheritance. It is of considerable help to me. Original Ancestor's comprehension of the true Luo Yen inheritance was even deeper than Sumu's. After all, his strength far surpassed Sumu's, allowing him to see more and farther. However, if he wanted to escape the suppression of the original universes while relying solely on the true Luo Yen inheritance was certainly insufficient. To rescue Original Ancestor, Sumu would need to strive even harder. After passing on the true Luo Yen inheritance to Original Ancestor, Sumu settled down to cultivate diligently. This ancient civilization inheritance was enough for him to study for a long time. Along with the Beast God inheritance, the Ancestral God inheritance, and what Original Ancestor had taught him, he still had much to learn. Low-key Sumu became completely low-key. Time passed. 1,000 years later, in the domain battlefield at the Star Tower, I have succeeded. Luo Feng opened his eyes. His exhausted gaze was filled with joy. Child. A towering old man appeared before Luo Feng. It was Zuoshan Ku. Luo Feng had successfully bonded with the Star Tower, and became Zuoshan Ku's disciple. From now on, you are the leader of the Earth lineage. I hope you will always be the leader of Earth. Zuoshan Ku said. Leader of Earth. Luo Feng pondered. The leader of Earth is my senior brother Sumu. Haha, I created Earth, so I say you are the leader and you are. Zuoshan Ku laughed heartily. Besides, your senior brother will not compete with you for the position of Earth's leader. Luo Feng did not argue with Zuoshan Ku. In his heart, Sumu was the Earth leader. Everything on Earth, including Luo Feng's current achievements, was inseparable from Sumu's help. He himself did not care about the title of Earth leader. After laughing, Zuoshan Ku said, however, your senior brother is truly formidable. He was able to resist my influence. Teacher, what do you mean? Luo Feng was puzzled. In fact, I also subtly influenced your senior brother, hoping he would come to bond with the Star Tower. Zuoshan Ku said. But he never came. Zuoshan Ku had always been observing Earth, so he naturally noticed Sumu. Given Sumu's displayed talent and potential, he would certainly want Sumu to bond with the Star Tower. However, Sumu had no intention of doing so and instead went to the third domain battlefield. Senior brother didn't come. Luo Feng was puzzled. Haha, since he didn't come, it means the Star Tower is fated to be yours. Zuoshan Ku laughed. Even if he had come, he might not have succeeded in bonding, and could even have died. His not coming was a good thing for him. I think senior brother could have succeeded. Luo Feng believed that Sumu would have had a better chance than himself of making the Star Tower recognize him. Of course, he said this only in his heart. There was no need to voice it and contradict his newly acknowledged teacher. Since he didn't come, all the treasures I left behind belong to you. At this point, Zuoshan Ku's gaze suddenly looked into the endless distance of spacetime, and he said softly, the primordial star is about to open. Teacher, what's wrong? Luo Feng asked, puzzled. What is the primordial star? The primordial star is still too far away for you. At least a universe venerable strength is needed to go there. Zuoshan Ku said calmly. Most low-level and mid-level universe venerables won't go. You should focus on cultivating for now. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng asked no more. Even matters beyond the involvement of mid-level universe venerables were far beyond his reach. The right path was to cultivate diligently. Meanwhile, great powerhouses from various races also sensed the impending opening of the primordial star, and began making preparations. The human race convened a high-level meeting. Sumu did not attend the high-level meeting because in the eyes of outsiders, he had no record of killing a universe venerable, and was not considered a universe venerable, so naturally he would not be invited. However, Sumu still learned of the primordial star's upcoming opening through an email from Chaos City Lord. Chaos City Lord knew Sumu's strength and knew that Sumu was fully capable of entering the primordial star, so he naturally did not leave him out. Why is the primordial star opening so soon? Sumu frowned as he looked at the email from Chaos City Lord. He clearly remembered that the primordial star opened after Luo Feng became an immortal. But Luo Feng was still inside the star tower with tens of thousands of years left before he could become an immortal. The opening of the primordial star was tens of thousands of years earlier than in the original story. The plot has changed drastically. Could it be because of me? Sumu could find no other reason. The cause of the change could only be himself. Since the primordial star is about to open, I will go and take a look. Sumu called up the information about the primordial star and began to study it carefully. The origin stars, the core of the vast universe, are the battleground for countless races. There are a total of 10081 origin stars. According to the messages transmitted, since the birth of the universe, these 10081 origin stars orbit the source of the universe, making them the closest places to the source of the universe in the entire cosmos. The 10081 origin stars contain boundless treasures, but also endless dangers. There are 10081 passages leading to the origin stars normally closed. Only after an extremely long period of time will they open once. Each opening lasts for 1,000 epochs. After 1,000 epochs it will close. All powerful beings who enter must leave before the closure, or they will inevitably perish. No matter what secret techniques such as clone lingering or incarnation lingering are used, if one remains on the origin stars when the passage closes, they will surely perish. There are no exceptions. This is the most mysterious place in the universe. No place can surpass it. The origin stars are filled with countless treasures, and countless experts enter to battle. Every time the origin stars open, a universe master will fall. After reading the secrets of the origin stars, Sumu already had a plan. First, his ZG Soul Tribe clone Origin King would definitely go to the origin stars. Oh no, Origin King is now called Origin Venerable. The 5-colored Void Ancient Serpent will also go. The 9 Nether Sea clone will also go. The Time Beast God clone and the main body will stay in the human clan's Chaos City. The Time Beast God clone must never show itself, otherwise the Ancestral God Church will be shaken and come to investigate. Once the Ancestral God Church gathers the various races and alliances of the universe, and forces the human clan's Hong Alliance to hand over Sumu, the Hong Alliance will not be able to protect him. The Time Beast God clone is even more important than his main body and must never be exposed. The main body will not go either. If the main body goes, it will certainly fight with the experts of the various races and alliances. At that time, with his immortal realm, he would slay universe venerables and universe overlords from all races and alliances, which would surely shake the entire vast universe. Although the original novel's Luo Feng also achieved this, Luo Feng was also resented by the 3 races who specially invited the strongest beings in the universe to kill him. Sumu does not want to face the strongest beings in the universe for now, and he does not have a treasure like the Star Tower to protect himself. His main body will just stay low and hidden. After all, he has 3 clones enough to help him seize treasures on the origin stars. The 9 Nether Sea clone might be recognized by the 9 Nether Lord, but that doesn't matter. He believes the 9 Nether Lord will not reveal it. With the plan set, Sumu's main body and clones went to the spatial layers to prepare to build their divine kingdoms. His clones are different from Luo Feng's golden-horned beast clone. Each of his clones can be considered an independent entity, but all are controlled by his consciousness. That is to say, his main body and clones together can build 5 divine kingdoms. This is also why he can be arrogant in the Ancestral God Church. Even the ancestral gods cannot know that Origin King is his clone. In the glory world, he and Origin King are separate. The spatial layers can be divided into thousands or tens of thousands of layers. The first layer is spatial debris. The second layer is the divine kingdom layer. The third layer is the spatial torrent layer. Actually, this classification is made by ordinary immortals. In the eyes of true super experts, the spatial layers are a single vast expanse. The closer to the original universe, the smaller the spatial debris. The farther from the original universe, the larger the spatial debris. The deeper into the spatial layers, the greater the danger. In the safest places, even world lords can survive, but as one goes deeper, it becomes increasingly dangerous, and some places can cause even universe venerables to fall. Sumu's main body and clones continued advancing through the spatial layers. Naturally, he would not build his divine kingdom in the divine kingdom layer, which is where ordinary immortals build their divine kingdoms. With his strength, he could go to deeper places to build his divine kingdom. Moreover, his inner world is very large, so the spatial debris needed to build the divine kingdom is also large. In the endless spatial torrent layer, Sumu searched for spatial debris suitable for himself and his clones to build their divine kingdoms. After a few days, he found a piece of debris that met the requirements. This spatial debris had a maximum diameter of 8.9 trillion kilometers and a minimum diameter of 5.6 trillion kilometers. He decided to build his divine kingdom here. Sumu activated his inner world, and instantly an invisible energy burst forth, directly locking onto the enormous spatial debris in the distance. A vast world faintly appeared in midair, seemingly existing in illusion and another dimension. It began to fly toward the huge spatial debris, and the debris also flew toward it. One illusory, one real. They gradually converged. Rumble. The surrounding space trembled and all other spatial debris dodged away. The faint illusory world gradually merged with the huge spatial debris, becoming stable, and a real world began to be born. After a moment, the once illusory world completely vanished, leaving only an extremely real world. That was the divine kingdom. Sumu used a teleport to enter his divine kingdom, feeling its terrifying power. Even a universe overlord-level existence upon entering his divine kingdom would be killed by its power. In the following days, his other clones each found suitable spatial debris and built their divine kingdoms. A single person possessing 5 divine kingdoms, each comparable to a universe overlord's divine kingdom, with boundless power and terror. Very good, now it's just a matter of waiting for the origin stars to open. Sumu left his divine kingdom. He dispatched all 3 of his clones, while his main body stayed in Chaos City accompanying Qian Shui. Qian Shui was pregnant, and it would take some time for the child to be born. His genes and Qian Shui's genes were already different from the original Earth humans, so naturally it was no longer a 10-month gestation. Qian Shui would be pregnant for 10 years. However, she was also a world lord, and even while pregnant there was no effect. Senior brother, I'm back. While Sumu was accompanying Qian Shui, Luo Feng also arrived at Chaos City. It's good that you're back, Sumu said with a smile. Luo Feng looked at Sumu and asked thoughtfully, Senior brother, haven't you broken through to immortal yet? From the leaked aura, Sumu still appeared to be just a world lord, not yet reaching the immortal realm. Luo Feng didn't believe that Sumu had not yet become immortal. Guess? Sumu blinked. Haha, I know. Luo Feng didn't need to guess. He knew Sumu had definitely broken through to immortal, and the world lord appearance was just a disguise. He had the Chaos City Lord's gift of the Sure Wu wings to change his aura. He believed Sumu also had a treasure that could alter his aura. Sumu's reason for still maintaining an immortal state must have his own reasons. Senior brother, how strong are you now? Luo Feng asked curiously. When Sumu was a world lord, he could kill invincible king-level beings. He couldn't imagine how powerful Sumu would be after breaking through. I should be the strongest below universe master, Sumu said softly. SSS. Luo Feng inhaled sharply. The strongest below universe master. What did that mean? Even a top universe overlord like the Tianshi Palace Master would not dare to claim to be the strongest below universe master. Sumu dared to say so, because even an existence like the Tianshi Palace Master could not possess as many powerful treasures as Sumu. Senior brother, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Luo Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sumu said calmly, you have a powerful teacher and obtained powerful treasures, don't belittle yourself. Luo Feng looked at Sumu in surprise and confusion. How did Sumu know? He was sure that Sumu knew he had taken Zuoshanku as his teacher, and that he had recognized the Star Tower as his master. What he didn't understand was how Sumu knew. Did Sumu have the talent of foresight? You should cultivate as soon as possible. The origin stars have appeared. Sumu said. Origin stars. Luo Feng had heard of the origin stars from Zuoshanku. What exactly are the origin stars? Luo Feng asked curiously. A place where treasures and danger coexist, Sumu said. I understand. Just one sentence was enough for Luo Feng to understand what the origin stars were. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. Tomorrow is the day the origin stars open. Sumu, accompanying Qian Shui in Chaos City, said with a smile, tomorrow my child will also be born. He could sense that on the day the origin stars opened his child would be born. It was probably some kind of inexplicable fate. Are you really not going to the origin stars? Qian Shui looked at Sumu in surprise. She knew Sumu had the strength to explore the origin stars. She originally thought he would go, but Sumu told her he would not go. Of course I'll stay and accompany you, Sumu said with a smile. How could the origin stars be more important than my child? Qian Shui pouted and rolled her eyes at him. Do you think I'll believe your lies? She didn't believe Sumu. She was sure that Sumu had other reasons for not going to the origin stars. She didn't know that Sumu had several clones. I'm telling the truth, Sumu shrugged. Even without the clones, his main body would not go to the origin stars for now. At least he would wait until the child was born and spend some time with them before going. Since he had clones, there was even less reason for the main body to go. He had already given all the treasures on his main body to his 3 clones, letting them explore the origin stars and seize treasures. Even the peak treasure, the 10,000 Methods Divine Mirror, Sumu gave to his ZG Soul Tribe clone. He was confident that his clones would not fall on the origin stars, so he naturally wasn't afraid of losing the treasures. Unless the strongest beings in the universe acted who could kill him. The next day the origin stars opened and Sumu's child was also born. 2 children, a boy and a girl, twins. The boy, like Sumu, had the appearance of an earth human. The girl, like Chen Shui, had green secret patterns on her face, the complete August secret patterns. Moreover, both had a golden thread in their pupils. That was the power of the golden light orb in Sumu's mind. For his own children, Sumu certainly wouldn't be stingy. When they were just conceived, he used the golden light orb to temper their bodies and souls. Their talents were absolutely terrifyingly high. Their names. Sumu had already thought of them. The son will be called Su-chan, and the daughter will be called Su-jin. Chen Shui had no objection. When Sumu's children were born, naturally many experts sent various gifts. Although in their eyes Sumu had not yet broken through to immortal, no one thought that Sumu couldn't break through. It was just that the difficulty of Sumu's breakthrough was too great, but he would definitely succeed in breaking through to immortal before the end of his lifespan. It was just unknown how many years it would take. However, once Sumu became an immortal, he would surpass the existence of a low-level universe, venerable, naturally earning the respect of countless people. Even the Chaos City Lord sent a gift. He was one who truly knew Sumu's real strength. The Lord of the Chenwu Universe Kingdom also sent a gift. Also the Saint Lord of the August Planet. And Luo Feng. The treasure Luo Feng sent was the sealing star of the Star Tower. Sumu accepted all of them without decline. While Sumu's main body was joyfully receiving gifts here, his 3 clones were watching the opening of the origin star passages. The passages opened one by one with awe-inspiring power. The power of each passage opening was even more terrifying than that of a universe master. Then groups of forces began to surge into the origin stars. The 10081 passages were distributed throughout the universe. The super forces formed by the countless races of the universe, each super existence, either acting alone or in pairs or groups, flew into the passages one by one, and entered the origin stars. The 10081 origin stars. Bloody slaughter begins. Sumu's 3 clones entered the origin stars through different passages. Then the 3 clones gathered together, exchanged glances, and smiled. With the 3 clones joining forces, he would dare to fight even a universe master. Of course, without special reasons, he didn't want to provoke a universe master. Sumu landed on an origin star. An endless pressure pressed on his body, far exceeding that of a neutron star. There are a total of 10081 origin stars, each of the same size with a diameter of about 100 billion kilometers. The spatial fluctuations on the entire origin star are completely stopped, and the extreme pressure is enough to directly reduce ordinary immortal gods to nothingness. This powerful pressure causes space to tremble, making it impossible to use Divine Kingdom teleportation. No teleportation. No Divine Kingdom teleportation either. Although the pressure was immense, it was nothing to Sumu. His 3 clones, the weakest being the ZG Soul Tribe clone, possessed 600 million times the power of a world lord. And the most ordinary universe venerables had only 10 million times the power of a world lord. Even if universe venerables tried every means to enhance their life gene level, reaching 600 million times the power of a world lord was not a simple task. It took a universe overlord level existence to achieve 600 million times the power of a world lord. And Sumu was only an immortal. Arriving on a primordial star, the ZG Soul Clan clone drifted aimlessly. Seeking treasures on a primordial star depended on both strength and fortune. Some supreme treasures might emerge without any commotion. Perhaps a powerful being had already claimed a treasure without arousing suspicion. When a top-tier set of treasures emerged, there would be a stir, possibly triggering a scramble. If a divine treasure appeared, it would definitely cause a massive upheaval. The greater the commotion, the better the treasure. It seems there are no supreme treasures on the primordial stars. Sumu pondered, recalling that the original story never mentioned such a phenomenon. If a supreme treasure truly appeared, even the universe strongest in the cosmos, including those in the cosmic sea, would rush back to vie for it. The entire human race possessed not a single supreme treasure, illustrating its rarity. No, that was not true anymore. Now there was one in Luo Feng's hands, a weapon surpassing even a supreme treasure, a god-king level artifact. According to ancient experience, each time the primordial stars opened, the powerful would not roam about, but instead linger in one place, sensing the aura, and awaiting the emergence of treasures. It was akin to waiting by a tree stump. After all, with 10,081 primordial stars, each spanning 1 trillion kilometers, wandering aimlessly was impractical. Better to lie in wait. The ZG Soul Clan clones simply drifted, going wherever the wind took it without any destination. Mu had no idea where the treasures mentioned in the original story had appeared, so he could not head to those locations. He could only wait in silence. After 3 days of aimless drifting, the ZG Soul Clan clone suddenly sensed a peculiar aura. It's very close to me. If I can sense its aura, it's no ordinary treasure. Based on the intensity, it should be a top-tier treasure or a divine treasure. The instant he sensed the peculiar aura, the ZG Soul Clan clone flew toward the source. Meanwhile, one by one powerful beings from various locations also rushed toward the same point. The source of the aura was closest to Mu. He arrived almost instantly upon detecting it. On a plain, he saw treasures emerging one after another from the earth. A helmet, armor greaves, a shield, a battle axe. So it's a top-tier set of treasures. The ZG Soul Clan clone extended a thread of divine sense permeating the set with divine power. It hasn't fully emerged yet. On the primordial stars, a treasure had to fully emerge before it could be claimed and bonded. Although a set of treasures could be bonded piece by piece as they emerged, an incomplete set was merely ordinary treasure to Mu. Bonding them would be of little significance. The ZG Soul Clan clone waited quietly. Before long, a figure radiating immense power descended. A colossal snow-white Jiao dragon. The ZG Soul Clan clone glanced at him, casually recognizing him as the Shua Jiao Venerable, a universe high-level venerable of the Snow Jiao clan. The Snow Jiao clan had a larger population than the ZG Soul Clan, and belonged to the Crystal Clan camp, one of the 6 peak cosmic races. Hunyuan Venerable. Upon seeing the ZG Soul Clan clone, the Shua Jiao Venerable halted immediately, his eyes filled with deep wariness. The scene of the ZG Soul Clan clone breaking through to immortal in the primordial divine teaching had long spread throughout the universe. Every powerful being knew that the ZG Soul Clan clone possessed the strength of a universe overlord. Moreover, the ZG Soul Clan clone was known to possess more than one divine treasure. The lay beast god had gifted him 2, and he had obtained others from the primordial divine teaching's treasure vault. On the surface, the ZG Soul Clan clone had at least 3 divine treasures, one of which was likely a high-level divine treasure. The Shua Jiao Venerable longed to kill the ZG Soul Clan clone and claim all his treasures. But he was not foolish. He knew he was no match for the clone. When the opponent was still a realm lord, he had easily slain the Fei Jing King who rivaled a venerable. Now that he was an immortal, someone like the Fei Jing King was beneath his notice. Rumors had long circulated in the universe that the ZG Soul Clan clone had the strength of a universe overlord. This was no exaggeration but the absolute truth. Shua Jiao Venerable, do you desire these treasures? The ZG Soul Clan clone stared at him coldly. The Shua Jiao Venerable remained silent, waiting for other powerful beings to arrive. Alone, he was no match for the ZG Soul Clan clone. But if joined by others, the situation might change. If they joined forces to besiege the ZG Soul Clan clone, perhaps they could kill him and seize all his treasures. The Shua Jiao Venerable could not suppress his greed. 3 divine treasures. Who could resist? The ZG Soul Clan clone saw through his intentions, sneered inwardly, and said no more, quietly watching the set of treasures emerge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one powerful beings arrived. Some alone, others in groups of 3 or 5. Among them, the ZG Soul Clan clone spotted a 4-member team from the Human Alliance. Troublesome. The ZG Soul Clan clone muttered to himself. His initial thought was to kill all of them and take their treasures. But he could not very well kill members of the Human Alliance, could he? No one knew the true identity of the ZG Soul Clan clone, but one day it would be revealed. Killing his own allies, what difference would that make from the Flame Emperor? Everyone is here. The ZG Soul Clan clone still drifted like a ghost, sensing that no more auras were approaching. Then, all of you die. The ZG Soul Clan clone directly ignited his divine body, and a streak of starlight flashed across the void. Boom, boom, boom. One after another powerful figures exploded. Even universe high-level venerables had no resistance against the ZG Soul Clan clone. Where the Star Scar Sword passed, only one universe high-level venerable from the Northern Frontier Alliance barely survived. Oh, a defensive divine treasure. The ZG Soul Clan clone laughed heartily. Then you'll have to hand it over. Luo Wang Meng Shen Bell. A dream of 10,000 years. The Northern Frontier Alliance universe high-level venerable, who possessed a defensive divine treasure, instantly fell into a deep slumber, his soul annihilated. In the end, only the 4 universe high-level venerables of the Human Alliance remained. You 4. The ZG Soul Clan clones stared at them coldly. The 4 venerables, terrified and awed, quickly bowed. Hunyuan Venerable, we will leave immediately. Do you know why I didn't kill you? The ZG Soul Clan clone said flatly. Go back and ask your alliance's Luo Wang. Why hasn't he broken through to immortal yet? I spared you today because I want to kill him first. Among the Human Alliance, only Luo Wang is worthy of dying by my hand. You are not worthy. The 4 universe venerables of the Human Alliance looked displeased. Were they so beneath him that even dying by his hand was unworthy? Get lost. The ZG Soul Clan clone shouted coldly. The 4 universe venerables swiftly departed. Though insulted, they had survived. Better than being dead. I never thought we would live because of Luo Wang. Luo Wang. Alas, Hunyuan Venerable already has the power of a universe overlord, while he hasn't even become an immortal. Even if he does, he'll likely be no match for Hunyuan Venerable. True. Luo Wang is merely the number 1 genius of our human alliance, but Hunyuan Venerable can be called the number 1 genius of the universe. There's still a gap. Let's go. We'll tell the other human alliance members to stay as far away from Hunyuan Venerable as possible. A universe overlord level existence was a 7-star overlord in the human alliance. Soon news spread that Hunyuan Venerable had slain many powerful beings, spared only the human alliance members, and provoked the human Luo Wang. Why does Hunyuan Venerable always regard Luo Wang as his rival? Could it be that the human Luo Wang has some hidden secret we don't know? It's very possible. I suspect that Hunyuan Venerable and Luo Wang have met before and fought a battle, and that Luo Wang won. Otherwise Hunyuan Venerable wouldn't hold such a grudge against him. That makes a lot of sense. I think so too. As the rumors spread, a story of enmity between Hunyuan Venerable and Luo Wang took shape, giving reason for Hunyuan Venerable's resentment. In the virtual universe within Hongmeng City, Sumu heard the discussions and could not help but chuckle. Luo, did you really defeat Hunyuan Venerable? A human universe venerable asked with a smile. Pretty much, Sumu admitted directly. How did you defeat Hunyuan Venerable? When? Everyone was curious. When I was a realm lord, I suppose, Sumu said casually. That guy fled like a dog beaten badly. I never expected him to become an immortal before me. But it's no big deal. Let him swagger for a few more years. I see. Luo, you're truly amazing. Break through to immortal quickly. I believe once you do, you'll also have universe overlord level strength, and then you'll beat Hunyuan Venerable like a dog again. Everyone laughed heartily. Sumu was speechless. How did it feel like I was insulting myself? The discussions in Hongmeng City soon spread across the entire universe, even reaching the ears of the ZG Soul Clan clone. The ZG Soul Clan clone naturally did not refute. His silence only made the universe's powerful beings believe that what Sumu said was true. That Hunyuan Venerable had been beaten by Luo Wang and thus bore such deep hatred. But the past was the past. Now Hunyuan Venerable had the strength of a universe overlord, while Luo Wang had not yet broken through to immortal. The gap between them was immense. If Luo Wang dared to appear before Hunyuan Venerable, death would be the only outcome. This matter was merely an anecdote among the universe's powerful beings, and did not affect their quest for treasures on the primordial stars. After that set of treasures, the ZG Soul Clan clone obtained no other treasures, but he heard of battles on various primordial stars. Within just 2 or 3 years, dozens of universe venerables had fallen. Among them, those killed by the ZG Soul Clan clone accounted for a quarter. The large-scale battles haven't broken out yet. When they truly erupted, even universe overlords would fall, and even universe lords might perish. This was only the beginning. Many treasures had yet to emerge, and the battles on the primordial stars remained small-scale. Many small-scale skirmishes ended without any deaths. Drifting aimlessly, the ZG Soul Clan clone arrived before a massive vortex passage. Each primordial star had 10,080 vortex passages, each leading to another primordial star. Since I'm here, I'll switch to another star. The ZG Soul Clan clone entered the vortex passage and arrived on another primordial star. The moment he entered, he suddenly sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura. This aura was vast and sweeping enough to make one's heart tremble. A high-level divine treasure. The ZG Soul Clan clone was stunned. He had not expected to encounter a high-level divine treasure upon arriving on a random primordial star. I wonder what kind of high-level divine treasure it is. A great battle is inevitable. Thinking this, the ZG Soul Clan clone still flew swiftly toward the source of the aura. A high-level divine treasure would attract countless powerful beings. Universe overlords would definitely come, and even universe lords might join the fray. Ordinary divine treasures might not interest a universe lord, but a high-level divine treasure was certainly worth their personal intervention. After all, even a universe lord like the Celestial Wolf Lord possessed only one high-level divine treasure. The Celestial Wolf Hall. A high-level divine treasure, if not needed, could be exchanged with the clan for a suitable one. The more divine treasures, the better. During the flight, the ZG Soul Clan clone sensed dozens of powerful auras, mostly universe high-level venerables, along with 3 universe overlords. Flying onward, he arrived at the source where more than 40 universe high-level venerables and 2 universe overlords had already gathered. Hunyuan Venerable. He's here too. Humph. He's alone. Who's afraid of him? The arrival of the ZG Soul Clan clone drew the attention of many powerful beings, especially the 2 universe overlords who coveted the treasures on his person. The ZG Soul Clan clone ignored them, his gaze fixed on a massive lake at the center of the crowd. In the lake, a mountain emitting a red glow was slowly rising with only its peak visible. One could imagine that a great deal of the mountain's body was still submerged. The treasure would emerge only when the entire mountain had risen. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. Attack type, ceiling type, domain type, the ZG Soul Clan clone pondered. But it's definitely a high-level divine treasure. Even among high-level divine treasures there were hierarchies. If it were a domain type or soul type high-level divine treasure, it would be the most precious, rivaling a top-tier divine treasure. Like the Zisa River he had obtained. The peak's treasure slowly emerged, attracting an increasing number of powerful beings. Some of them had even traveled from other prime planets. Although communication was impossible on the prime planet and the virtual universe had no coverage there, those with avatars could transmit information from the outside. Powerful beings from all 9 major superpower alliances in the universe had arrived. During Sumu's wait, 200 experts had already gathered here. Among them 90% were high-level universe venerables, and over 20 were universe overlords, including 2 who were top-tier universe overlords. One was Lord Jukuin from the Northern Frontier Alliance. This top-tier universe overlord was renowned throughout the universe. Wielding a high-level palace treasure, the Jukuin Hall, he was invincible against ordinary universe masters, and could survive their attacks. The other was Venerable Residual Frost from the Prison Race Alliance, also a top-tier universe overlord with the strength to face ordinary universe masters without perishing. The powerful beings of the Northern Frontier Alliance and the Prison Race Alliance gathered around their leaders. They were the most formidable forces present. Jukuin, Venerable Residual Frost, spoke, her voice utterly cold. This peak treasure is about to emerge. How about we first clear out some trash? Lord Jukuin said indifferently, agreed. The 2 powerful beings conversed without concealing their words, causing the experts from other races and alliances to change color. The 2 top-tier overlords along with their subordinates were enough to deal with the rest. I'll give you 10 seconds. Get as far away as possible and I'll spare your lives. Lord Jukuin said coldly. After 10 seconds no one will be spared. Lord Jukuin was not so insane as to kill all the experts, nor did he have the audacity. If so many universe venerables were killed, the alliances behind them would surely seek revenge. Some universe master might even come to kill him. 10. 9. Lord Jukuin began counting each number, striking the hearts of the gathered experts like a heavy hammer, filling them with terror. They were unwilling but powerless and had no choice but to leave. Just then a universe venerable from the demon race roared. Our race's venerable Tianhua has arrived. A being with pure white fur, a hunched back, and a huge blood-red vertical eye on its face radiating an endless aura of bloodshed descended with a thunderous presence. Venerable Tianhua of the demon race, a top-tier universe overlord. Lord Jukuin and Venerable Residual Frost frowned simultaneously. As the second most powerful existence in the Heavenly Wolf Clan, second only to the Heavenly Wolf Master, his strength was unquestionable. Another top-tier universe overlord made the treasure hunt even harder, but no one could prevent Venerable Tianhua's arrival. With Venerable Tianhua's arrival, the demon race experts naturally gained the right to stay. Even if they wanted to leave, Venerable Tianhua would not allow it. He needed their help. The experts from other races and alliances had no choice but to leave one after another unwillingly. In the end, only 4 forces remained: Lord Jukuin's Northern Frontier Alliance members, Venerable Residual Frost's Prison Race Alliance members, Venerable Tianhua's Demon Race Alliance members, and Su Mu's Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar. The avatar hovered silently in the void, never speaking, moving, or reacting. He merely watched the peak treasure awaiting its complete emergence. After the other alliance's experts left, the remaining 3 factions finally noticed the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar. Venerable Origin. Him. Lord Jukuin stared coldly at the avatar. Venerable Origin, you should leave. I'll give you face and allow you to depart now. Lord Jukuin truly did not take the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar seriously. To outsiders, the avatar was only at the level of an ordinary universe overlord, incomparable to a top-tier one. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar glanced at the 3 alliance's experts and said in a flat tone, "If you don't want to die, leave immediately. If you stay, you'll bear the consequences." Ha ha ha. Venerable Tianhua laughed. Venerable Origin, are you threatening us? It's a kind reminder. I'm rarely this benevolent. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar said earnestly. Oh, so you were beaten like a dog by the reincarnation king of the human race. Venerable Residual Frost taunted. The avatar's tone remained unperturbed. I acknowledge the reincarnation king's strength, but you are clearly unworthy. Since you trash seek death, I'll grant it. After you die, those with avatars, tell your kin not to provoke me in the future. With a thought, the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar unleashed the ultimate secret art, 10,000 Years One Dream, enveloping all experts, including the 3 top-tier universe overlords. All those below the universe overlord level who were struck by 10,000 Years One Dream fell into slumber instantly. The high-level universe venerables, had no resistance against Su Mu's illusory attacks. Even universe overlords could barely hold on. Only the 3 top-tier overlords remained relatively lucid, but they were still heavily affected. Purple Sarah River. A purple river appeared rolling and surging, enveloping all the experts. The river scattered hazy purple starlight, each ray carrying immense pressure. A high-level domain treasure. Venerable Tianhua exclaimed in shock. They possessed high-level treasures, but a high-level domain treasure was comparable to a top-level treasure. Something they rarely even saw. Swish! The Star Scar sword darted through the void, reaping the lives of alien experts one by one. Any being whose divine body touched the sword was doomed. High-level universe venerables were no different from ordinary beings before the purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar. A single sword strike sufficed. Universe overlords with high-level armor treasures could barely withstand a few strikes, but not for long. With the avatar's illusion domain and the Purple Sarah River's dual pressure, even universe overlords had their power greatly diminished. Only the 3 top-tier universe overlords using their own techniques could resist the avatar's attacks. Origin, you dare provoke the 3 alliances? Are you not afraid of death? Venerable Tianhua roared. Afraid of you? The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar sneered. I gave you a chance and you didn't take it. Then die. The void rippled slightly, and a massive serpentine shadow appeared behind Venerable Tianhua. Its colossal tail swept across the void, striking him viciously. With a thunderous boom, Venerable Tianhua's divine body plummeted by 20%. Even wearing high-level armor, he could not withstand such a terrible blow. This was Su Mu's 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar in action, also using the ultimate secret art Annihilate Void. Moreover, the serpent avatar possessed the ability to teleport, which was not restricted on the Prime Planet. You have another avatar, a 5-colored void ancient serpent. Venerable Residual Frost's face changed drastically. I have many tricks. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar sneered. You claim that even Universe Masters cannot kill you. Let's see if I can kill what Universe Masters cannot. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar used various methods to trap the 3 top-tier universe overlords. Meanwhile, the 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar continuously teleported through the void, appearing each time to deliver a devastating strike to the 3 top-tier overlords. With a power of 1 billion times that of a realm lord and burning his divine body through the true Luo Yen inheritance, the 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar could even fight a universe master. Boom! Venerable Tianhua was struck again by the serpent's tail, losing another 20% of his divine body. No, if this continues I will surely die. Venerable Tianhua was terrified and turned to flee without a second thought. Can you escape? Within the domain of the Purple Sarah River, Venerable Tianhua's speed was greatly hindered. Facing the teleporting 5-colored void ancient serpent avatar, he had no chance of escape. Not only him but Venerable Residual Frost and Lord Juquan also had no chance to flee. However, Lord Juquan had not yet suffered much damage as his Juquan Hall had formidable defenses, and Su Mu was too lazy to attack him. Lord Juquan, piloting the Juquan Hall, charged headlong out of the Purple Sarah River's range. He gave up all other thoughts, only wanting to escape the river's coverage and reach another prime planet, abandoning the peak treasure. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar ignored him, merely sneering coldly. Today not a single one of these experts would leave. They would all die. Lord Juquan's Juquan Hall was also his prize. A high-level palace treasure was no less valuable than a high-level domain treasure. Venerable Tianhua roared and self-destructed, scattering various treasures. Origin, the universe master of my demon race, will avenge me. You won't live to see that day, the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar said casually. Then he looked at the fleeing Venerable Residual Frost. Venerable Residual Frost, stop running. I'll give you a chance, let me enslave you, and you can continue living. Otherwise I'll kill you and no one can resurrect you. Not even the universe most powerful of your prison race. If Venerable Residual Frost, a top-tier universe overlord, died, even the universe most powerful would have to pay an enormous price to revive her. Such a cost, without special circumstances, the universe most powerful would not undertake. Venerable Residual Frost sneered in response. Do you think that's possible? Nothing is impossible. I promise that once I become a universe most powerful I will release you from slavery and set you free. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar said calmly. When I become a universe most powerful you will be of no use to me. There's no need for me to deceive you. Now you still have some value. Don't waste my patience. I'll give you 1 second to decide. Alright, I agree. Within that second, Venerable Residual Frost had pondered billions of times, analyzed the pros and cons, and ultimately chose to be enslaved. She believed the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar had no reason to lie to her, and she also believed he could become a universe most powerful. Most importantly, she did not want to die. Venerable Residual Frost opened her soul. Su Mu's soul consciousness entered her soul and planted the enslavement mark. You are the reincarnation king of the human race. At the final moment of enslavement, Venerable Residual Frost suddenly realized that Venerable Origin and the reincarnation king were the same person. All the powerful beings in the universe have been deceived. Venerable Origin and the reincarnation king are the same person, and Venerable Origin is merely the reincarnation king's avatar. How strong is that reincarnation king? I was right. He truly can become a universe most powerful. I just wonder if he will keep his promise. After thinking all this, Venerable Residual Frost knelt down. Greetings, Master. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar nodded casually. Let's go. We'll see Lord Jukuin. The five-colored void ancient serpent avatar teleported, bringing the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar and the enslaved Venerable Residual Frost to intercept the fleeing Lord Jukuin. Lord Jukuin, don't think about escaping. I'll give you a chance to live. Surrender willingly or die. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar said coldly. Do you think I'm as useless as Venerable Residual Frost? Lord Jukuin sneered from within the Jukuin Hall. He would never submit to enslavement. It would be better to die. More importantly, he had an avatar which had already notified the Universe Master of the Northern Frontier Alliance, who was coming to rescue him. He only needed to hold out for a little while longer to be saved. With the Jukuin Hall, he believed he could endure. Lord Jukuin, you asked for this. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar, the five-colored void ancient serpent avatar, and Venerable Residual Frost joined forces to attack the Jukuin Hall. Even though the hall could withstand most of the force, the remaining power that penetrated into it still shook Lord Jukuin severely. With each combined attack, Lord Jukuin lost 20% of his divine body. It's over. I can't wait for Lord Ceylon. Lord Jukuin despaired. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar's strength far exceeded his expectations. This was no top-tier universe overlord. This was a genuine universe master. In despair, Lord Jukuin's divine body exploded. All his treasures were collected by the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar. After killing Lord Jukuin, the avatar returned to the location of the peak treasure. In the Northern Frontier Alliance, within an ancient star domain. My avatar was destroyed by Venerable Origin, and my Jukuin Hall is gone. Lord Jukuin's eyes were filled with hatred and pain. Losing an avatar could be compensated by spending treasures to condense a new one, but losing the Jukuin Hall was truly a tragedy. Master of Ceylon, my avatar has been slain by the Origin Venerable. Before the giant Jukuin Hall master stood a 9-meter-tall monster covered in green tentacles. What? You had the protection of the giant Jukuin Hall, yet you were killed by the Origin Venerable. The Master of Ceylon was shocked and incredulous. The giant Jukuin Hall master relied on the might of the giant Jukuin Hall to act arrogantly on the primordial star. In terms of survival ability, he was undoubtedly top-notch. It seems this Origin Venerable is a troublesome one. The Master of Ceylon sneered. But he has too many treasures. He doesn't deserve them. On the primordial star, the mountain peak treasure rose from the lake, soaring 3,000 kilometers high, vast and awe-inspiring. The divine power of the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar enveloped it, initiating the process of ownership. Soon the avatar obtained the information of the mountain peak treasure. The Black Tuo Prison Peak, a high-grade sealing treasure. It's actually a sealing-type treasure. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar rejoiced. He did possess a sealing treasure. The Star Tower's sealing star, a gift from Luo Feng to his child. However, the sealing star was merely a heavy treasure far inferior to the high-grade Black Tuo Prison Peak. With a thought, the avatar stowed away the Black Tuo Prison Peak and prepared to leave. Boom! A formidable and terrifying figure descended, casting a massive shadow over the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar. Origin. A booming voice rang out like a deity. Master of Ceylon. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar's tone remained calm. Are you here to avenge the giant Jukuin Hall master? Hand over the giant Jukuin Hall, that mountain peak treasure, and the Purple River. The Master of Ceylon said coldly. Considering you are an outer member of the primordial god sect, I will spare your life. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar chuckled. Master of Ceylon, who do you think you are? You overestimate yourself. You are merely a first-level universe master, aren't you? How dare you act arrogantly before me? The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar showed no respect, his words extremely arrogant. I advise you to get as far away as possible, or you will become the stepping stone for my fame across the universe. You seek death. The Master of Ceylon was first dumbfounded, then enraged beyond measure. How could he, a universe master, be insulted by an immortal? Could he tolerate this? Before the Master of Ceylon, a giant hammer appeared, viciously smashing toward the location of the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar. The hammer shattered space-time itself. If this were not the primordial star but the outside world, the void would have been crushed into pieces. This was the Master of Ceylon's top-grade attack treasure, the Tian Kuin Void-Shattering Hammer. My first battle against a universe master. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar murmured. The purple river spanned the sky, and the black mountain peak suddenly appeared, blotting out the sun. At the same time, a massive palace emerged, shielding the avatar. A high-grade domain treasure. A high-grade ceiling treasure. A high-grade palace treasure. Greed flickered in the master of Ceylon's eyes. Any one of these three treasures would make his heart race with desire. A mere immortal like you does not deserve so many treasures. Die! The Tianquan void-shattering hammer struck again, shattering the void. Taste my self-created secret technique. Kill! The purple extreme soul clan avatar unleashed the 10,000 years dream, striking at the soul of the master of Ceylon. However, as a universe master, his will was firm and the technique had little effect. Space rippled. Above the master of Ceylon, the five-colored void ancient serpent avatar suddenly appeared, its massive tail shadow, and 100-kilometer-long giant sword slicing toward him. Void annihilation. Tai Xiao sword. Top-grade attack treasure. The master of Ceylon's eyes turned bloodshot. This origin venerable possessed far too many treasures, each one extremely precious enough to ignite greed in countless universe masters. He, a dignified universe master, owned fewer treasures than an immortal. A rather tragic and sorrowful truth. Origin, you cannot harm me. The master of Ceylon feared not the attack of the five-colored void ancient serpent avatar. He wore a top-grade treasure armor, and his divine body spanned nearly 100 kilometers. For the purple extreme soul clan avatar to kill him would be exceedingly difficult. After all, he was a universe master. I cannot harm you. I said you would become my stepping stone, and so you shall. The purple extreme soul clan avatar sneered. Swish! A vast sea of blood appeared, a crimson ocean rolling with fury over 100,000 kilometers in diameter. Each drop of blood contained boundless terrifying power. Divine body combustion. The immense sea of blood erupted into flames, tearing apart the void with unimaginable force. I am the universe. The entire world instantly plunged into darkness. Countless gray, chaotic currents surged wildly, and for a moment, the whole realm seemed to enter another world. A chaotic universe filled with endless chaotic streams. What secret technique is this? A universe master's ultimate technique. The master of Ceylon was stunned and horrified. He himself possessed ultimate techniques, but this terrifying power surpassed the realm of ultimate techniques. It was the most powerful secret technique of a universe master. Explode! As soon as the miniature universe appeared, the Nine Nether Sea avatar unhesitatingly chose self-destruction, detonating the miniature universe viciously. Today he would eliminate this master of Ceylon. He would let his name resound throughout the entire universe. You're insane. The chaotic currents erupted in turmoil, causing the master of Ceylon's divine body to tremble. All the energy converged on a single target, the master of Ceylon. Faced with such overwhelming power, even the mighty master of Ceylon could not help but tremble in fear, revealing a terrified expression. He had a dreadful feeling that this avatar of his would truly fall here today. No, I am a universe master. How can I be killed by an immortal? Impossible. The master of Ceylon's divine body fully ignited. The Tianquan void-shattering hammer and his high-grade armor treasure were pushed to their limits to withstand the onslaught of Su Mu's attacks. Divine body loss 3%. Divine body loss 7%. Divine body loss 10%. The master of Ceylon's divine body was continuously diminished and his strength began to decline. He could not understand why Su Mu was so powerful. In the Northern Frontier Alliance. Master of Ceylon, have you killed Origin? The giant Kuan Hall master inquired, eager to reclaim his giant Kuan Hall. Both were members of the same alliance, and the master of Ceylon would not keep the giant Kuan Hall for himself over such a treasure. Moreover, if he killed the Origin Venerable, all the treasures on Origin would belong to him. Why would he care about a mere giant Kuan Hall? The master of Ceylon's main body had an eye on each tentacle. All eyes stared coldly at the giant Kuan Hall master, sending a chill down his spine. My avatar is about to fall, the master of Ceylon said quietly. What? The giant Kuan Hall master trembled in shock. Was it the Origin Venerable? Impossible. Could it be the Thunder Beast God? Or one of the Guardian Beast Gods? The giant Kuan Hall master listed the names of universe masters from the primordial god sect. He refused to believe that Su Mu could have killed the master of Ceylon's avatar. Perhaps a universe master of the primordial god sect had gone to rescue Origin. None of them. It was him. The master of Ceylon was reluctant to admit it, for he had truly become the stepping stone for Origin's fame. But he had to acknowledge it, as the truth could not be hidden. If he did not spread the news, Origin would do so himself. His treasures and dignity were destined to be lost. More importantly, he had no desire to seek revenge against Origin. Going meant death. Asking other universe masters to avenge him, he could not bear the humiliation. Even if he could lower himself, who would be willing to help? This was far from safe, it was an extremely dangerous task. I will go into seclusion. The master of Ceylon vanished. He decided to hide away even if the entire universe mocked him. As long as he did not hear it, it did not exist. On the primordial star, with a boom, the master of Ceylon's avatar exploded, scattering all its treasures. The purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar collected them all. As expected of a universe master. Fortunately, I obtained the true Luo Yen inheritance, otherwise I truly could not have killed him. The 9 Nether Sea avatar's ability to kill the master of Ceylon relied mainly on the true Luo Yen inheritance's divine body combustion, which amplified his power to a terrifying degree. Otherwise the master of Ceylon could have escaped if he chose to flee. Killing one of the master of Ceylon's avatars. This is a remarkable achievement. I can spread the word. The purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar deliberately sought fame, so he would not hide anything. His goal was to shake the universe and be renowned and formidable. Soon the news of the Origin Venerable annihilating over 100 universe lords, over a dozen universe overlords, 3 top-tier universe overlords, and one of the master of Ceylon's avatars spread across the entire universe at lightning speed. Upon hearing the news, all powerhouses found it hard to believe that the Origin Venerable could slay universe lords was acceptable. But over a dozen universe overlords, 3 top-tier universe overlords, and an avatar of a universe master, all powerhouses dismissed it as a joke. However, they gradually discovered that all the powerhouses mentioned in the news had indeed vanished. Even those who had survived with avatars remained silent. They neither confirmed nor denied it. In essence, it was an admission. Most importantly, at this critical moment, the Master of Ceylon went into seclusion. Many members of the Northern Frontier Alliance sent messages to the Master of Ceylon, but he responded to none. They then turned to the giant Kuan Hall Master. The giant Kuan Hall Master knew the truth, but dared not speak or deny it. Who knew if the Origin Venerable had a video recording? If he denied it and Origin released the footage, the embarrassment would be catastrophic. He might as well enter eternal seclusion. Silence was an admission. The powerhouses of the vast universe finally believed that the Origin Venerable had single-handedly slain the Master of Ceylon. He had killed a universe master. Everywhere the name of the Origin Venerable was discussed, and he was even elevated to the title of Origin Master. In the virtual universe within the Hong Alliance city, seeing the Origin Master renowned across the universe is truly displeasing. When will our Reincarnation King become the Reincarnation Master? Don't be impatient. The Reincarnation King has been cultivating for less than 10,000 years. His breakthrough will certainly be extremely difficult, but once he does, he will be no weaker than the Origin Master. Let us hope so. As the Hong Alliance members marveled at the Origin Master's strength, they also hoped that Sumu would achieve the same level, becoming an immortal soon, and slaying a universe master like the Origin Master, becoming a pillar of humanity. Sumu did not enter the virtual universe, nor did he pay attention to any discussions. Only the white-robed primordial ancestor stood by with a smile, listening to the Hong Alliance members' conversations. He can already kill a universe master. The white-robed primordial ancestor nodded slightly. I wonder how far you will grow. An immortal killing a universe master. Even he could not have accomplished that during his immortal stage. Less than a year since the primordial star opened and a universe master has already fallen. Is this primordial star so dangerous? Some powerhouses sensed the danger and resisted the temptation of treasures, choosing to leave the primordial star. No matter how good the treasure, one must live to enjoy it. If they died, everything would be for naught. Some left, but more entered the primordial star. With a universe master falling so early, there must be earth-shattering treasures emerging on the primordial star. This was the assertion of a certain universe supreme. The treasures and dangers of the primordial star were proportional. The more precious the treasure, the greater the danger. Similarly, the greater the danger, the more precious the treasure. With a universe master falling so quickly, perhaps a peak-grade treasure would appear on the primordial star. Or even a supreme treasure. After establishing his reputation, the purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar continued to roam various primordial stars. Wherever a treasure appeared, as long as the avatar knew of it, he would go and claim a share. Wherever the avatar arrived, the powerhouses vying for the treasure would silently leave, choosing to yield the treasure to him. An unspoken understanding had formed on the primordial star. Wherever the avatar appeared, the treasure was his. No one would be foolish enough to provoke him. 100 years passed leisurely. One day, the purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar arrived at primordial star number 04256, and suddenly sensed the aura of a treasure emerging. An ordinary treasure. The avatar flew over. The Origin Master is here. Let's go quickly. Leave the treasure to the Origin Master. The Origin Master is truly excessive. It said he even snatches ordinary heavy treasures. He has no clan. What does he need so many treasures for? Maybe the Origin Master has a hoarding fetish. Hurry and leave. Don't let the Origin Master take a liking to our treasures. I don't want to give him mine. When the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar arrived, powerhouses from various races and alliances departed offering the treasure to him. Such scenes had occurred many times before. The name of the Origin Lord had thoroughly resounded throughout the vast cosmos. Though he was a peripheral member of the ancestral god sect, he was in essence a solitary universe lord. Despite having slain some of their members, the various alliances were still eager to recruit him. Among them, the Zerg Alliance extended the greatest and most abundant goodwill to recruit the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar, for among the major alliances it had killed the fewest members of the Zerg Alliance. In truth, they should be called the Hong Alliance members. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar had not killed a single Hong Alliance member. Yet everyone seemed to have forgotten this, instead believing that the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar bore a deep grudge against the Hong Alliance. Thus, apart from the initial attempts, the Hong Alliance ceased its recruitment efforts. Of course, the Hong Alliance did not specifically oppose the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar. Otherwise, Sumu would have found himself in a difficult position. Origin Lord. Before the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar stood a woman of breathtaking beauty, her wings gently fluttering behind her. Minglian Lord. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar gazed at the woman before him. She was the Zerg Universe Lord Minglian Lord. The Zerg had few Universe Lords, but once a Zerg became a Universe Lord, they were no ordinary ones. At the very least, they reached the peak level of Universe Lords. According to the classification of the Cosmic Sea, this was the third-tier Universe Lord. The tier classification of Universe Lords was established by the first reincarnation era. The first tier comprised those who had just become Universe Lords with a life gene level of 100 times, having not yet created ultimate secret techniques and possessing only ordinary treasures. The second tier featured a life gene level of 1,000 times the creation of ultimate secret techniques and treasures of a standard grade. The third tier, the peak grade, included figures such as Luo Feng Senior Brother Flame Emperor. The fourth tier, the top tier grade, encompassed individuals like the Chaos City Lord's Junior Brother Ice Peak Lord. The fifth tier represented the pinnacle within the top tier, with Chaos City Lord at this level. Such individuals typically either created fused ultimate secret techniques or obtained rare treasures. The sixth tier was not a formal classification in the original universe. It referred to the extraordinary Universe Lords who possessed supreme treasures. Sumu was currently considered a second-tier Universe Lord, for his cultivation realm was still too low. Of course, if he unleashed his full combat power and utilized all his treasures, Sumu could reach the third-tier level, matching the strength of the Minglian Lord before him, or even slightly surpassing it. Origin Lord, what do you think of my conditions? Minglian Lord smiled with unparalleled allure. You have offended many alliances. Join our Zerg Alliance and the Empress will protect you. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar replied casually, Minglian Lord, there is no need for such threats. I fear no alliance. On the contrary, joining your Zerg Alliance would bring me great trouble. As I am now, I belong to no faction and remain independent. Even if I have slain some strong beings from various alliances, their strongest members will not come to hunt me down. For instance, the Northern Field Alliance leader Dream Demon Ancestor, Shock Demon Ancestor, the Machine Clan's strongest, and others would not bother to pursue the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar. In fact, they might even try to recruit him. In their eyes, while there was some enmity, it was trivial. Which strong being in the universe had no grudges at all? These were minor matters. There was no need to offend a peerless prodigy for no reason. Moreover, the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar was no longer merely a prodigy. He had grown into a fully mature powerhouse. But if the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar joined the Zerg Alliance, the situation would be entirely different. Once he joined the Zerg Alliance, he would no longer be independent but would have a background and identity. The other major alliances would then target him relentlessly. Some universe strongest might even personally take action to eliminate him, so as to remove a future threat. Even the Hong Alliance's Axe founder might make a move against him. Minglian Lord's eyes flickered. She was well aware of the issue the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar raised, but she had merely glossed over it. However, it is not impossible for me to join your Zerg Alliance. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar chuckled softly. Origin Lord, state your demands. Minglian Lord knew that the Origin Lord would not join the Zerg Alliance for nothing. None of the solitary strong beings or special lifeforms who had joined had done so without compensation. She braced herself for the Zerg to bleed. Just give me a few supreme treasures. My demands are not high. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar spoke in a nonchalant tone. Minglian Lord's beautiful eyes widened as if they might fall from their sockets. Supreme treasures. You want several. Why not just rob someone? The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar replied with a straight face. If I had the strength, I would certainly go and rob some supreme treasures. But I lack the power, so I can only ask you for them. There are no supreme treasures. Minglian Lord was so angry she wanted to hit someone. The entire Zerg Alliance possessed only one supreme treasure, which was in the hands of the Zerg Empress. The Human Hong Alliance did not have a single supreme treasure. Even if they had several, they would not give them to the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar. Your Zerg Alliance truly lacks sincerity. How stingy! The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar muttered. I'll lower my demands then. Just give me 10 peak treasures. No! Minglian Lord was exasperated. Not to mention 10 peak treasures, not even a single peak treasure would be given to the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar. Nothing here, nothing there. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar snorted coldly. Are you trying to get me for free? You can first join our Zerg Alliance. Our Empress promises that you can exchange your contributions for various treasures. Minglian Lord said, your exchange rate for treasures can be at a 5 discount. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar was speechless. The Zerg Alliance's apparent goodwill was merely a ploy to exploit him, treating him like a fool. Leave. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar grew impatient. Without any substantial benefits, he would never join the Zerg Alliance. Then what do you want? Minglian Lord gritted her teeth. 1 peak treasure. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar stopped joking and became serious. Plus an 80 discount on treasure exchanges within the Zerg Alliance. Just these 2 conditions. A peak treasure. Do you know how precious a peak treasure is? Minglian Lord complained. I a dignified universe lord, not worth a single peak treasure. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar said, if you lack sincerity, don't waste my time. Wait, I'll ask the Empress. Minglian Lord's avatar within the Zerg territory faced a graceful and elusive figure. He wants a peak treasure, and an 80 discount on treasure exchanges. The Zerg Empress pondered. The Zerg Alliance could indeed produce a peak treasure. But a peak treasure was extremely precious to any alliance. Still, what the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar said was not wrong. A universe lord like Ceylon Lord might not be worth a peak treasure, but the Origin Lord absolutely was. As for the other demand of an 80 discount on treasure exchanges, the Zerg Empress had no objection. As long as the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar made contributions, treasures could be exchanged. While the Zerg Empress deliberated, the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar, with Minglian Lord, continued to reveal a piece of news. Minglian Lord, do you know the Reincarnation King of the Human Hong Alliance? What about him? Minglian Lord was puzzled. Surely you no longer regard him as a threat. If he appears before you, you could kill him with a single glance. No matter how strong the Reincarnation King was, he was still just a realm lord incomparable to the Origin Lord. You are wrong. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar said calmly. To me, the threat of the Reincarnation King is even greater than your Empress or the universe strongest of the various alliances. How is that possible? Minglian Lord did not believe it. It's just that you do not understand the Reincarnation King. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar continued his deception. The Reincarnation King is not even an immortal yet. Do you know why he has not broken through? His failure to break through is his own problem, Minglian Lord said. It is partly his own problem, but more so the limitations of the original universe. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar sighed. During his Realm Lord stage, he already possessed combat power at the Universe Overlord level, which is why his breakthrough is so difficult. And once he breaks through, his strength will be unimaginable. Minglian Lord still did not believe it. Origin Lord, do not try to deceive me. Do I have any reason to boast about my enemy? The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar looked at Minglian Lord as if she were a fool. What benefit would I gain from glorifying my foe? The Reincarnation King is a super prodigy, no less than the human race's original ancestor. Minglian Lord fell silent. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar was right. There was no need to boast about his enemy. Unless his enemy was truly formidable. Only I have a way to kill him. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar said coldly. You have a way. The Reincarnation King is in the Chaos City, guarded by the Chaos City Lord. Even our Empress could not succeed there. Minglian Lord was even more skeptical. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar remained calm. Believe it or not, I can say that in this universe, including the strong beings of the Cosmic Sea, no one other than me can kill the Reincarnation King. His power exceeds your imagination. I have spent 1,000 years studying and have found a way to deal with him. What way? Minglian Lord quickly asked. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar chuckled. Do you think I would tell you? Minglian Lord cast a resentful, alluring glance at the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar paid it no mind. At the same time, he relayed this information to the Zerg Empress. Then give him a peak treasure. The Zerg Empress finally made her decision. Minglian Lord said, Empress, are you not afraid he will renege? The Zerg Empress replied indifferently. If he dares to renege, even if he hides in the ancestral god sect, I will kill him. Minglian Lord then said, he would not dare. On the original star, Minglian Lord announced, Origin Lord, our Empress has agreed to your conditions. Then I thank you. I pledge to devote myself fully to the Zerg Alliance unto death. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar spouted nonsense casually. Minglian Lord departed and the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar smiled slyly, then met another Universe Lord, the Balan Lord, from the Monster Clan. My conditions are simple: 1 peak treasure, and I will join your Monster Alliance. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar said to Balan Lord, after all, I am worth a peak treasure, am I not? Without a peak treasure, don't even think of recruiting me. I am not a fool. I can promise that after joining the Monster Alliance, I will do my utmost to deal with the Reincarnation King of the Human Hong Alliance, who is also my greatest enemy. A moment later, good. Our clan agrees. Balan Lord said coldly. If you dare to break your promise, even if you hide in the Ancestral God sect, our monster ancestor will kill you. Rest assured, I will not be foolish enough to offend a universe strongest. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar said. I believe you are clever. Balan Lord had great confidence in the Monster Alliance. Unless the Ancestral God of the Ancestral God sect protected the Origin Lord day and night, he could not escape their pursuit. After Balan Lord left, the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar met the Xinxiang Lord of the Machine Clan Alliance. I want 1 peak treasure. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar deceived left and right, demanding a peak treasure from every faction that came to recruit him. No strong being in the universe had ever dared to do such a thing, for it would instantly offend countless supreme existences, earning the enmity of most of the universe strongest in the original universe. Having done such a deed, even the Ancestral God sect could not protect him. Thus the Monster Alliance, Zerg Alliance, and other factions had never imagined that the Origin Lord would be so audacious. However, the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar was not afraid. He had already made perfect preparations. Once he had swindled the treasures, he would vanish completely, never to reappear. By the time future strong beings of the universe learned that he was Su Mu's avatar, Su Mu would already be fearless before any power and thus even less afraid. Soon the Zerg Alliance delivered a spiritual peak treasure, the Dragon Cliff Nail. The Monster Alliance sent a peak armor treasure, the Bronze Inlaid Scale Armor. The Machine Clan gave a peak melee treasure, the Chi Tiger Hammer. The peak treasures given by each alliance were the most ordinary ones. None were domain type, palace type, or soul type. Obviously they were reluctant to part with those types of treasures. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar did not mind, he accepted everything without refusal. After finishing, the Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar left the original star, returned to his divine kingdom, and transmitted all the treasures back to his original body, Su Mu. Subsequently, all of Su Mu's avatars and his original body fell into a state of complete stillness. The Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar vanished without a trace. The Origin Lord completely disappeared from the universe, and no mighty being could find any clue of his whereabouts. The Insect Alliance. Where is the Origin Lord? Not on Purple Thorn Island. Not on the Prime Star either. Where did he go? The Insect Queen was furious. Can't we even contact him? Does he dare to take our treasures and disappear? This was something the Insect Queen had never imagined. She never thought the Origin Lord would have such audacity. A perfect example of valuing wealth over life. No one, no matter how crazy, would dare to do such a thing. Suddenly a figure entered the Insect Queen's palace and said respectfully, Your Majesty, we have news that the Demon Alliance has issued a bounty to hunt down the Origin Lord. It is said that he tricked the Demon Alliance into giving him a pinnacle supreme treasure. What? The Insect Queen sensed great trouble. The Origin Lord had deceived the Demon Alliance for a pinnacle supreme treasure. That meant he had played both the Demon Alliance and the Insect Alliance. Not long after, another Insect Universe Master came to deliver the message. The Mechanical Tribe had also issued a bounty to hunt down the Origin Lord. By then the Insect Queen fully understood that they had all been deceived by the Origin Lord. Not only them, but every alliance had been tricked by the Origin Lord. The Insect Alliance immediately issued its own bounty for the Origin Lord's hunt. For a time, among the 9 superpowers of the universe, aside from the human race's Hong Alliance, the Primordial God Sect, and the Star Beast Alliance, the other 6 superpowers all put bounties on the Origin Lord. The entire universe was shocked and stirred. The Origin Lord actually deceived 6 superpowers, each tricked into giving him a pinnacle supreme treasure. That means 6 pinnacle supreme treasures. He truly values wealth over life. Isn't that courting death? No one can protect him. Even if he hides in the Primordial God Sect, he will be dragged out and killed. The universe masters of each alliance will never forgive him. As all the powerhouses in the universe discussed this matter and marveled at the Origin Lord's audacity, many also envied him immensely. Even a universe master like Chaos City Lord did not possess 6 pinnacle supreme treasures, yet the Origin Lord did. They all wanted to see what conflict would arise between the Origin Lord and the 6 alliances. However, the Origin Lord had vanished without a trace. Despite countless powerhouses searching, they could not find any sign of him. No matter how furious the 6 alliances were, this matter could only become a joke among the powerhouses. I refuse to believe that the Origin Lord can hide forever. That's right. He can hide for 10,000 years, even 100 million years, but he will eventually come out. As long as he appears once, he will die without a doubt. Even if he hides in the cosmic sea, he will die. Countless powerhouses believed that one day the Origin Lord would reappear, and when that happened, an earth-shattering battle would erupt. The 6 alliances had lost not only treasures but also their dignity. Without killing the Origin Lord, their fury would never subside. Within Chaos City. If they knew you were the Origin Lord, I wonder what expression they would have. Chen Shui, upon hearing the news, laughed so hard she doubled over. One day they will know, Sumu said calmly. But by then who kills whom will be uncertain. You've withdrawn your avatar. What do you plan to do next? Chen Shui restrained her laughter and asked. Next I will go out and explore. Sumu spoke unhurriedly. The Origin Lord's name has resounded across the universe. It's time for the Reincarnation King's fame to spread. Chen Shui said, You must be careful. She did not stop Sumu, knowing that whatever he decided to do, he had already made up his mind. Don't worry. Even if they kill my true body, I can be reborn. Sumu did not care at all. His true body and avatar were essentially the same. If the avatar was destroyed, it could be recondensed, and if the true body was destroyed, it could also be recondensed. For any alliance to truly kill him was a complete fantasy. However, Sumu did not go to the Prime Star immediately. Instead, he remained in Chaos City, cultivating diligently. He had many insights that needed to be refined slowly. There was no need to rush. When he finally went out, many powerhouses would surely come to kill him. That was beyond doubt. The Demon Alliance and others might vent their hatred for the Origin Lord on him. By then, Universe Masters would certainly come to kill him, and Sumu intended to make every alliance in the universe understand that he was not someone to be trifled with. As he cultivated, a terrifying plan gradually took shape in his mind. A plan even more fearsome than what Luo Feng had done on the Prime Star in the original story. This time he would make the high-level members of each alliance mad with pain. After all, the Axe Creator was still alive, so Sumu was not afraid of trouble from the alliances. After striking them hard, he would go to the Cosmic Sea. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. 3,000 years was but a fleeting moment for universe powerhouses. They had not forgotten the Origin Lord. But memories of the Reincarnation King had indeed faded, for he was not as astonishing as the Origin Lord, nor as insane. Moreover, during these 3,000 years, another genius, Luo Feng, had risen within the human race, no less brilliant than the Reincarnation King once was. Naturally, attention on the Reincarnation King lessened. However, on the alien assassination list, the Reincarnation King Sumu still ranked first. Even the newly risen Luo Feng could not compare. After 3,000 years, Sumu left Chaos City. Within the human race, spies from other races still existed, so the moment Sumu left Chaos City, the news spread throughout every race and alliance. The Reincarnation King has left Chaos City. He dares to leave Chaos City. What is he going out for now? Has he already broken through to immortality? Where is he going? After leaving Chaos City, Sumu traveled alone, and his whereabouts naturally became unknown. But all universe powerhouses knew that since Sumu had left Chaos City, he would not remain obscure. It was only a matter of time before they heard of his fame. Sumu's strength still needed to be proven by a great battle. Sumu appeared on Prime Star number 01299. In the 3,000 years, the Prime Star had witnessed many battles with many universe venerables and universe overlords falling, even some top-tier universe overlords. However, only one universe master had fallen. The Ceylon Lord killed by the Origin Lord. It was still exceedingly difficult for a universe master to perish. That Sumu could kill the Ceylon Lord was due to both his immense power and a measure of luck. Now it's time to let the aliens know I've arrived on the Prime Star. A wicked smile curled on Sumu's face. I don't believe you don't want to kill me. Then I'll start with you. Sumu's spiritual power scanned a squad. Members of the mechanical tribe camp, all high-level universe venerables. Sumu moved and appeared before the mechanical tribe squad. Sumu, the Reincarnation King. Haha, Reincarnation King, you sure have guts coming to the Prime Star. The 4 high-level universe venerables were stunned at first, then ecstatic. Sumu was the number 1 target on the assassination list. If they killed him, the mechanical tribe would reward them handsomely. Why wouldn't I dare? Sumu smiled. With a flash of light, the 4 high-level universe venerables of the mechanical tribe camp exploded and died instantly. Starting with them, Sumu began an indiscriminate massacre on the Prime Star. Except for members of the human race's Hong Alliance, every universe powerhouse he encountered from other alliances was killed. Soon those powerhouses who had avatars spread the news of Sumu's slaughter on the Prime Star. The relatively calm universe was suddenly shaken. The Reincarnation King has appeared on the Prime Star. He dares to go on a killing spree there. Is he looking for death? Suicide? Since he dared to go to the Prime Star, he must be prepared to be killed. At all costs. Kill him. The Demon Alliance, Insect Alliance, Northern Frontier Alliance, and the other 6 alliances reached a consensus. Without any discussion they would go to the Prime Star and annihilate Sumu. This Sumu is indeed strong. He should have the strength of a top-tier universe overlord or perhaps even the power of a universe master like that damned Origin Lord. Though the powerhouses of each alliance were eager to kill Sumu, they had to acknowledge his strength. Even the Origin Lord had held him in high regard. Sumu's power must be extraordinary. The Universe Venerables and Universe Overlords of my Demon Alliance only need to report Sumu's position. Remember, do not engage him, stay far away if you see him. The Demon Ancestor of the Demon Alliance gave the order. My Demon Alliance will send a Universe Master to kill him. The other 5 alliances issued almost identical commands. One by one powerful Universe Masters set out for the Prime Star. Within the virtual universe, Chaos Sumu is in danger. We should go to his aid. The Dragon Travel Lord said to Chaos City Lord in a deep voice. Not only the Dragon Travel Lord but also the other Universe Masters of the Virtual Universe Company, including those from the Axe Dojo, the Universal Galaxy Bank, and the other 3 major forces, all sent messages to Chaos City Lord at the same time. Sumu's actions stirred the hearts of all human race Universe Masters. They absolutely did not want to see such a super genius fall. Rescuing Sumu was imperative. Even the Axe Creator was asking Chaos City Lord what was going on. In theory, Chaos City Lord should not have let Sumu leave Chaos City. Everyone rest assured. We don't need to intervene. Chaos City Lord replied. He himself did not know the full story. He had also advised Sumu not to leave Chaos City. But Sumu had told him not to worry. He had his own plans. He was going to do something earth-shattering. For this reason, Chaos City Lord had even consulted the original Ancestor, hoping to have him stop Sumu. Yet the original Ancestor also told Chaos City Lord not to interfere. Sumu would not die. Only after the original Ancestor spoke did Chaos City Lord feel reassured, though he still did not know what Sumu's trump card was. Logically, no matter how strong Sumu was, he could not survive an assault from multiple Universe Masters. On the Prime Star, the situation was turbulent. Sumu knew that many powerhouses were watching him, and he showed no mercy. Anyone who spied on him met death. Whether Universe Venerable or Universe Overlord, none could survive. Sumu rampaged through the Prime Star, slaughtering wherever he went. The alliances were enraged and their powerhouses trembled with fear. Yet no matter how fiercely he killed, his whereabouts were eventually exposed. A woman of peerless beauty appeared with a pair of illusory wings gently fluttering behind her. The insect race by Long Lord. Soon after, a pitch-black shadow emerged, a colossal figure 100 kilometers tall, inspiring awe. Mopa, you're here too. By Long Lord spoke. The newcomer was the Mopa Lord of the Northern Frontier Alliance. Then 4 more powerful figures arrived. The mechanical tribe Zhu Qi Lord, the demon race Zhomeng Lord, the prison race Yiju Lord, the crystal race Wamu Lord, 6 Universe Masters. Moreover, outside the Prime Star, 6 more Universe Masters stood guard. These 6 were sent to kill Sumu. The other 6 were to prevent the human race's Hong Alliance from coming to his rescue. For just one Sumu, the 6 alliances dispatched 12 Universe Masters. A formidable lineup that showed their unwavering determination to kill him. The appearance of the 6 Universe Masters caused the very void of the Prime Star to distort. Such a change naturally did not escape Sumu's perception. He looked up into the void. Finally, they're here. Sumu stopped running and stood still, waiting calmly. Soon the 6 Universe Masters appeared together, surrounding him. Hey, Reincarnation, you sure are bold staying here. Zhomeng Lord sneered coldly. Why wouldn't I dare? Sumu smiled as he looked at the 6 Universe Masters. 6 Universe Masters joining forces to kill me. Tisk, you really think highly of me. Sumu, today is the day of your eternal fall. By Long Lord stared at him coldly. She was an insect queen proficient in soul control. Among the 6 Universe Masters, 3 were experts in soul control, aiming to control Sumu so that even the Axe Creator could not resurrect him. My eternal fall. Ha 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 ha. Sumu burst into laughter. You are sorely mistaken. Today the 6 of you will be the ones to fall. Come forth. Myriad Dharma Divine Mirror. A mirror tens of thousands of kilometers in size appeared, shining upon all directions. Sumu was using the Myriad Dharma Divine Mirror for the first time. Peak Supreme Treasure. The 6 Universe Masters did not recognize the Mirror of Myriad Laws, but the aura of a Peak Supreme Treasure emanating from it could not be hidden from them. 9 Nether Clone. A colossal 9 Nether Clone spanning 200,000 kilometers appeared, blotting out the sky and casting its shadow over the 6 Universe Masters, filling them with dread. Such an enormous divine body was unheard of and unseen by them. The divine body of the 9 Nether Master was known to few cosmic powerhouses, and even the Chaos City Lord was not fully aware of it. Divine Power Ignite. The enormous Nine Nether clone burst into blue flames. This was the fearsome true Luo Flame. A torrent of boundless power poured into the Mirror of Myriad Laws. Boom! The Mirror of Myriad Laws trembled violently, as if the entire universe was shaking, the heavens and earth about to collapse and everything would turn to nothing. Within the vast Mirror of Myriad Laws, the figures of the 6 universe masters were reflected. 6 mighty beings identical to them stepped out of the mirror, surveying the ages with pride and dominating the heavens. What is this? The Mirror Secret Realm. Nine-Meng Master was suddenly startled, recalling the mysterious disappearance of the Mirror Secret Realm in the territory of the demon race. The Mirror Secret Realm, like the Mirror of Myriad Laws before them, could perform simulation and replication. That's right, this is the treasure from the Mirror Secret Realm called the Mirror of Myriad Laws. I took it, which is why the Mirror Secret Realm collapsed. Sumu did not conceal it, laughing heartily. Welcome to yourselves. The 6 replicas each engaged an opponent. In an instant, a great battle between 12 universe masters erupted. Luan Hui, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Nine-Meng Master was not flustered. But do you think this can make you defeat us? Your replicas have no treasures. Even if the replicas had the same strength as their original bodies, lacking treasures was their greatest disadvantage. Sumu could not possibly equip each replica with a peak supreme treasure, could he? That was obviously a dream. Actually, what they didn't know was that Sumu could indeed equip each replica with a peak supreme treasure, but the replicas couldn't wield treasures, and could only fight with their own strength. Otherwise Sumu would have indeed equipped them with treasures, and he wasn't afraid of revealing the secret that he was the origin master. This Mirror of Myriad Laws is a treasure belonging to my demon race. This time I will take it back. Nine-Meng Master snorted first, making it clear that it was a treasure of the demon race. The other 5 universe masters said nothing but sneered inwardly. Your demon race's treasure. What a wishful thinking. After killing Sumu, the ownership of the treasure would depend on strength, not on what Nine-Meng Master said. Even if the Mirror of Myriad Laws came from the Mirror Secret Realm, in the demon race's territory, no powerhouse outside the demon race would acknowledge it as the demon race's treasure. Treasures belong to those with strength. But since they were dealing with Sumu together, they couldn't be bothered to argue with Nine-Meng Master. Kill! The 12 universe masters suddenly clashed into a melee. Space shattered, and even the primordial star felt as if it were about to explode. Since the emergence of the primordial star, this could be said to be the most brutal battle. A war among 12 universe masters. Even during previous openings of the primordial star, such a terrifying scene had never occurred. To think that the entire human race had only a little over 10 universe masters. This was equivalent to most of the human race's universe masters. Sure enough, as Nine-Meng Master had said, the 6 replica universe masters were at a disadvantage against the 6 real universe masters because they lacked treasures. With powerful secret techniques, the replicas could compensate somewhat, but not enough to bridge the gap. Heh! A cold glint flashed in Sumu's eyes. He had anticipated this scene. It was obviously impossible to destroy 6 universe masters with just one peak supreme treasure. But he had a follow-up plan prepared. Purgatory Demon Palace. A massive demon palace appeared, burning with black flames floating and sinking in the 9 Nether Blood Sea. After leaving Chaos City, Sumu went to the primordial secret realm's Purgatory Abyss and retrieved the Purgatory Demon Palace. Another peak supreme treasure. The 6 universe masters felt greed along with a hint of fear. How could Sumu, merely an immortal, possess 2 peak supreme treasures? Moreover, these 2 peak supreme treasures were extraordinary. One was a special type, the other a palace type. Together they were comparable to 4 ordinary peak supreme treasures. That Sumu could possess so many treasures indicated that aside from his high talent, his fortune was also exceptionally rich. As for fortune, every powerhouse had experienced it. Like Nine-Meng Master and the others, which of them hadn't had fortune? But compared to Sumu's fortune, the gap was far too great. To them, a person with good fortune was even more deserving of death than one with good talent. If they couldn't kill Sumu this time, who knew to what extent he would grow next time? He might even obtain a supreme treasure of the highest level. By then, killing Sumu would be far too difficult. Just like the Chaos City Lord, the alien races desperately wanted to kill him, but they could do nothing about him. A tremendous killing intent rose simultaneously in the hearts of the 6 universe masters. Sumu must die. Sumu didn't give them much time to think. After bringing out the Purgatory Demon Palace, he also took out all his other treasures. Purple Saw, River Tai Shao Sword, Star Scar Sword, Ju Kuan Palace. All kinds of treasures were brought into use. His divine power and will were sufficient, so he wasn't afraid of being unable to control them. I am the universe. After using various treasures, Sumu had his 9 Nether Sea clone perform the technique. I am the universe. A terrifying miniature universe covering a radius of 20 billion kilometers emerged. The strength of the 6 universe masters was greatly suppressed. Conversely, the 6 replicas received a considerable boost. How does he have so many treasures and techniques? The 6 universe masters were shocked. How many years had Sumu lived? Probably only over 10,000 years, yet his various powerful techniques emerged endlessly, and his treasures were countless, leaving them utterly incredulous. Sumu's methods were even more terrifying than all of them combined, who had lived for countless years. Their killing intent toward Sumu grew even heavier. They could hardly imagine how terrifying Sumu would become if given another 10,000 years to grow. It was not impossible for him to possess the combat power of a cosmic supreme. The only one who could deal with Sumu was probably the Origin Master, who had been missing for 3,000 years. Unfortunately, the Origin Master had tricked them out of their treasures, and disappeared. Otherwise, using the Origin Master to deal with Sumu would have been the best approach. Many thoughts flashed through their minds in an instant, but the urgent matter was to eliminate Sumu first. Compress. After manifesting the miniature universe, Sumu directly compressed it. The originally enormous universe with a diameter of 20 billion kilometers began to shrink continuously. 15 billion kilometers, 10 billion kilometers, 5 billion kilometers. The more the miniature universe compressed, the more terrifying the vast energy within it became. Any wisp of energy released could easily destroy an entire galaxy outside. Such terrifying power concentrated in such a narrow space made the 6 universe masters' hearts tremble. Previously, although they knew Sumu was powerful, they hadn't felt any danger, which meant Sumu couldn't harm them. But now they had a very dangerous feeling, even a sense that they might be killed. This was extremely terrifying. They had all experienced countless battles. Whenever such a feeling arose, it meant danger had truly arrived. As the miniature universe compressed, this dangerous feeling grew stronger. They even began to feel a hint of retreat, but when they thought that they were not fighting alone but as 6 universe masters working together, their hearts calmed slightly. Even the Chaos City Lord couldn't kill them when 6 universe masters joined forces. How could Sumu do it? We've reached the limit. Having compressed the miniature universe to a diameter of 1 billion kilometers, Sumu clearly sensed the limit. He could no longer compress it further. Then, explode! After reaching the limit, Sumu did not hesitate. He burned all his divine power, his entire 9 nether clone, completely pouring divine power into the miniature universe. Then, boom! The great sound shook the entire universe, ignoring space, its propagation speed surpassing time, as if it suddenly exploded in the hearts of countless living beings. What's going on? What is that sound? Many cosmic supremes remaining in the original universe, regardless of what they were doing before, now opened their eyes and looked toward the depths of the vast universe. What is that sound? In Chaos City, the Chaos City Lord looked toward the direction of the primordial star. He inexplicably thought of Sumu. Could it be him? Apart from the Chaos City Lord, the other powerhouses did not think of Sumu. They only suspected whether the original universe's will had done something. Meanwhile, the 3 ancestral gods of the Ancestral God Temple also looked toward the direction of the primordial star. They received a message from the original universe's will telling them that the sound came from the primordial star, from Sumu of the human race's Hong Alliance. Sumu. Him. The 3 ancestral gods looked at each other. The original universe's will had not spoken clearly, so they did not know exactly what had happened. However, before long everything should become clear. As the explosion sound arose, countless terrifying energy waves surged in all directions. The enormous primordial star beneath Sumu actually developed huge cracks under the explosive energy. Countless fissures stretching for unknown kilometers spread out like a spider web, and the entire planet showed a tendency to break apart. Meanwhile, the other 6 universe masters had vanished without a trace, leaving only Sumu alive. Hee, this achievement is fierce enough, isn't it? Sumu collected the treasures left by the 6 universe masters and disappeared from the spot. In the Zerg race's territory, Empress, my clone is dead. Bai Long Master stood before the Zerg Empress, a terrified expression on her face. Not only me, the other 5 died as well. The Zerg Empress could not believe it, blurting out, impossible. Then her face turned extremely gloomy. She knew Bai Long Master could not be lying. Could Sumu really have the terrifying power to kill 6 universe masters? For countless years he was human, not Zerg. Bai Long Master was still relatively lucky. She had a clone, so losing a clone and treasures was painful, but at least she was alive. But among the 6 universe masters, Ju Master and Ju Chi Master were the unlucky ones. They were the only 2 without clones. In other words, they had completely fallen, and no one could resurrect them. The news that 6 universe masters had ambushed Sumu only to be all killed by him could no longer be hidden and spread. The entire original universe was in an uproar. That was 6 universe masters, not 6 universe overlords, nor 6 universe venerables. 6 universe masters had died just like that. This was an earth-shattering event, something that could hardly happen even in endless ages. Last time, the Blood Cloud Palace Lord killed 2 universe masters, and was hunted by countless powerhouses. Sumu was far more ruthless than the Blood Cloud Palace Lord. Moreover, it was said that Sumu possessed two terrifying peak supreme treasures. The disappearance of the mirror secret realm in the demon race's territory was also related to him. Various secrets about Sumu were exposed, and the powerhouses in the universe finally realized how powerful Sumu was. The entire human race's Hong Alliance was stunned. Previously, when Sumu was retiring in Chaos City, many people, though not saying it openly, actually thought in their hearts that he was inferior to the Origin Master. Now no one dared to gossip about Sumu anymore. Sumu's status in the human race's Hong Alliance instantly rose to a level comparable to the Chaos City Lord second, only to the giant axe founder. Everyone knew that Sumu's rise was unstoppable. It was absolutely impossible for Sumu to die in the original universe. Even if Sumu left Chaos City, no one could kill him. Wait, he will definitely go to the Cosmic Sea. As long as he goes to the Cosmic Sea, we will join forces and kill him. We cannot let him grow any further. He is even more terrifying than Yuan. We must kill him, at all costs. The cosmic supremes of the alien races went mad. Sumu must die. Another Yuan ancestor would be too much for anyone. This Sumu. The mountain-sitting guest sat on a great mountain frowning. Luan Hui and Origin. Could these two fellows also come from the same place as me? But how dare they be so arrogant? The mountain-sitting guest did not understand. He was powerful, but he hardly dared to act recklessly because he feared being suppressed by the will of the original universe. And he was certain that Luan Hui and Origin knew about the existence of the Origin continent. Logically, these two fellows should also keep a low profile just like him. Weren't they seeking death by acting so recklessly? What secrets are hidden here that I don't know? Countless doubts filled the mountain-sitting guest's heart. Secrets will eventually be revealed. Each of the 6 alliances had lost a universe master, so they naturally approached the human race's Hong Alliance's axe founder demanding an explanation. Humph! You still dare to demand an explanation? Are you only allowed to kill my human race and not allowed us to fight back? In the desolate void, the figure of a burly man appeared, exuding a wild and arrogant aura. All of you get lost. Fine. Just you wait, Axe, this matter isn't over. The silver-white serpent's gaze was colder than 1,000,000,000 years of ice. Heft. The axe founder sneered. Would our relationship improve without this incident? If you have the ability, go and kill reincarnation instead of barking at me. The axe founder said coldly. But you must also prepare yourselves. The next time you try to kill reincarnation, the one who falls might not be a universe master but one of you. With that, the axe founder vanished. The human race truly deserves to die. The prison race's universe supreme being snarled. First the Origin ancestor, now reincarnation. Is the will of the Origin so partial to the human race? Let's go. The human race won't be arrogant for long. The insect race empress said indifferently. The Origin ancestor was too arrogant and was suppressed by the will of the Origin. This reincarnation will end the same way. The universe supreme beings of the various alliances departed and the void fell into silence once more. However, all the powerhouses in the universe knew that an even greater conspiracy targeting Sumu was brewing. This matter would not end so simply. At the highest point of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, an ancient giant round table of Celadon Gray was surrounded by endless streams of air. Beside the Celadon Gray stone table were 6 enormous stone chairs, each with intricate carvings on its backrest. Even the stone table itself was covered with carvings, depicting scenes one after another. City Lord. Sumu arrived and bowed slightly to Chaos City Lord. Chaos City Lord smiled and shook his head. You don't need to call me City Lord. You should call me Senior Brother. Senior Brother. Sumu pretended to be puzzled. First sit down. Chaos City Lord said. You'll know why in a moment. Sumu could only nod obediently and sit down. You should have guessed. Chaos City Lord smiled at Sumu. The highest resolution of the human race has been passed unanimously. You are now the 19th universe master of our human race. As he spoke, a figure as sturdy as a mountain whose steps seemed to generate dragon winds approached. Chaos City Lord introduced. This is Dragon Travel, Lord of our Virtual Universe Company. Dragon Travel is a very early elder of the Virtual Universe Company lineage. Dragon Travel Lord. Sumu stood up to greet him. Reincarnation Lord. Dragon Travel Lord looked at Sumu. He still clearly remembered seeing Sumu kill the demon race's Desire Dream King in the outer battlefield. How short a time had passed and Sumu was already on equal footing with him, even surpassing him. How terrifying. Reincarnation, I'm truly curious, how did you take down those 6 fellows? Dragon Travel Lord wasn't trying to pry into Sumu's secrets, but this was indeed a doubt in many powerhouses' minds. Those were 6 universe masters, not 6 heads of cabbage. Sumu was about to explain briefly when a cold aura spread over. A silver-haired man with gray temples carrying a war sword on his back, wearing an ancient battle armor stained with blood, extremely handsome and gallant, walked over. Ice Peak Lord, my junior brother. Chaos City Lord introduced. Sumu and Ice Peak Lord nodded to each other, acknowledging the greeting. Next, secluded Marquis Lord also walked over. After that, a bald man with endless dark aura approached. The area around him was filled with boundless dark and sinister vibes, making one's heart tremble. Dark Lord. Reincarnation, you are very formidable. Dark Lord looked at Sumu. He had a feeling he couldn't see through Sumu, and his dark aura had no effect on Sumu at all. Now the 6 universe masters of our virtual universe lineage are all gathered. Chaos City Lord suddenly stood up. Let's go to meet the founder of our virtual universe lineage. Coming. Sumu had long known that they would definitely go to see the origin ancestor. To see the teacher. Let's go see the teacher. Chaos City Lord and Ice Peak Lord also said. The 6 universe masters flew directly toward the endless chaotic streams high above, advancing along the endless currents. As they flew, Chaos City Lord said, I, Dark, and Ice Peak are all disciples of the teacher. The teacher made great contributions to our human race. Without him, the human race would not have so easily become a top-tier race. Even the Axe founder received guidance and kindness from him. He is the first universe supreme being of our human race. Because of him, I, Dark, and Ice Peak have what we are today. Chaos City Lord temporarily did not reveal Sumu's identity. He wanted to wait for Sumu to see the origin ancestor and the surprised expression on his face. The teacher's name is Yuan. Chaos City Lord said. Yuan? Sumu pretended to be extremely shocked. Dragon Travel Lord laughed and said, Reincarnation, have you heard of the origin ancestor's name? That shouldn't be. Very few people know about the origin ancestor. I have heard of it. Sumu nodded. Haha. Dragon Travel Lord just laughed and didn't ask further. Dark Lord and the others just glanced at Sumu and then looked away. Sumu, having heard of the origin ancestor's name, although somewhat unusual, was not impossible, not worth making a fuss over. Only Chaos City Lord smiled meaningfully. Chaos City Lord continued, Back then our human race was just a powerful race. Under the teacher's leadership we grew and became stronger. The teacher roamed the universe, ventured into the cosmic sea, killed countless, and earned endless fame. He made our human race's power continuously grow. In the primordial universe there are many universe supreme beings, but the teacher could be called unparalleled. Other universe supreme beings could only stay far away when they encountered him. Even when roving the cosmic sea, he was the most renowned. Invincible. No one could compare to the teacher. The human race back then could be called the #1 power in the universe. Even the ancestral god sect protected by the universe's origin would not provoke our human race. That was the time when our human race was at its strongest. As Chaos City Lord spoke, everyone was immersed in memories. Even though Sumu already knew this information, he couldn't help but be awed by the origin ancestor's power. If not for Luo Feng being the protagonist, the origin ancestor would have been the most genius existence. He might have been the one destined by heaven to deal with the realm beasts, but Luo Feng's appearance changed all that. In the distant endless void there stood a towering infinite statue. Surrounded by air currents, the towering statue of immeasurable height was emanating endless fluctuations of laws: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, space-time, metal, space, wood, space, water, space. Countless laws, and even the fluctuations of the law of operation surged forth from the endless statue. This endless majestic statue was similar to the universe's origin. Sumu looked up at the statue. It was a man with a slightly slender figure wearing a simple white robe with a smile on his face. His smile was a perfection after seeing through everything. Just looking up at the statue from afar, seeing the faint smile on his face, made Sumu's mind become utterly peaceful, and a warmth of returning to his mother's embrace filled his heart. His eyes seemed to see through everything in the infinite universe. There was nothing he did not know. His stature was towering, standing tall between heaven and earth. The endless universe revolved around him. Teacher. Chaos City Lord, Ice Peak Lord, and Dark Lord all stopped. Chaos City Lord bowed and said, Our virtual universe lineage has gained another universe master. Today I specially bring him to pay respects to the teacher. Then Chaos City Lord looked at Sumu. Reincarnation, pay respects to the teacher. Teacher. Sumu bowed. Dragon Travel Lord laughed heartily. Reincarnation, you don't need to call him teacher. The origin ancestor is not your teacher. Just call him origin ancestor. Sumu gently shook his head. No, Dragon Travel, the origin ancestor is my teacher. Huh? Except for Chaos City Lord, the others looked over in surprise. Chaos City Lord then smiled and said, What Reincarnation said is correct. My teacher is also his teacher. He is my junior brother. But Reincarnation has only lived for over 10,000 years. When did the origin ancestor take him as a disciple? Could Reincarnation have been gestating in some special place for countless years? Dragon Travel Lord couldn't help but say. Let reincarnation explain to you, Chaos City Lord said. Sumu said, it was over 10,000 years ago. The teacher took me as his disciple in the virtual universe, and taught me for over 10,000 years. You are actually the origin ancestor's disciple. Dragon Travel Lord was stunned, truly not expecting this. Doesn't that mean reincarnation? You are my Uncle Master. Secluded Marquis Lord laughed heartily. Greetings, Uncle Master. If Sumu were inferior to Secluded Marquis Lord, he would certainly not acknowledge Sumu as his Uncle Master. However, the combat power Sumu displayed was already stronger than his. Calling him Uncle Master was not unacceptable to Secluded Marquis Lord. He is actually our junior brother. Dark Lord was astonished. You said the teacher personally taught you for over 10,000 years. Chaos City Lord said yes. None of us can contact the teacher. Only he can. He can call the teacher out at any time to answer his questions. Chaos City Lord's tone was a bit plaintive. After all, he was the Origin Ancestor's eldest disciple. He couldn't even see the Origin Ancestor. Only the Origin Ancestor could contact him. He couldn't reach the Origin Ancestor. This was a bit hard for Chaos City Lord, who regarded the Origin Ancestor as a father. Sumu could only force a dry laugh. So it was the teacher's personal guidance. No wonder you have achieved so much. Ice Peak Lord said. The teacher said that reincarnation's achievements are partly due to his teaching, but more so because of reincarnation himself. Chaos City Lord's mind returned to calm and he said, that's natural. Dark Lord said, reincarnation's talent is higher than all of us combined. No wonder the teacher favored him. Sumu could only helplessly accept everyone's praise. Let's go back. Everyone returned to Thunder Island. Next it's time to meet the other universe masters. Everyone teleported together to the Axe Temple. On the not too large open space in front of the temple there was a long stone table. The main seat of the long table had only one stone chair, while on both sides there were rows of stone chairs. At this moment these stone chairs were already occupied by towering figures. Reincarnation is here. Is he reincarnation? Cultivated for less than 20,000 years, yet so terrifying. He should be on par with Chaos and Dark. The Universe Masters all looked very friendly when they saw Sumu arrive. Sumu's talent and power had earned their respect. Since Sumu could kill by Long Lord Jomeng Lord and others, he could naturally kill most of the Universe Masters present. Sumu walked over with Chaos City Lord and the others and sat down. After a moment the Axe Founder also arrived. According to our human tradition, the Axe Founder smiled. Every new Universe Master receives a treasure of the value of a top-tier ultimate treasure weapon from the race. Sumu, what do you request? I don't need any treasures. Sumu shook his head. I already have many treasures of my own. Many Universe Masters laughed together. Sumu indeed had many treasures. Probably only the Axe Founder could compare. I have only one request. Just return Earth to me. Sumu naturally wanted to reclaim Earth. This matter is no problem. The Axe Founder decided with one word, and none of the Universe Masters objected. Given Sumu's strength, his willingness to exchange a treasure for Earth's ownership was already a great show of face to everyone present. If they still dared to obstruct, they would offend Sumu. By the way, Sumu, you should have an avatar, right? After deciding the matter of Earth, the Axe Founder said again, the Universe Masters of the human race are usually stationed at important locations in our human territory. You can choose a location and leave an avatar to guard it. This way, if a major calamity occurs, we can help each other and more easily overcome the threat. Sumu smiled casually. I'll leave it to the Axe Founder to arrange. Sumu didn't mind where he was stationed. As for the Milky Way, he would leave it to the future Luo Feng to guard. The title of Galactic Lord should still be preserved. Axe Founder, I have one more small matter. Sumu spoke. Speak. The Axe Founder said. I want to exchange some treasures from you. Sumu said word by word. I have many treasures here. Some of them I can contribute to the human race without compensation. The other part I want to exchange for treasures useful to me, so that I can venture into the cosmic sea. What treasures do you have? What do you want to exchange? The Axe Founder nodded. Sumu waved his hand and various treasures appeared before everyone, including Zisa River Tai Shao Sword Xing Hen Sword and others, as well as the treasures obtained from killing the 6 alien Universe Masters. There were also 4 even more precious peak-level treasures. These 6 peak-level treasures. How can there be so many peak-level treasures? This one seems to be from the demon race. I've seen it once. Isn't this one from the insect race? Am I seeing wrong? Where did so many treasures come from?